Get up. The sect is handing out wives. If you don't hurry, you won't get yourself a pretty bride. Changsheng, why are you still standing there in a daze? Come with me to receive a wife. Awakened by the clamor, Changsheng opened his eyes, climbed up from the bed, and put on his Taoist robe. He followed Wang Matzi toward the outer sect plaza. Outside it was already late autumn. The cold wind bored up his sleeves like naked blades slicing across his skin. Changsheng was 60 years old this year. For ordinary people, 60 was the age of serenity, with children and grandchildren gathered around their knees. But for a cultivator to still be stuck at the third level of qi refining at 60 meant the great Tao was forever severed, leaving behind nothing but a heap of suntarat old bones. He belonged to the latter. When Changsheng reached the outer sect plaza, it was already packed with people. They were all disciples being optimized, each one aged hair and beards white, their auras steeped in twilight gloom. On the high platform, the logistics elder, Xie Jian, dressed in brocade, looked down upon the crowd. His voice, laced with spiritual power, was icy and devoid of warmth. By order of the sect master, to rectify the sect's allocation of resources, all who have reached 60 years of age, yet have not cultivated to the mid-stage of qi refining, are from this day forth to be optimized and dismissed from the mountain. In consideration of your years of service to the sect, each of you may choose one woman from among the enslaved of a fallen nation to take as a Tao companion and establish a mortal family. If your descendants possess the aptitude for cultivation and are sent into the sect will bestow generous rewards. As Elder Xiejian's words fell, a commotion surged through the crowd. Expelled by force, yet given a wife as well. Such a thing actually existed. The sect truly seemed benevolent. Changsheng stood where he was, quietly gazing ahead. He had transmigrated into this world for 60 years now. He had lived every day on tenterhooks, treading on thin ice, neither contending nor competing, scrupulously avoiding entanglements of cause and effect. He had believed that as long as he could endure, he would one day see the dawn. Reality, however, had dealt him a resounding slap. With aptitude so poor, even if one hid and endured until death, one could never rise. That was the life of most mortals who sought immortality. In the cultivation world, it was even more ruthless than the workplace of his previous life. The sect did not raise idlers. While you were young, it squeezed you dry. Once you were old, it kicked you away with a single blow. And then it sent you down among mortals as a mere breeding machine. How could this possibly be something a human heart could do? Elder Xie Jian waved his hand and spoke. There is no time to lose. We shall now begin the selection of wives. At his words, a side gate of the plaza swung open. A group of women in tattered clothing, faces haggard and spirits broken, were driven out by 2 law enforcement disciples. They were all refugees of a fallen kingdom, reduced to slaves by some unknown process, then delivered here to be given as wives to these old men. The previously lifeless old disciples, upon seeing the women before them as fair as flowers and as beautiful as jade, suddenly had light in their eyes. The quality of the wives provided by the sect was not bad at all. Each woman was as fair as a flower, skin pale and delicate. All of them were girls between 18 and 30 years of age. Some might even be noble ladies, daughters of power cultivators, or perhaps even a fallen princess. Whether one could pick a beautiful wife, all depended on how quick one's hands were. I'll take this one. I recognize her. She was from the neighboring Grand Duke's residence, once a qi refining cultivator. Perfect for me. I'll take this one. Her skin is fair, her hips are broad. Good for bearing children. I'll take this one. Her clothing looks uncommon at a glance. She must be a well-bred young lady. These optimized old men each chose a Tao companion to their liking. Only Changsheng did not move. He was in no hurry. For any Tao companion that others desired, he wanted none of them. Women were sources of trouble, especially these enslaved remnants of a fallen kingdom. Changsheng did not wish to entangle himself in karma. He intended only to choose an ordinary girl and live out his remaining years until natural death. Soon he saw his friend Wang Matzi choose a fair-skinned, beautiful woman. The woman wore a silk brocade dress, her skin paler than milk. At a glance, she was clearly a noble lady. Changsheng could not help but wonder inwardly whether Wang Matzi could withstand the karma that came with her. At that moment, Wang Matzi walked up to Changsheng, elated, and showed off. Changsheng, isn't the woman I picked beautiful? Changsheng replied, beautiful. Hearing this, Wang Matzi grew even more pleased. Changsheng's words confirmed his own good taste. Then, noticing that Changsheng still had not moved from his spot, he asked in puzzlement, why aren't you picking a wife yet? If you wait any longer, all the good ones will be taken. Changsheng gave an honest, simple smile. If I don't let you all choose first, how would you be able to get good wives? Wang Matzi burst out laughing. That was true enough. However, Changsheng was truly a blockhead fool in his eyes. How could something like this be yielded to others? Changsheng waited a while. Only when most had finished choosing did he finally begin to move. Chen Weiner. This one was far too beautiful, certainly a beauty destined to bring disaster. Not her. Lu Rui. This one had cultivation. She was a calamity waiting to happen. Not her either. Not her. Not her. Not her. After circling once, Li Changsheng finally selected a woman with no cultivation dressed in coarse hemp who looked very safe. When the woman saw him walking over, she shrank back into a corner of the wall, trembling. Li Changsheng lifted his head and studied her with a couple of glances. Timid. Timidity was good. Timid meant easy to manage. Li Changsheng pointed at the girl in the corner and said, Elder, this disciple wishes to take her down the mountain. Hearing this, Xie Jian was momentarily stunned. He lifted his head to look at Li Changsheng, then turned to the girl with no cultivation who appeared very safe and frowned. Li Changsheng, are you muddle-headed? Zhang Zuiping is a mere mortal with no cultivation whatsoever. Why would you choose her? You should choose one of those convict cultivators beside her. Taking a convict cultivator as a Dao companion makes it easier to produce descendants with cultivation aptitude. Li Changsheng listened, his expression calm, his back slightly bent as he showed the bitter smile of one resigned to fate. This disciple knows his days are numbered and his purse is meager. I only wish to find a mortal girl who will know cold from warm, to wash clothes, cook meals, and see me off at the end. I beg Elder to grant this. The registrar hesitated for a moment, then drew a stroke on the register. Very well. Each has his own aspirations. Zhang Zuiping, from this day forth you shall follow Li Changsheng down the mountain. Thank you, Elder Xie. Li Changsheng cupped his hands and bowed in gratitude. He then walked up to the girl and said gently, Come, let's go home. Thank you, Immortal Master. The girl was stunned for a long heartbeat, then hurriedly dropped to her knees in a panicked kowtow. After that, she followed behind Li Changsheng in a timid manner. Yet out of fear, she did not dare draw too near, always keeping 3 steps of distance between them. After a while, Li Changsheng walked out through the mountain gate of Qingyun sect, a trace of reluctance in his heart. He turned back for one last glance. Qingyun sect's 7 main peaks pierced the heavens, shrouded in drifting clouds and mist. Immortal cranes soared in unison. Immortal mists coiled and lingered. From time to time, spirit boats, gliding high above, carried newly recruited disciples overhead. Qingyun sect was the place where he had wasted 60 years of his life. Now at last he was bidding it farewell. From today onward, he would be merely a mortal Li Changsheng who ate mortal food and felt the cold and the warmth of the human world. At the foot of Qingyun Mountain lay a shanty town. It was a resettlement area the sect had thrown together for its dismissed disciples. Though called a resettlement area, in truth, it was nothing more than a chaotic sprawl of crude earthen huts. Here lived old cultivators who had just been expelled from the mountain, as well as mortal families who had already spent several generations in this place. Originally, Li Changsheng had wanted to find some unfamiliar village to live in, but at the foot of the immortal sect, even the smallest choice was no longer his to make. He, a disciple who had been informed of his dismissal, was not allowed to leave the territory under the Qingyun sect's jurisdiction. How ironic. The great Dao might be merciless, yet what was even more merciless than the Dao was the sect itself. After grumbling under his breath, Li Changsheng chose a nondescript flat-roofed house in a relatively remote corner of the resettlement area and moved in. The house technically belonged to the sect, but it had long stood empty. Dust covered the floor and cobwebs thickly draped the beams. The good news, however, was that the interior space was rather large. Li Changsheng stepped into the main room and dropped his bundle onto the floor. Then he turned to the young girl standing behind him and asked, Do you regret following me? Zhang Zuiping shook her head, her voice still tinged with fear. I do not regret it. Immortal Master rescued me from the sea of suffering. I ought to be grateful instead. Li Changsheng smiled faintly. As long as you do not regret it. He added, Go make a meal. All right. Zhang Zuiping swiftly gathered dry twigs to start a fire, rinsed the rice, and set it in the pot. Before long, the fragrance of rice wafted out of the pot. Sitting in the main room, Li Changsheng watched Zhang Zuiping busily cooking and felt a long-lost warmth rise quietly in his heart. For 60 years he had eaten alone, cultivated alone, and faced only cold, unyielding walls. Loneliness had gnawed at his soul like a venomous serpent. But now this thin wisp of mortal hearth smoke made his withered and desolate heart stir faintly back to life. So this was the warmth of the mortal world. It did not seem so bad. Li Changsheng muttered to himself. Dinner was simple. 2 bowls of thin porridge and a small plate of pickles. Zhang Zuiping did not dare sit at the table. Holding her bowl, she crouched beside the stove. In the household she had served before, women were not allowed to sit at the main table. Li Changsheng frowned and beckoned. Come here and sit to eat. But, no buts. I told you to come over. All right. The girl was flustered by this unexpected favor. She sat down gingerly, barely half her weight on the bench, and ate quickly. It was obvious she was unused to sitting at the main table and a little afraid. Night deepened. Outside, a cold wind howled, lashing against the dilapidated window frames. Zhang Zuiping stood stiffly by the bed, fingers clutching the hem of her clothes so tightly that her knuckles turned white. She knew what would happen next, yet she did not refuse, for this was her fate, and also her only worth. Whether fate was good or bad, it was something one had to accept. Li Changsheng sighed, looking at his own aged face in the mirror. Hair completely white, wrinkles piled upon wrinkles. Then at the young girl before him, in the prime of her youth. In his previous life, a girl her age should still have been attending school. Yet in the cultivation world, she had to learn how to serve a man while still so young. He could not help sighing. I have wronged you. Jiang Cuiping's body trembled. She lifted her head, eyes slightly reddened. I am not wronged. Immortal Master gives me food and a place to live. Cuiping is willing to be a beast of burden for Immortal Master for this whole lifetime. She was speaking the truth. In times of chaos, simply being alive was the greatest blessing. And for a woman, whether she could keep living depended entirely on the man she followed. You don't need to call me Immortal Master anymore, Li Changsheng said. I have already been dismissed. Let the past be forgotten. From now on, just call me Changsheng. All right, Immortal Master Jiang, Cuiping replied. What did I just tell you? Li Changsheng asked. All right, Changsheng, she corrected herself. Li Changsheng blew out the candle. The two of them lay down on the creaking wooden bed. What followed came about naturally in accordance with the old belief that many children bring much fortune. Several hours later, Li Changsheng felt he had reached the peak of bliss. The woman in his arms, however, was utterly exhausted, lying quietly on the bed, already fast asleep. Though Li Changsheng was advanced in years, his vigor had not waned. An ordinary woman truly could not match his strength. Just as he was about to close his eyes to rest, a cold, synthetic electronic voice suddenly rang out in his mind. Ding. Detected that the host has taken Jiang Cuiping as wife. This is deemed the establishment of a family. Family prosperity system activating. At these words, Li Changsheng's entire body went rigid, the murkiness in his eyes instantly exploding into a terrifying sharp light. A system. The standard configuration for a transmigrator. The system had actually arrived a full 60 years late. Still, its arrival was better than never. Dear system, hurry and grant me my rewards. Li Changsheng was so delighted he nearly leaped up. In the next instant, the system's icy prompt sounded again. Although your spouse is immortal, the host has established a family for the first time and has triggered a novice critical hit reward. Reward 1, lifespan 20 years. Reward 2, cultivation base 5 years. Reward 3, god tier turtle breathing art. Reward 4, god tier disguise art. Reward 5, reconstruction of bodily functions. Reward 6, true explanation of spirit talismans. Amazing, he thought. A direct critical hit of 5 major rewards, and every single one a treasure. Far too generous. Faced with such abundance, even someone as usually composed as Li Changsheng could not stop his body from trembling with excitement. Should the rewards be materialized immediately? Yes or no? The system asked. Of course, materialize them, Li Changsheng replied without hesitation. As soon as the words left his mouth, he suddenly felt something strange stirring within his body. A gentle power arose out of nowhere and swept through his entire body. Techniques fused. His cultivation increased. Bodily functions were reconstructed. Throughout the entire process of rewards materializing, there was no pain at all, only a wonderfully comfortable sensation. It was almost addictive. After more than 10 minutes, the metamorphosis ended. Li Changsheng discovered that not only had his hidden injuries healed, but even his cultivation had risen by 2 minor realms. From the 3rd layer of qi refining, he had advanced to the 5th. This was truly not bad at all. He had wasted 60 years in the Qingyun sect, unable to break through the 4th layer of qi refining. Now, after taking a wife in a single night, he had broken through 2 levels in succession. Clearly, instead of grinding away at cultivation, it was far more practical to marry, have many children, and expand his family for greater fortune. Li Changsheng felt that he had finally discovered the correct path of cultivation. When he had time, he would study the true explanation of spirit talismans and perhaps open up a side profession. Beside him, Jiang Cuiping stirred in a half-dreaming daze as though sensing something. Changsheng, what is it? She asked in puzzlement. Nothing, go back to sleep, he replied. Li Changsheng forced himself to suppress the wild joy in his heart as he spoke. Jiang Cuiping simply did not notice how much more vitality there was in his voice. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the window and spilled across the head of the bed. Jiang Cuiping rubbed the sleep from her eyes and habitually got up to cook. But when she saw Li Changsheng's face, she was struck as if by lightning and froze where she stood. Oh! Jiang Cuiping cried out, then quickly covered her mouth. The old man from last night with his deeply wrinkled face and snow-white hair had vanished. In his place lay a tall, straight-backed, middle-aged man who looked a little over 40 with hair half black and half white. Though there were still fine lines at the corners of his eyes, his complexion was ruddy and his gaze like lightning. There was not the slightest trace of senility left. What is it? Li Changsheng, in the midst of dressing, asked in puzzlement. Changsheng, you've become younger. It's like you've grown 10 or more years younger, Jiang Cuiping stammered. Oh, is that so? Li Changsheng asked with a calm smile. Last night, he had been focused on examining the system's functions and his rise in cultivation. He truly had not paid attention to the changes in his appearance. Yes, Jiang Zuoping answered. Li Changsheng said it may be because I cast off the heavy burdens of the sect yesterday and my mind became unblocked. The bottleneck of many years loosened, my cultivation improved, and naturally, I appear somewhat younger. Jiang Zuoping nodded, blankly refraining from asking why. As a woman, there are certain things one must learn to keep silent about. Congratulations, master. I have told you not to call me master. All right, Changsheng. Jiang Zuoping bit her lip and nodded, then flurriedly turned to busy herself at the stove. Clearly, she was still unaccustomed to being around Li Changsheng. Li Changsheng watched the young girl busily moving about, his smile fading as he approached the copper mirror. In the mirror, he beheld a man with sword-like brows and starry eyes, his gaze bright and vigorous, and the age spots on his body had significantly diminished. He looked at least 10 years younger. The ability to reshape one's bodily functions is indeed a remarkable thing, Li Changsheng murmured. Then, as if remembering something, his brows furrowed deeply. This could be troublesome. This is the settlement area under the Qingyan sect. The fellow cultivators around here all know me. If I go out looking like this, something might happen. Li Changsheng pondered for a moment. With a thought, he activated the skill granted by the system reward. In the next second, his appearance rapidly transformed, as if his face was being reshaped. Before his eyes, the vigorous young man in the mirror hunched over. His once rosy skin grew loose again, laden with the creases of time. His posture exuded an aura of impending frailty. Even his cultivation was concealed. In the span of just 3 breaths, Li Changsheng had reverted to the disheveled old man of the ear-pleasing age. The only difference was that this old man's eyes were exceptionally bright. So this is the system's disguise technique and turtle breathing technique. Quite impressive. With these 2 skills, I need not worry about being discovered, Li Changsheng murmured. Moments later, Jiang Zuoping entered with a steaming hot breakfast. Changsheng, it's time to eat. Upon looking up and seeing Li Changsheng's appearance, she froze, nearly losing her grip on the bowl. Changsheng, what happened? Li Changsheng, with a calm expression, walked to the table, took the bowl and chopsticks, and smiled. Zuoping, remember, you saw nothing just now. Your husband is merely a decrepit old man cast out by the sect, understand? Jiang Zuoping trembled slightly. Although she had not received an education, having been a maid in a wealthy household, she was skilled at reading people's expressions and understood well the dangers of loose lips. Her husband was hiding his talents. Zuoping understands. Jiang Zuoping responded, lowering her head. Li Changsheng nodded in satisfaction. Then, as if recalling something, he hurriedly took out a blood tonic pill from his pocket and placed it in front of Jiang Zuoping. This is a leftover pill I used. It can help regulate the body and boost vitality. Take it for your health. The blood tonic pill was a reward from the system. Given Li Changsheng's qualifications, using it would yield no effect, and it was better to give it to his wife to improve her health, so that they could enjoy their evenings more joyfully. I can't accept this. Changsheng, you use it. I am just a woman, it would be a waste to give it to me. Jiang Zuoping looked at the pill before her, touched, and moved. Li Changsheng's voice was firm. Take it, just eat it. If you truly wish to thank me, then bear me several children. Upon hearing this, Jiang Zuoping ceased to hesitate, snatched the pill, and swallowed it whole. The pill melted instantly upon entering her mouth. A warm current surged into her body, and her strength and stamina continuously increased. Moments later, Jiang Zuoping felt her physical condition had roughly doubled, and it was still on the rise. If they were to be blessed with many children that night, it should sustain several hours of joy. Jiang Zuoping was deeply moved. Her gaze towards Li Changsheng turned much gentler. Then from the heart, she changed her address. Thank you, husband. Li Changsheng accepted this calmly. No need for formality. Our Li family still relies on you to bear offspring. Mentioning this caused Jiang Zuoping's face to suddenly flush to her ears. Her head bowed as she drank her porridge, not daring to speak, though her pace of eating slowed, a faint sweetness appearing at the corners of her mouth. After breakfast, Li Changsheng did not hurry to cultivate. With the system, the tedious method of hard training was no longer his first choice. The urgent task was to figure out how to manage this family. While pondering this, a sudden clamor of footsteps came from outside, followed by a loud pounding on the door. Li Changsheng, open the door quickly. Let's go have a drink together. Li Changsheng recognized the voice. It was Wang Mazai, who had boasted about his wife yesterday. He waved at Jiang Zuoping, who was in the yard, signaling her to hide inside. Only then did he walk to the front door. Creak. He opened the door. Outside stood 5 or 6 old men, all outer sect disciples who had been dismissed yesterday. Each of them was beaming their arms around their chosen lovely wives. Especially Wang Mazai, who had his arms around a fair-skinned, beautiful woman. The woman was forcing a smile as she helped him massage his back and shoulders. Li Changsheng coughed violently twice, his body hunching more severely, waving his hand with a somewhat weak voice. Old Wang, I won't be going. I stayed up too late last night, my back is strained and my legs are still shaking. My wife at home is also clumsy, not fit to be seen, so I won't go and embarrass you all. You all enjoy yourselves." Hearing this, Wang Mazai and the others exchanged glances and burst into uproarious laughter. "Ha! Changsheng, you're being too pathetic, aren't you? Just one night and you're done." Wang Mazai laughed until tears nearly streamed down his face, filled with a sense of superiority. Li Changsheng had become so useless after just one night, not worth his concern. "All right then, we'll go drink. Don't say we didn't invite you later." Wang Mazai waved his hand, grandly embracing the beauty, and led the group of old men away in a grand procession. Li Changsheng stood at the door, still wearing a pitiful smile, watching them leave until their figures completely vanished from sight. The smile on his face vanished in an instant. His back straightened slightly. What a bunch of fools. They don't even know they're walking towards their doom. Don't you know that the more beautiful a woman is, the more dangerous she is, eh? Li Changsheng thought to himself. He had just caught a faint smell of blood on Wang Mazai. To be precise, it wasn't from Wang Mazai, but from the woman in his arms. That woman had issues. However, Li Changsheng did not meddle lest he attract trouble. He returned to his bed, his gaze fervently fixed on Jiang Cuiping. At this moment, Jiang Cuiping had changed into a white dress. Her smooth, fair legs were clad in sheer stockings. Her features were delicate, and the more he looked, the more attractive she seemed. Oh no, it seems Jiang Cuiping is quite beautiful as well. "Husband, why are you looking at me like that?" Jiang Cuiping shyly asked. Come. Let's discuss the plan for a prosperous family." The sun was high in the sky. Jiang Cuiping curled up in bed like a lazy little cat. Her fair skin was adorned with a few red plum blossoms. Clearly, it was the result of last night's exhaustion. Although she was only 18, she could hardly compete with the robust Li Changsheng. Li Changsheng dressed and got out of bed, walking outside. "Husband, are you up?" Jiang Cuiping's eyelashes fluttered slightly. Li Changsheng turned his head, tucked the blanket for Jiang Cuiping, and said gently, "Yes. I'm going out for a while. You've had a rough night, so you can sleep a bit longer. Okay, be careful." Jiang Cuiping was originally prepared to get up, but feeling the pain in her waist and the weakness in her legs, she decided not to force herself. "How could my husband be so strong? I simply can't withstand it." Li Changsheng waved his hand, walked out the door, and took a deep breath of the brisk autumn air. In the yard, 2 crows were cawing on an old tree. Although it felt a bit ominous, Li Changsheng was in a good mood. He had broken through 2 realms last night and had reached the 5th level of qi refinement. Though it didn't seem high, it was already considered a master in the settlement area. Wang Matzi was only at the 2nd level of qi refinement. As Li Changsheng walked along the road, he felt the inside of his sleeve. When he was dismissed, the sect had given him 10 low-grade spirit stones as relocation expenses. He had already spent 1 on training yesterday. That left him with 9. If he kept eating away at his savings, he wouldn't last 2 months. Ordinary people consume grains facing life and death. If a cultivator runs out of spiritual energy, not only will their cultivation regress, but their lifespan will also be affected. "So, I need to make money," Li Changsheng muttered, taking a stroll around the market. After purchasing a set of talisman drawing equipment, he returned to the basement of his house to start practicing talisman drawing. Being a talisman master required considerable talent. Having a gift made achieving results much easier. Without talent, one wouldn't even be able to understand the runes. Li Changsheng had come into contact with talismans in the sect before, but his aptitude was lacking, and he couldn't even draw the most basic lighting talisman. But things were different now. He had comprehended the true understanding of spirit talismans rewarded by the system. The principles of runes that he previously couldn't grasp were now all clear. So, Li Changsheng wanted to give it a try. "Let's see if I can earn money by drawing talismans." Li Changsheng was not one to hesitate. He got to work immediately. First, he ground the vermilion. Then he mixed it with the blood of a low-level demon beast. He picked up the brush, focused his mind, and felt the spiritual power surge through his arm into the brush tip. He began to draw the runes. To his astonishment, he felt no sense of awkwardness at all. The talisman brush felt like an extension of his arm. Swish, swish, swish. The brush moved like a dragon or snake, completing the drawing in one go. As the final stroke was completed, the lines on the talisman paper formed a loop glowing with a faint red light. First-level spirit talisman fireball talisman. Li Changsheng was overjoyed. The rewards from the system were indeed powerful. He had succeeded in drawing it on the first attempt. Moreover, judging by the fluctuations of spiritual power, this first-level spirit talisman was much more stable than those available on the market. If he could succeed in drawing talismans every time, then making money from drawing talismans would work out. Li Changsheng murmured to himself, and while the iron was hot, picked up another sheet of talisman paper and began to draw again. This time he was drawing the fireball technique. Again, he succeeded on the first try. The consecutive successes boosted his confidence. Li Changsheng began to draw more complex talismans like the diamond talisman and the speed talisman. He drew a total of 20 talismans, all of which succeeded. The spirit talismans were 5 fireball talismans, 5 diamond talismans, 5 speed talismans, and 5 concealment talismans. Although they were all first level, Li Changsheng felt as if a pile of spirit stones were beckoning to him. In the market, a first-level low-grade talisman could sell for 2 low-grade spirit stones. 20 talismans would yield 40 spirit stones, with the cost being only 2 gold coins. That's a surefire profit. After the initial excitement, Li Changsheng gradually calmed down. He neatly stored these talismans away. He didn't rush to sell them. An old man recently dismissed would easily attract attention if he suddenly produced a bunch of decent quality spirit talismans. He needed a more cautious method to sell them. That afternoon, Wang Matzi came again, still boasting about his wife. Truly, a dog cannot change its habit of eating shit. Li Changsheng listened with envy, occasionally giving a thumbs up and praising, "Old Wang, you are indeed impressive, a role model for us all. Unlike me, who married a mortal wife, she can do nothing but cook." Wang Matzi felt pleased to hear this, and he became even more eager to show off his wife to Li Changsheng. He came over every few days incessantly. Li Changsheng was annoyed. If it weren't for Wang Matzi's impending demise, he would have wanted to directly deal with him. He kept showing off in front of me. Is this entertaining? This situation continued until one deep night, half a month later. Li Changsheng was enjoying a night of revelry with Jiang Cuiping when suddenly a piercing scream rang in his ears. "Ah! Help!" At the sound, Li Changsheng jolted awake. That voice. Wasn't it Wang Matzi's voice? Help! Did Wang Matzi's wife do something to him? Wang Matzi's wife was named Zhao Yan. Hearing this, Jiang Cuiping was startled and instinctively snuggled into Li Changsheng's arms, saying, "Husband, what's happening?" Li Changsheng patted Jiang Cuiping's back, comforting her. "It's nothing, go back to sleep. We don't need to concern ourselves with others' matters." Even though he was eager to take a look outside, he still held back. The incident was occurring outside. Regardless, appearing at the scene of the incident would increase the chances of getting into trouble. A gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. If he can avoid trouble, he will. Li Changsheng certainly would not go out of curiosity. It seemed he could only wait until the next day to ask the nearby fellow cultivators what had happened. The next day, dawn broke. The alley outside became lively. "Have you heard? Old Wang died last night." "What happened? How did he die, eh?" "I don't know. I only saw Wang Matzi with all his essence and blood sucked dry. In the end, he was just skin and bones, then taken away. Aren't we right under the Qingyun sect? How could they not intervene in such a big matter? The Qingyun sect is so arrogant, they wouldn't care if a few subpar disciples died." Li Changsheng listened to the conversations outside, preparing to get up, when he suddenly heard a voice of feigned sorrow. "Whoa, husband, why did you leave? You died so tragically. What will I do now that you're gone?" The one sobbing was Zhao Yan, Wang Matzi's wife. Dressed in luxurious silk, she cried like a delicate flower in the rain, looking pitiful. The old men around observed the scene, exchanging glances filled with sympathy. Alas, old Wang was unfortunate, such a beautiful wife, yet he had no fortune to enjoy her. This woman is also pitiful, she just married and is already a widow. Why not let me take her home? The crowd chatted, some lamenting, others reveling in misfortune. Most were leering at Zhao Yan's enticing figure. Only Li Changsheng remained hidden in his house, sneering coldly. Mourning. What fake compassion? Li Changsheng had already sensed the bloodlust emanating from Zhao Yan. Perhaps Wang Matzi was killed by her. She had drained Wang Matzi's essence, leaving his body incomplete after death. How cruel. Li Changsheng had already confirmed that Zhao Yan was an evil cultivator practicing blood-sucking techniques. As for which sect she belonged to, he couldn't determine. The clues were simply too few. In his thoughts, Li Changsheng suddenly felt his divine sense connect with Zhao Yan outside as she raised her head, her gaze directed toward him. What kind of eyes were those? They brimmed with seduction and carried a cold, venomous aura. The two of them exchanged a fleeting glance in the air. Li Changsheng withdrew his divine sense, his heart racing. What a formidable evil cultivator. Her perception ability was too abnormal. How did she notice me with just one glance? I hope she won't come looking for trouble. Meanwhile, Zhao Yan also subtly withdrew her gaze. How strange. Why does old Li's essence seem so rich? It's even denser than that of a cultivator at the 4th level of qi refinement. How did I not notice this before? Could it be an act of playing dumb? Regardless, old Li's rich essence meets the criteria for prey. It's settled. I'll add old Li to my list of targets. Old Wang, you won't die alone. Soon I will send your friend to accompany you. At this moment, the old man who had just suggested taking Zhao Yan home saw that she was silent and quickly repeated, "Zhao Yan, my little beauty. Are you willing to come with me? I will take good care of you." This old man's name was Xiaming, at the 3rd level of qi refinement. His cultivation was 1 level higher than Wang Matzi's. Zhao Yan hesitated for a moment, then looked up at Xiaming and nodded. All right. In front of everyone, it wasn't good to make a move on Li Changsheng. He needed to take his time. However, since Xiaming had delivered himself to her, she would first drain him dry. Li Changsheng sighed in relief when he saw Zhao Yin leave with Xie Ming. Indeed, women are a disaster. Anything related to women brings trouble. My wife is the best. Not only is she loyal, but she also brings good fortune. However, even though Zhao Yin left with Xie Ming, Li Changsheng remained vigilant. What if, even if the chance was small, there was still danger? A gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. Since this cause and effect has already found him, the best solution is to eliminate Zhao Yin. To thoroughly resolve this cause and effect. Sigh, what a headache. The key is that Zhao Yin was taken away by Xie Ming, making it difficult to kill her. Li Changsheng muttered. At this moment, Jiang Cuaping, standing beside Li Changsheng, looked up at her husband and nervously spoke. Husband, what about Brother Wang next door? Li Changsheng replied calmly, he died. From now on, keep your distance from that woman Zhao Yin. She is very dangerous. If she comes to borrow something or speak to you, do not engage, just lock the door. Oh, okay. Although Jiang Cuaping didn't understand, seeing her husband's serious demeanor made her realize the gravity of the situation, and she quickly nodded. Go to sleep. Li Changsheng extinguished the lamp and did not sleep the entire night. How could he allow others to covet what is beside him? Early the next morning, Li Changsheng disguised himself as a middle-aged man and went to the market to sell spiritual talismans. He earned a total of 40 spirit stones. He then exchanged the spirit stones for materials to craft more talismans. Drawing talismans. Selling talismans. Repeating this cycle like a snowball rolling down a hill, it grew larger and larger, constantly expanding his advantages. Then he bought secret weapons and methods to protect his life, striving to live a little longer in the cultivation world. One must always be cautious of others' malevolence while guarding against their own. Regardless of whether Zhao Yin would come looking for him, concealing his trump card was never a mistake. Time passed swiftly, and 3 days went by. Li Changsheng set up traps in his room, hiding various deadly devices. However, Zhao Yin never came, which left him a bit disappointed. In truth, he still wanted to kill Zhao Yin. Since trouble had already been stirred, it was best to eliminate the opponent and settle the cause and effect. That was the most prudent course of action. After finishing the talismans, feeling a bit stifled, Li Changsheng stepped outside for some fresh air. Suddenly, he heard voices from the neighboring cultivators' discussion. He listened for a while. He distilled the essence of their conversation. Xie Ming was dead. The cause of death was identical to that of Wang Matzi. Both had turned into mummified corpses. If there was any difference, it was that Xie Ming had died even faster. This heightened Li Changsheng's sense of crisis. Demonic cultivators were incredibly greedy, having drained one. Having tasted the sweetness of power, they would surely seek the next one to exploit if no one punished Zhao Yin. Perhaps the settlement area would no longer be peaceful. Sooner or later, Zhao Yin would come looking for him. It seemed he had to increase his strength as soon as possible, Li Changsheng murmured. Thus he became even more diligent. Every day was spent either trying to conceive or on the path to conception, ensuring that Jiang Cuaping would carry his seed and expand their lineage. That night, Li Changsheng and Jiang Cuaping shared an intimate moment, achieving ecstasy. Exhausted, Jiang Cuaping fell asleep instantly. Originally, Li Changsheng intended to sleep as well, but he suddenly sensed something and opened his eyes. A faint sound of footsteps reached his ears. Earlier he would not have heard it, but now his cultivation had improved and his senses were sharp. Even the faintest sounds could be clearly heard. Zhao Yin. It was indeed Zhao Yin. Although she arrived later than he had expected, it seemed she was still unwilling to let him go. Li Changsheng's eyes turned cold as he held his breath. Even his heartbeat became nearly imperceptible. With a soft sound, a sweet, fragrant pink smoke began to waft through the bamboo pipe. This was the unique, enchanting smoke of the Hahuan sect known as drunken life, dreaming death. Any cultivator below the late stage of qi refinement who inhaled even a whiff would have their spiritual energy stagnate and their body become soft and weak. Li Changsheng lay on his side, turning his back to Zhao Yin to avoid inhaling the poisonous gas, holding his breath. His trump card lay in wait as he prepared to ensnare his prey. Moments later, the door latch made a click sound. Following that, Zhao Yin entered the room, locked the door, and with fluid movements raised her head to look at the motionless figure lying on the bed. A glimmer of disdain flashed in her eyes. So this is the washed-up old man. His vigilance is too poor. Zhao Yin stood still for 3 breaths, confirming that the enchanting smoke had dispersed before sneaking silently toward the bed. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Zhao Yin stood by the bed, her hand glowing faintly as a poisoned dagger appeared. Old man, your blood is mine. With that, Zhao Yin struck down the dagger, carrying a sinister spiritual energy aimed at Li Changsheng's spine. She was accustomed to incapacitating her prey first. This way the extraction would be much smoother, allowing her to do as she pleased. However, when the dagger met the bedding, it did not produce the expected resistance of blade-piercing flesh. Not good. This is a trap. Just as Zhao Yin sensed something was off, she quickly retreated. The next moment, a blinding white light erupted from beneath the bedding. It turned out that a pile of flashing talismans had been concealed within the bedding. Oh! Zhao Yan cried out in pain as her eyes stung, as if she had been blinded. Rise! Li Changsheng shouted. He had actually been hiding behind the bed all along using an invisibility talisman. Zhao Yan would naturally miss her strike. Did she think she was the hunter? Little did she know that true hunters often appear in the guise of their prey. With Li Changsheng's command, a series of earthy yellow patterns suddenly lit up the floor beneath Zhao Yan's feet. This was a simplified version of the quicksand trap that Li Changsheng had set up. Zhao Yan felt her feet sink as the solid ground turned into a quagmire and quicksand gripped her legs, rendering her unable to move. Spare me, fellow cultivator. I am. Zhao Yan, being an evil cultivator, remained calm under pressure. While stalling for time, she began to channel her spiritual energy to break free from her bindings. However, Li Changsheng was not listening. Since he had made his move, he would not hesitate. A survivalist was not always passive, they could also be deadly. Li Changsheng seized a handful of talismans and hurled them violently. 5 golden blade talismans and 3 blast flame talismans flew in a fan shape towards the trapped Zhao Yan. Upon seeing Li Changsheng produce talismans, Zhao Yan's expression suddenly soured. Damn! How could an old man half buried in the ground possess so many spirit talismans? The next moment the talismans exploded. Boom, boom, boom. Within the room, spiritual energy ran rampant, yet there was not a sound from outside. This was because Li Changsheng had already set up a shielding formation. Zhao Yan's protective spiritual barrier shattered in mere moments under the relentless bombardment. Then she was blown away, crashing to the ground, spitting blood, and lay there motionless. However, Li Changsheng did not recklessly approach. To avoid being counterkilled, he decided to incinerate Zhao Yan's body first. Li Changsheng formed a hand seal, and a large fireball rose from his fingertips, landing on Zhao Yan's corpse, crackling as it ignited. Moments later, it turned to ashes. Looking at the ashes before him, Li Changsheng finally breathed a sigh of relief. Surely she couldn't counterattack now. A survivalist was indeed that steady. May there be no more disasters in heaven. Farewell on your journey. Li Changsheng felt a sense of sorrow akin to that of a rabbit mourning a fox. This world is always full of surprises. No one knows which will come first, an unexpected event or tomorrow. In the cultivation world, it is exceedingly difficult to live to an old age. After a moment, Li Changsheng approached the pile of ashes where Zhao Yan had been preparing to search her body. No, it was searching through the ashes. Although many things had been burned to ashes, some items were fireproof. Li Changsheng's target was precisely these. He extended his hand, stirring through the ashes. What is this? A storage ring. Li Changsheng was shocked when he touched it. What background did Zhao Yan have? Why would she possess a storage ring? Such an item was high grade. In Qingyun sect, he had only seen the sect master where one of the other elders used storage bags. What qualifications did Zhao Yan have? Did she deserve it? As Li Changsheng probed his spiritual energy into the storage ring, he was stunned by what he saw inside. What? This female cultivator is too wealthy. Inside were 100 low-grade spirit stones, several bottles of elixirs, and a sinister book titled Yin Yang Hehuan Gong. At this point, Li Changsheng realized Zhao Yan was from the Hehuan sect. Hehuan sect. Suddenly, Li Changsheng recalled a rumor from the cultivation world that the techniques of the Hehuan sect were a bit sinister. It was said that killing someone from the Hehuan sect would bring forth the blood curse of their techniques. Ordinary cultivators could not dispel it. So, I killed Zhao Yan. Do I now carry the blood curse as well? This is troublesome. I was so prudent, calculating every possible outcome. How did I just settle one cause and effect only to provoke a greater one? The Hehuan sect is a well-known demonic sect in the eastern continent. If they found out that I killed one of their own, they would surely not let it slide. Li Changsheng was filled with a sense of oppression. But then he thought, this is beneath Qingyun sect. As long as he remained here, would the Hehuan sect dare come here after me? With that thought, Li Changsheng felt more assured, and then found the antidote for drunken life, dreaming death, in the storage ring, and administered it to Jiang Cuiping. Before long, Jiang Cuiping gradually awoke, looking at the disarrayed room in shock. Husband, did you kill someone? How terrifying. After the initial shock, Jiang Cuiping slowly calmed down. She said nothing, and then picked up a mop to help clean up the scene. Time flew by, and a year had passed since that night's attack. The Hehuan sect had not come knocking. Zhao Yan had died for nothing. Li Changsheng remained steady, spending his days farming at home and donning a black robe at night to sell second-tier talismans in the market, supplementing the household income. Li Changsheng's efforts over the year yielded second-tier spirit talismans that were not only 30% more powerful than others of the same tier, but also fairly priced. He quickly gained some recognition. Of course, Li Changsheng was well-versed in the essence of survival. Each time he visited the market, he varied his routes and concealed his aura. Sometimes he would appear as a 5th layer Qi refinement cultivator. Other times as a 6th layer Qi refinement cultivator. He never formed deep connections with anyone selling his wares, and leaving immediately ensuring he had not attracted any unwanted attention. On the contrary, thanks to the spirit talismans, he had amassed quite a few spirit stones. His household had become affluent, and he no longer needed to tighten his belt to get by. Everything had improved. Jiang Kuiping's complexion was rosy, and she had become plump. She bore no resemblance to her former self, now looking lively and more beautiful than many young ladies from wealthy families. One day, under bright sunlight, Changsheng was in the yard performing little cloud and rain technique, hoping to breathe life back into the withered locust tree. Suddenly, painful groans came from inside the house. Husband! Husband! My stomach hurts so much. Changsheng's hand froze as he dropped the watering can and dashed into the house. He saw Jiang Kuiping clutching her large swollen belly, her amniotic fluid breaking and flowing down her legs onto the floor. What is? Is it time to give birth? Changsheng was overjoyed. Although he had lived 2 lives, this was his first time becoming a father, and he was a bit flustered. However, calculating the days, it indeed was about time. Changsheng carefully placed Jiang Kuiping on the bed, then hurriedly stepped out of the room to find a midwife in the nearby mortal village. He swiftly rushed towards the mortal village. Half an hour later, Changsheng pulled a panting elderly woman with a wrinkled face into the courtyard. Oh dear. Master, please slow down, my old bones are nearly falling apart. Wang Wenpa gasped for breath. Having helped deliver a few cultivators, Wang Wenpa was not as frightened by them as one might expect. Without wasting time, Changsheng took out a gold coin from his pocket and pressed it into Wang Wenpa's hand. Quick help with the delivery. Wang Wenpa entered the room and closed the door behind her. All right, master. Changsheng paced back and forth in the courtyard, anxious and restless, especially as he heard heart-wrenching screams coming from within the room. The hardened Dao heart that had endured for 60 years in the cultivation world was unusually shaken. A woman bears a child for 10 months. The day of delivery is truly not easy. Although Changsheng was a transmigrator, he was not heartless. Jiang Kuiping's kindness was etched in his heart. Wow! After an unknown length of time, an extraordinarily resonant and penetrating cry echoed. The cry was not coarse like that of a male infant, but delicate and lingering, exuding a strong vitality. Soon after, Wang Wenpo's cheerful voice came from inside. It's born. Congratulations, Masterly. It's a joyous occasion, a beautiful daughter. She looks stunning like a porcelain doll. I've assisted with births for decades, but I've never seen such a beautiful baby girl before. A daughter. Changsheng was slightly taken aback upon hearing this. A smile involuntarily crept onto his lips. A daughter is wonderful. A daughter is a father's little cotton-padded jacket. Compared to a troublesome son, he actually preferred a caring daughter. In this cruel cultivation world, if he could protect a delicate little girl as she grew up, watching her live a carefree life, it could be considered a form of cultivation. Having a daughter could be seen as a tempering of the heart in the mortal realm. At the same time, a long-lost cold electronic voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host Jiang Kuiping has given birth to a baby girl. Family Bloodline 1. Detected the birth of the first descendant, calculating rewards. Reward 1, hosts lifespan 30 years. Reward 2, hosts cultivation 10 years. Reward 3, mystic grade spirit weapon Xinshuang sword. Reward 4, luck enhancement, low level, slightly increased probability for family members to find money and avert disasters. Reward 5, eldest daughter receives premium dual spiritual roots water and with dual spiritual roots. Reward 6, eldest daughter gains the Taiyin Xin body not awakened. Even though Changsheng had rich life experience, he was overjoyed by this series of rewards. Lifespan, cultivation, weapon, and luck are all great things. Moreover, his daughter's talent was among the best of the best. Water and wood dual spiritual roots are recognized as longevity spiritual roots in the cultivation world. Water nourishes wood, leading to endless life. Cultivators with such roots may not possess the violent attack power of metal and fire roots, but their recovery ability is extremely strong, and they excel in alchemy and planting spirit herbs, making them sought after as caregivers and logistics managers by various sects. And there is also the Taiyin Xin body. Although Changsheng had never heard of its specific effects, anything with the term physique in the cultivation world is considered a rare genius standard. So I have given birth to a daughter with the true appearance of a phoenix. Changsheng happily reached out, stroked his beard, suppressing the joy in his heart, and walked to Wang Wenpa, handing over a few gold coins. Thank you, Wang Wenpa. Thank you, master. Wang Wenpa was also a sharp person. Upon receiving the money, she naturally understood what should and shouldn't be said. After sending off the midwife, Changsheng quickly entered the room. The air was filled with a faint smell of blood and milk. Jiang Kuiping's complexion was pale, her hair, soaked with sweat, sticking to her forehead, appearing particularly weak. Yet her eyes sparkled with maternal brilliance, lovingly looking at the pink little bundle in her arms. Upon seeing Li Changsheng enter, Jiang Zuiping struggled to rise, her eyes slightly red, feeling somewhat guilty. Husband, I'm sorry. It's a girl. In this society that values sons over daughters, especially in families that emphasize lineage, having a daughter as the firstborn often makes a woman feel ashamed. What nonsense are you saying? What's wrong with a daughter? A daughter is also cherished flesh and blood. Here we don't have such thoughts of valuing sons over daughters. Li Changsheng pretended to be angry and shot Jiang Zuiping a glare. He then walked to her bedside, held her wrist, and channeled a gentle spiritual energy into her body. Jiang Zuiping felt a warm current flow throughout her body. The intense pain from childbirth was surprisingly alleviated by more than half. Husband, she exclaimed, you are so good. Jiang Zuiping sighed in relief, unable to help but speak. After saying this, she shyly turned her head away, not daring to meet Li Changsheng's eyes. The just-born little one had her eyes closed with long eyelashes. Though her skin was a bit wrinkled, it was fair with a hint of pink, and her small mouth was pouting, looking incredibly adorable. Husband, let's give the child a name. Jiang Zuiping spoke after a moment of silence. Li Changsheng pondered for a moment and nodded. Let's name her Li Yining. I do not seek her to be stunning or to hold great power in the world. I only wish for her to have a life of peace. Jiang Zuiping murmured, repeating, Li Yining. Yining, I wish you a life of peace. This has a good meaning. That night, after his wife and daughter had fallen asleep, Li Changsheng set up a gathering spirit array and a soundproof array by the bedside so they could sleep more soundly. Then he went alone to the basement, sat cross-legged, and excitedly said, System materialized the rewards. Received command. Lifespan 30 years. Cultivation upgraded. Obtained Xian Shuang Sword, a mystic grade spirit weapon. Gained luck enhancement. As the system's notification sound faded, a warm current rose within Li Changsheng's body, breaking through the bottleneck of the 6th layer of Qi refinement like a thin sheet of paper, and his cultivation soared. Qi refinement 7th layer. Qi refinement 8th layer. Qi refinement 9th layer. His cultivation increased rapidly until it reached the initial stage of the 9th layer of Qi refinement. Li Changsheng opened his eyes, and a faint light flickered in his gaze. This was indeed the 9th layer of Qi refinement. In the outer sect of the Qingyun sect, being in the late stage of Qi refinement was enough to serve as a steward, overseeing hundreds of disciples. In this settlement area, he was an absolute dominant presence. If that dead Wang Matzi were alive, seeing the current Li Changsheng would make him kneel down and call him grandfather. The system is truly powerful. Next, let's see how the spirit sword rewarded by the system fares. Li Changsheng focused his mind, and a spirit sword appeared out of thin air in his hand. The spirit sword was entirely blue, with a 3-foot blade covered in frost runes flowing and a cold light flickering. This was indeed a mystic-grade spirit weapon. It is said that only direct disciples have the chance to obtain mystic-grade spirit weapons. Now he, as an optimized disciple, unexpectedly possessed one. It was truly enviable. However, regardless of how one viewed it, having an extra means of protection was always a good thing. Li Changsheng then opened his attribute panel, and the 3-dimensional attributes were clearly visible. Family prosperity system. Host Li Changsheng, Dao companion Jiang Zuiping, ordinary person with no spiritual root. Family Li family unknown, remaining lifespan 62, cultivation 9th layer of Qi refinement. Skills: true understanding of spirit talismans, basic sword technique, basic fist technique. Weapon: Xian Shuang Sword, descendant, eldest daughter Li Yining. Looking at his 3-dimensional attributes, Li Changsheng did not feel arrogant. Although the birth of his daughter greatly strengthened his power, it also increased his responsibilities. Family expenses had also increased. These were all tangible pressures. Ningning has dual water and wood spiritual roots and possesses the Taiyin Xian body. If she were to be nourished with ordinary grains for an extended period, it would pollute her innate spiritual energy. She must be fed rice porridge made from spirit rice and even gentle spirit beast milk. Isn't this the pressure of being a father? Moreover, to conceal the fluctuations of spiritual roots and the anomalies of her physique, he would also need to buy a concealment pendant. This would require a significant amount of money. It's overwhelming. However, upon reconsideration, although raising his daughter would be incredibly costly, his own strength was bound to the family. Raising a daughter and developing the family is not a loss. Li Changsheng stored the Xian Shuang sword away and murmured, "It seems I can only make a trip to the ghost market." The following morning, after ensuring his wife and daughter were settled and setting up alert measures and traps, he finally felt somewhat at ease as he left. Although this was the settlement area at the foot of Qingyun Mountain, it was not absolutely safe. In the cultivation world, to live long, one must be prudent. Li Changsheng practiced the bone-shrinking technique, and with a cracking sound his bones shifted. In an instant, he transformed from a hunched old man into a tall, straight-backed, dark-faced man. He also suppressed his cultivation to the 6th layer of Qi refinement, just at the kind of standard for a casual cultivator, not to be provoked, but don't provoke me either. Then he donned a mask made of spiritual energy. He swiftly headed towards the ghost market 30 miles away. The nearby market was too small and couldn't accommodate a large quantity of spirit talismans, so he had to venture to the ghost market. The ghost market was located within an abandoned mine cave. Who established it is no longer traceable. However, there must be traces of cultivation sects behind it, otherwise it couldn't have existed for so long without being wiped out. As Li Changsheng reached the entrance of the ghost market, 2 9th-layer Qi refinement cultivators extended their hands, blocking his path. Halt. Pay the entrance fee first. 2 low-grade spirit stones per person. Entering the black market requires a fee. How shady. Li Changsheng silently complained. However, he did not waste any words and directly handed over 2 spirit stones. Although entering the black market required money, avoiding trouble was also a good thing. Li Changsheng received a black cloak and draped it over himself, quickly blending into the crowd of the black market. The cave is a hidden paradise. Glowing fluorite is embedded in the rock walls on both sides, casting an eerie and dim light over this chaotic stall. Most of the stall owners are shrouded in hoods and veils, but there are also some with fixed storefronts. The stall owners typically have weaker backgrounds, but those with established shops possess significant power. The black market sells a wide variety of goods. There are blood-stained weapons for murder and smuggling, mysterious pills from unknown sources, and even female cultivators chained up. These female cultivators are usually sold as furnace cauldrons, which have a substantial market in the cultivation world. They are quickly bought once they appear. Li Changsheng glanced at the furnace cauldron bound by iron chains, unable to suppress a frown. Such a beautiful girl. It's truly pitiful to be captured and sold as a furnace cauldron. Suddenly, Li Changsheng pondered a question. If he is not strong enough, will Jiang Cuiping and Ning Ning also fall into such a fate? So, I must become stronger. I cannot allow such things to happen. As Li Changsheng thought about it, his Dao heart grew increasingly resolute. After a moment, he took a deep breath, suppressed his emotions, and casually walked up to a stall that sold spirit collection talismans. The stall owner was an old man wrapped in a black robe with several unknown ores and incomplete spell formulas laid out in front of him. Beside him stood a sign that read Niu Si collects spirit talismans. Spirit collection talismans? Li Changsheng asked in a low voice. Niu Si lifted his eyelids, glanced at the burly man in front of him, and replied expressionlessly, I buy them. Li Changsheng waved his sleeve, and 3 talismans, shimmering with a faint golden light, landed on the stall. Niu Si reached out, grabbed one of the talismans, and examined it closely. His eyes instantly widened. Is this a second-tier Vajra talisman? No, this talisman's defensive power is 30% stronger than a second-tier Vajra talisman. What a good item. Niu Si looked up at Li Changsheng and asked nonchalantly, Friend, did you draw this talisman? Li Changsheng snorted coldly, Don't ask what you shouldn't. Hearing this, Niu Si chuckled, awkwardly realizing he had broken the rules, and quickly put on a smile. I was being rude. This talisman is of exceptional quality. I'll take it. Generally, second-tier talismans are priced at 20 spirit stones each. I'll offer 25 per talisman. How does that sound? Li Changsheng sneered inwardly. A scheming merchant. Talismans of this quality could sell for at least 35 each at an auction house. 30 spirit stones. Li Changsheng said coldly. Friend, this. 30 spirit stones, no negotiation. If you don't want it, I'll leave. Li Changsheng pretended to retract the talisman. All right, 30 it is. Niu Si reluctantly agreed. If he took this batch of talismans and sold them, he would make a considerable profit. Seeing Niu Si agree, Li Changsheng dumped all the remaining talismans from his backpack. In total, there were 20 second-tier talismans. There are 20 second-tier talismans in total. That's 600 spirit stones. Please hand them over. Li Changsheng's voice was hoarse, giving off an aura of do not approach. Niu Si scrutinized the burly man before him, sniffed, as if he thought of something, and without further ado tossed over his storage bag. There are exactly 600 spirit stones inside. Just check it out. The storage bag is yours. Li Changsheng received it, quickly scanned it with his spiritual sense to confirm it was correct, and left swiftly. With 600 spirit stones plus his previous savings, he now had nearly 1,000 spirit stones. This amount is a fortune among loose cultivators. After the transaction was completed, Li Changsheng did not rush to leave. First, he wandered around the ghost market a few times, ensuring no one was following him before arriving at a fixed store named Treasure Pavilion. Meanwhile, Niu Si looked at Li Changsheng disappearing before him, and his expression suddenly darkened. The moment Li Changsheng took out the talismans, he sensed a unique aura of the Hahuan sect. This Hahuan aura can only be acquired by killing someone from the Hahuan sect. Reporting it to the Hahuan sect would bring a reward. Niu Si quickly crushed a transmission talisman, sending the message to the nearby Hahuan sect base. Hee, how naive. Do you think my storage bag is so easy to take? Once you take my storage bag, I can pinpoint your location. Niusi murmured to himself, waiting a moment to confirm Li Changsheng had walked far away before he began to follow the scent of the storage bag. On the other side, Li Changsheng entered the treasure pavilion and headed straight for the accessory section. His goal was clear: to purchase spirit deer milk and a breath-concealing charm. Manager, he greeted him. Although manager, he is immortal, no one dares to act against the treasure pavilion, as one can imagine the strength behind it. Manager, he smiled and asked, "What would you like, esteemed customer?" Li Changsheng directly stated his demands. "I want 10 jars of spirit deer milk and a breath-concealing charm suitable for a young girl." Manager, he was taken aback. Spirit deer milk is fine as it can nourish spiritual children and is gentle and nourishing. Many female cultivators buy it for beauty. However, a breath-concealing charm suitable for a young girl is extremely rare. The market is scarce and the item is hard to come by. The treasure pavilion does not have this item. Manager, he paused, thought for a moment, and spoke. "Spirit deer milk is 10 spirit stones per jar, but I don't have the breath-concealing charm here." Li Changsheng felt a bit disappointed upon hearing this. His main goal was the breath-concealing charm. However, the shopkeeper didn't have it. He had no choice. At this moment, manager, his voice came again. "Although I don't have the breath-concealing charm, I just received a spirit jade named Warm Jade Spirit Lock Charm. It also has the effect of concealing aura and nourishing meridians suitable for weak young girls, but the price is slightly higher." Li Changsheng was momentarily stunned hearing this. Warm Jade Spirit Lock Charm is actually a higher grade item than the breath-concealing charm. It can conceal the probing of golden core cultivators. This is a good item. How much? 500 spirit stones, manager, he answered. Li Changsheng frowned upon hearing this. 500 spirit stones are indeed expensive. Foundation establishment cultivators might not even earn 500 spirit stones. However, Li Changsheng had just earned a considerable sum, and the price was within an acceptable range. "They'll buy it." "Great. They'll pack it up for you right away." Manager, he said with a smile, going to fetch the spirit deer milk and the warm jade spirit lock charm. After a moment, Li Changsheng received the items handed to him by manager. He confirmed they were correct and stored them in the storage bag. Then he returned the storage bag and spirit stones to Niusi. "Here are 600 spirit stones. Please check if there's any mistake." Manager, he did not act politely and carefully counted them. "The number is correct. I'll pour out the spirit stones now and return your storage bag." A storage bag is worth 30 to 50 spirit stones. The treasure pavilion does not have a habit of taking advantage of customers. However, Li Changsheng waved his hand, imitating Niusi's tone, and said, "No need. The storage bag is a gift for you." Saying this, without waiting for manager he to react, he retreated, leaving manager he staring in disbelief. This storage bag is worth dozens of spirit stones. Just like that, he declined. In fact, Li Changsheng did not notice that the storage bag had been tampered with. He merely kept his guard up out of habit. Moreover, he indeed did not have the habit of taking advantage of others. After leaving the treasure pavilion, Li Changsheng remained vigilant, and seeing no one was paying attention, he quickly moved to a corner and used an invisibility talisman to conceal his figure. This was also his habit. He must ensure he was not being followed before returning to the safe zone. After more than 10 minutes, no one had followed him. Li Changsheng breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed he was being overly cautious. He was only buying a few items in the black market and hadn't exposed any wealth. How could he be targeted? Just as Li Changsheng was about to change his appearance and return to the safe zone, his expression suddenly changed. In his spiritual sense, he saw Niusi and a young man appear together. This is not good. To be safe, Li Changsheng slapped the second-tier invisibility talisman onto himself again. At this moment, the conversation between Niusi and the young man reached his ears. "Are you sure you found someone with the Hahuan blood aura?" "Young Master Shin, I am quite certain. Although this aura is very faint. However, when the burly man took my storage bag, I am certain I did not misperceive. And right now that burly man is inside the treasure pavilion. We can go in and test it out." "Very well. As long as the information you provided is accurate, the Hahuan sect will not treat you poorly." With that, young Master Shun and Niusi entered the treasure pavilion. Li Changsheng's face turned ugly upon hearing this. "Damn it. Is this a dog's nose? How could they discover me? And they even reported me to the Hahuan sect. Moreover, the storage bag must have some issues, otherwise they wouldn't have pinpointed the location of the treasure pavilion so precisely. Luckily, I was cautious enough. I sent the storage bag to the treasure pavilion and stayed hidden nearby to observe. Otherwise, I wouldn't even know how I died. The cultivation world is still too dangerous. I merely came to the black market and nearly lost my life. It seems that unless absolutely necessary, I should not go out anymore. I must hide and keep my cards close to my chest. Concealing my abilities, silently developing my family, is the way to go." Li Changsheng did not wait for Niusi and the young man from the Hahuan sect to come out and quickly left. The 36 stratagems dictate that retreat is the best strategy. I haven't revealed my true identity. They were looking for a burly man. What does it have to do with me, Li Changsheng? When he returned home, the sky was just starting to brighten. Li Changsheng entered the room, looking at his wife and daughter sleeping on the bed. His unsettled heart finally calmed a little. Jiang Cuiping lay sleeping on the bed, while their daughter curled up in her mother's arms, occasionally sucking on her little hand. Li Changsheng hung the warm jade spirit lock charm around his daughter's neck. Watching the jade pendant emit a soft glow covering up all of his daughter's anomalies, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Days passed by. The atmosphere in the safe zone grew increasingly eerie. Originally, it was a neglected slum, but several old neighbors had mysteriously disappeared recently. Surrounding cultivators were on edge, sensing an impending storm. What exactly was happening? Why had the safe zone become chaotic? Li Changsheng felt helpless. He further secluded himself, staying at home with his wife and children by the warm hearth. Other than occasionally going out to buy necessities, he hardly left the house. However, there was good news. 2 months after Li Yining was born, Jiang Cuiping was pregnant again. The second child was on the way. This made Li Changsheng even more cautious. Li Changsheng's current cultivation has reached the pinnacle of the qi refinement stage, just one step away from foundation establishment. Yet his aptitude is too poor. Unless he receives a system reward, taking this step is exceedingly difficult. Li Changsheng is anxious, but there is nothing he can do. Now problems have also arisen in the settlement area. Frequent disappearances of cultivators are occurring. This is under the Qingyun sect beneath the Immortal Gate. Why is this happening? Li Changsheng thought for a long time and could only come up with 2 possibilities. One is that the Immortal Gate is heartless and does not care about their lives. However, even so, the deterrence of the Immortal Gate still exists. Generally, outsiders would not risk angering the Immortal Gate to commit violence in the settlement area. Thus, there is only the second possibility. The Qingyun sect has decayed from within. They tacitly allow such things to happen. It is even possible that those from the Qingyun sect are behind it. If that's the case, it all makes sense. However, this thought is very dangerous and frightening. Li Changsheng originally did not want to think in this direction, but with more and more people going missing, he has no choice but to consider it. Husband, what are you thinking about? Jiang Cuiping came out holding Li Yining, her voice gentle as she asked. Li Changsheng was seen sitting in a rattan chair in the courtyard. With white hair and a weary demeanor, he still looked like the old man on the brink of death. Yet there was something different about his aura, though one couldn't quite pinpoint what. Li Changsheng's legs, speckled with age spots, occasionally kicked the ground, causing the rattan chair to sway, creating a poetic scene. At that moment, he lifted his head. He glanced at Jiang Cuiping. Her complexion was rosy, her skin fair, and her legs were smooth, exuding the feeling of a young mistress pampered by a wealthy family. However, her belly was slightly bulging, quite noticeable. Yet she still looked beautiful. After receiving nourishment, it seemed that her charms had been enhanced, radiating a woman's allure. It is a pity that Jiang Cuiping's cultivation aptitude is even worse than mine. No, it is not just poor, it is completely unable to cultivate. This made Li Changsheng quite regretful. He stood up, moved a chair from the side, and placed it next to himself. I wasn't thinking about anything. Sit down. Let's watch the sunset together. Jiang Cuiping sat on the stool and then placed their daughter on the ground. Li Yining was very lively. As soon as she was set down, she walked up to Li Changsheng and called out in a baby voice, "Daddy, hug." Li Changsheng's heart blossomed with joy. In the blink of an eye, nearly a year had passed. Ning Ning not only could walk, but could also speak simply. In an instant, my little cotton-padded jacket has grown up. Daddy, hug. Li Changsheng opened his arms and lifted Ning Ning up. Haha. Li Changsheng laughed even more joyfully. Ning Ning was unlike other children, though she had been well-behaved and sensible since she was little and did not cry at night. Although she was only 1 year old, she seemed to understand many things and was not difficult to care for at all. After holding Ning Ning for a while, she went off to play by herself, leaving Li Changsheng and Jiang Cuiping in their own world. Jiang Cuiping thought for a moment and spoke. Husband, although you don't say anything, I know you have something on your mind. Recently, the number of disappearances in the settlement area has been increasing and becoming more frequent. You're worried about our safety, aren't you? Li Changsheng nodded. He did not expect Jiang Cuiping to be so perceptive, guessing nearly everything. Jiang Cuiping touched her protruding belly and said, "If it comes to it, shall we leave this place?" Leave? This is indeed a good idea. But can we truly succeed in leaving? With frequent incidents occurring in the settlement area, if my guess is right, the decayed Qingyun sect will not let them leave. Li Changsheng reached out and gently touched Jiang Cuiping's belly, speaking nonchalantly, "I understand. Don't worry. I will protect you both." I believe you. Jiang Cuiping looked at Li Changsheng's profile and gently nodded. In truth, she knew that Li Changsheng was hiding his true self. Throughout the entire year, his appearance had not changed. It seemed that time had left no trace on him. No, this is not the true appearance of my husband. His true appearance might be even younger. The sun sets in the west. Jiang Cuiping leaned against Li Changsheng's chest. Li Changsheng caressed Jiang Kuiping's slightly rounded belly. This scene became a beautiful painting. At midnight that night, as Li Changsheng lay in bed, he suddenly opened his eyes and glanced at Jiang Kuiping. She was deeply asleep, breathing steadily though the blanket had slipped a bit. He helped pull the blanket up to prevent her from catching a chill. Then he quietly walked outside. Kuiping was right. With frequent disappearances in the settlement area, staying here is not a solution. He wanted to see if he could leave. Li Changsheng took out a third-tier invisibility talisman and then activated another third-tier concealment talisman. Although his skills could also conceal him, using talismans provides double insurance. He had only recently learned to draw third-tier talismans. In theory, below the peak of Foundation establishment, one cannot see through it. Li Changsheng merged with the darkness like a ghost, passing through the streets of the settlement area and arriving at the mountain pass, climbing an ancient tree to gaze into the distance. In fact, he had been to this spot many times. Initially, he also left through here to go to the black market. However, he had not gone out in several months after that. Actually, there is nothing different here. It seems I have overthought. Leaving the settlement area is still possible. After observing for a while, Li Changsheng came to this conclusion. Just as he was about to take off, two figures suddenly appeared in the distance. Upon witnessing this scene, Li Changsheng's pupils constricted. Though one figure was obscured by mist and could not be seen clearly, the other one looked very familiar. Xie Jian. It's actually him. This is truly surprising. Xie Jian was the outer sect elder who had initially dismissed him down the mountain. In his line of sight at this moment, Xie Jian was sneaking around the mountain pass, constantly sprinkling something. Although Li Changsheng couldn't understand it well, after watching for a while he could still discern a bit. What elder Xie Jian sprinkled should be some kind of array material. So, is Xie Jian setting up an array? What kind of array is he setting up at the exit of the settlement area? Li Changsheng muttered, feeling an ominous premonition. However, he dared not approach to see. Because elder Xie Jian was at the Foundation establishment level, getting too close would make it easy to be discovered. It seems my imagination was not wrong. Leaving is impossible. This is troublesome. After Xie Jian left, Li Changsheng quietly made his exit. He did not curiously go to check, because curiosity is often a way to invite death. This has been validated by countless predecessors who have crossed over. Li Changsheng would not place himself in danger. After returning home, Li Changsheng did not disturb Jiang Kuiping and sat cross-legged in the living room to cultivate. Although his aptitude is poor and basic cultivation is of little use, even a little increase is still an increase. Last night, he witnessed elder Xie Jian's appearance. This confirmed his thoughts. The Qingyun sect has decayed. Or rather, some individuals have decayed. If he wants to survive, he must fight hard. The next morning, after having breakfast, Li Changsheng thought for a moment and decided to visit Old Man Du's house next door. This was his first visit after being optimized. As soon as he entered the door, Old Man Du came out smiling, holding his lovely wife. Old Man Du's wife was also very charming, but she couldn't compare to Jiang Kuiping. After all, Jiang Kuiping was prosperous for her husband. Old Li, I haven't seen you in nearly a year. I thought you were dead. What brings you here today? Old Man Du asked with a smile, his voice somewhat uncomfortable. Haha, I raised a girl, and with my health not being good, I just stayed home. My daughter's spirit deer milk is all gone. Can you help me buy 2 cans? Why don't you go buy it yourself? My legs are a bit inconvenient. Besides, I won't let you do it for free. They'll give you 10 spirit stones as a running fee. Upon hearing this, Old Man Du's eyes instantly lit up. 10 spirit stones. That's a lot for him. Since coming to the settlement area, he had almost lost all channels for earning spirit stones. Why didn't you say so earlier? No problem. Leave it to me. It's just 2 cans of spirit deer milk. I'll be back soon. Old Man Du's attitude did a complete turn. He was not polite at all, grabbing the spirit stones handed over by Li Changsheng and stuffing them into his pocket. His wrinkled, old face smiled like a wilted chrysanthemum. 10 spirit stones for just running an errand. Li Changsheng is indeed a big spender, all for a money-losing little girl. He actually acted so generously. Li Changsheng nodded. Good, go quickly and return soon. My child is still waiting for milk. Just wait at home, he'll be back before sunset. Old Man Du promised, then exchanged a few words with his lovely wife before eagerly heading out. Watching Old Man Du leave, the simplicity on Li Changsheng's face immediately faded, turning into coldness. Although his moral bottom line is low, there is always a trace of guilt in his heart. I'm sorry, Li Changsheng silently murmured. He is not a saint. After seeing Xie Jian setting up the array last night, he felt an ominous premonition. He couldn't afford to take that risk. Greedy Old Man Du is the perfect candidate. This is cruel, but this is the world of cultivation. A dead friend does not affect the poor Taoist. Li Changsheng stood at the door for a long time until a cold wind blew past, stirring up the dried leaves on the ground before turning around and returning to his home. Back in the courtyard, Li Changsheng did not show any abnormality. He still acted as usual, teasing his daughter and talking with his wife. He even took an interest in thinking of several names for the unborn second child, but his divine sense remained alert to the direction of the settlement area entrance. He was waiting for Old Man Du to return. However, until nightfall, Old Man Du still had not come back. Jiang Zuiping lulled their daughter to sleep, then looked at Li Changsheng, who was still sitting alone in the courtyard, and softly asked, "Husband, what are you looking at?" Li Changsheng replied, "I'm watching to see if Old Man Du next door has returned." Jiang Zuiping asked, "Has he not returned yet?" Li Changsheng replied, "No." Jiang Zuiping said, "It's already late at night. Do you think something might have happened?" Li Changsheng came back to his senses, putting on a gentle smile as he extended his hand to hold Jiang Zuiping's slightly cold hand in his palm. What could happen? Old Man Du is quite shrewd and clever. He probably got the money and indulged himself. Really? Jiang Zuiping asked hesitantly. Li Changsheng nodded and comforted, "Perhaps he will return early tomorrow morning." Jiang Zuiping, upon hearing this, felt relieved. "That's good. You should rest early, my husband." Li Changsheng nodded. You should sleep first. I will sit a while longer." Watching his wife's silhouette as she entered the room, the smile on Li Changsheng's face instantly vanished without a trace. A day passed. Old Du did not return. It seemed that his suspicions had turned into reality. The next day, Li Changsheng still sat lazily in the rattan chair in the yard, basking in the sun. But his heart had already sunk. Old Du was indeed greedy. He was also lecherous. Yet he valued his life even more. After all, there was a delicate little wife at home. Just a few dozen spirit stones were not enough for him to abandon his wife and family and flee. If there was a way out, he would have returned long ago. Today, the settlement area was quieter. Even the old men who usually gathered to boast were all staying behind closed doors. It was as if everyone sensed something. An oppressive atmosphere filled the air. On the third night, Li Changsheng sat cross-legged in the dimly lit living room without turning on the lights. He was like a statue merged with the darkness. 3 days and 3 nights had passed. Old Du remained utterly silent. The answer had become evident. My suspicions have become reality. Old Du will not return. Li Changsheng slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, stood up, and walked to the window, peering through the gaps at the pitch-black night outside, his complex emotions tinged with anger. This was indeed like catching a turtle in a jar. Everyone was confined. Whenever one wished to kill, they could do so. If they wanted to kill a few, they could. Was it despair? A little. But more so, it was a fierce determination born from being forced into a corner. Since there was no way out, one could only fight desperately to survive. Even a cornered cultivator would resort to killing. Li Changsheng's mind raced as he analyzed how to break the deadlock before him. The current situation had already reached a stalemate. Breakthrough by force. That definitely wouldn't work. Xie Jian was a foundation establishment cultivator. Since he dared to set up such a great formation, he surely had contingencies. There might even be accomplices. With his cultivation at the 9th level of Qi refinement, charging in with his wife and child would be no different from seeking death. Li Changsheng was a prudent person and would never take such a huge risk. Then, seek help. Relay the information from here to the higher-ups of the Qingyun sect. This was a thought. After all, this was under the Qingyun sect's jurisdiction, and Xie Jian was merely an outer sect elder. Surely, he could not act with impunity. There must still be just and upright individuals within the sect. As long as the news of being confined and slaughtered here could be released and arouse the sect's concern, Xie Jian would not dare to act recklessly. But how to convey it? No one could leave. The sound transmission talismans were likely blocked by the formation as well. Unless a weakness in the formation could be found, or if one could wait for the moment Xie Jian activated the formation to send out a distress signal. That was difficult and full of uncertainties. What if the higher-ups of the Qingyun sect were also in league with him? Wouldn't that be throwing oneself into a trap? Li Changsheng rubbed his forehead. It seems relying on heaven and earth is not as good as relying on oneself. The only way to survive is to become stronger. One's own strength is the only criterion for determining whether one can live or not. After a moment, Li Changsheng turned his gaze to the inner room, looking at his wife's slightly bulging belly. His resolve strengthened. Calculating the time, Jiang Zuiping would be giving birth to their second child in about a month. According to the system's nature, the rewards for the birth of the second offspring would undoubtedly be very generous. This was a variable. It was also an opportunity for him to turn the tables. But before that, he must endure. Hide his trump cards. Refine his magical powers. Quietly develop. Avoid trouble. Stay low-key. Actively steer clear of trouble. Only by doing so could he secure the final moments. Old Du, your death will not be in vain. At the very least, I have learned that we cannot get out of here. Li Changsheng murmured softly, then turned and walked into the secret room. Since he could not leave, he would use the limited time left to draw talismans, set traps, and be as prudent as possible. Although most people in the settlement area were old, weak, sick, or disabled, they were all seasoned veterans who had scraped by in the cultivation world for a lifetime. Their sensitivity to danger was very keen. Especially some cultivators who had lived in the settlement area for generations. Their connections were intricate, and they had long sensed that something was amiss. There was danger. They would evade it. This is the instinct of all animals. In the following days, several loose cultivators prepared to leave the settlement area, and they left from different directions. The result was the same. All disappeared without a trace. Alive, no one was seen. Dead, no corpse was found. Only the wives and descendants of those loose cultivators remained, crying their hearts out. Panic spread like a plague. The once lifeless settlement area became restless. Of course, Changsheng's secret instigation also played a part. Since he could not resolve the trouble, he would expand it. By expanding the trouble, it might lead to a quicker demise, but there would also be more opportunities. We want to see the elder. Why block the exits? We just came down the mountain to retire, not to be imprisoned. Let us out. And why are people frequently disappearing from the settlement area? Is no one handling this? What exactly is happening? Who can tell me? Dozens of slightly more skilled old cultivators gathered in the square of the settlement area, protesting loudly. They had been causing a commotion here for several hours. Among them were also law enforcement disciples who came to inspect. In theory, the news here should have been relayed long ago. Yet there were no signs of anyone from the Qingyan sect. This left Changsheng, who was observing from the shadows, feeling quite helpless. Half an hour later, the crowd grew increasingly agitated. Perhaps the unseen puppet master saw that the situation was becoming uncontrollable and finally appeared. Silence. Suddenly, a thunderous reprimand echoed in everyone's ears. Shortly after, 3 streaks of light descended from the sky. The leading figure, dressed in brocade robes and carrying a long sword, bore an arrogant expression. It was none other than the elder of affairs, Xie. Behind him followed 2 attendants. Both were at the peak of qi refinement. Changsheng, hiding in a corner, felt even more serious upon seeing Xie appear. As expected, the higher-ups were unreachable. After all the effort to escalate the situation, it had only attracted Xie and his group. Changsheng inwardly complained before shifting his gaze to the 2 attendants beside Xie. These 2 attendants were not the young man who had set up the formation beside Xie a few days ago. This deepened his frown because the more personnel involved, the more complex the situation became. Xie hovered in the air, releasing the pressure of a foundation establishment cultivator as if a mountain had descended. The once noisy square instantly fell silent. The old cultivators who had just been clamoring for an explanation became mute in an instant. What are you making noise about? I have set up this formation for your own good. Recently, there have been frequent disappearances in the settlement area, which is due to the chaos caused by outside demonic cultivators. The formation is to protect your safety. This reason is good. The logic is also quite reasonable. But is it really for our benefit? Everyone exchanged glances, daring to feel angry, but not to speak. At this moment, Xie paused and continued, "You must trust the sect. Once the sect resolves the issue of frequent disappearances in the settlement area, the formation will naturally be lifted. However, during the activation of the formation, no one may leave at will. If one recklessly breaches the formation and dies due to its backlash, do not blame me for not warning you." As Xie voice fell, several old cultivators in the crowd shouted loudly. Perhaps they were planted by Xie among the crowd. So that's how it is. Thank you for your protection, Elder. Elder, you are wise. Seeing this, others, although still doubtful, could only helplessly echo, kneeling on the ground in scattered groups. This is the tragedy of the weak. Knowing it is a lie, yet lacking the courage to expose it. Xie looked at the mass of ants kneeling below, a trace of disdain flashing in his eyes. Since you understand, then disperse. Stay at home and do not run around. Wait until the sect investigates the matter thoroughly, and the formation will naturally be lifted. After finishing, Xie waved his sleeve and, accompanied by the 2 attendants, transformed into streaks of light and departed, leaving behind a crowd of old cultivators exchanging glances. In truth, they also knew something was off, but did they dare to resist? Not a little bit. Changsheng, mingling in the crowd, couldn't help but complain. Demonic cultivators? Protecting us. Truly, you can't have your cake and eat it too. These so-called demonic cultivators are probably you yourselves, right? After taking a deep breath, he turned and silently disappeared into the crowd. Back at home, Changsheng immediately secured the doors and windows. In addition to the original defensive formation, he added another layer of restriction to block prying eyes. Jiang Suiping sat on the bedside, sewing small clothes. Ningming was playing nearby. When Jiang Suiping saw Changsheng return, she stood up with difficulty, her pregnant belly prominent, and approached to ask, "Husband, how is it outside?" "I heard a lot of commotion." Changsheng took Jiang Suiping's hand. "It's nothing. An elder from the sect has come. He said there are demonic cultivators causing chaos outside, and to protect everyone the formation was activated." Changsheng did not tell her the entire truth. A pregnant woman's emotions needed to be stable. Even if it was a kind lie, it was to protect her and the child in her womb. Really? Jiang Suaping was a bit skeptical. Of course it is real. This is the territory of the Qingyun sect. The elders are also of the Qingyun sect. How could they deceive us? Li Changsheng laughed and playfully pinched Jiang Suaping's nose, his voice somewhat self-mocking. But Jiang Suaping, being an ordinary person, did not catch on. That's good. As long as our family is safe, that's all that matters. Jiang Suaping gently caressed her round belly. We will definitely be safe. Li Changsheng embraced Jiang Suaping, his hunched back, revealing a hint of affection. At that moment, their daughter Ning Ning walked over to Li Changsheng and in a baby voice said, "Daddy, I want a hug too." Haha. All right, Ning Ning wants a hug too. As Li Changsheng spoke, he opened his arms and hugged his daughter as well. "Daddy, lift me high." Ning Ning, with her twin ponytails and a face as beautiful as a porcelain doll, looked very lovely. For some reason, Ning Ning had always been very attached to her father since she was little. "All right, let's lift you high." Li Changsheng smiled affectionately, lifting his daughter under her armpits and tossing her up. Giggle. Ning Ning's laughter echoed in the small courtyard. So innocent and lively. A bit healing. Li Changsheng caught her, threw her up again, and caught her repeatedly, creating a warm interaction between father and daughter. "Daddy, I want to fly again." Ning Ning's sweet voice gripped Li Changsheng's white beard, laughing with pure delight. "All right, Daddy is a bit tired. This is the last time." Ning Ning nodded. "Okay. Last time. If you get too tired, I will feel heartbroken." Huh. It seems this little cotton-padded jacket is quite considerate. Not a leaky one. Li Changsheng laughed and lifted her once more, then held his daughter close, rubbing his wrinkled cheek against her soft little face. "Daddy, your beard hurts my face." Ning Ning reached out, grabbed Li Changsheng's beard, and tugged at it. Li Changsheng winced in pain. "Ouch. Is this girl really that vengeful?" Li Changsheng complained, but said nothing. After all, she is his daughter. At that moment, Jiang Suaping, supporting her waist with her bulging belly, moved to the door, watching the warm scene with much tenderness. You indulge her. She's about to be spoiled to the heavens." Li Changsheng defended himself. "Girls need to be spoiled." Jiang Suaping. "Fine. What a daughter slave." At this moment, Li Changsheng's calm voice came again. "How are you feeling today? Any feeling of heaviness?" Jiang Suaping shook her head, her brows slightly furrowed. "I feel fine. As long as the baby doesn't kick me, it doesn't hurt. It's just that sometimes I inexplicably feel very anxious. It's similar to when I was giving birth to Ning Ning." Li Changsheng smiled. "You should be giving birth soon. Be extra cautious." Jiang Suaping's eyes were filled with Li Changsheng. Then, as if remembering something, she spoke again. "Dear, I heard from Aunt Zhao next door that 2 families disappeared again last night." Li Changsheng helped her sit down and spoke gently. "Don't listen to those gossiping women. With me around, the sky won't fall. Your only task now is to eat well, sleep well, and safely give birth to our second child. Everything else, don't worry about it." Looking at her husband's calm eyes, Jiang Suaping's flustered heart strangely settled down. Indeed, her husband is quite capable. Like a mountain. As long as he is here, this family is safe. What was I worried about? In the dead of night, his wife and daughter were sound asleep. Li Changsheng sat cross-legged in the center of the living room, quietly cultivating like a dormant old turtle. The Xianshuang sword lay across his lap. Ever since Xie Jian activated the Grand Formation, he has not left his sword. Day in and day out, night after night. Now 7 days have passed. During these 7 days, the population in the settlement area has been decreasing every day. Demonic cultivators causing chaos. Under a sect's nose it has been so long, yet they haven't caught a demonic cultivator nor provided any explanation. They have only set up formations to trap everyone. Is it really demonic cultivators causing chaos? Or are you the demonic cultivators? One night, Li Changsheng's divine sense spotted 2 figures with their faces shrouded in shadows passing through an alley. The next day, a female cultivator disappeared, without even a body left behind. If Li Changsheng guessed correctly, this was not a simple case of murder and robbery, but some sort of sinister cultivation method, similar to the Hahuan sect's harvesting techniques, using the essence, blood, and souls of cultivators to refine demonic treasures or break through realms. Such things happening under the Qingyun sect's nose. Qingyun sect. Really rotten to the core. Li Changsheng sighed helplessly. The reason he could remain stable until now was all due to his daily disguise. Not causing trouble. Not exposing his cultivation. Not getting entangled in karma. Not showing off. In the eyes of demonic cultivators, Li Changsheng is a low-value target. Naturally, he wouldn't attract their attention. But as long as this matter isn't resolved, the knife will eventually fall on his own head. Li Changsheng always felt a sense of urgency. Suddenly a scream shattered the night sky. The source of the sound was very close. It should be from Aunt Zhao's house next door. Aunt Zhao's family is a very honest family. Hearing this, Li Changsheng opened his eyes, his gaze shining brightly. Then, the sound of chaos came with men pleading for mercy, women crying, and the dull sound of blades entering flesh. After a moment, the sounds abruptly stopped. Li Changsheng remained motionless. He did not go to save them. Not that he didn't want to, but that he couldn't. In this black-eat-black cultivation world, any trace of cheap sympathy had long been worn away by 60 years of hardship. He has a wife about to give birth, a daughter just over a year old. He couldn't afford to take the risk. As long as those people didn't dare to intrude into his courtyard, he could pretend to be deaf. He could also pretend to be blind. But if someone dared to take a step in, thinking of this, a murderous intent flashed in Li Changsheng's eyes, and his hand gripping the sword slightly tightened. If anyone dared to take another step, it would be a fight to the death. After a moment, two shadows leaped over the wall, not stopping in Li Changsheng's courtyard, but heading towards the next house. Damn, this old lady only has a few broken spirit stones. That old man has little vitality left, shriveled up like firewood. Let's go to the next house. I heard there's a young female cultivator in the house ahead. The voices faded away. Li Changsheng slowly relaxed his grip on the sword hilt, his palms already sweating. Even though he is already at the peak of the chi refining 9th layer. In this kind of environment facing the bottomless slaughter, he still felt powerless. Being weak is a sin. Dear, what was that sound just now? A trembling voice came from the bedroom. Jiang Suiping asked. It's nothing, let's go to sleep. Li Changsheng sheathed his sword, his expression gentle, and walked into the bedroom. Sitting by the bedside, he gently patted his wife's back, transmitting a thread of pure spiritual energy into her body to soothe the fetal chi. Dear, I'm scared. I think I heard a scream. That's just your imagination, Li Changsheng comforted softly. Jiang Suiping suddenly let out a muffled groan, her features contorting in pain. Her hands instinctively covered her heaving abdomen. It hurts. Dear, my stomach really hurts. Hearing this, Li Changsheng's expression changed slightly. His divine sense swept over. The amniotic fluid had broken. Is the second one arriving early? Why must it be at this moment? Outside, wolves are circling, blood filling the sky. Inside the house, the moment of birth is fraught with danger. Is this the heavenly Tao's test for me? Don't be afraid. Just give birth. I'm here. Follow my rhythm. Breathe in. Exhale. Yes, just like that. Li Changsheng forced himself to calm down. The last time he had a baby, he could still find a midwife. But this time there's no midwife. No midwife. I am the midwife. Li Changsheng's gaze was resolute. Over the past year, he had read many medical books, and the steps of childbirth were already like the back of his hand, just not practiced. Fortunately, in the cultivation world, giving birth isn't a dangerous affair, just a bit painful. Li Changsheng quickly took out the prepared postpartum items, hot water talismans, hemostatic pills, and chi recovery powder from his storage ring. Oh, it hurts. Jiang Suiping was drenched in sweat, trembling in pain. Exhale. Inhale. Li Changsheng, the novice midwife, took charge for the first time, guiding his wife through the process. However, Li Changsheng is a cultivator, naturally having an advantage in delivering. While protecting Jiang Suiping with spiritual power, he guided the position of the fetus. Wow. Ning Ning on the small bed beside them was also awakened by the commotion, crying loudly. Inside the room, cries and screams intertwined. Outside, the ominous wind howled, and the air was filled with murderous intent. Ning Ning, don't cry. Li Changsheng split off a thread of divine sense, controlling a small rattle to shake in front of Ning Ning. At the same time, a gentle sleep spell was cast to help the frightened daughter fall back asleep. Then he focused all his energy on his wife. I see it. I see the head. Push. Put in more effort. Time passed second by second. Each second felt like a century. Li Changsheng's forehead was covered in fine beads of sweat. However, some things happen the more you try to avoid them. Perhaps this is what's known as Murphy's Law. Li Changsheng sensed two unfamiliar auras approaching in his divine sense. One at the 8th layer of chi refining, the other at the 9th layer of chi refining. And both carried strong murderous intent and a bloody smell. These two were the killers from Aunt Zhao's house returning. Old thing, open the door. Routine inspection. Arrogant insults accompanied by heavy banging sounds echoed outside the courtyard. Jiang Suiping was startled stiff by the sudden loud noise. The previously smooth labor process suddenly stalled, and her breathing became chaotic. No, don't. Jiang Suiping stared wide-eyed in terror. Seeking death. Li Changsheng was furious inside. These beasts. Didn't you leave? Why return? Isn't this seeking death? The killing intent that Li Changsheng had suppressed for days erupted like a volcano. Suiping, don't worry about the outside, look at me. Li Changsheng shouted, his voice mixed with spiritual power, calming his wife's mind. Then he said, focus on giving birth, I'll handle the outside. But, trust me. Jiang Suiping looked at her husband's unprecedented ferocity and subconsciously nodded. Li Changsheng turned around and walked into the living room, coldly gazing at the two uninvited guests at the door. Heaven has a path, but you refuse to take it. Hell has no door, yet you come uninvited. I have hidden my trump card for a year. The whole house is filled with murderous intent. The Li family isn't something you can covet. Li Changsheng quickly formed hand seals, quietly activating the traps and formations set around the courtyard. This was his self-created chain explosion flame talisman formation, using numerous spirit talismans placed in specific locations. Once detonated, even a foundation establishment cultivator at the center of the explosion would be severely injured. The two cultivators hiding in the shadows outside the courtyard wore sinister smiles. Forget it. It seems this old thing won't open the door. This house has a shielding formation. There must be a problem. Let's just break down the door. Saying this, one of the shadow-shrouded cultivators raised their magical artifact surrounded by swirling blood energy and slashed at the courtyard door. In an instant, a sudden change occurred. The originally weak courtyard door suddenly turned as black as ink. A terrifying force surged forth. The scar-faced man gasped in shock, attempting to withdraw his knife, only to find himself stuck in a quagmire, unable to move. Immediately after, the ground exploded. Dozens of second-tier explosive talismans long buried in advance detonated like barrels of gunpowder, the violent flames engulfing the courtyard entrance. There was not much sound, for Li Changsheng had cast a soundproof barrier in the outer layer. All the explosive force was compressed within a radius of 3 zhang, which instead amplified its power. Oh, my leg. What kind of talisman is this? Why is the power so great? The two demon cultivators were momentarily stunned by the explosion. The protective spiritual barrier was as fragile as paper in front of the modified third-tier premium explosive talismans, shattering almost instantly. The two demon cultivators were directly blown away. Dazed and confused, Li Changsheng manipulated the Xian Shuang sword with his divine sense, shooting out several sword energies. The Xian Shuang sword was a profound-grade spiritual weapon. Already possessing immense power, it struck when they were unprepared. The two demon cultivators had no time to evade, as the sword energies precisely pierced their foreheads, throats, and hearts. Life was extinguished, and they collapsed to the ground. Li Changsheng's series of moves flowed seamlessly, ruthless to the extreme, without him stepping outside the door even once. In just 3 breaths, the two executioners had turned into charred corpses. The cautious cultivator rarely acted, but when he did, it was always to kill. Li Changsheng's divine sense swept through, pulling the two storage bags into the house. He then tossed a few corpse-melting talismans to clean up the battlefield and eliminate any trace. Li Changsheng was a very prudent person. Although his house had a shielding array and soundproof talismans, the earlier commotion was too great, and being at the edge of the shielding array, some noise was inevitable. But he aimed to do his best, to leave no trace behind, to finish and leave without a trace, to conceal his achievements and fame. Husband outside, Jiang Zuiping asked weakly. Li Changsheng returned to the room and spoke gently. It's all right. Jiang Zuiping replied. It's a pity, I am just a mortal and cannot help you. Don't think about anything now, just focus on giving birth to our second child. That will be the greatest help to me. Okay. Jiang Zuiping nodded heavily. Li Changsheng encouraged. Come follow me, breathe out, inhale. Exhale. Inhale. Jiang Zuiping suddenly let out a high-pitched scream, gripping the bedsheet tightly, her knuckles turning white. The head is coming out. The shoulders are out too. Just one last push. Give it your all. Exhale. Inhale. Li Changsheng supported the small body, encouraging Jiang Zuiping. Suddenly, wah! A cry even louder than when Ning Ning was born echoed throughout the entire house. A birth had occurred. It was a boy. Li Changsheng was overjoyed. A daughter was born. A son was born. In this lifetime he had achieved both. Li Changsheng was as happy as a child, bouncing on the spot, his beard shaking, looking exceedingly comical. Meanwhile, as the firstborn arrived, the cold electronic synthesized voice of the system echoed. Congratulations, host, your mortal wife has given birth to a son. Family bloodline 1. As this is the host's first son, and the mother is a mortal born in a perilous environment, a divine retribution level critical hit is triggered. Reward 1, host's lifespan 50 years. Reward 2, cultivation breaks through to the initial stage of foundation establishment, Immaculate Dao Foundation. Reward 3, Qing Di Chong Shengju Foundation Establishment Volume. Reward 4, divine ability Go Dao Chong Qing passive can perfectly conceal cultivation. Only those 2 major realms above can detect a active burn lifespan to instantly unleash tenfold battle power for 3 breaths. Reward 5, firstborn gains a special physique, innate sword body, awakening not yet achieved. Reward 6, firstborn gains premium single spiritual root, gold spiritual root. Li Changsheng was even happier upon seeing the system's rewards. Double happiness. Lifespan cultivation technique, divine ability. All 4 were excellent rewards. Perhaps due to the birth of the second child, the system provided rewards that were not inferior to the first time. It was truly exhilarating. Given a bit of time, I would fully digest the system's rewards. I could soon reach foundation establishment. Good news, I will soon achieve foundation establishment, and my cultivation will be at the same realm as Xiejian. Bad news, Xiejian has someone backing him and there is a possibility that his backer may show up after I kill him. However, overall it is a good thing. In the foundation establishment stage, I at least have the capital to break the situation. At this moment, Jiang Kuiping's weak voice pulled Li Changsheng back to reality. Husband, is it a son or a daughter? Li Changsheng looked down at the little boy who was all red and crying loudly and smiled. It's a son. We have an heir now. And Li Changsheng recalled the earlier system prompt. Innate sword body, premium gold spiritual root. This talent is even more terrifying than Ning Ning. If Ning Ning is the caretaker and logistics manager, then this little boy is a born killer. A sword immortal embryo born for battle. Water, and would give life endlessly. Gold and sharpness are indestructible. One soft, one hard. One is a true phoenix. One is a true dragon. The future of the Li family is secure. And what else? Jiang Zuiping asked eagerly. Moreover, our son has excellent cultivation talent. Li Changsheng simply stated. Jiang Zuiping, being a mere mortal and unable to cultivate, found such knowledge only a source of worry. That's great. High cultivation talent. Once he grows up, he will be able to protect us. Jiang Zuiping looked at her son still in swaddling clothes, tears streaming down her face. Finally, I have given birth to a boy for my husband. I have not disgraced him. Perhaps for Jiang Zuiping, this traditional village woman, a son is forever an obsession. Li Changsheng, however, did not hold such outdated views. Having a son is not necessarily a good thing. Sons are often troublemakers. And I still have to find a wife for him. Isn't that a hassle? However, if we ignore these troubles, having a son to carry on the family line is quite good. The family must flourish. How can we not have a son to inherit the lineage? So a boy is indeed needed, but he must endure more hardships. At this moment, Jiang Kuiping's soft voice came again. What should we name our son? Li Changsheng thought for a moment and pondered. He looked out at the blood-red night sky, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. Sister is named Yining. That is for seeking peace. But this boy was born in chaotic times on a night of slaughter. Moreover, with the sword body, he is destined to rectify the injustices of the world. Let's name him Li Dangping. Not seeking a peaceful life, but rather hoping he can achieve great things, rectify the injustices of the world, accompanied only by the sword. Li Dangping. Rectifying the injustices of the world, achieving great things, accompanied only by the sword. What a good name, Jiang Zuiping murmured to herself. Upon hearing his name, Li Dangping smiled widely. As if he quite liked this name. Li Changsheng picked up the scissors, helping his son cut the umbilical cord, then infused a strand of spiritual energy into him. Due to the confinement in the resettlement area, he could not buy spiritual deer milk. He could only provide grains and supplementary milk with the aid of spiritual energy. This made it difficult for Li Changsheng. He had to share a portion of the spiritual energy he had painstakingly cultivated with his son. After more than an hour in the room, once everything was properly handled, he quickly went to the basement. Having just killed those 2 demon cultivators, there was no absolute guarantee. It was very likely that the news had already leaked. A crisis might soon fall upon him. He needed to take advantage of the moment to grow stronger. Li Changsheng sat cross-legged in the center of the basement, focusing his mind. System materialized the rewards. Receiving command. Materializing rewards. Lifespan, increase cultivation, increase technique, memory, fusion, divine ability, fusion. The system always materializes all rewards at once. It was very convenient, not troublesome at all. Li Changsheng felt a warm current appearing within his body, flowing through his limbs, eventually returning to his dantian. Originally, his talent was poor, and even with a lifetime of effort, he had no hope of foundation establishment. But at this moment, the system's rewards were materializing. The foundation establishment bottleneck felt non-existent. Li Changsheng's cultivation soared, and the gaseous spiritual energy in his dantian began to madly compress, rotate, and liquefy, transforming from gas to true essence. 1 drop, 2 drops, 3 drops. More and more spiritual energy transformed into true essence. As long as all the spiritual energy within his body was transformed into true essence, he would achieve foundation establishment. At this moment, Li Changsheng's body was also undergoing changes. His bones were restructuring, meridians widening, and his organs emanating a shimmering light. His divine sense expanded several times. 200 zhong, 500 zhong, 1000 zhong. It completely covered a range of 3 li. This range was terrifying, stronger than an ordinary foundation establishment stage cultivator, even comparable to those in the later stages of foundation establishment. Li Changsheng felt that his lifespan limit had also been broken. The decaying aura of imminent death vanished, replaced by overwhelming vitality. Had he not been deliberately suppressing it, he would have likely reverted to youth at that moment, becoming the handsome young man of 20. The increase in lifespan, coupled with the breakthrough in cultivation, often brings about the power to transform decay into miraculous vitality. Li Changsheng clenched his fist, his combat power exceeding that of the Qi refinement stage by more than tenfold. Is this what foundation establishment feels like? It indeed feels different now. At this moment, he was no longer the old man everyone could bully, but a true foundation establishment grand cultivator. In the Qingyun sect, being at the foundation establishment stage already qualified one as an outer sect elder with the right to open caves and accept disciples. If the Qingyun sect had not decayed in the resettlement area of mortals, he would be an invincible existence. However, now it was uncertain if he could even ensure his own safety. Li Changsheng suppressed his excitement, focusing his mind. The divine ability Go Dao Changqing activated. The previously boiling aura instantly calmed. The pressure of foundation establishment vanished without a trace, as if he were still an old man at the third level of qi refinement, even his aura weaker than before. Steady. Even if invincible, one must remain steady. This is the path to longevity. Morning. The sunlight pierced through the dark clouds, casting its rays upon the mottled earthen walls of the settlement area. Everything in the settlement seemed as usual, as if nothing had happened yesterday. Li Changsheng sat calmly in a lounge chair in the yard, holding his son Pingping rocking gently. Although Pingping had just been born, he was stronger than many infants. Strength did not refer to weight, but rather to power. Li Changsheng looked at Pingping as spiritual energy gathered around his body, swirling about. He sighed, truly worthy of being a congenital sword body. The affinity for this spiritual energy was indeed enviable. Li Changsheng even envied his own child. If only I had such talent, I would have long since become a prodigy of the Qingyun sect. At this moment, Ningning leaned over, poking her brother's face with her finger in a childish voice. Brother is so ugly. Wrinkly. Li Changsheng chuckled. He looks like this because he just got born. In a few days he will look better. Ningning giggled. Humph. He's just not as good looking as me. Li Changsheng gently pinched Ningning's nose. Your brother just came into the world. Why bully him already? Such a scheming sister. Jiang Zuiping had just given birth and was still weak, resting in the inner room. Naturally, the task of caring for the children fell on Li Changsheng. Li Changsheng played with the two children in the courtyard, feeling quite peaceful, as if the massacre from last night had never occurred. However, he knew that the current tranquility was merely gathering for a greater storm. He had killed 2 demonic cultivators last night. It must have been the white gloves of Xie Jian, or perhaps the white gloves of some major figure. By normal logic, Xie Jian should have noticed the disappearance of the white gloves by now. Yet he did not come to the settlement area to investigate immediately. Why was that? The reason was simple. Xie Jian did not dare to believe it. What kind of place was the settlement area? It was a waste station discarded by the Qingyun sect. Those living here were all a group of cultivators at the 3rd or 4th level of qi refinement, nearing their end. Although there were mortals and some cultivators who had been training for generations, they were all quite weak. How could they possibly stand against 2 high-level demonic cultivators? It seemed like a sure thing. Yet an accident occurred, and even the bodies were not found. This was just not scientific. Therefore, Xie Jian suspected whether other forces had intervened or if there were hidden experts in the settlement area. What Li Changsheng wanted was exactly this effect. A strategy of doubt, making the other party unable to decipher the truth and afraid to act rashly. This way, he would have more time to consolidate his cultivation and familiarize himself with new powers. In fact, Li Changsheng's speculation was not wrong. After 2 high-level demonic cultivators died in one night, Xie Jian was indeed shaken. For 3 consecutive days, the settlement area was unusually quiet. During this time, there were no new cases of disappearances, and no disciplinary disciples came to knock on doors. The old men of the settlement area dared to come out of their homes to boast and play cards. Everything was harmonious, as if danger had departed. Only Li Changsheng did not let down his guard. Xie Jian was one of the main figures of the decaying immortal sect, and even had connections with the demonic sect. His current inaction was likely due to not having clarified the situation, or perhaps he was waiting. After Li Changsheng established his foundation, he was not so afraid anymore. At least he was no longer that ant at the mercy of others. Moreover, he was hidden in the shadows with the advantage still on his side. On the night of the 4th day, Li Changsheng sat cross-legged in the center of the courtyard, his divine sense, like liquid mercury, covering a radius of 3 miles. The divine sense of the foundation establishment period. It was significantly stronger than that of the qi refinement period. Within a 3-kilometer radius, any rustle of wind or movement could not escape his perception. Suddenly, Li Changsheng frowned. In his spiritual sense, he suddenly felt an extremely cold aura infused with a strong peach blossom murderous intent abruptly invading the settlement area. This aura was very strong. At the peak of qi refinement, half a step into foundation establishment. The settlement area is sealed by formations. Where did this half-step foundation establishment come from? So it should be. It should be that Xie Jian deliberately let him in from outside. Li Changsheng figured this out and was not overly afraid. Just a half-step into foundation establishment. In the past, perhaps he could not defeat such an opponent. But now they were merely a slightly stronger ant. If the other party posed a threat to him, he would simply eliminate them. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the settlement area, a young man dressed in a pink brocade robe, holding a white bone folding fan, swaggered in. His features were bizarre, his skin pale, and his lips bright red, as if he had just drunk blood. This was Shun Zue, an inner disciple of the Hehuan sect. That old fool Xie Jian is really getting worse with age. A mere settlement area with a few old and useless people actually scared him off. He even needed this young master to take action. Is it really necessary? But for the sake of that one person, I will reluctantly help. Shen Ziwei waved his fan, his expression cold. He came to the settlement area for two purposes. One was to help Xie Jian scout the way and deal with that hidden expert. The second was, he had heard that many mortal families in the settlement area had given birth to babies. Newborn babies possess the richest innate energy, especially those with spiritual roots. If they could be used to refine the mother and child in Sha Thunder, it would be a huge supplement. As a disciple of the Hehuan sect, being invited to do chores meant he could not return empty-handed. Shen Zue thought to himself, licking his lips with a bloodthirsty gleam in his eyes. He walked quietly down the street, neither deliberately hiding his cultivation nor ostentatiously displaying it. However, as disappearances increased in the settlement area, a rule naturally formed: do not go out when it is dark. There were few who dared to approach and ask questions. As Shun Zue walked, he swept his divine sense over the houses on either side. Too weak. All garbage. Such trash isn't even worthy of carrying this young master's shoes. Wasn't it said that many female cultivators had given birth? Why haven't I seen a single one? Shen Ziwei shook his head, looking disappointed. At that moment, his gaze suddenly fixed on a secluded small courtyard. Oh, this is interesting. He had passed by a few times earlier without noticing the existence of the small courtyard. Now that I look closely, the small courtyard is actually set up with a shielding formation. Shen Ziwei's eyes brightened, instantly becoming intrigued. Why would a normal family in the settlement area need to hide? They also did not possess the power to hide. This shielding formation was not simple. With a thought, Shen Zue transformed into a pink stream of light, heading straight for the Li family's small courtyard. Meanwhile, Li Changsheng sat in the courtyard, quietly observing Shen Zue, with his spiritual sense feeling that there was something familiar about him. After a moment, he finally recognized him. This person he knew, or rather he had seen him before. Back in the ghost market when Niu Si reported him to the Hehuan sect, it was this young man who came to track him down. If he remembered correctly, Niu Si had referred to this person as young Master Shen. So does this mean that the Hehuan sect is here to hunt me down? Or has Xie Jian betrayed the immortal sect and teamed up with the Hehuan sect? Li Changsheng did not know, but he noticed that Shen Zue was walking toward his courtyard. I haven't even looked for you, and you come knocking at my door. Li Changsheng felt quite helpless. He was a cautious cultivator and did not wish to increase unnecessary killings. However, trouble had come to his door, and he would not show mercy. Li Changsheng murmured, a killing intent rising within him. There was no escaping, and only slaughter could best resolve the karmic ties. Killing you is not my intention. I am merely resolving karmic ties. With this in mind, Li Changsheng stood up, wielding the Xian Frost sword, stepping out of the courtyard to meet Shen Zue. Shen Zue was half a step into foundation establishment, and the shielding formation could no longer conceal the fluctuations of battle. It was better to kill him before he entered the courtyard. As Shen Zue advanced, he suddenly halted, abruptly stopping in his tracks, for a hunched old man in a tattered Dao robe and white hair appeared right in front of him. The old man was hunched, hands behind his back, coldly scanning the area, his gaze as if he were looking at a dead man. Shen Zue felt a chill run down his spine. Who are you? Aren't you looking for me? Li Changsheng rasped, then swiftly reversed his grip, swinging the Xian Frost sword. The sword energy carrying frost cleaved down toward Shen Zue's face. Strike first to gain the advantage. Those who strike later suffer. As a cautious cultivator, Li Changsheng showed no mercy and exerted his full strength. You. How can you have the blood fiend aura of the Hehuan sect on you? Did you kill someone from the Hehuan sect? Shen Zue could only utter this before witnessing Li Changsheng's attack. At first, he had a face full of disdain because the settlement area was filled with the old, weak, sick, and disabled. Mere ants. What was there to take notice of? Shen Zue waved his folding fan. Dozens of wailing souls erupted, transforming into a giant, ghostly claw that reached for Li Changsheng with a piercing scream. This move was called 100 Ghosts Night Walk. It was a spell that Shen Zue obtained from an ancient relic. Ordinary cultivators at the Qi refinement stage could be possessed by the souls, with even a mere touch leading to the destruction of their consciousness. Its power was quite considerable. However, the next second his smile froze on his face. The seemingly frail old man easily cleaved the ghostly claw in half with a light sword energy. What? Shen Zue was greatly shocked, his eyes nearly popping out. He was a half step into foundation establishment. Even among cultivators of the same rank, no one dared to be so arrogant as to take this move heeded. Had this old man hidden his cultivation? Before he could react, Li Changsheng moved again, stepping forward, shrinking the distance in an instant. He appeared right in front of Shen Zue. The old man's face bore no expression. Die. Li Changsheng's voice was not loud, but struck Shen Zue's heart like a heavy hammer. Shen Zue's hair stood on end, death enveloping him. Now he finally understood that this old man was far from a frail weakling. He was clearly a great cultivator at the foundation establishment stage. You are in foundation establishment. Shen Zue wanted to escape, but it was too late. Li Changsheng extended a hand, appearing slow, but moving as fast as lightning, grasping Shen Zue's neck, as if lifting a little chick. Crack! Li Changsheng lightly twisted his hand, crushing Shen Zue's protective spiritual shield. Ugh! Ugh! Shen Zue's feet left the ground as he struggled desperately. But he found that the spiritual power within him was completely suppressed, unable to be summoned, even the slightest bit. The foundation establishment stage exerted a dimensional suppression over a half-step foundation establishment. Shen Zue's eyes were filled with fear and despair. He could not comprehend why such a powerful cultivator was hidden in this dilapidated settlement area. Moreover, he was a cunning old fox, pretending to be weak, yet ruthless. Li Changsheng said nothing, tightening his grip. Uft! Shen Zue's bones shattered, his neck snapped, and his head drooped helplessly. A disciple of the prestigious Hahuan sect, a genius on the brink of foundation establishment, was casually crushed to death, like a lifeless dog, by Li Changsheng right in front of his own courtyard. After a moment, Li Changsheng released his grip. The corpse fell to the ground with a thud. He didn't even glance at it. Skillfully, he took off Shen Zue's storage bag and the skeletal folding fan. Then, after some thought, he made an unethical decision. Since Xie Jian had sent Shen Zue to probe, he too could use Shen Zue to probe Xie Jian. Li Changsheng lifted Shen Zue's corpse, his figure flickered, and he vanished into the night. The next morning, at the central square of the resettlement area, a flagpole stood in the center, and at the top hung a corpse. The body, dressed in a pink brocade robe, swayed in the wind. Although the face was somewhat distorted, it was still recognizable as Shen Zue, the Hahuan sect disciple who had invaded the resettlement area last night. And on the chest of the corpse, there were several blood-stained bold characters written, Hahuan sect demon cultivator, deserving of extermination. The writing was vigorous and powerful, exuding a chilling sword intent. The first to discover it was Su Yuanwei from the resettlement area. Su Yuanwei's ancestors were also disciples of the Qingyun sect, but due to poor cultivation aptitude, he established a mortal family and never stepped onto the path of immortality again, instead engaging in mundane business. In the marketplace of the resettlement area, over half of the businesses belonged to the Su family. Su Yuanwei was on his way to check his rice warehouse when he passed the central square and saw this scene, unable to suppress a gasp. Someone is dead. Someone is dead. With Su Yuanwei's exclamation, the nearby old men opened their doors, came out, and gathered around the central square. Looking at the man hanging from the high pole, they couldn't help but take a sharp breath. Is this a lamb skewer? They pierced him from the backside and let him out through the mouth. Isn't this too cruel? Cruel, my foot. Didn't you see the words on his body? Hahuan sect demon cultivator. Isn't our resettlement area supposed to be sealed? How did people from the Hahuan sect get in? I just want to know who did this. From the residual spiritual energy, the Hahuan sect demon cultivator should be at half-step foundation establishment. Who killed him? Who has the ability to do so? Could it be that there are peerless experts hidden in our resettlement area? Everyone crowded the square, pointing and discussing animatedly. Shock, panic, and a hint of inexplicable excitement. After being oppressed and slaughtered for so long, someone finally stood up to fight back. Moreover, they had killed a disciple of the Hahuan sect with a single strike. This undoubtedly injected a shot of adrenaline into all the survivors. At this moment, Li Changsheng was also hiding in the crowd, seeing the situation develop in the direction he had predicted, feeling a sense of pride creeping into his heart. A half-step foundation establishment cultivator had died in the resettlement area, and the murderer couldn't be found, which would surely breed increasing suspicion among the masterminds. These are all opportunities. Wait, perhaps I can. As Li Changsheng thought of this, a surge of spiritual energy enveloped his throat, producing a hoarse voice. Maybe it was Elder Xie Jian who did it. No one knew where this sentence came from, but as soon as it was spoken, everyone was momentarily stunned, but directly accepted the statement. Right. Did Elder Xie Jian not say to seal the resettlement area and kill the demon sect disciples? This disciple of the Hahuan sect must have been killed by Elder Xie Jian. Exactly. It was the immortal sect elder who killed him. The demon has been eliminated. We thank Elder Xie Jian. Everyone, I suddenly thought of a question. Since the demon has been eliminated, can the seal be lifted? When will the formation be removed? Same question. When will the formation be removed? I don't want to be locked up here like a criminal. The crowd in the resettlement area gradually became agitated. Many believed that with the demon sect eliminated, the ceiling could be lifted. Some cultivators had already started to make a fuss. Meanwhile, Xie Jian was in a secret room outside the Qingyun sect practicing. The room was red, surrounded by strange patterns. As he breathed, his aura continuously increased. Now, his cultivation had already reached the peak of foundation establishment. That esteemed one is truly remarkable. Just a few casual pointers can lead to such terrifying growth. Xie Jian was very pleased. At the same time, he felt increasingly fearful of that esteemed one. Just then, the communication talisman suddenly vibrated. Xie Jian frowned as he looked at the vibrating communication talisman. Why was the fat guardian contacting me urgently at this time? Did I not send Shinzue to resolve the troubles in the resettlement area? Could something have happened? As Xie Jian thought of this, he immediately lost interest in practicing. He opened the secret room door. As he stepped into the living room, he saw the two guardians, one fat and one thin, standing on either side. Seeing him appear, they urgently spoke. Elder, something has happened. Young Master Shan is dead. Hearing this, Xie Jian's facial muscles twitched, his voice incredulous. Say that again. Who died? The fat guardian was so frightened by Xie Jian's fierce gaze that he trembled and fell to the ground, cold sweat soaking his back, stammering, reporting to the elder. It is young Master Shan. Young Master Shan's corpse is currently hanging in the center square of the resettlement area. The death was extremely tragic. Bang! Upon hearing this, Xie Jian slammed his palm onto the nearby rosewood table, which instantly turned to dust. What happened? Young Master Shan is dead too. He knew Shun Zue's cultivation level. Having reached half-step foundation establishment, even an average foundation establishment disciple could fight back. Who in the resettlement area could kill him? How did he die? Xie Jian pretended to be calm and asked. Young Master Shan was violently snapped neck. A single strike was fatal, the fat guardian replied truthfully. A single strike to kill? Killing a half-step foundation establishment cultivator is already very difficult. Moreover, it was a one-hit kill. Those old men in the resettlement area couldn't possibly have that strength. Could it be that other forces have intervened? Or perhaps other cultivators from the immortal sect? As Xie Jian thought of this, his expression grew increasingly grim. Shinzue's death was not simply the death of a Hahuan sect disciple. Shinzue was a liaison sent from the Hahuan sect. Moreover, Shinzue was privy to part of that esteemed one's plans, and if he revealed anything before dying or was soul-searched, it would greatly impact that esteemed one's plan. As he pondered, Xie Jian felt a chill rise from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. If that esteemed one's plan were disrupted, who knows how furious he would be. Who did this? Have you found out? Xie Jian suddenly stopped in his tracks, his gaze sharp as an eagle's. The thin guardian hurriedly stepped forward and cupped his hands, reporting to the elder. No. However, if we bring back the corpse, we should be able to find out something. Moreover, the murderer left characters on the corpse indicating his extreme arrogance. What words were left on the corpse? Xie Jian asked after some thought. Hahuan sect demon cultivator deserving of extermination. Hearing this, Xie Jian's pupils constricted. The murderer knew young Master Shan's identity. That would be even more troublesome. First, 2 white gloves died, and then young Master Shan died. All of this indicated that the resettlement area had escaped his control. An unknown force was intervening in the affairs of the resettlement area. It seemed that he had to inform that esteemed one. The fat guardian cautiously asked, Elder, what should we do now? The situation in the resettlement area is very chaotic. Everyone is saying it was you who eliminated the demon cultivator, clamoring for the seal to be lifted. Xie Jian was taken aback. They are saying I killed young Master Shan. The fat guardian replied, yes. Hearing this, Xie Jian's expression grew even darker. How did this blame fall on me? He always felt that an invisible pair of hands were manipulating the development of the situation, but there was no evidence. Moreover, he didn't dare to take the blame. Yet he had no choice but to bear it. After thinking for a while, Xie Jian spoke. Then you tell the old men in the resettlement area that I killed young Master Shan. At the same time, bring back young Master Shan's corpse. The fat guardian said, what about their demands for the seal to be lifted? Xie Jian's voice was cold. Do I need to teach you this? Just announce to the resettlement area that the demon cultivator has not yet been completely eliminated and the seal cannot be lifted temporarily. I hope everyone understands. Xie Jian knew very well. Now he was in a situation where it was difficult to retreat. If the seal was lifted, the scandals happening in the resettlement area would surely leak out. At that time, when the sect investigated, Xie Jian would be the first to lose his head. Therefore, not only could the seal not be lifted, but the formation also had to be strengthened, trapping everyone inside. He could only go all out. Upon hearing this, the fat guardian was drenched in sweat and left with a reply, understood. Inside the resettlement area, the fat guardian carrying Elder Xie Jian's decree arrived at the square, first calming the crowd, then taking away young Master Shan's corpse. He then proclaimed Elder Xie Jian's decree that the demon cultivator had not been completely eliminated and the seal could not be lifted for the time being. He asked for everyone's understanding. The news from the Fat Guardian quickly spread. The crowd began to discuss animatedly. Elder Xie said he killed the demon cultivator. Elder is majestic. Elder is domineering. We thank the Elder for protecting the tranquility of the resettlement area. However, the Elder said that the demon cultivator has not been cleared yet and the seal cannot be lifted, so we need to wait a bit more. We're fine with waiting. Wait again. How long has it been? Forget it, the Elder is also doing this for our own good. The demon cultivator is so vicious, we should just stay put. The fervent old cultivators in the square, upon hearing the official explanation brought by the Fat Guardian, felt helpless and had no choice. Some believed it and returned home to wait for the seal to be lifted. Some didn't believe it, but there was nothing they could do but grumble and disperse. Li Changsheng, hidden in a corner, watched the gradually dispersing crowd, his lips curling into a mocking cold smile. The demon cultivator has not been eliminated. The seal cannot be lifted for now. Xie Jian, oh Xie Jian, your plans are ringing loudly. Who do you think you're trying to fool? Moreover, I killed young Master Shun. You are willing to take the blame for me. This implies that your ulterior motives are significant. How interesting. Furthermore, Li Changsheng keenly sensed that as time passed, the formation shrouding the resettlement area became denser and more sinister, faintly exuding a nauseating bloodthirst. It seems that Xie Jian intends to smash the pod and break it, directly turning this place into a slaughterhouse. Li Changsheng's gaze was icy. Since you are not leaving a way out, do not blame me for being impolite. Meanwhile, Xie Jian, having submitted an application, entered the inner sect of the Qingyun sect at Shisho Peak. Upon entering Shisho Peak, he made his way to the back mountain with ease. He found a cave and descended step by step down the stone stairs. The air around him grew increasingly thick, carrying a scent of blood. The walls were embedded with skulls, their hollow eye sockets seemingly watching every intruder. At the end of the stone stairs lay a roiling pool of blood. Gurgle, gurgle. The blood was thick as paste, occasionally bubbling up and bursting, splattering red mist. Vaguely visible were several skeletal remains that had not completely melted, floating in the pool. This scene was extremely terrifying. Xie Jian knelt by the blood pool with a thud, his forehead pressed against the cold, slippery stone tiles. He trembled as he spoke. My lord, something has happened. Young Master Shun is dead. The bubbling in the blood pool suddenly froze. Moments later, a gigantic hand, made of coagulated blood, slowly emerged from the center of the pool, grasping at the air. A hoarse voice echoed in the empty underground. The little brat from the Hahuan sect, if he's dead, then he's dead. That's due to his lack of skill. He has no one to blame but himself. The voice from the blood pool was extremely cold. Xie Jian asked, but what if the Hahuan sect seeks accountability? The blood pool replied, I will help you explain. Hearing this, Xie Jian's tense nerves relaxed slightly. Unbeknownst to him, the cold sweat on his back had already soaked through his brocade robe. He initially thought his lord would blame him for young Master Shin's death. After all, Shinzue was the bridge for communication with the Hahuan sect. He did not expect his lord to be so understanding. Suddenly, the blood-red hand disintegrated, turning into a torrential rain of blood, and the voice turned cold. However, in a place like the settlement area where only the weak and sick reside, you have continuously lost my manpower. I cannot help but doubt your abilities. If you cannot accomplish my plan, I would not mind replacing you with another agent. The voice from the blood pool was as cold as hell. Upon hearing this, Xie Jian could not help but break into a cold sweat, trembling all over. Bang, bang, bang. Xie Jian lowered his head and knocked his head against the blood pool 9 times. I beg you for another chance, my lord. I will surely accomplish it beautifully. Moreover, the continuous loss of manpower in the settlement area is because there are hidden Foundation establishment experts inside. Xie Jian was pleading in the first half and explaining in the latter half. The blood pool churned for a while, then suddenly formed a gigantic red eye in front of Xie Jian, cold and terrifying. I can give you one last chance, and I will provide you with the tools sufficient to kill Foundation establishment cultivators. If you still fail in the end, you know the consequences. Xie Jian knelt on the ground, his voice trembling. Thank you, my lord. I promise I can accomplish it. Let's hope so. As the blood pool spoke, the blood water churned continuously, and 2 streams of light flew out from the depths of the blood pool, hovering before Xie Jian. One was a scarlet jade slip. The other was a black compass carved with grotesque faces. These 2 items. The jade slip seals one of my blood fiend divine lights, capable of killing those in the early golden core stage. To touch it is to die. The compass is the spirit-seeking compass, which can detect the fluctuations of blood and spiritual energy within a 3-mile radius. As long as the hidden cultivator has not reached the golden core stage, they cannot escape detection. Thank you, my lord. Xie Jian reached out with trembling hands to receive the 2 items. With these 2 trump cards, he felt confident he could suppress the settlement area. Don't thank me. These 2 items are not given to you for free. There are 2 tasks. First, completely control the settlement area. Root out that hidden rat. Second, I want 10 pairs of male and female infants with spiritual roots. If you cannot accomplish this, your body and blood, which are in the late foundation establishment stage, will be used to fill my blood pool. Xie Jian was terrified, his soul nearly leaving his body as he frantically knocked his head, his forehead hitting the ground with dull thuds, blood flowing. I will obey your orders. I will definitely accomplish it. Get out. After saying this, the lord in the blood pool immediately fell silent, no longer creating any waves. Xie Jian then respectfully bowed to the blood pool before quickly retreating. Meanwhile, in the settlement area at the Li family's small courtyard, Li Changsheng sat cross-legged on a mat in the underground secret room. In front of him lay 3 storage bags, one belonging to young Master Shun, and the other 2 belonged to those in white gloves. Li Changsheng looked at the 3 storage bags before him. His aged heart could hardly remain calm. 3 storage bags were equivalent to 3 treasure chests. What kind of treasures could be inside? It was truly exciting. Li Changsheng rubbed his hands and first used his spiritual sense to scan the 2 storage bags belonging to the individuals in white gloves. Very trashy. Only a few low-grade spirit stones and some useless items. Li Changsheng was extremely disappointed. Then, his spiritual sense fell upon young Master Shen's storage bag. His eyes suddenly lit up, as expected of a disciple of the Hahuan sect. Damn it, he was simply my little fortune bringer. Inside the storage bag there were over 3,000 low-grade spirit stones and 50 medium-grade spirit stones. In addition to that, there were several bottles of harmony pills for cultivation improvement, along with 3 treasures with special attributes. Li Changsheng was extremely pleased. With these resources, it was enough to solidify his current cultivation and even allow him to advance further. After sorting through the miscellaneous items, Li Changsheng's gaze fell upon the treasures with special attributes. The first was a pink jade slip. The jade slip emitted a faint fragrance of peach blossoms. As Li Changsheng probed with his spiritual sense, a wave of seductive music instantly sounded, and indecent images flashed through like a slideshow. Li Changsheng immediately understood what was recorded in the jade slip. Yin-yang gathering, joy meditation. This was an extremely evil cultivation method. It forcibly enhances cultivation by plundering the essence of the opposite sex, known as the essence gathering technique. This is undoubtedly a wicked path. My Li family follows the righteous path of having more children and blessings. This kind of evil technique that damages one's virtue and harms the foundation is best discarded. Li Changsheng frowned, and with a thought set the jade slip ablaze until it was completely incinerated. The second item was a pair of ancient gray jade pendants. These gray jade pendants emitted no fluctuations of spiritual energy, resembling mere stones found by the roadside, the kind no one would pick up. As Li Changsheng swept his spiritual sense over them, his eyes suddenly brightened. Heavenly Deception Jade Pendant Imitation. Effect: the wearer can block spiritual sense detection, conceal their own aura cultivation level and physique, and cannot be seen through by those below the golden core stage. What a treasure! This item is even better than Ning Ning's warm jade lock spirit pendant. And there are 2 in total. Ning Ning and Nin will each have 1. Li Changsheng was overjoyed. With a flash of his figure, he arrived before Ning Ning, and in putting the Heavenly Deception Jade Pendant's imitation on his children. Only then did he return to the underground room and look at the third item with special attributes. It was a small paper-cut figure entirely black with a material that resembled neither paper nor skin. It was covered with numerous bizarre symbols. Spirit Binding Secret Technique Fragment. This was a peculiar technique from a left-hand path originating from the ancient shaman clan. Using special paper and symbols, one could cut out paper people. After injecting spiritual energy, the paper people could come to life. Although their combat power was low, they were concealed, lightweight, and connected to the practitioner's will. Although this is a fragment, its use is still quite good. It can be used for scouting, sentry duty, or even as bait. It's simply a divine skill. Li Changsheng thought of this and immediately divided his spiritual sense, sinking into it, to begin comprehending. The difficulty of cultivating the spirit binding secret technique lay in how to infuse spirit into the paper. Li Changsheng's spiritual sense was stronger than that of ordinary cultivators. Infusing spirit into it was not too difficult. After cutting out a paper figure and infusing spirit several times, he succeeded. Li Changsheng looked at the paper figure before him, feeling as if it were an extension of his own body. Not only did it work like an arm, but he could also feel the paper figure's perspective. It was quite magical. Li Changsheng was delighted, as if he had found an interesting tool, and continued to cut paper figures throughout the night in the secret room. By dawn, over 100 paper figures were piled up before him. Li Changsheng stretched out his hands, yawning, bones cracking. First, he processed these spoils to prevent reverse tracking. Then, after finishing breakfast with Jiang Suiping, he set out. As Li Changsheng walked towards Old Dust's house, he scattered the paper figures he had cut the night before randomly on the ground. After landing on the ground, the paper figures seemed to gain sentience, standing upright and moving their feet continuously to find places to hide, such as in ditches or concealed spots. They became Li Changsheng's eyes. A few minutes later, Li Changsheng arrived outside Old Dust's courtyard. Old Du had died under the array while helping him scout. Although this was a mutually agreed transaction, Li Changsheng felt a lingering guilt in his heart. Old Dust's wife was an ordinary person without cultivation and had a pair of newborn twins. After losing the pillar of the family, life had become extremely difficult for her. The courtyard was often filled with the sounds of the woman crying and the children crying from hunger. Li Changsheng sighed. If he could help, he would. He approached the door and gently knocked. A voice came from inside Old Dust's wife asking, "Who is it?" Li Changsheng replied, "It's me, Li Changsheng. I came to check on you." "It's me, Old Li. I came to see how you all are doing." The door creaked open a crack. Dust's wife was also quite pretty, but having lost her husband young, she appeared much more haggard. When Dust's wife saw it was Li Changsheng, the vigilance in her eyes lessened a bit, yet she still did not fully open the door. "What is it?" Li Changsheng wore a sincere smile. "I am friends with Old Du. I suddenly remembered that he had some items he entrusted me with for safekeeping. Now I am returning them, including gold coins, spirit stones, and some other daily necessities." As he spoke, Li Changsheng handed a heavy cloth bag through the door crack. Of course, this was a kind lie, but at this moment a lie was the best way to soothe the heart. Dust's wife was also a loyal and honest woman. If he hadn't said this, she probably wouldn't have accepted it. Thank you, Old Li." Upon hearing this, Dust's wife could no longer hold back her tears, tightly clutching the cloth bag. As Old Dust's wife, how could she not know whether her husband had stored anything? "All right, quickly go inside. Close the doors and windows. It's not safe outside recently." Li Changsheng did not stay long saying this before turning to leave. Returning home, Li Changsheng did not remain idle. He sat cross-legged in the center of the courtyard, closing his eyes to carefully sense the situation of the paper figures. Over 100 paper figures were scattered throughout the designated area, woven into an intelligence network. Each paper figure served as Li Changsheng's eyes and ears, capturing the slightest stir of the wind at the alley entrance, the whispers from the neighbors, and even the fights of a few wild cats. All this information continuously flooded into Li Changsheng's mind. Initially, his brain felt somewhat chaotic, struggling to process the influx of data. However, after a while, he no longer felt as overwhelmed. Moreover, he could selectively block the perceptions of the paper figures. How refreshing! With these paper figures in place, every movement in the designated area was under his surveillance. His intelligence-gathering capabilities had significantly increased, bringing Li Changsheng great joy. Just then, a sudden intense fluctuation came from the paper figure located at the entrance of the designated area. Someone is coming. Li Changsheng furrowed his brows, his muscles tensing up. Through the perspective of the paper figures, he saw 3 unfamiliar auras appearing in the designated area. At the forefront was Xie Jian, his face dark and grim, holding a ghostly compass. Behind him followed 2 guardians, one fat and one thin, wielding long knives with an air of murderous intent. "Be serious about this. Check every household. If you find any demonic cultivators, kill them on the spot." Xie Jian's voice was icy. The Lord had already given him the final ultimatum. He had to handle this matter flawlessly, otherwise he would be the one to die. Seeing this, Li Changsheng's heart sank, a sense of foreboding creeping in. Xie Jian, holding the compass, checking each house, clearly came prepared. He had set up many shielding formations in the courtyard, but they could not block the perceptions of those at the peak of Foundation establishment. At this moment, these shielding formations had become his vulnerability. Li Changsheng thought this to himself, yet his movements were swift as he quickly dismantled the original shielding formations and replaced them with crude warning symbols. As for Ning Ning and Anin, the 2 of them possessed the Qi Tian Jade pendant. Even those at the Golden Core stage would be unable to see through it, so he did not need to worry too much. Just then he heard the old neighbor's door being knocked on, and shortly after his own door was also knocked on. Knock, knock, knock. Open the door. Routine check. The voice of the fat guardian was like thunder. They're here. Hearing this, Li Changsheng took a deep breath, adjusting his expression. Feigning an elderly demeanor, he stooped and walked unsteadily. In his haste, he even deliberately tripped over the doorstep. Creak. The courtyard door opened. Xie Jian stood at the doorway, holding the compass, flanked by the fat and thin guardians. The 3 of them looked fierce, lacking any semblance of celestial beings. Elder good, Li Changsheng greeted tremblingly. Xie Jian ignored Li Changsheng's greeting and, compass in hand, walked directly into the house. His divine sense scanned every corner of the room, the crumbling courtyard wall, the withered weeds, and the pale-faced village woman holding a child, terrified. Everything appeared normal. This was a standard, impoverished old cultivator's family living at the bottom of society. Then Xie Jian lowered his head again, glancing at the compass. As he had suspected, the compass indicated that Li Changsheng was at the third layer of qi refinement. Beyond that, there were no other fluctuations of spiritual energy. This old man's family is worthless. Not even worthy of being the blood food for that lord, Xie Jian thought to himself disdainfully. Then, as if recalling something, he walked in front of Li Changsheng and, not giving up, asked, "Old man, have you seen any suspicious persons recently?" Li Changsheng trembled all over. "No, not at all. I have been at home taking care of the child and haven't gone anywhere. Moreover, I am hard of hearing, so even if there was a commotion, I wouldn't hear it." Xie Jian sneered in disgust and kicked Li Changsheng aside. "Worthless. Move on to the next house." Xie Jian was the first to leave Li Changsheng's courtyard. The fat and thin guardians cast a disdainful glance at Li Changsheng before turning to follow. Li Changsheng watched Xie Jian's departing figure, his hand in his sleeve, gently caressing a stack of paper figure talismans. Fortunately, Xie Jian did not discover anything new, otherwise it would have been a desperate situation. In the following 3 days, Xie Jian brought people and, like mad dogs, turned the designated area upside down. However, the results were quite unexpected, because they found nothing at all. It was as if the mysterious expert who killed young Master Shun had never existed. Failing to achieve their goals, Xie Jian grew increasingly irritable. Young Master Shun could not have died without reason. That mysterious Foundation establishment cultivator was certainly in the designated area. But why couldn't they even find a trace on the compass? This was a significant variable. This was troublesome. When Xie Jian thought of that lord's final ultimatum, he couldn't help but shudder. Since he couldn't find that mysterious Foundation establishment cultivator, he would first send 10 pairs of male and female infants with spiritual roots to that lord. A glint of madness flashed in Xie Jian's eyes as he called the fat and thin guardians to him, issuing a death order. "You two tonight. Get to work. Capture 10 pairs of male and female infants with spiritual roots in the designated area. If there is any resistance, kill without mercy." "Yes." The fat and thin guardians replied in unison, their voices strong and resolute, and they took their leave. Watching their departing figures, Xie Jian felt no sense of relief, though instead an ominous premonition began to rise within him. Although the fat and thin guardians were at the early stage of Foundation establishment, that mysterious Foundation establishment cultivator was still in the designated area. Would capturing the male and female infants really go that smoothly? It seemed he needed to prepare 10 more pairs of male and female infants elsewhere. Xie Jian was quite cautious about his life. When it came to matters concerning his own life, no caution was too great. As night deepened, Li Changsheng sat cross-legged in the center of the courtyard, the Xian Shuang, sword resting on his knees, vigilantly observing his surroundings while quietly cultivating. Suddenly it felt as if he sensed something. His eyes snapped open, and he turned his head to look towards the direction of Old Dust's small courtyard. Under the cover of his spiritual sense, Li Changsheng clearly saw the situation of Old Dust's wife and daughter. In his line of sight, the fat and thin guardians arrived at Old Dust's small courtyard, kicking the door open and barging in with 2 large cloth bags, swaggering as they entered. Old Dust's wife Du Shi was startled awake by the sudden noise and opened her eyes. Upon seeing the fat and thin guardians with the large bags, she was filled with immense fear. "Immortal, why do you visit our humble abode so late at night?" Du Shi asked, trembling all over. "My lord has taken a liking to your children. They can enter the immortal sect and cultivate. Please explain to the 2 children. From now on, the mortal and immortal realms shall be forever separated. I do not know when we shall meet again." The fat guardian smiled in a way that did not reach his eyes, his voice firm and unyielding. "An immortal has taken a liking to my children. How could that be?" Entering at this late hour with 2 bags looked highly suspicious. Du Shi was no fool and naturally did not want her 2 children to follow the fat and thin guardians. Du Shi opened her arms. Even though her body trembled with fear, she still stood tall, blocking her 2 children in front of her, her voice tinged with a sob. "I beg you, please spare my children. I can go with you. Please do not harm my children." Seeing that Du Shi was uncooperative, the fat guardian sneered and kicked her in the abdomen. "Get out of the way, old hag. Since you refuse to cooperate, I can only take them by force." Du Shi was just a mortal. How could she withstand such a kick? She flew back, crashing heavily against the wall, spitting blood, and fell unconscious. And the fat and thin guardians did not even glance back, for as long as she did not receive treatment, Du Shi would soon die. The fat guardian arrived in front of the twin female infants, taking one in each hand, like picking up little chicks, and stuffed them into the large cloth bags. "Woo-woo, mama, mama." The 2 infants, sensing something was wrong, cried heart-wrenchingly and struggled desperately. "Stop crying. Being favored by the elder and serving as a drug guide for the Lord is your fortune accumulated over lifetimes." The fat guardian laughed heartily, carrying the children as he walked out. In the Li family's small courtyard, Li Changsheng stood up suddenly upon witnessing this scene. Ever since young Master Shen's death, he had established the persona of a mysterious expert in the designated area. What was the purpose? The purpose was for the present, to feign survival and kill while also shifting the blame. The mysterious Foundation establishment cultivator was the one who killed. What did it have to do with me, Li Changsheng? Feigning survival was for the sake of living, but he was no coward. Li Changsheng could be ruthless, but he could not remain indifferent while watching others take his brother's widow to serve as a drug guide. Enough. Wasn't Xie looking for that mysterious Foundation establishment cultivator? Then I will provide him with a little more clue. Li Changsheng decided to kill, and the blood within him began to boil. A terrifying pressure of the Foundation establishment stage erupted. Even a feigning survivor could feel the surge of blood. Spirit binding technique activate. Li Changsheng pulled out 2 meticulously crafted paper figures from his bosom. These were refined using his Foundation establishment blood, their power far exceeding that of ordinary paper figures. Go! With a whoosh, the 2 paper figures emitted eerie sounds as they floated away with the night wind. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the Du family, the fat and thin guardians carrying the 2 children were preparing to move on to the next house. Suddenly, a strange childlike laughter echoed in the empty alley. He, huh, who? The thin guardian suddenly drew his long knife, looking warily around. Unbeknownst to them, from the shadows ahead, 2 tiny figures no larger than a palm suddenly appeared. Their faces were pale with bright red lips and blush bouncing towards them with stiff movements, yet astonishing speed. Paper figures. The fat guardian's eyes widened, still unable to comprehend what these things were. The 2 paper figures had already pounced before them. At that moment, a cold voice from the darkness rang out. Explode. Boom. Boom. The 2 paper figures received the command, bursting forth with blinding spiritual light and exploding instantly. Though the explosion was not powerful, the sudden blast and bright light still inflicted considerable injuries on the 2 guardians, leaving them briefly blinded and dazed. My eyes. In that instant, a dazzling sword light illuminated the night. The sword energy surged forth. Like the setting sun over a long river, like the Milky Way hanging upside down, it was too fast. So fast that even the sound could not catch up. Li Changsheng moved with the sword resembling a startled phoenix, swiftly gliding past the 2 guardians. Puff, puff. With 2 soft sounds, the fat and thin guardians froze mid-action, their 2 large heads soaring into the sky. Blood gushed forth like a fountain, splattering against the walls and staining the broken doorframe red. Their heads in shock stared at their own headless corpses. Until their heads hit the ground, their faces still bore expressions of terror and confusion. They hadn't even seen who had made the move. Li Changsheng landed steadily, reaching out to catch the 2 children slipping from the fat guardian's grip. With a gentle pulse of spiritual energy, he sent the 2 dazed infants into a deep sleep, carefully placing them on the grass pile by the door. Then, Li Changsheng glanced at the severely injured Du Shi inside the house, sighed helplessly, and flicked a healing pill into her mouth. He then left a snakeskin sack behind, turned, and left, lifting the 2 corpses, his figure flickering as he rushed towards the central square of the designated area. A quarter of an hour later, Li Changsheng arrived at the central square of the settlement area carrying 2 headless corpses. The settlement area was very quiet, as most people had grown accustomed to staying indoors after dark. No unexpected events occurred. The flagpole still stood in the center of the square, but Shun Zue's body had vanished. Otherwise, he could string them together, allowing the whole family to be neatly arranged. Li Changsheng picked up the flagpole and strung the stout and thin protectors onto it. Then he stood the flagpole upright. A gentle breeze blew, causing the skewered bodies to sway in the wind, creating a somewhat horrifying sight. Finally, Li Changsheng inscribed a line of words onto the bodies with his sword chi. Those who harm male or female infants shall die. Each word was sharp as a sword, imbued with a unique flavor characteristic of sword cultivators. Meanwhile, 100 feet away in the square atop an abandoned bell tower stood a stunning woman with an air of pride. The woman stood barefoot on the rubble with exquisite golden bells tied around her ankles. Strangely, they made not a sound. Su Yaoyao, clad in fiery red, fluttered in the night breeze. She had originally sneaked in to see who had killed Shen Zue, but now she had no thoughts of avenging him. Shen Zue, that pseudo-girl, had persistently pursued her. It was quite annoying. His death was just perfect. Su Yaoyao watched the square with great interest, playing with a small bell in her hand. She watched as Li Changsheng skillfully strung the 2 men together like skewers. A smile crept onto her lips. Interesting. Isn't this the Qingyun sect settlement area? To think there would be such a wicked player here. Shen Zue, that useless fool, died without injustice. Su Yaoyao's bloodline, unruly and wild, ignited her excitement. Li Changsheng was just about to leave when he suddenly sensed something, turning his head back subtly to glance at the bell tower, but saw nothing atop the tower. Was it an illusion? Why did he suddenly feel as if he were being watched? Li Changsheng murmured to himself, then his figure flashed quickly, leaving the area. After circling the street several times, he finally returned to the small courtyard of the Li family. Atop the bell tower, Su Yaoyao watched Li Changsheng's departing figure laughing giddily. The next morning, Su Yuanwei still headed to the rice granary as usual. With the settlement area sealed off, many people were frantically hoarding rice. Fortunately, his granary had ample stock, or it would have long been emptied. However, even so, it wouldn't last long. If the settlement area continued to be sealed off, it wouldn't be long before chaos erupted. As Su Yuanwei approached the central square, it was as if he had a psychological shadow, unable to resist glancing towards the center. However, this casual glance caused his pupils to constrict, and his hair stood on end. How could there be another death? Su Yuanwei screamed. As far as the eye could see, the stout and thin protectors were pierced through their bodies by the flagpole standing in the center. Blood flowed down the flagpole, pooling on the ground into a dark red puddle. It looked extremely bloody and terrifying. The two corpses had a line of words inscribed on them by Sword Chi. Those who harm male or female infants shall die. This scene was strikingly similar to the death of Shan Gongzi from the Hehuan sect. The last time it was a demon cultivator who died. Now it was the cultivators from the immortal sect who had died. The heavens were about to change. Su Yuanwei remembered clearly that these two corpses belonged to the protectors beside Elder Xiejian. With Su Yuanwei's scream, more and more people gathered around the square. Heavens! Aren't these Elder Xiejian's two top protectors? Who exactly killed the two protectors of the immortal sect? Do they truly not fear death? What is happening? Who did this? Was it a demon cultivator? Demon cultivators killing members of the demon sect. If the immortal sect found out, I can't imagine how furious they would be. You all haven't noticed the key point. Shouldn't the focus be on the blood words on the corpses? Those who harm male or female infants shall die. So the two protectors were killed because they attempted to seize male or female infants and ran into a certain mysterious cultivator who then conveniently took their lives. Don't talk nonsense. Qingyun's sect is an immortal sect. Protectors are also members of the immortal sect. How could they possibly collude with wicked paths? So it must be a misunderstanding, or perhaps a trap set by demon cultivators. Something has happened. Quickly go summon Elder Xiejian. Hurry and ask Elder Xiejian to uphold justice for us. In the corner of the crowd, Li Changsheng, wearing a faded gray long robe and holding two freshly bought grass fish, shrank his neck, blending in with the crowd, looking terrified. Oh, this is too frightening. How could even the immortal sect members die? Could it be that they are truly capturing the children of us mortals? Otherwise, how could they have been slaughtered? Li Changsheng stirred the waters, fanning the flames, fueling the rumors. Once the seed of suspicion was planted, people would begin to think in that direction. Yet some in the crowd remained clear-headed. With Li Changsheng's words, they instantly realized the problem. Indeed, no smoke without fire. If the stout and thin protectors were innocent, why would they be killed? This thought was terrifying and dark, but the possibility couldn't be ruled out. At this moment, outside the Qingyun sect's outer door, in Elder Xiejian's residence, bang! Elder Xie smashed the newly replaced table with a palm, rage surging from his heart straight to his head. He had just received news that the stout and thin protectors had died, and their deaths were identical to that of Shun Gongzi, strung together like skewers and hung up for display. Damn it! This is a slap in my face. Bastard. Damn it. What a bunch of useless fools. Elder Xie was filled with fury, letting out a hysterical roar. He was not heartbroken for his two subordinates, but was in fear. A cultivator was hiding within the settlement area, and even that great one's magic treasures couldn't detect him, now ruining his plans. How could he not be afraid? The stout and thin protectors were both at the initial stage of foundation establishment. Even a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator could fight them. Yet they were killed. Elder Xie thought about it, cold sweat pouring down, his fear deepening. Although he had made two preparations, as long as the situation in the settlement area could not be resolved, he couldn't report back to that great one. What to do? Elder Xie's face darkened, his mind racing for a solution. Just then a chilling fragrance suddenly permeated the room. Ding dong. The clear sound of a bell echoed in his heart. Upon hearing this, Elder Xie seemed to recall something, his face suddenly stiffening and growing increasingly pale. He waved his hand, dismissing his confidence. When Elder Xie turned around again, he found a stunning young girl sitting in the main seat of the living room, unbeknownst to him. The newcomer was none other than Su Yaoyao, the saintess of the Hehuan sect. The Hehuan sect had cooperation with that great one and was a key part of the plan. It was not surprising for members of the Hehuan sect to appear here. Su Yaoyao leaned against the backrest, looking down at Elder Xie. Holding the small bell in her hand, her long, beautiful legs casually crossed the red dress, as bright as blood, contrasting with her snow-white skin, making her look somewhat enchanting. Saintess. Elder Xie's knees buckled, filled with trepidation, and he directly knelt down. No matter which great one it was, or the saintess of the Hehuan sect, he could not provoke. He had once wanted to be a good person, but now he was deeply entrenched in it. There was no turning back. He could only walk the dark path. However, Su Yaoyao didn't even glance at Elder Xie. She lowered her head, playing with her perfectly manicured nails, and casually said, "How is the progress of the Great One's plan?" Elder Xie turned pale upon hearing this, thinking for a moment before replying, "It is progressing according to plan." Su Yaoyao suddenly looked at Elder Xie with interest. "But how come I've heard that you have lost 2 more subordinates?" Elder Xie's expression grew even uglier upon hearing this. He had originally wanted to deceive her, but Su Yaoyao clearly understood the situation. That was an accident. It won't affect the Great One's plan. I hope so. If the plan fails without even needing that Great One to take action, I will skin you alive, make a human lantern out of your skin, and hang it in the square for everyone in the city to see. Upon hearing the saintess words, Elder Xie's body trembled violently, filled with extreme fear, and he quickly knocked his head again. The saintess words had become the last straw that broke the camel's back for him. Indeed, if the plan fails, I will die. Therefore, the Great One's plan absolutely cannot fail. As Elder Xie thought about it, a madness of desperation suddenly revealed in his eyes. "Saintess, I have a plan that can not only fulfill the Great One's plan, but also accelerate the timeline." Su Yaoyao raised an eyebrow, slightly intrigued. "Oh." Seeing that Su Yaoyao did not oppose, Elder Xie continued, "Directly use the Grand Formation to sacrifice the settlement area. Refine everything. This way, not only can we kill that mysterious Foundation establishment cultivator, but we can also collect enough blood energy to satisfy that Great One. Afterwards, we can push the blame onto the demon sect." Su Yaoyao was taken aback upon hearing this. Has Elder Xie gone mad? Refining the settlement area? This would certainly alert the higher-ups of the Qingyan sect. Damn it, are you really not afraid of death? However, Su Yaoyao was inherently unruly and loved watching chaos, so she did not stop Elder Xie's crazy plan. Because she knew very well that the Great One in the blood pool was also not a good person. Su Yaoyao just wanted to live according to her own ideas, not to be a pawn of someone. "Since you have decided, then go ahead and do it." Elder Xie thought for a moment and said, "Saintess, there is a Foundation establishment cultivator hiding in the settlement area. When I refine the settlement area, there may be unexpected circumstances. If that Foundation establishment cultivator pops out, can you?" Su Yaoyao smiled and interjected, "I will take action." "Thank you, Saintess. With your help, the Great One's plan will surely succeed." Hearing the Saintess' words, Elder Xie finally felt relieved. He was overjoyed. The Saintess cultivation was among the top, even in the Qingyan sect. With her intervention, it would surely be secure. Su Yaoyao looked at Elder Xie's excited demeanor and couldn't help but roll her eyes in her heart. "What are you so excited about? I only promised to intervene. But I never said how I would intervene. Do you think I am as eager for that Great One's plan to succeed as you are? What a pitiable pawn." Meanwhile, Dushi had been in a coma for a night, and as her consciousness gradually returned, she suddenly woke up, looking around as if searching for something. Soon she saw her daughter lying beside her in a snakeskin bag. She let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. The twin daughters were still here. Dushi opened her arms and embraced her daughters. The feeling of having lost and then regained them made her tears flow uncontrollably like a faucet that had not been turned off. Tears kept streaming down. "Heaven bless us. We are fine," Dushi said as she picked up the snakeskin bag beside her, which contained some money and mundane items. Then it seemed she remembered something, quickly turning with the 2 children and kneeling in the direction of Li Changsheng's house. Although Li Changsheng had changed his appearance, she recognized this money bag. It was exactly the same as the one he had given her last time. Perhaps this was what they called a flaw in perfection. "Daya Arya, our savior has kindly saved us. We must repay our savior, even if it means working like oxen or horses." As she spoke, her 2 daughters seemed to sense something and began to cry loudly. Dushi couldn't help but kneel down and weep. After returning from the square, Li Changsheng shut himself indoors. The recent commotion had created a stir, and even if Xie Jian didn't act rashly, the danger of remaining outside would significantly increase. It was better to go home and enjoy the warmth of his wife and children. At that moment, around dinner time, Li Changsheng tied on an apron and squatted by a large wooden basin, giving his son Ping Ping a bath. Ping Ping was growing quickly. He was already nearly 10 pounds. He splashed and played in the water, his small hands slapping the surface, splattering Li Changsheng's face. He even revealed a joyful smile. "Giggle. You little rascal, daring to sneak attack your father." Li Changsheng pretended to be angry, giving Ping Ping's chubby bottom a gentle slap before bursting into laughter again, carefully supporting the child's back with his rough hands, afraid he might slip into the water. "Husband, is the water cold? If it is, I can add some hot water for you." Jiang Suiping came out of the kitchen holding a plate of freshly steamed sweet potatoes, her face adorned with a gentle smile. Ning Ning tugged at her hem, like a little shadow peeking at her brother taking a bath. Li Changsheng, while drying his son, turned around and chuckled. "The water temperature is just right. Suaping, you don't need to busy yourself. Sit down and take a break. I'll cook this fish tonight and show off my specialty braised fish head. Jiang Suaping set down the plate and walked over to wipe the droplets of water from Li Changsheng's forehead, her eyes filled with affection. You always have a way with words. I heard something major happened outside and many people died. You need to be careful these days. Li Changsheng paused slightly at her words, then returned to normal, smiling as he replied, Don't worry, my dear. I am a timid person. Oh, when trouble arises, I run faster than a rabbit. What do the fights between immortals have to do with ordinary people like us? As long as we close the door and live our little lives, that's enough. Daddy, I want to take a bath too. Ning Ning chimed in with a pout. All right. Once your brother is done, it's our little prince's turn. Li Changsheng picked up the slippery Ping Ping and wrapped him in a large towel, planting a firm kiss on his face. Just at that joyful moment, a rhythmic knocking sound suddenly echoed at the door. Li Changsheng's smile instantly froze, but only for a moment. Through the paper person he had already seen who was standing outside. Jiang Suaping asked with some worry, So late, who could it be? Li Changsheng replied, I don't know. I'll go check. You all stay here, and if I don't call you, don't come out. Jiang Suaping answered. Li Changsheng walked towards the courtyard door. He knew deeply that in the settlement area many things were beyond one's control. Not opening the door wouldn't mean the troubles would stop. Moreover, for cultivators, even closing the door wouldn't help. Li Changsheng hunched over, slowly walked to the door and opened it. Outside stood a girl in a red dress, barefoot. Her wrists and ankles were adorned with bells. Her beauty was extraordinary, the kind that could topple nations. Her features were delicate and her fair legs were rounded. With such a figure and beauty, even the national goddess of his past life could not compare. Looking at the girl's enchanting appearance, Li Changsheng couldn't help but entertain thoughts of starting a family with her and having many children. But soon, reason overcame desire. The more beautiful a woman, the more dangerous she was. The woman before him was countless times more beautiful than Zhao Yan. He probably wouldn't be able to bear such a fate. He naturally didn't want any entanglement with her. Miss, do you need something? Li Changsheng pondered for a moment before speaking. He couldn't feel the girl's spiritual energy fluctuations, but he was certain she was a cultivator, for her ethereal aura was too strong. Su Yaoyao stood there smiling as she played with the bell in her hand. Uncle, my name is Yaoyao. I'm thirsty and came to ask for a cup of water. You wouldn't mind, would you? Su Yaoyao's voice was crisp and pleasant. Uncle. Hee. What a nice way to speak. It had been a long time since anyone called him uncle after he grew old. Li Changsheng felt a surge of joy at being called uncle, but he wouldn't let his guard down because of it. I mind. Very much. Su Yaoyao was momentarily taken aback by Li Changsheng's unexpected reply. Caught off guard by Li Changsheng's unorthodox response, she quickly regained her composure, her smile brightening. Uncle, even if you mind, I want leave. What do you want then? Li Changsheng frowned, sensing that the woman before him was very difficult to deal with. Su Yaoyao smiled. Let me in for a drink of water. Li Changsheng replied, If I let you drink water, will you leave? Su Yaoyao answered, I will leave. Li Changsheng hesitated for a moment and then moved aside. As soon as Su Yaoyao stepped into the threshold, she felt the surrounding area filled with spiritual symbol traps, but took no notice. As if she hadn't seen them, she stepped in, crossing the yard and entering the living room. On the 8 Immortals table in the living room lay a bowl of sweet potatoes, the aroma wafting through the air. Su Yaoyao sniffed the air. Wow, it smells so good. Just in time, I'm hungry. Without hesitation, she reached out to grab a sweet potato and brought it to her mouth. Li Changsheng walked in, frowning. Miss, didn't you say you would just ask for a cup of water and leave? Su Yaoyao smiled. I changed my mind. I want to eat here before I leave. Hearing this, Li Changsheng's frown deepened. He contemplated whether to take drastic measures. After thinking for a while, he still decided against it. The identity and strength of the woman before him were unknown. Without certainty, it was better not to act rashly. At this moment, Su Yaoyao seemed to sense something. She turned her head, leaned close to Li Changsheng's ear, her voice laced with temptation. Don't worry. We are not enemies. I will definitely leave after I finish eating. After saying that, she leaped back and sat on the nearby 8 Immortals table, swinging her feet. At this moment, after learning about Li Changsheng's situation, Su Yaoyao became even more interested in this man. Clearly powerful, daring to play tricks with Xie Jian, yet willing to masquerade as an ordinary person, hiding here to live a life with an ordinary wife. And those protective eyes of his were much better than the hypocritical men outside. All right, I hope you keep your word this time. Li Changsheng looked at the seemingly harmless girl in red, feeling quite helpless. Then, he continued living according to his routine. He did not change due to Su Yaoyao's arrival. First, he bathed Ning Ning, then cooked dinner, preparing braised fish head. Moments later, Li Changsheng emerged holding the steaming braised fish head, calling for his wife to come eat. Jiang Suaping walked out of the room and immediately spotted Su Yaoyao sitting at the 8 Immortals table. She was taken aback. This girl was too beautiful. Jiang Suaping was clearly stunned by Su Yaoyao's appearance. Jiang Cuiping asked, "Who is this young lady?" Although she had just heard the knocking, she didn't expect her husband to bring in such a beautiful girl. Li Changsheng was about to come up with a kind lie, but Su Yaoyao hopped down from the table, her bare feet touching the rough ground, surprisingly free of any dust. She casually sat at the dining table, smiled sweetly. "Hello, sister-in-law. My name is Su Yaoyao. I came to mooch a meal from uncle." Li Changsheng nodded in agreement. If she didn't have ulterior motives, she indeed came to mooch a meal. Jiang Cuiping, being an honest person, immediately became warm upon hearing it was about free food. "Oh, so you're here for a meal? Quick, sit down. It's still hot." Li Changsheng. At the dinner table, the atmosphere was very harmonious, as Li Changsheng ate quietly. From time to time, he would serve dishes to his wife. Su Yaoyao did not hold back, either grabbing chopsticks to pick up a piece of fish and sending it to her mouth. So delicious. Su Yaoyao's eyes lit up as if she had discovered a new world. What she ate at the Hawan sect were all spirit food and nectar. Though exquisite, it lacked the warmth of human life. Even though the braised fish head lacked spiritual energy, its taste was surprisingly delicious. Uncle's cooking is really good. Unlike my subordinates who only know how to fight and kill, their cooking is worse than pig food. Su Yaoyao praised sincerely, while Li Changsheng buried his head in his meal, pretending not to understand. Now it was exposed, wasn't it? You have subordinates and engage in fights. It seemed she was a precious pearl of some force. Half an hour later, Su Yaoyao elegantly wiped her mouth, every move exuding a natural charm that could not be concealed even in this simple farmhouse. "I'm full." Su Yaoyao stretched, her skin fair and her curves prominent. She then turned her gaze to Ping Ping in the cradle. Li Changsheng watched Su Yaoyao's actions, his movements pausing instantly. The spiritual energy within him quietly circulated, ready to erupt at any moment. Su Yaoyao seemed to sense Li Changsheng's tension, a playful curve forming at the corner of her mouth. Yet she did not stop as she reached out her finger and gently poked Ping Ping's chubby face. "So cute. Such a little tiger. He'll definitely be a formidable expert when he grows up." Su Yaoyao emphasized the words formidable expert. Then she withdrew her hand, causing Li Changsheng's taut nerves to relax slightly. "You finished eating. Shouldn't you be leaving?" Su Yaoyao smiled upon hearing this, asking, "Uncle, do you really want me to leave?" Li Changsheng thought for a moment and nodded seriously, "Yes. If you don't leave soon, I'll have to chase you away with a broom." Su Yaoyao. After a moment of silence, she spoke, "All right. Then I'll leave. Uncle, will you see me off?" Li Changsheng fell silent for a moment, putting down his bowl and chopsticks. "All right." The two walked out to the courtyard door. The moonlight stretched their shadows long. Su Yaoyao stopped, facing away from Li Changsheng, playing with the bells on her wrist, suddenly speaking, "The meal was delicious. And you are very nice." Li Changsheng replied, "Thank you for the compliment." Su Yaoyao thought for a moment, turned around, looked directly into Li Changsheng's eyes, and said, "But do you know? You are about to die soon. Xie Jian, that mad dog, is desperate and wants to sacrifice the settlement area." Li Changsheng's pupils constricted slightly. In fact, he had sensed something was amiss in the evening. The formation sealing the settlement area seemed to have been strengthened. However, he did not expect Xie Jian to be driven to such extremes. To sacrifice the settlement area. This information was extremely crucial. Li Changsheng asked, "Why tell me this?" Su Yaoyao replied, "Because it's the reward for the meal I just had." "What a surprise. My humble meal is worth so much." Li Changsheng couldn't help but complain. Although he didn't know Su Yaoyao's identity or how she learned this news, he could see the sincerity in her eyes. Xie Jian's plan to sacrifice the settlement area was likely true. At that moment, Su Yaoyao's calm voice echoed again. "Though you have some ability and know how to conceal your strength, you will die facing a crazed Xie Jian while protecting a family of burdens. Now I'm giving you a chance. If you come with me, I will ensure your safety." Hearing this, Li Changsheng chuckled. "Why help me?" Su Yaoyao casually replied, "Because I just ate your meal." In truth, she didn't know why. Perhaps it was because she found Li Changsheng interesting and didn't want him to die so quickly. "Li Changsheng." Su Yaoyao's voice came again. "So are you coming or not?" Li Changsheng shook his head, his voice firm and resolute. "No. Where in this world isn't a hell that devours people? A family must stay together. I am the head of the family. If the sky falls, I must bear it. Even if I die, I must die in front of them." Su Yaoyao was taken aback by his words. Her heart stirred slightly. The man before her, dressed in coarse linen clothes, seemed to stand taller than even the grandest of cultivators in luxurious robes. This kind of conviction was something she had never seen in the deceitful and ruthless environment of the Hawan sect. "Foolish," Su Yaoyao said with an ambiguous heart and vanished before Li Changsheng. In fact, she had just been testing Li Changsheng. Clearly his choice was even better than she had imagined. After sending off Su Yaoyao, Li Changsheng did not return to his room to rest. Instead, he went to the basement and sat cross-legged. With a crisis imminent, there was no need to hide any longer. The true path lies in finding ways to enhance one's strength. Li Changsheng's thoughts stirred as he issued commands to the paper figures. Before long, strange sounds began to emanate from the surroundings of the basement. Haha. It turned out that the paper figures scattered around the deployment zone had returned one after another. The original paper figures were merely infused with spiritual energy, which was indeed useful for reconnaissance. However, they seemed powerless in the face of Foundation establishment combat. Li Changsheng prepared to upgrade all these paper figures. With a flicker of thought, he extended his hand and bit into his index finger. Pooh! Blood gushed forth. This blood was laced with the precious, true essence of Foundation establishment. Every drop was incredibly valuable. Yet Li Changsheng showed no signs of reluctance. Using blood as ink and his finger as a brush, he inscribed strange runes onto the original paper figures while chanting incantations. Secret art of spirit binding. Sacrifice the blood to summon spirits. Heed my command. Rise. With his low shout, the bodies of the paper figures instantly blazed with blinding red light. The eyes drawn upon them were especially blood red and eerily strange. Haha. The paper figures transformed into a shade of crimson. The laughter grew more chilling and sinister. Li Changsheng gazed at the crimson paper figures before him, feeling an immense satisfaction as their power had increased several times. They were even stronger than he had imagined. This would surely become a crucial element in his plan to break through. In the secret chamber, Li Changsheng toiled tirelessly for an entire day and night to upgrade all the paper figures into crimson ones. At the same time, he affixed several third-tier explosive flame talismans onto each crimson paper figure. To put it simply, this was a fantasy version of a bomb created by Li Changsheng. Go now. Ambush in the center of the deployment square, awaiting my command. With a sweep of his sleeve, the vent at the top of the basement opened. The crimson paper figures swiftly flew out through the vent, blending into the dark night outside. After completing this, Li Changsheng's complexion turned pale, clearly a sign of excessive blood loss. He immediately swallowed HE recovery pill and closed his eyes to adjust his breathing, aiming to return to peak condition. The next evening, the night grew deeper. The streets of the deployment zone were deserted. Not even a wild dog, a common sight, dared to emerge, whimpering as it tucked its tail between its legs. The air grew thick and heavy, filled with the stench of blood. This eerie atmosphere was unsettling enough for even the simplest of minds to sense that something was amiss. Yet there was little resistance within the deployment zone, with no one daring to step outside their homes. This was the tragedy of the weak. Without strength, one could not even dare to speak, forced to let fate dictate their lives. Above the central square of the deployment zone, Xie Jian hovered in midair, hair disheveled, standing against the wind. His Dao robe billowed wildly in the gusts. His originally black hair began to turn gray at a visible speed. This was due to the excessive vitality drained from him during the activation of the formation. However, he no longer cared as long as he could fulfill the plan of that great being. What did it matter? My lord, please observe carefully. I have prepared a whole city's worth of blood offerings for you. Xie Jian grinned menacingly, pulling out the core formation disc from his bosom, and without hesitation bit down on his tongue, spraying a mouthful of essence blood onto the disc. Buzz. The formation disc trembled violently, an incomprehensible aura spreading outward. Life force sacrificed. Formation. Activate. With Xie Jian's furious roar, the life force within him surged into the formation disc like a dam bursting. Boom. The ground shook. 12 pillars of light rose around the deployment zone, blood red, like the slanting sun, enveloping the entire area. At this moment, nightmares descended. The entire city was being sacrificed. The surrounding environment began to grow increasingly eerie. In the eastern alley of the deployment zone, Old Zhang, a local resident, was at the third level of Qi refinement, often boasting under the big locust tree at the alley's entrance. He claimed to have once been a genius of the Qingyun sect in his youth, but had fallen to this state after offending the powerful. Today, he felt uneasy, sensing that something terrible was about to happen. Thus, he closed his door early and hid inside. What is it with this damned weather? Why does it smell so strongly of blood? Didn't the elder of the immortal sect already seal off the deployment zone? There shouldn't be any accidents. Old Zhang mumbled. Suddenly, a crisp sound echoed from underground. Old Zhang was taken aback, still not fully comprehending. The once smooth ground split open with a massive crack, a strong scent of blood gushing forth from the fissure, overwhelming his senses. In the next moment, pooh, 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 countless tendrils resembling blood vessels burst forth from the ground, piercing through the floorboards and impaling his body. Old Zhang let out a shrill scream. Soon the screams turned into feeble gasps as he realized in horror that his flesh and blood were being relentlessly drained by those tendrils. Pain. The agony twisted his facial features, his soul feeling as though it were being drawn out. Even worse than the pain was the clear sensation of his life force slowly ebbing away. This feeling of nearing death was enough to drive a person insane. Help! Save me! Old Zhang reached out his skeletal hand using all his cultivation to attempt to pry off the tendrils. However, it was utterly futile. The tendrils clung to him like suction cups. In mere moments, old Zhang's body rapidly shriveled. His once rosy face turned waxy then ashen, until he finally became a desiccated corpse, nothing but skin stretched over bones. Just yesterday, he had boasted to his neighbor that when the deployment zone was lifted, his grandson, who was doing business outside, would bring back spirit wine to celebrate the new year with him. Yet today he had turned into a dried-up corpse, leaving not even a drop of blood behind. The same tragic scene unfolded in every corner of the deployment zone. In the western alley, widow Li was lulling her child to sleep when blood-red tendrils broke through the wall, skewering both mother and child together like candied hawthorns. In the northern street, blacksmith Wang, a brawny man, swung a heavy hammer, trying to smash the tendrils, only to be ensnared by even more, instantly drained into a desiccated husk. Screams, cries for help, pleas for mercy. The cacophony of voices converged into a wave of despair, soaring into the heavens. At this moment, the entire deployment zone resembled a hellish battlefield. As time passed, more and more people were drained dry. Those who had been barely surviving could no longer remain calm. Without a nest, there are no unbroken eggs. If they did not resist now, they would surely die. Some attempted to flee, others tried to attack the formation, while some gathered in the central square. What is happening? Didn't Elder CS say that this formation was only for preventing demonic cultivators from escaping? Why is it now targeting us, the former disciples? Can anyone tell me what's going on? It's over. We must flee. My neighbors are all dead. Doesn't anyone realize? This formation is sacrificing the entire city. Everyone still in the deployment zone will die. Where is Elder Xie? Quickly ask Elder Xie to save us. Don't be foolish. This is Elder Xie's formation. Do you really think he will save you? The immortal sect is rotten. It is us commoners who suffer. Are we really going to be refined into flesh and blood like this? Actually, there is still one person who can save us. That is the mysterious figure. If that mysterious figure intervenes and breaks Elder Xie's formation, perhaps we still have a chance. The crowd debated fervently. They resisted. But what could they do? They were all at low levels of chi refinement, specifically below the 3rd level. They couldn't resist at all. Meanwhile, Su Yao Yao stood barefoot on the clock tower, gazing ahead. Upon witnessing the devastation of the deployment zone, countless innocent civilians turned into a hellish scene. Her brows knit slightly. In truth, with her cultivation level, she could easily come and go within the formation and could easily disrupt it. Yet she could not do so, because that great being had a cooperative relationship with the Hehuan sect. The sect master ordered her to cooperate with that great being's plan. Yet for some reason, as she watched these innocent lives perish, she felt a pang of guilt. How strange. Am I not a member of the demonic sect? Why do I feel such remorse? It must be that Xie Jian is too cruel, more demonic than the demonic path itself. And the sect master, why cooperate with such a demon? Su Yao Yao could not comprehend these complex issues, but gradually began to understand the words of Li Changsheng. This damned world, where isn't it hell? Witnessing this scene, Su Yao Yao felt a deep sense of helplessness, simultaneously yearning to grow stronger. I do not wish to be anyone's pawn. I only want to live freely and without restraints. I wonder if the uncle can survive. If the uncle can survive, perhaps we can become friends. The uncle's willingness to accompany a mortal woman and nurture children is truly touching. Su Yao Yao thought to herself. Meanwhile, in the basement of the Li family's courtyard, Li Changsheng seemed to sense something and suddenly opened his eyes. Even with the formation's barrier, he could still hear the continuous screams coming from outside. Those who screamed were his neighbors. People he would normally greet with a smile and borrow a bit of oil and vinegar from were now dying one after another. Flesh and blood were being sacrificed to the great formation. Truly beast. The Tao is merciless. Even more merciless than the Tao is the immortal sect. If the immortal sect is like this, why cultivate immortality? It would be better to turn demonic instead. Li Changsheng thought angrily. His hands gripped the cushion tightly, his nails breaking from the pressure, blood seeping out. Sacrificing the deployment zone is a disaster for the entire map. Survival is no longer an option. If I do not resist, I will die. Not only will I die, my wife will die. My son will die. My daughter will die too. What should I do? I can only fight with all my might. Even those who survive will fight with all their might. Li Changsheng's teeth clenched tightly, making a grinding sound. Then he suddenly stood up. His aura changed in an instant. Once a frail old man on the brink of death, half buried in the ground, he now exuded the feeling of a sharp sword drawn from its sheath. Cui Ping. Li Changsheng walked up to Jiang Cui Ping, trying to soften his voice despite gritting his teeth. At that moment, Jiang Cui Ping held her 2 children curled up in the corner of the wall, trembling. Upon hearing Li Changsheng's voice, she felt something and turned her head looking at him with a face full of worry. Husband. Li Changsheng turned around, walked in front of his wife, and gently wiped the tears from her face. Wait for me here. I am going to kill someone, and I will be back soon. Upon hearing this, Jiang Zuiping could no longer hold back and tears streamed down her cheeks. She knew what her husband intended to do. It was precisely because she knew that she was worried. She was just an ordinary woman who did not understand grand principles and did not wish for her husband to be a great hero. She just wanted him to live and be a father to their children. After a moment, Jiang Zuiping gradually calmed down. After 1,000 words, she finally said 4 words, take care of yourself. Li Changsheng nodded, donned his bronze mask, and stepped forward with the Xianfrost sword. The aura suddenly changed. The once timid and fearful old man Li disappeared, replaced by a Foundation establishment cultivator whose sword intent soared to the skies. In the settlement area square, this was the endpoint of the gathering blood energy. Xie Jian hovered in midair, standing atop a formation disk. Countless blood-red light beams like transfusion tubes continuously delivered extracted essence blood from all directions. Xie Jian's hair, which had turned gray from consuming life force to power the formation, began to regain its black color under the nourishment of the abundant essence blood, and the wrinkles on his face gradually smoothed out. Although most of this flesh and blood would be collected to supply that esteemed person as the formation's host, he could also benefit from it. So this is the feeling of power. It's truly intoxicating. No wonder that esteemed person has to capture several people to absorb every so often. With the support of the formation, Xie Jian gradually flew to the center of the square, standing amidst the blood energy. He gestured with his fingers and began the true sacrifice of the entire city. At this moment, the survivors in the square finally realized what was happening. Each of them let out desperate howls. Damn it. It was actually Elder Xie Jian who did this. Isn't he a member of the immortal sect? Why is he doing the deeds of the demon sect? How could we trust you so much? I never thought your purpose in sealing the settlement area was to sacrifice the entire city. I curse you to have a bad end. Damn it. Garbage immortal sect. In the next life, I will never trust the immortal sect again. Woo-woo. Who will help me seek justice? Although everyone was angry, they had no way to resist. The low-level Qi refinement cultivators were like ants before the Foundation establishment. They had no ability to resist. Death was imminent, and their appearances became increasingly grotesque. Various human weaknesses were exposed. Xie Jian remained indifferent to the voices below. He had also left a backup at Qinyan's sect. At this moment, no one would come to rescue them. Shout. Shout loudly. The louder you scream, the more excited I become. As long as the esteemed person's plan is completed, this little sacrifice means nothing. Suddenly a loud shout exploded in everyone's ears. In broad daylight, an elder of the immortal sect is engaging in such wicked dealings. Do you not fear the world's ridicule? Xie Jian abruptly opened his eyes. He saw a green streak of light flowing upwards, tearing through the blood mist in the sky, appearing before him. You are the hidden Foundation establishment in the settlement area. Oh, you finally dare to show yourself. Xie Jian looked at the man in the bronze mask before him, feeling joy instead of fear. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time. He was at the peak of Foundation establishment, and with the support of the Great Formation, he was not afraid of killing this rat. On the other hand, even if he could not defeat him, he had the holy maiden Su Yaoyao of the Hahuan sect backing him. This was a sure thing. The surviving cultivators in the square cheered with joy upon seeing the mysterious Foundation establishment finally take action. Master, please, kill Xie Jian, and peace will return to the settlement area. Xie Jian deserves a bad end. Hurry and uphold justice. Xie Jian deserves to die. Quickly kill him, or the people in the entire settlement area will die. Listening to the voices around him, Xie Jian became even angrier, pressing his hands down and striking first. Blood fiend ghost shadow arise. Roar, roar, roar. With his actions, the blood flowing on the ground suddenly began to violently churn, transforming into fierce-looking evil spirits. These evil spirits had no reason, they only craved the essence of living beings. Hundreds and thousands of blood ghosts swarmed towards Li Changsheng. Facing Xie Jian's attack, Li Changsheng's eyes beneath the mask remained calm. Only a fool would duel with you under the formation. Li Changsheng scoffed lightly. Then he gently raised his left hand, pinching a small red paper figure between his index and middle fingers. With a flick of his wrist, the red paper figure ignited quickly. Immediately, eerie children's laughter echoed from all directions. Xie Jian was taken aback. What is this thing? What kind of spell? Before he could react, countless red paper figures suddenly emerged from the dark corners of the settlement area, from rooftops, wall corners, and even from the gaps of the blood-colored tentacles. They moved as swiftly as lightning, ignoring the entanglement of the blood ghosts, heading straight for the nodes of the formation. The formation nodes were composed of 12 blood-red light pillars supporting the Great Formation. They were the foundation of the Blood Fiend soul-guiding formation. As long as they were destroyed, the Great Formation would collapse. Li Changsheng's goal was clear: to destroy the formation first. Destroying the formation would allow the people inside to escape and enable those outside to discover the situation in the settlement area, undoubtedly providing more opportunities. Seeing this scene, Xie Jian seemed to realize something and was instantly horrified. Not good. Stop them. However, the red paper figures lacked vitality. The formation could not sense them. Furthermore, they were small and fast, making them impossible to stop. In almost an instant, most of the red paper figures had burrowed into the formation nodes. Li Changsheng watched as all the paper figures took their positions, smiled faintly, parted his lips, and uttered a single word: explode. The next second, boom, boom, boom. The sounds of successive explosions erupted, their power so great that even the ground of the settlement area shook continuously. The 12 thick, blood-red light pillars at the base, which were the formation nodes, were at the center of the explosion. They were almost instantly blown apart. This was the weak point of the formation. It could not withstand the blast. No. Xie Jian, watching the formation nodes being destroyed, let out a frantic scream, filled with despair. However, in the next second, feeling a sweetness at the corner of his mouth, he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of fresh blood, which even mixed with fragments of his internal organs. In midair, blood rained down from the sky. The formation was linked to his mind. With the formation shattered, Xie Jian also suffered a terrifying backlash. Puff! Xie Jian's spirit instantly weakened, swaying in the air, almost falling down. The surviving cultivators in the square were overjoyed to see the formation broken. Some scattered to escape, some stayed to watch the battle, and even some ran to the Qingyun sect to report. Run! The formation is broken. This is the best chance to escape. Escape! I still want to see the mysterious foundation establishment chop off Xie Jian's head. Yes, I won't run either. Someone has already reported to the Qingyun sect. We'll just wait here for justice. The Qingyun sect will definitely send high-level personnel to handle this. If I watch coldly today, no one will raise a flag for me tomorrow. Today I made a decision that goes against my ancestors to stay and share life and death with the mysterious foundation establishment. Xie Jian, seeing someone go to report to the Qingyun sect, became even angrier and spat out another mouthful of blood. Just as everyone said, the formation was indeed broken. He truly was at the end of his rope. Unless the esteemed person from the blood pool was willing to take action for him, he would undoubtedly die. Would that esteemed person be willing to help him? Is it possible? No, it's impossible. Because that esteemed person cannot be seen by the light. As Xie Jian thought, more despair deepened in his heart. Li Changsheng's eyes shone brightly, keenly catching Xie Jian's mental flaw. Without any flashy moves, the Xianfra sword was drawn. With all his strength, he struck with the sword. Clang! A brilliant sword energy stretching 10 zhang long poured down like the Milky Way from the 9 heavens, carrying a freezing chill that fiercely slashed at Xie Jian's head. Die! Xie Jian was, after all, an experienced foundation establishment cultivator. Though heavily injured, his combat instincts remained. In a life-and-death moment, he suddenly bit his tongue. Forcing himself to burn his essence blood, he summoned a defensive divine ability, conjuring a shield before him. Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed. The sword energy violently collided with the shield. The terrifying shockwave instantly dispersed the surrounding blood mist. Crack! The shield shattered like a spider's web. Xie Jian suffered a backlash and vomited another mouthful of blood. His body was like being hit by a cannonball, slamming into the ruins below. Boom! Dust rose. A large pit was created in the center of the square. Li Changsheng hovered at the edge of the pit, his chest slightly heaving. That last strike used all his strength and took a considerable toll. However, he did not dare to relax, because someone like Xie Jian, as long as he was not dead, still had a chance to counterattack. Absolutely cannot approach. Cough, cough. Cough, cough, cough. A moment later, a violent coughing sound suddenly came from the ruins. Xie Jian, disheveled and covered in blood, crawled out from the deep pit. There was not a single intact piece of skin on him, as if he had returned from hell. Xie Jian's resentful eyes fixated on Li Changsheng, but his voice carried a sense of resignation. Good. Very good. I never expected that a dignified elder of the immortal sect would fall into the hands of a sneaky rat like you. Before dying, can you tell me your name? He was unwilling. He was so close to success, so close to the golden core path, only to be destroyed by the mysterious person before him. Xie Jian wanted to counterattack this mysterious person. Li Changsheng did not respond. Villains die from talking too much. He was not a villain, but he did not want to waste words. With a thought, he raised the sword in his hand again, the sword tip gathering a cold light. His voice was as cold as ice. The one who will kill you. Before the words fell, the sword light surged again. This sword was faster and more ruthless than the previous one. Xie Jian was momentarily taken aback, gazing at the mysterious figure before him, clad in a bronze mask. The other person wore an expressionless face as cold as ice, while the sword energy attacking him was swift and fierce. This made his expression extremely grim. He realized that his opponent was a decisive killer intent on taking his life. In the presence of such a person, the chances of survival were greatly diminished. With the sword energy ahead, Xie Jian dared not think further. He pushed off the ground with his right foot, quickly dodging to the left, while simultaneously spitting out a mouthful of vital blood to form a blood shield in front of him. However, his hurried evasion did not completely avoid the attack. Changsheng, empowered by a mysterious weapon, unleashed a full-force strike. The blood shield shattered like paper in an instant. The sword light swept past, and Xie Jian narrowly avoided a fatal blow. The sword energy broke through the shield and struck down on his shoulder, severing his arm and half of his body. Blood gushed forth, and the intense pain contorted Xie Jian's features. His horrific scream echoed throughout the entire settlement. Yet no one felt sympathy for Xie Jian. A few bold old cultivators even clapped and cheered. Kill him. This kind of person is more evil than the demonic path. He deserves to die. The bronze cultivator, kill him quickly. Xie Jian felt his right shoulder and arm were gone, empty and hollow as blood loss gradually led him to despair. He was truly going to die. He was no match for the bronze cultivator. His legs weakened, and he knelt down on the rubble. Friend, please don't kill me. I am willing to offer all my savings, swear a great oath, and serve you. Tears streamed down Xie Jian's face as his head struck the ground, repeatedly blood staining the earth, utterly humiliated. Don't let him get away. He is a demon. He can do anything, even destroy the entire city. Don't believe his lies. Yes, he must be killed. It is for the good of the people. Don't be swayed, quickly kill him. Public opinion surged. Killing Xie Jian was seen as a decree from heaven. Changsheng's eyes, hidden beneath the mask, were cold and resolute, unmoved by the chaos. To save his own life, he is willing to serve like a beast. Truly adaptable. However, I still believe it is safer to kill you. Changsheng's murderous intent was as solid as a rock. To leave no roots behind, cutting the grass without removing the roots. This was the best way to deal with an enemy who had sworn enmity and possessed a cruel nature. Only death would resolve this karmic cycle. Changsheng struck again with the Xian Shuang sword. The sword hummed like a dragon's roar. A brilliant azure sword light tore through the air, heading straight for Xie Jian's neck. This strike was meant to take his life. No, to be precise. Every strike was aimed at his life. Seeing that begging for mercy was futile, Xie Jian went into a frenzy, his face twisting into a hideous mask. You cannot kill me. I am an outer elder of the Qingyun sect. I understand my mistakes. The elders from the law enforcement hall will punish me. You cannot kill me. I have a powerful backer. If you kill me, you will die too. Changsheng was too lazy to listen to his nonsense. Trouble. Killing you and destroying your corpse is the best way to solve the trouble. Changsheng moved like lightning, rushing forward, the Xian Shuang sword raised, bringing forth a rain of blood as he struck down again. Xie Jian shrieked in despair, rolling on the ground in a disheveled state, resembling a vengeful spirit. He had lost all hope. This mysterious person before him was impervious to reason, neither soft nor hard, not even giving him a glimmer of hope. You are forcing me. Since you are forcing me, then let's die together. Xie Jian's eyes filled with terror, transforming into madness after a fish dies and the net breaks. His left hand delved into his robe, pulling out the jade slip given to him by the Lord of the Blood Pool. Crack! The jade slip shattered. In the next second, a suffocating aura descended. The pitch-black night sky turned dark red as if the heavens were bleeding. This aura was countless times stronger than the Foundation establishment stage. It was at the golden core level. Changsheng, preparing to deliver a fatal strike, felt his pupils constrict to the size of needles. An unprecedented death crisis washed over him like ice water, chilling him to the bone. His muscles ached like needles, and his body instinctively issued a warning. Retreat. Without a moment's hesitation, Changsheng made that decision. His figure, previously suspended in the air, abruptly halted. He quickly retreated. However, the blood light containing the full power of the golden core stage was even faster. In almost an instant, the blood light coalesced into a gigantic blood-red hand that obscured the sky. This hand was 100 feet large with distinct palm lines, each groove seemingly imprisoning countless wronged souls, emanating piercing wails. The giant hand came crashing down on Changsheng. It felt as though the surrounding space was sealed off with no way to dodge or evade. Died. This is the Blood Pool Lord's blood, transforming divine palm. Below the golden core, anyone touched by it must die. In the ruins, Xie Jian, spitting blood, let out a mad laugh. Although the Lord's plan had failed, he wouldn't survive, but it was still good to take someone down with him. As Changsheng struggled more and more, it was as if he were sinking into a mire. Even lifting a finger was exhausting. His internal spiritual power was suppressed. The strength of the golden core stage was enough to deliver a dimensional strike to those at the foundation establishment stage. Typically, a foundation establishment cultivator would be directly obliterated. There would be no surprises. But unfortunately, Li Changsheng was not an ordinary cultivator. Meanwhile, not far away, Su Yaoyao stood atop a tower watching the battle barefoot, yet no one noticed her presence. One can only imagine how powerful she truly was. Su Yaoyao gazed ahead, still toying with her bell. Upon seeing Xie Jian unleash his trump card, the seductive expression on her face vanished, replaced by shock. A full-force attack at the golden core stage. Xie Jian actually has such a trump card. Could it be a treasure given to him by that lord? This must be the trump card given by that lord. Even from a distance, I can smell this bloodthirsty aura. Su Yaoyao muttered to herself, realizing something ominous. Wait. This is bad. Is that uncle in danger? Su Yaoyao did not believe Li Changsheng could survive. Below the golden core, everyone was but an insect. This was not an empty statement. Even she found it difficult to cope with a full-force attack from the golden core stage. That uncle is ruthless and decisive. He would make a good candidate for demonic cultivation. What a pity. I was still thinking that if he survived, I would pull him into the Hahuan sect as my consort. Now it seems that uncle is doomed. Su Yaoyao sighed softly, preparing to turn and leave. The matter in the settlement was basically coming to a close. The uncle would die. The Lord of the Blood Pool's plan would fail. The higher-ups of the Qingyun sect would take over this matter. Xie Jian would likely be made a scapegoat. That would be the general outcome. As the Lord of the Blood Pool saw the plan fail, he must be furious, but what does that have to do with me? I am just an ordinary person who does not wish to be anyone's pawn. Su Yaoyao murmured, and at the moment she turned, she seemed to sense something incredible, halting her steps, abruptly turning back with disbelief on her face. What is this? Has the uncle also erupted? I didn't expect this uncle to have such a powerful trump card. I truly underestimated him. Li Changsheng sensed a surge within himself. He had to fight desperately. Xie Jian's trump card was strong, but so was his. Burn life essence. Divine ability, long-lasting survival. Long-lasting survival allows him to burn life essence to enhance combat power. Burning 10 years of life can double his combat power, and burning up to 100 years can increase it tenfold. Of course, this is merely a temporary boost, but it should be enough to deal with Xie Jian, who was also using his trump card. With the activation of the divine ability, the qi and blood within Li Changsheng ignited in an instant. A full century of life essence was burned away in a flash, exchanged for terrifying combat power. At this moment, Li Changsheng's skin lost its luster. His already aged body became even more hunched. His hair, once darkened due to the source tracing, turned completely white. He had 2 children, which greatly extended his lifespan. If there were no accidents, he could have lived for another 111 years. Now he directly burned away 100 years of life. He was left with only 11 years of life. The cost was enormous, but the power gained was equally terrifying. In an instant, Li Changsheng's aura began to rise steadily. Foundation establishment, early stage, late stage, false core, golden core. Li Changsheng briefly attained the cultivation of the golden core stage. Facing the attack of the blood hand, he gripped his weapon in return. The Xian Shuang sword roared, resonating through the heavens and earth. The originally chilling Xian Shuang sword now shimmered with a faint golden light, the indestructible energy of metal. With the support of the divine ability, he struck fiercely at the blood hand. Break for me. Li Changsheng's voice roared, killing intent overflowing. Did they think they could make him die? Even a survivor would fight desperately. Moreover, you would never know how many trump cards a survivor has hidden. In the next second, the brilliant sword light collided with the blood hand. Time seemed to stand still. Then came a deafening explosion. The blinding golden light illuminated the darkness like daylight. The sword energy infused with metal was indestructible. It was only momentarily blocked by the blood hand before cleaving through it, landing on Xie Jian. Furthermore, the energy storm resulting from the collision of the 2 forces swept the entire area, reducing everything within 100 meters to dust. Xie Jian was first sliced in half by the sword energy, then torn to pieces by the terrifying energy storm. He was truly obliterated. Not even his soul remained. Meanwhile, Su Yaoyao watched this scene, her beautiful eyes wide, her mouth slightly agape, filled with disbelief. Impossible. What did she just witness? She saw the uncle's sword light cut through the golden core blood hand, as if it were tofu, annihilating Xie Jian completely. How did that uncle manage to do this? He actually broke the law that below the golden core everyone is but an insect. Moreover, Xie Jian was using an external item. The uncle erupted on his own. The 2 cases were fundamentally different. Looking across the world apart from the uncle, she had never heard of anyone who could master such terrifying divine abilities. This uncle seems a bit abnormal. Originally, Su Yaoyao was merely interested in Li Changsheng. She regarded him as a pawn to be utilized. Now her perspective has slightly changed. She has developed some other thoughts. After a long while, the dust settled. Li Changsheng knelt on the ground, propped up by the broken half of the Xian Shuang sword, gasping heavily for breath. The bronze mask had long shattered, revealing a white-haired, elderly face. This time he truly aged. It was not a disguise. Burning his life force, unleashing his divine abilities, and forcefully killing Xie Jin had left his body beyond endurance. Moreover, he was likewise severely injured in the energy storm. His clothes were tattered. His body was covered in blood. There was a dent in his chest. Several of his ribs were broken. His internal organs felt as if they had been displaced. Every bone and muscle in his body throbbed with excruciating pain. Cough, cough. Li Changsheng tasted blood in his mouth and suddenly spat out a mouthful of fresh blood mixed with internal organs. He extended his hand and wiped his mouth. A faint smile appeared on his face. I have finally survived, and my whole family is intact. This feeling is truly wonderful. Li Changsheng was very tired and sleepy, wanting to sit down and rest for a moment. But he knew that now was not the time. He still had to deal with the scene. The commotion here was too great. The higher-ups of Qingyun's sect were already on their way. As a survivor, he needed to disguise the scene, hide his trump cards, conceal his divine abilities, avoid trouble, and stay low-key. This has always been his modus operandi. Oh, by the way, there was also the matter of looting corpses. Thinking of this, Li Changsheng couldn't help but smile slightly. His divine sense swept around. After the recent explosion, the surrounding survivors had fled far away. Could they not escape far? Those who did not run were blown to death. This saved Li Changsheng a lot of trouble. Li Changsheng gritted his teeth against the pain and crawled into the deep pit, finding Xie Jin's storage bag amidst the ashes. This is the storage bag of an outer sect elder. I traded my life for it. I hope there are good things inside. Otherwise it would be a huge loss. Li Changsheng wrapped the storage bag with spiritual power to prevent any tracking methods, and then stored it away. He began to arrange the scene. Although many people witnessed the battle, it was all done by that mysterious Foundation establishment practitioner. What does it have to do with me, Li Changsheng? Moreover, I do not need to be meticulous, leaving no loopholes. Because, compared to the lofty immortals of Qingyun's sect, perhaps the truth is not that important. They only need a reasonable excuse to explain it to the outside world. Or rather, they need a cover. What he was doing now was providing Qingyun's sect with a reason. Li Changsheng took out the remnants of the demonic path obtained from Shun Zue and the unique artifact shards of the Hehuan sect from his spatial ring. He carelessly scattered them around the battlefield, creating the illusion of a chaotic battle and internal strife within the demonic faction. This is the script I prepared for Qingyun's sect. Xie Jin and Hehuan's sect killed each other in a mutual destruction. This script is perfect. Damn it. I don't even believe it myself. However, this was the best method he could think of. Even if there were loopholes, there was nothing he could do. After completing all this, Li Changsheng did not linger. He used his spiritual power to perform the divine movement talisman and slipped into the night, heading towards his small courtyard. In the distance atop the bell tower, Su Yao Yao watched Li Changsheng's departing figure with a complex gaze. Uncle, such a clumsy frame-up. Who is he trying to fool? Not even a ghost would believe it. The battlefield is full of loopholes. Moreover, it was framed onto Hehuan's sect. Damn, does he really think this saintess do not exist? Su Yao Yao clicked her tongue. Her ultimate goal was to live freely, not becoming anyone's pawn. But achieving this goal is very difficult, and it is not something one person can accomplish. The road of Changsheng is long, and on the path of life, one must have their own teammates. This uncle is very suitable for the requirements. Whether in temperament or values, he is worth befriending. Alright, today Su Yao Yao will make a decision that goes against the sect. I will invest in that uncle. I hope my choice today is not wrong. Su Yao Yao barefoot moved like a light red butterfly, silently landing at the edge of the deep pit, looking at the scorched ruins and sighing. Tsk tisk. How tragic indeed. Su Yao Yao sighed. Go. With a light reprimand, her fingertips glowed with pink light, transforming into countless tiny light dots, scattering across the battlefield. These light dots seemed to possess their own consciousness, precisely locating the flaws left by Li Changsheng, such as moving the Hehuan sect artifact shards that Li Changsheng casually placed, disguising them as having been blown away by the shockwave, such as adding the blood aura of Hehuan's sect and that uncle to the pristine artifact break. There were too many loopholes. Under Su Yao Yao's meticulous adjustments, one by one the flaws were corrected, gradually transforming into a perfect disguise of the scene. After a while, Su Yao Yao stood barefoot at the edge of the deep pit, thought for a moment, then formed hand seals with both hands, reciting incantations. She enveloped Li Changsheng's sword aura with the aura of Hehuan's sect. Hehuan's sect did not practice swordsmanship extensively. This sword aura would be misleading. After completing this, Su Yao Yao felt that there were no more flaws, and she turned her head to glance at the direction Li Changsheng had left. Uncle, I have already shown my sincerity. I hope you can survive. In this cannibalistic world, finding an interesting companion is much harder than finding a furnace. As her voice fell, a red shadow flickered, and Su Yao Yao's figure completely vanished into the night, as if she had never appeared. The higher-ups of Qingyun's sect were about to arrive, and even she had to avoid the limelight. Those hypocritical cultivators are quite arrogant. If they were to catch her at the scene, it would probably not end well. After Su Yao Yao left, after a quarter of an hour, several streaks of long rainbows streaked across the horizon. The escape light was extremely fast and carried a terrifying pressure tearing through the blood-red canopy above the settlement area. Several figures arrived on swords, landing in the square and stirring up a cloud of dust. 3 people from Qingyun's sect arrived in total. All were from the inner sect. Leading them was an elder dressed in the inner sect's Dao robe with white hair and a stern face, exuding the terrifying pressure of the golden core stage with every move. This person was none other than Lei Lai, the enforcement elder of Qingyun's sect's inner sect. Following behind Lei Lai were 2 attendants at the fake dance stage. The inner sect's lineup was indeed formidable. It was still quite extreme. The peak of foundation establishment was rare in the outer sect, while the inner sect dispatched fake dance stage and golden core stage practitioners. What a heavy blood aura. Lei Lai frowned as soon as he landed. He surveyed the surroundings, taking in the severed limbs scattered across the ground and the desiccated corpses of ordinary people. Seeing this scene, Lei Lai's anger surged, reaching his brow. Before him was simply a hell of a juris. So brutal. Who did this? Lei Lai's voice roared like thunder, filled with rage. Then, as if recalling something, he quickly added, I am Lei Lai, the enforcement elder of Qingyun's sect. Can any of you tell me what happened? As he spoke, his divine sense already enveloped the entire settlement area, probing inch by inch. As an elder of the enforcement peak, he would collect testimonies, but would not fully believe them. Although Lei Lai had a bit of a fiery temper, he was upright and his voice carried a natural righteousness. Those survivors hiding in the distance hesitated for a moment upon hearing his voice and gradually stepped forward, reporting to the enforcement elder. It was all done by Xie Jian. Xie Jian, under the pretext of there being demonic cultivators in the settlement area, sealed off the entire city, and then ultimately committed the evil act of sacrificing the entire city. Yes, Xie Jian, being a righteous person, was even more demonic than the demonic cultivators. Being killed by that mysterious person was also his own doing. This is divine retribution. The survivors in the square exchanged words, gradually outlining the sequence of events. Lei Lai was furious, his voice like thunder shaking the rubble around the settlement area. If what you say is true, Xie Jian is truly a beast. As an elder of the immortal sect, instead of upholding the righteous path, he abuses his power to commit evil deeds. He must be punished. Lei Lai's divine sense scanned the area. The overall situation was similar to what the others had described. As for that bronze cultivator, he was still investigating. Surely he would investigate. This matter had become so significant that it was bound to be unraveled. At this moment, an attendant walked to the edge of the deep pit, discovered a piece of artifact shard, picked it up, and carefully examined it, his face suddenly changing dramatically. What is this? This is an artifact shard exclusive to Hehuan's sect. Another attendant, hearing this, walked over to look at the artifact shard in front of him. His expression also turned grim. Then the 2 walked in front of Lei Lai, respectfully reporting, Elder, please take a look at this. Lei Lai strode forward, took the shard, and scanned it with his divine sense. After a moment, his expression grew even darker. This was indeed a fragment of Hehuan's sect's formation. How could there be demonic cultivators under the feet of the immortal sect? Lei Lai increasingly felt that this matter was not simple. Based on the situation at the scene, he carefully pondered and reached a preliminary conclusion. Xie Jian colluded with the demonic sect, practiced forbidden techniques, resulting in inviting wolves into the home, and was blackmailed by people from Hehuan's sect. As for that mysterious person, it is very likely a person from Hehuan's sect, and they concealed their cultivation. Lei Lai thought for a moment and discovered another illogical point. How could Xie Jian unleash a full-force attack at the golden core stage? With magical artifacts, hidden cards. No, the aura emitted by Xie Jian, how could it carry such a heavy blood aura? This blood aura is definitely not from Hehuan's sect. Could there be a third-party force present? Of course, all of this was Lei Lai's speculation, because he could find no evidence of a third party's existence. At this moment, one of the attendants approached Lei Lai and asked, Elder, what should we do with the survivors of the settlement area? Lei Lai cast a cold glance at one of them and replied, interrogate them separately. Investigate the truth thoroughly. This matter concerns the reputation of the sect and must be investigated rigorously. The 2 attendants complied and left. Understood. Lei Lai stood in place, gazing at the bottomless pit, unmoving for a long time. A sense of unease faintly lingered in his heart. Hehuan's sect. Xie Jian. Is this matter really that simple? Yet I can find no other evidence. The night was deep. In the small courtyard of the Li family, the dim yellow oil lamp remained lit, as if waiting for someone to return. Jiang Zuiping, carrying Ping on her back and holding Ningming's hand with her right, sat quietly in front of the oil lamp, gazing ahead. Worry filled her eyes. She had been waiting for half the night, nearly turning into a stone of longing for her husband. Yet her husband had not returned. The longer the time passed, the more anxious she became. Although there was a shielding formation within the room, the commotion outside was so great that she could still hear it. It was said that there had been a disaster in the entire resettlement area, with many lives lost. Her husband had gone to resolve this disaster. She wondered if he would be able to return alive. Lost in thought, Jiang Zuiping's tears began to flow. Men are the heavens for women. She could not imagine the feeling of the sky collapsing. He must return alive. Ping and Ningming are still waiting for you. Jiang Zuiping silently prayed for Li Changsheng. Just then a clear sound of the door creaking open echoed, followed by the door being pushed open. Upon hearing the sound, Jiang Zuiping stood up from her chair, and the cup of water in her hand fell to the ground with a clatter. Husband! Jiang Zuiping gasped in surprise. At the doorway stood Li Changsheng, swaying unsteadily, covered in blood, his face pale as paper. He was injured all over. It was a horrific sight. This was clearly a bloodied person. Nevertheless, Jiang Zuiping recognized her husband at a glance. After so long living together, she knew every detail about her husband too well. How could she possibly fail to recognize him due to some changes in appearance? Li Changsheng let out a soft grunt as he walked in, locking the door behind him. He was severely injured, yet his posture remained straight. At least he had to stand tall in front of his family. Seeing this scene, Jiang Zuiping couldn't help but burst into tears. She put down Ningming and rushed over, wanting to embrace Li Changsheng, but afraid of touching his wounds, her trembling hands hovered in the air, unsure of what to do. Ping, not understanding much, lay babbling on her mother's back. Ningming, feeling frightened, quietly sobbed. This eldest daughter had always been sensible. She should have understood some things. The sight of Li Changsheng covered in blood might leave a deep impression on these two children, if they remembered this when they grew up. Jiang Zuiping felt a bit flustered, speaking incoherently. Husband, how did you get so badly injured? You've lost so much blood. I don't know how to help you. Should I go find some healing medicine? As she spoke, Jiang Zuiping turned to run towards the cabinet, but a rough, bloodied hand grabbed her. Li Changsheng forced a smile, his voice hoarse yet gentle. Zuiping, don't panic. The injuries I have, ordinary healing medicine is useless. First help me boil some hot water. I want to take a bath. After bathing, I'll apply the elixir from the immortals. At this moment, Jiang Zuiping was extremely anxious, nodding vigorously. In her fluster, she had no will of her own, doing whatever her husband said. Wiping her tears, she hurriedly went to the kitchen to boil water. After a moment, the hot water was ready. Jiang Zuiping painstakingly poured the hot water into a large wooden tub large enough for her husband to soak in. Husband, the water is ready. After boiling the water, Jiang Zuiping just walked into the living room, and upon seeing Li Changsheng's condition, her tears flowed again. In her line of sight, Li Changsheng was sitting on the ground, bare, using a cloth to wipe away the blood on his body. He was covered in injuries, with his chest sunken in and several ribs even protruding from his chest. It was a sight that filled one with dread. Although in the realm of cultivation such surface injuries were not considered serious, Jiang Zuiping, being an ordinary person, understood nothing of this. She thought her husband was on the brink of death. All she could do was cry. Ningming stood beside her. Although this little girl trembled in fear, her eyes never left her father's body, lost in her thoughts. I'm coming right now. Through this period of adjustment, Li Changsheng's condition had improved somewhat, and he walked with more strength. He walked up to the large wooden tub and jumped right in. Water splashed lightly as he allowed the hot water to soak his weary body. Jiang Zuiping held a towel, carefully helping her husband wipe off the blood. With each piece of blood crust wiped away, revealing a ghastly wound, her hand would tremble and tears would follow. How painful could this be? Jiang Zuiping felt as if her heart was being cut by a knife. After a moment, she couldn't help but ask, Husband, can't we just stop cultivating? Can't we live a peaceful life like before? Li Changsheng opened his eyes, staring at the blood floating on the water's surface. He reached out and held his wife's hand that was wiping his back. Zuiping, the tree wishes to be calm, but the wind will not cease. In this world, living peacefully is harder than climbing to the heavens. Just like this disaster in the resettlement area, it cannot simply be wished away. Only by having a sword in hand can one protect this family. However, rest assured, for you and the children, I will definitely live longer than anyone else. Li Changsheng turned around, embracing his wife, letting the water droplets dampen his clothes. After Jiang Zuiping helped Li Changsheng finish his bath, she began applying medicine. Of course, it was the elixir of the immortals, as ordinary mundane medicine wouldn't work. Yet Li Changsheng did not relax at all. Although he had returned, the higher-ups of the Qingyun sect should also have arrived. This matter would definitely be thoroughly investigated. That night the lights in the Li family courtyard remained lit throughout the night. The whole family. 5 people. Not a single one was sleeping. Li Changsheng quietly healed his wounds and set his bones, hoping to restore most of his bodily functions before dawn. However, with his wife and children by his side, he didn't have to worry about any dangers. This feeling was truly reassuring. The next day, when dawn broke, Li Changsheng opened his eyes. He knew that someone would definitely come to investigate today, so he immediately shielded his wife and children using the divine ability Go Dao Changqing to disguise himself. His appearance transformed into that of the aging Li Laotu. His temperament remained unchanged. Even his injuries were disguised. The divine ability Go Dao Changqing not only allowed him to burn his lifespan for a temporary power boost, but also had the function of hiding oneself. Unless someone 2 realms higher than himself came, it would be nearly impossible to see through. Currently, Li Changsheng was at the foundation establishment stage. This meant that only a nascent soul elder could see through his disguise. There were not many nascent soul elders in the Qingyan sect. As far as Li Changsheng knew, only the sect master and the grand elder were nascent soul elders. Although this matter had caused quite a stir, it likely wouldn't alarm the sect master. So, relatively speaking, he was still quite safe. The next day, around 9 in the morning, the door of the small courtyard was knocked on. Bang, bang, bang. As the sound echoed, a voice came from outside. Open the door. Routine investigation. This voice was filled with righteousness, unlike the ominous tone of Xiejian. Upon hearing this, Li Changsheng immediately understood that it was people from the Qingyun sect, likely from the law enforcement hall. Li Changsheng hunched over, coughing violently, and slowly opened the door. As soon as he opened the door, he was shocked to see the people standing outside. Their attire was from the law enforcement hall of the inner sect. They were known for their strictness. The old man in the middle seemed to be a golden core elder of the inner sect. Golden core. No matter what. As long as a nascent soul elder wasn't personally present, he would be safe. Greetings, esteemed immortal. Li Changsheng greeted respectfully. While Li Changsheng observed Lei Lai was also sizing up Li Changsheng. With a single glance, he saw through Li Changsheng's cultivation at the 3rd layer of qi refinement, and that he was nearing death. He was an old man close to death. Lei Lai nodded. I am Lei Lai, the law enforcement elder of the inner sect of Qingyun sect. Don't be afraid. What happened last night was truly significant. I just need to ask a few routine questions, and I'll leave. Li Changsheng nodded, trembling his voice like a deflating balloon. All right. Elder Lei, please follow me. Li Changsheng said, opening his hands to lead the 3 inner sect personnel to his home. The house was bare. The previously set up disguise formation had been temporarily taken down. Jiang Cuiping, carrying her son and holding her daughter, trembled at the edge. Women were not allowed to sit in the main seat. After Lei Lai entered, he glanced at Jiang Cuiping, then fixed his gaze on her 2 children. Because of the Qitian jade pendant, he also could not see through the disguise of the 2 children. However, dragons are dragons and phoenixes are phoenixes. The aura of dragons and phoenixes is inherently different from that of mice. No matter how much they hid, some things remain different. At this moment, Lei Lai saw the 2 children with their big eyes surrounded by an ethereal aura. He felt extremely shocked. These 2 children seemed quite remarkable. If not for Ningning and Pingping being too young, Lei Lai would have wanted to personally test their spiritual roots. Children with such an ethereal aura surely had good spiritual roots. After a moment, Lei Lai withdrew his gaze and casually took a seat. The 2 stewards began the routine questioning. Steward name. Li. Cough cough. Li Changsheng. Steward cultivation level. Li Changsheng, 3rd layer of qi refinement. Steward, what happened last night? Where were you? What did you see? The steward's tone was cold, expressionless. His divine sense ruthlessly swept over Li Changsheng, as if trying to determine from his subtle expressions whether he was lying. Li Changsheng pretended to be frightened, his body trembling, his gaze evasive, reporting to the immortal master. The commotion last night was too great. People were dying everywhere. I was scared of dying, so I hid in the cellar, sealing the entrance with a few ancestral calming talismans, not daring to come out at all. I only crawled out after the outside went quiet. The implication being that he knew nothing. Steward, so you know nothing. Li Changsheng shook his head. I don't know. He looked completely bewildered, focusing on appearing clueless. Although there are soul-searching techniques in the cultivation world, the Qingyun sect was a reputable sect, and since this matter had caused quite a stir, many people were definitely paying attention. Such evil techniques like soul-searching would not be used. Thus Li Changsheng was safe. The steward. Li Changsheng. The steward. Li Changsheng. And then, the steward inquired several more questions about last night. Li Changsheng responded with a method of knowing nothing. The steward, not receiving any useful information, frowned deeply. He used his divine sense to probe the room several times, but found nothing. Coupled with Li Changsheng's half-dead, waning appearance, He looked nothing like a mysterious bronze cultivator. He was immediately ready to retreat. The steward turned around and spoke to Elder Leilai. Elder, the inquiry has concluded. Leilai nodded gently. With Leilai's nod, it signified the end of this questioning. Truly without any gains. The purpose of Leilai's follow-up was to determine whether the inquirer was disguised and whether he was speaking the truth. Leilai could discern no flaws. Then he truly couldn't see any flaws. At this moment Leilai stood up as if he thought of something, and suddenly his gaze fell on Jiang Tsuaping. No, to be precise, it fell on the two children beside Jiang Tsuaping. Piping was robust and lively. Ningming was delicate and exquisite. Although the two children were still young, their eyes were lively and subtly emanated a hint of spiritual energy. They clearly did not seem like mere mortals. The thought that had just emerged, re-emerged again. For some reason, I had an affectionate feeling for talent twice in a row. Moreover, it was for two children whose spiritual roots had yet to be tested. Could this be fate in the dark? Are these your children? Upon hearing this, Li Changsheng's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that Elder Lei had seen something? It shouldn't be. Li Changsheng felt a bit anxious inside, but on the surface he still replied obediently, yes. These are my old pair of children. Leilai walked over, pinched Pingping's shoulder, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. The foundation is quite good. Although the spiritual roots have yet to be tested, their physique is much stronger than that of ordinary children. He then looked at Ningming, touched her foundation, and nodded in satisfaction. This girl is also quite good. Her foundation may not be as strong as the boys, but she exudes spiritual energy, making her a good prospect. Leilai muttered to himself. For some reason he grew increasingly fond of the two children. At first, when Li Changsheng saw Leilai's actions, he was startled. Almost exploded in anger. Damn it, don't touch my children. But then he thought about the person before him, who was a golden core expert from the law enforcement hall. Even if he exerted all his strength, he could not defeat the opponent. He suddenly felt relieved. Being weak is indeed a sin. That phrase was certainly not wrong. After a moment, Li Changsheng thought about it and replied, "Thank you for your kindness, Elder. That is their fortune." Haha. Although it sounded a bit flattering, it was truly comforting to say. Even though Leilai was an elder of the law enforcement hall known for his strictness and lack of humor, at this moment, he felt a bit of joy blooming. In a few years, when the time comes for them to test their spiritual roots, you can bring them to the sect. I will have their spiritual roots tested specifically. If the spiritual roots qualify, they can join my sect. The two stewards were taken aback upon hearing this, their faces full of envy. Damn it, aren't they just two ordinary kids? What on earth did the elder see in these two kids? They are already stepping into the inner sect. These kids are truly fortunate. Li Changsheng, upon hearing this, bent down and bowed, feeling a bit flattered. Damn it, they really think highly of my children. Being directly noticed by an inner sect elder. Instantly becoming inner sect disciples. What a high starting point. Many outer sect disciples spend their whole lives unable to enter the inner sect. Now my two children have an entry ticket. Hee. Should I refuse? I can't refuse at all. Forget it. There is plenty of time in the future. I will leave the choice to the two children then. Why think so much? Li Changsheng thought, and then spoke. Thank you, Elder. I will certainly remember this in my heart. When my children are of age, if their spiritual roots qualify, I hope the Elder will take extra care of my children. Upon hearing this, Leilai nodded, said no more, and turned to leave with the two stewards. He still had to go to the next inquiry. He couldn't waste too much time here. After Li Changsheng watched the three leave, his previously murky and fearful gaze became clear. Testing spiritual roots. It seems that I still have to prepare for my two children in the next 6 years. Their spiritual roots cannot be too strong, but they also cannot be too weak. I must also avoid detection during the test. A bit challenging. However, as a father, there is only so much I can do. Some matters cannot be avoided. Humans are alive. They must walk. However, which path to take can be chosen. As for how to choose, that depends on the two children. If they wish to cultivate immortality, then send them to the sect. If they don't want to, then let this talent rot inside. Living an ordinary life to the end is also quite good. Meanwhile, inside the Qingyun sect at Snakehead Peak, in the blood pool at the back mountain. The blood pool churned and endless blood coagulated into a vague human shape. The chest of this human shape heaved up and down, filled with rage. Just having learned that the plan failed and Xie Jian was brutally killed, the law enforcement hall of the Qingyun sect intervened in the investigation. He was instantly furious. Useless trash. Damn useless trash. All of you are useless trash. The Hehuan sect is also useless trash. What a group of people who can achieve nothing but ruin everything. The blood pool lord roared angrily, cursing violently. His voice was so loud that it shook the cave, causing the blood pool to surge. However, the sound was blocked by the formation, unable to escape even a little. Damn it. Who the hell ruined my plan? I hope I don't find out who it is. Otherwise you will regret ever coming into this world. The Blood Pool Lord was extremely furious. But as Su Yaoyao said, he was indeed a person who could not be seen in the light. He dared not show himself. He did not even dare to leave this cave. Forget it. Although I lost Xiejian, fortunately this seed is well hidden and has not been exposed. This account, I will settle it later. After the blood-formed human shape said this, the cave returned to silence. Time flies. For mortals, a long life is merely a fleeting moment in the eyes of cultivators. In the blink of an eye, 6 years have passed. Lei Lai conducted a thorough investigation. Although he sensed something was off, he had no other evidence to support continuing the investigation. He could only submit the investigation report based on the existing clues. In fact, it was quite similar to what Li Changsheng had guessed. Many sects of righteousness were hypocritical. Sometimes the truth is not that important. They only needed a reasonable investigation report that could be explained to the outside world, one that could maintain their face. In these 6 years, the resettlement area had returned to its former peace. The collapsed houses were rebuilt. The deceased neighbors were forgotten. New residents moved in. The old stories became topics for casual conversation. People only remembered that a certain elder Xia went mad and was killed by a master of the demonic sect. As for that mysterious bronze cultivator, no one knew who it was. They didn't even know if it truly existed. It had become a legend. Now the topics among the old Taoists in the resettlement area had shifted to whose children tested for spiritual roots and whose children were recruited into the immortal sect. It was reminiscent of parents showing off their children's results after a college entrance examination in their previous lives. But this was the ordinary life of these old men in the resettlement area. In these 6 years, Li Changsheng felt like a thorn in his back, trembling with fear, diligently cultivating. Yet his cultivation made no progress at all. His aptitude was too poor. Cultivation was utterly useless. Yet he could not stop cultivating, because only through cultivation could he find peace of mind. Throughout these 6 years, every night he would repeatedly dream of being pursued by that figure mentioned by Xiejian. He had disrupted that figure's plan. That figure would surely not let it go easily. The reason he was safe now was merely that the figure was temporarily unable to free himself. This cause and effect still lingered. Therefore, Li Changsheng desperately cultivated. At the same time, he desperately sought to have children. Every day, he and Jiang Cuiping would indulge in each other. But fate played tricks on him. It was as if he and Jiang Cuiping had entered a period of fertility isolation, as they had not conceived for 6 consecutive years. This left Li Changsheng quite helpless. Perhaps it was because I had established my foundation, lowering the chances for a mortal to conceive. Li Changsheng did not know. But he knew he should take a concubine. His system was a family prosperity system. Only by marrying and having children with more children, bringing more blessings, could he become stronger. But he was unsure how to bring this up to Jiang Cuiping. He felt a bit guilty towards Jiang Cuiping. A wife of hardship cannot be discarded. Having accompanied him all the way, he still had deep feelings for Jiang Cuiping. At this moment, Li Changsheng sat in the wicker chair in the small courtyard as usual. Only the wicker chair had aged, creaking. The old locust tree in the courtyard had also grown taller, its branches lush and full. However, Li Changsheng's appearance had not changed at all, as if these 6 years had left no trace on him. But only Li Changsheng knew. He had only 5 years left to live. If he did not take a concubine soon, he would die. Li Changsheng felt anxious. At this moment, Jiang Cuiping walked over in a floral dress. From a youthful girl to a mature woman, she had become increasingly charming. But due to her hard work day and night, Jiang Cuiping had visibly aged a lot. "Husband, what are you thinking about?" Jiang Cuiping moved a wicker chair to sit beside Li Changsheng. "I wasn't thinking about anything." Li Changsheng shook his head. He couldn't say he wanted to take a concubine, right? Cough. "Jiang Cuiping, are you trying to hide something from me again? I know you have something on your mind." Li Changsheng casually replied, "All right. Truly nothing can be hidden from you. I was thinking that 6 years have passed. Ningning is 7 and Pingping is 6. Should we let go?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Cuiping fell silent for a moment and then spoke. "Did you not already decide that the children would choose for themselves?" Li Changsheng smiled, "Yes. But when this day truly comes, I feel reluctant and cannot make a decision." Jiang Cuiping held Li Changsheng's hand, her voice firm. "No matter how you decide, I will follow your lead." At this moment, a 6-year-old boy barefoot holding a lively and wriggling big carp ran excitedly into the courtyard. "Father, look at the fish I caught." The boy was handsome with a glint of cleverness in his eyes. Upon closer inspection, there were even hints of sword light flickering in his eyes. This boy was Li Domping, now grown up. His nickname was Pingping. At this time, Ningning, who was cooking, also came out upon hearing. This little girl had gradually grown, standing tall and graceful like a blooming lotus. Although she was dressed simply, it was evident she was a beauty. "Brother, you just caught the fish now. I already finished cooking." The little girl sounded a bit resentful. Upon hearing this, Pingping scratched his head. "Huh." Li Changsheng looked at the two children, a faint smile appearing on his lips. Pingping was mischievous and ran around. Ningning, on the other hand, was gentle and obedient, handling all the household chores. Each had their own personality. Quite good. However, regardless of anything, both children had reached the appropriate age. It was time to send them to the sect, or let them live an ordinary life. A decision needed to be made. As Li Changsheng pondered, he said, "Since the meal is ready, let's eat first. We can talk about the fish later. I happen to have something to discuss with you too. Let's eat." Saying this, Li Changsheng took Jiang Kuiping's hand and walked into the living room where there was an 8 immortals table. This 8 immortals table had been in place for 7 years, and it was the same one Li Changsheng had repaired after it was broken. Yet Li Changsheng did not intend to replace it, because over time it had developed feelings. The crowd returned to the dining hall. Li Changsheng sat at the head of the table. The 2 children sat on either side. Jiang Kuiping sat opposite him. The dining table was filled with ordinary home-cooked dishes, but notably, there was a pot of suanio soup. The dishes were simple, yet they carried the warmth of a mundane family. "Father, drink the soup," Ningning said sweetly, taking the initiative to serve a bowl of soup to Li Changsheng and placing it in front of him. "Good." Li Changsheng took the bowl, blew on it, and took a sip. It was quite fresh, yet amidst the freshness he detected a hint of bitterness. His eyes were fixed on the 2 children. Pingping was gulping down the rice with grains sticking to the corners of his mouth, eating delightfully. That spirited energy reminded him of the time when he had just crossed over, filled with aspirations and fearlessness for the future. Ningning, on the other hand, was eating very elegantly, chewing small bites, occasionally looking up to steal glances at the adults. This scene was so beautiful that Li Changsheng wished to freeze time forever. But he knew he couldn't. The fledgling eagle must eventually take flight. A father can protect for a moment, but not for a lifetime. When it is time to let go, one must let go. Li Changsheng's lifespan now only had 5 years left. 5 years later, if he couldn't break through to golden core, or if he couldn't take a concubine to prolong his life, this family would collapse. Li Changsheng had to prepare for the future. "Mother, you drink the soup too." Ningning sweetly filled a bowl for her mother as well. "Huh, good. Ningning will drink too." Jiang Kuiping smiled, her face filled with love. After the meal, Li Changsheng placed his chopsticks down, still sitting in place, as if he had something significant to announce. Pingping and Ningning sat still, their hands neatly placed on the table. Jiang Kuiping stood up to clear the dishes. Speaking, Li Changsheng's gaze swept over the 2 children, and he spoke seriously, "Pingping, Ningning. Father has something to tell you. You are both 6 and 7 years old now, at the suitable age for cultivating immortality. So father wants to ask you if you want to practice cultivation. If you want to cultivate, I will send you to an immortal sect to learn the ways of the immortals. If you do not wish to cultivate, you can follow your father and live a simple life." Li Changsheng did not mention the spiritual roots. He already knew the spiritual roots of his son and daughter, unless they themselves did not want to cultivate. Otherwise, no sect would refuse them. Ningning and Pingping exchanged glances, stunned. It was clear that this news came too suddenly. They were not prepared for it yet. At this moment, Li Changsheng's calm voice continued. "However, father wants to tell you that cultivation is not as beautiful as it seems. The tales of riding the wind with swords and achieving immortality are all lies. The real cultivation world is a place that consumes people. Brothers can turn against each other for a spirit herb. Fathers and sons can harm each other over a manual. Just like the disaster 6 years ago, so many innocent lives were lost without a trace, leaving not even a complete corpse. Once you embark on this path, it means you must live with your head on the chopping block. You could die at any moment with no chance of recovery." Li Changsheng deliberately spoke of the cruelty of the cultivation world. He did not want to mislead his children. They needed to understand the importance of reverence. Otherwise, if they brought calamity home after going out, what would happen then? Upon hearing this, Pingping's face turned pale, and he instinctively clutched his shirt. Ningning also pressed her lips together. At this moment, Jiang Kuiping had finished washing the dishes, wiped her hands, and walked in, standing behind Li Changsheng, supporting all of her husband's decisions. After a long time, Li Changsheng sighed, his tone softening. "Of course, there are also benefits to cultivating immortality. Cultivation grants power, and with power you can master your own destiny. Just like back then, if father had been an ordinary person, our family would have perished in that disaster long ago. Therefore, there are pros and cons to everything. As long as you do not bring misfortune home, the path lies beneath your feet. It depends on how you choose." After finishing, Li Changsheng quietly observed the 2 children waiting for their decision. Pingping lowered his head deep in thought for a long time. No one knew that he still remembered that night 6 years ago when his father, covered in blood, entered the room along with his mother's helpless cries. Everything felt etched in his mind. Although he was still young then, this memory had not faded with time. Instead, each moment became clearer, every detail vivid. After a long time, Pingping raised his head, speaking with youthful determination. "Father, I want to cultivate immortality." Li Changsheng raised an eyebrow and asked, "Oh, are you not afraid of death?" Ping nodded honestly. I am. But I also want to protect father, protect mother, and protect my sister. Last time when the neighbor Wang Erga bullied my sister, I couldn't defeat him because he was stronger than me. But if I cultivate immortality, I could flick him away with just a finger. And since father is getting old, if I learn cultivation, I'll handle the fighting from now on. Li Changsheng felt warmth in his heart, his nose slightly sour. Silly boy. Although the reasoning here was very childish, it was very genuine. Good child. Li Changsheng turned his head to look at his daughter. What about Ningning? Ningning was silent for a moment, then looked up and said softly, Father, I also want to cultivate immortality, but I do not want to go to an immortal sect. I want to stay by father's side for my whole life. Li Changsheng was taken aback for a moment and asked why. Because father is getting old. Mother is also getting old. I want to be by my parents' side. Ningning looked at Li Changsheng's head full of white hair, her voice incredibly firm. Upon hearing this, Jiang Zuiping instantly covered her mouth, tears streaming down her face. Li Changsheng's eyes were also misty. He discreetly wiped away his tears and then spoke, The ways of immortals are not passed on lightly. If you do not enter the immortal gate, how can you learn the ways of immortals? Ningning frowned upon hearing this, pouting her lips high. I can practice with father. Li Changsheng was taken aback and laughed heartily. Your father is only at the 3rd level of qi refinement. Practicing with your father, how can you achieve great things? Ningning bit her lip and replied, Then I won't achieve great things. Regardless, I want to be with my parents forever. Upon hearing this, Li Changsheng was touched. Aren't you regretful? Ningning firmly nodded, no regrets. Standing beside them, Jiang Zuiping's eyes were already filled with tears upon hearing these words. It was too emotional. It truly could bring one to tears. The tree wants to be still, but the wind does not cease. The child wishes to care for their parents, but they are not there. Ningning has wished to accompany her parents until the end of their days since she was small. Li Yining, I grant you a life of peace. It seems I misunderstood. It is not I who grants the child a life of peace, but rather this child grants me a life of peace. He. Li Changsheng rotated his thumbs alternately, and after a moment made a decision, looking at the 2 children and saying, All right. Since you have made your choice, then let it be. The road is chosen by you. No matter what happens in the future, do not regret it. Ningning and Ping echoed in unison, no regrets. Li Changsheng smiled upon hearing this, looking at the 2 children. They had chosen 2 different paths, but they were both good children. Now his only concern was the safety of the 2 children. The thread in a loving mother's hands is sewn tightly. After thinking for a moment, he spoke, Ping Ningning. Li Daqing said, Father. Li Yining replied, Father, I am here. Li Changsheng asked, What is the most important thing in cultivation? Li Yining shook her head, unable to comprehend. Li Daqing thought for a moment and said, Father, I believe the most important thing in cultivation is effort. Cultivation is like rowing upstream. If you do not advance, you retreat. Li Changsheng. Li Changsheng shook his head wrong. Li Daqing humbly asked, Then what is the most important thing in cultivation? Li Changsheng replied, I just told you the cultivation world consumes people. If you cannot guarantee your survival, what meaning does effort have? Li Daqing, so. The most important thing in cultivation is to stay alive. Li Changsheng nodded, correct. Cultivation is not about competing in ruthlessness. Staying alive is the most important. Hide your cards, hide your abilities. It do not strive to be first nor be last. Let others take the spotlight, and we shall secretly reap the benefits. We must be the most inconspicuous yet the longest living person. Do you understand? Ping and Ningning nodded as if they understood. We understand. Upon hearing this, Li Changsheng breathed a sigh of relief. This is a lesson from father to you. I hope you will remember it well. Li Daqing and Li Yining replied in unison, All right. Father, we will remember it. The night grew deep. Ningning and Ping were unable to sleep. Li Changsheng and Jiang Zuiping also found themselves restless. Li Changsheng lay on the bed while Jiang Zuiping lay on her side, her small hand resting on her husband's chest, feeling the powerful rhythm of his heartbeat. Jiang Zuiping, husband. Li Changsheng. Jiang Zuiping, are you hiding something from me? Hearing this, Li Changsheng's eyes flickered as he replied, Haven't I already told you? About the 2 children. Jiang Zuiping, that's not what I meant. Li Changsheng shook his head, then there's nothing else. Jiang Zuiping interrupted Li Changsheng, No? You do have something. Li Changsheng. At that moment, Jiang Zuiping's calm voice came again, You can't think to hide it from me. We have been married for so many years, and with a blink of your eye I know what you're thinking. When you lift your, but I know you want to fart. These past 2 years you've been waking up in the middle of the night. And then you keep tossing and turning me. It's like you really want a child. Jiang Zuiping's voice grew softer, her lips trembling slightly. Finally, as if she used all her strength, she asked, Is it because I can't bear children? Wanting a concubine? Li Changsheng fell silent upon hearing this. Yes. She truly understands me. Even though I said nothing, she was able to guess it all. But after being guessed by Jiang Zuiping, Li Changsheng found it even harder to speak. Life is but a few autumns. For a cultivator, taking a concubine is really not a big deal, because cultivators can live for a long, long time. In a mere moment for a cultivator, perhaps an entire lifetime for a mortal has passed. Should I really take a concubine? Yes, I must take a concubine. Seeing Li Changsheng's silence, Jiang Zuiping immediately confirmed her thoughts, crawling over to lie on his chest, her delicate hand tracing circles. I knew it. I guessed it right, didn't I? Li Changsheng thought for a moment and did not deny it. He indeed must take a concubine. Otherwise, I can only wait to die. So, I still need to have a good talk with Jiang Zuiping to try to gain the understanding of the legitimate wife. What if she doesn't understand? If she doesn't understand, then so be it. I am willing to bear the darkness and live amidst misunderstandings. Of course, I am absolutely not coveting those female cultivators' bodies. I just want to develop the family. As Li Changsheng thought about this, he sighed, turned over, and looked into his wife's eyes, preparing to speak the truth. But Jiang Zuiping's voice came first. Husband, since you want a concubine, why didn't you say it earlier? If you had said it earlier, we would have succeeded in taking a concubine long ago. As she spoke, Jiang Zuiping suddenly felt immense guilt. Yes, her husband never said anything. But why didn't I think of it? Her husband is a lofty cultivator who should have many wives and a prosperous family. Yet for her sake, he has remained faithful for so many years. Enough. And what about me? For 6 whole years, my belly has shown no signs of life. Not only have I failed to help the Li family prosper, but I have kept my husband awake all night over the issue of descendants. I, the legitimate wife, have been too negligent. You don't oppose it, Li Changsheng asked in surprise. Why would I oppose it? Jiang Zuiping countered. Li Changsheng propped himself up, carefully examining Jiang Zuiping's face by the moonlight streaming in from the window. Jiang Zuiping's eyes sparkled serious and without a hint of reluctance. Zuiping, so, am I really going to take a concubine? No backing out. Jiang Zuiping looked at her husband's cautious expression, feeling a pang in her heart, but couldn't help but laugh, poking his forehead gently. Silly, why would I back out? If I don't let you take a concubine, should I just watch the Li family go extinct? Or let you sigh all night? As she spoke, Jiang Zuiping's tone grew more serious. Husband, although you have always stayed in this small courtyard with me, living this simple life, I know you are a cultivator with great aspirations. Actually, taking a concubine is a small matter. You can decide it yourself without needing to ask me. The neighbor, Mr. Su, is just a mortal with a bit of money. He has 3 concubines and 2 mistresses in his home. You are a cultivator. You shouldn't take fewer concubines than Mr. Su. If 1 isn't enough, then 2. If 2 aren't enough, then 3. As she spoke, Jiang Zuiping's voice lowered, her fingers grazing the graying temples of Li Changsheng. But you, sticking with a plain wife who only knows how to cook and do laundry and never once complained about me. You haven't been unfaithful to me. As a wife, I am already very content. These 6 years, my belly has been uncooperative. Seeing the look of expectation and disappointment in your eyes after every encounter, it feels like my heart is being cut like a knife. I am the matriarch of the Li family. It is my duty to ensure the Li family flourishes. Since I cannot bear children, then we should find someone who can. As long as the Li family thrives and you are happy, I will also be happy. Jiang Zuiping spoke in a casual manner. In truth, no woman wishes to monopolize her husband, but she knows she cannot be that selfish. Jiang Zuiping's logic was a bit tangled, yet very sincere. Even Li Changsheng, who had lived 2 lifetimes, felt a bit teary after hearing her words. What a wonderful wife. What more could a man ask for? Li Changsheng took a deep breath, lay back down, and tightly embraced his wife, as if holding a priceless treasure. Zuiping, you are truly wonderful. Thank you. I can swear to the heavens. No matter how many people come into the family in the future, or how many children there are, you will always be my legitimate wife. Ping Ping and Ning Ning will also forever be the eldest son and daughter of the family. No one can surpass you. This was Li Changsheng's most solemn promise to his mortal wife. If it were not true love, one could not make such a commitment. After all, every man loves an 18-year-old beautiful wife. But a woman cannot remain 18 forever. Yet there will always be 18-year-old women. If Li Changsheng didn't have only 5 years left to live, he would have wanted to wait for Jiang Zuiping to reach the end of her life before considering taking a wife. This way he wouldn't feel even a hint of guilt. But there is no way. Time waits for no one. If I don't take a concubine soon, I will die. Jiang Zuiping leaned against her husband, listening to his strong heartbeat, and promises the last traces of sorrow and grievance in her heart dissipating. This man is worth my efforts. All right. Why make a vow? It's quite frightening. As long as you always have me in your heart, that is enough. Jiang Zuiping laughed through her tears, nuzzling against his chest like a lazy cat. Then she shifted gears. Since we've talked it over, then let's get on with it. Husband, do you have any requirements for taking a concubine? Li Changsheng was taken aback. Huh? Taking a concubine? Requirements. Jiang Zuiping flipped over, propping herself up, and started counting on her fingers. Right. Do you want someone with a curvy figure? Or do you prefer a demure and gentle girl? Are you looking for an innocent girl from a mortal family? Or a female cultivator like yourself? Li Changsheng. Isn't this transition a bit too fast? We were just being sentimental, and now you're already in matchmaking mode. Don't you worry about your husband being charmed away by those enchantresses, Li Changsheng complained. But in pursuit of taking a concubine, flourishing the family, and having many children, he had to seriously consider this issue. A curvy figure. Cough, cough. Although every man likes that. But if she is too flashy, it could attract trouble. A female cultivator. That could be considered. However, she must share common interests. And her background must be clean. Otherwise, if a spy from the demonic sect or a furnace for some old monster comes in, then my small family will be wiped out in an instant. A mortal. Taking a mortal as a concubine seems to be a decent choice. But the chances of pregnancy are low. No matter how it is chosen, there are pros and cons. Li Changsheng pondered for a moment and said, actually, I am not picky. As long as the family background is clean, she can give birth easily, and there are no entanglements that will do. Although Li Changsheng said this casually, he still had standards in his heart. He just hadn't seen a potential concubine yet, so he didn't know how to articulate those standards. When he sees the candidate, he will surely choose again. Jiang Zuiping, upon hearing this, nodded thoughtfully. Good. I will go find the matchmaker, Mrs. Wang, on West Street tomorrow. Make sure to find a girl with a big backside who can give birth easily and has no complex past. Listening to his wife's slightly jealous yet extremely practical murmurs, the heavy stone in Li Changsheng's heart finally fell. As long as a concubine is taken and a child is born, the family's fortunes will rise. The system rewards will be fulfilled. Then Li Changsheng can borrow life from the heavens again. The next morning, Li Changsheng was the first to wake up. The decision to take a concubine was made, and with a clear mind he felt relaxed. Even his spiritual energy flowed much more smoothly. Indeed, the mindset is very important. As long as the mind is clear, cultivation can be twice as effective with half the effort. Li Changsheng murmured to himself, then quietly got up without waking his wife. He walked to the old locust tree in the yard. Taking a deep breath, he began to practice health-preserving exercises. Although the movements were slow, they contained a certain rhythm. This was his self-created tortoise-breathing health technique over the past 6 years. It had no offensive power, but aimed at prolonging life and fortifying the foundation. After finishing the exercises, he felt a slight warmth throughout his body. At this moment, sounds of Ning Ning working in the kitchen could be heard. What a sensible daughter she is. Always waking up earlier than the adults. Dad, good morning. Ning Ning came out holding a basin of water for washing her face, sweetly calling out when she saw Li Changsheng. Good morning. Li Changsheng looked at his daughter with a complex expression. Last night, Ning Ning said she didn't want to cultivate, only wishing to stay with her parents. This filial piety was very touching, but he was also somewhat worried. This girl is a Ewood's spiritual body, a natural talent for alchemy. If she gives up this talent just to avoid leaving home, it would be a terrible waste. Moreover, in the ruthless world of cultivation, without strength, even the desire to be a dutiful daughter is a luxury. Ning Ning, look into your father's eyes. He'll ask you one last time. As you watch your brother enter the immortal gate and cultivate to become an immortal, do you truly have no regrets? If you regret it, I can bring you into a cultivation sect. It doesn't have to be Qingyun's sect. There are other sects that focus on female cultivators. Li Changsheng squatted down. His gaze was level with his daughter's. His voice was very gentle. This was the third time he had asked this question, and it would be the last. Ning Ning heard this, and in her clear, large eyes her father's aged face was reflected. She stretched out her small hand to tidy up the white hair that had been tousled by the wind. Father, I have no regrets. Ning Ning's voice was tender but resolute. She then added, I am not like my brother. I just want to stay by your side forever. Li Changsheng was momentarily stunned upon hearing this. His eyes turned red. He hugged his daughter tightly, feeling his eyes moisten before quickly releasing her. He stood up and rubbed his eyes, not wanting the child to see him lose composure. All right, everyone has their own path to choose. Since you have made your choice, walk steadfastly on that path. Ning Ning nodded. Father, I will help you wash your face. Haha. Li Changsheng chuckled dryly at her words, not wanting to be overly sentimental. After all, he was nearly 70 years old and was but an old man in Ning Ning's eyes. After washing their faces, Ping Ping and Jiang Zuiping got up. The family of 4 began to eat breakfast, which was also made by Ning Ning. Though simple, it was filled with the warmth of human life. After breakfast, Li Changsheng and Jiang Zuiping took Ping Ping to rush toward Qingyun's sect. Originally, he had planned to bring Ning Ning along as well. Even if she didn't join Qingyun's sect, it would be good for her to see the world. But after some thought, he decided against it for safety's sake. Ning Ning had grown taller. Even at just 7 years old, she already displayed remarkable beauty, truly a stunning girl. As she walked down the street, she caught the attention of many boys who frequently turned their heads. Moreover, with her special constitution and outstanding talent, the ethereal aura about her was impossible to conceal. A true dragon is a true dragon. A true phoenix is a true phoenix. Standing among other children, the difference was indeed stark. If the cultivators of Qingyun's sect noticed Ning Ning's uniqueness and insisted on pulling her for a spiritual root test, it would truly be a disaster. An hour later, Li Changsheng arrived at Qingyun's sect, standing in the square before the mountain gate, gazing at the towering mountains before him, feeling a mix of emotions. Years ago, he was expelled from the mountain and established a mortal family. Who could have imagined that in the blink of an eye 7 years had passed? He once thought he would never set foot in Qingyun's sect again. To his surprise, the immortal gate remained as unfeeling as ever. However, his mindset had changed. As his gaze swept across the 9 main veins of Qingyun's sect surrounded by immortal energy, a sense of righteousness filled the air. There was quite a sense of a prestigious sect. Yet Li Changsheng knew that Qingyun's sect was not as glamorous as it appeared on the surface. The hidden filth might be worse than that of the demon clan. In fact, in a certain sense, the difference between immortals and demons was merely a thin veil of deception. In the square, there was a massive crowd. Besides the descendants from the resettlement area, there were also other commoners from villages coming to the Qingyun sect square, all seeking a chance for immortal fate. Make way. Everyone clear the way. Don't push. My child's shoes have been stepped on. Immortal teacher, look over here. My son possesses innate divine strength. Li Changsheng protected his wife and children like a small boat navigating through a sea of people. Because they arrived late, they were pushed to the very edge. On the high platform, the spiritual root tests were in full swing. No spiritual root next. No spiritual root next. 4 spiritual roots, mixed roots barely qualified. The outer sect's miscellaneous servants welcome you. The steward in charge of testing the spiritual roots spoke coldly. The sect is merciless. Without a spiritual root, it means no value. Naturally, there was no need to treat them kindly. Oldly, you're here to join the fun too. A mocking voice suddenly reached his ears. Li Changsheng turned to look. It was the old man Lu from next door. Old Lu was dressed in coarse cloth, holding onto his chubby son, his face filled with worry. Just moments ago, his son had undergone the spiritual root test. The testing stone showed no reaction, and he was dismissed by the steward. From hoping for his son to become a dragon, he had turned into hoping for him to become a bug. At that moment, seeing Li Changsheng, who was also in the resettlement area, old Lu secretly harbored a malicious thought, wishing for Li Changsheng's son to fail the test, as well as if that would balance his own feelings. In bringing my son to give it a try? What if he has a spiritual root? Li Changsheng replied innocently. Old Lu shook his head, adopting a tone of a seasoned person giving advice. Listen to me, don't have too high hopes. The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. In our resettlement area, the feng shui is poor. We've tested several hundred, and only 2 mixed spiritual roots have come out. Your ping, although clever, but as for spiritual roots, it's unlikely. Several neighbors around nodded in agreement. Yes, oldly, keep a balanced mindset. For people like us, just being alive is already good enough. Don't think about things we can't have. What if he can't be tested? The child will suffer a blow. Though their words bore no malice, they were filled with the bitterness and pessimism of the lower class. Li Changsheng wore a humble smile, nodding repeatedly. Yes. Old Lu is right. I just brought the child to see the world. Whether it works or not depends on fate. Actually, I don't have high hopes either. Li Changsheng replied, meekly, lacking any temper. Yet his movements were not slow at all. Hand in hand with Ping, he squeezed toward the center. He needed to find a spot that would allow those on the high platform to see them at a glance. On the high platform, Elder Lai sat in a grand chair, his eyes slightly closed, his expression indifferent. In truth, he had little interest in the selection of outer sect disciples. If it weren't for the need to supplement fresh blood to the sect and to intimidate the small-time cultivators, he wouldn't have come to the outer sect square at all. Wait, that is... Suddenly, Elder Lai seemed to sense something, his eyelids flickering slightly as he felt a familiar aura. He suddenly opened his eyes. His gaze was like lightning cutting through the dense crowd, landing on a hunched old man. No, it wasn't him. More precisely, it landed on the boy the old man was holding. Is it him? Elder Lai recognized this old man. 6 years ago that night, he had questioned this old man. Though this old man was useless, those 2 children had exuded an impressive aura. He had already taken a liking to them back then. Now 6 years had passed. The child had grown and appeared even more ethereal and full of spirit, like an uncut jade. But what was that old man's name again? The time was too far back, he couldn't remember. After hesitating for a moment, Elder Lai suddenly raised his hand and pointed to a corner of the crowd. That one over there. Yes, you. Bring the child up. His voice was not loud, but clearly resonated throughout the venue. In the next second, the bustling square fell silent. Thousands of eyes followed Elder Lai's pointed direction. There stood an old man with a head of white hair holding a clean little boy, seemingly bringing his son to test for spiritual roots. The nearby old Lu was nearly wide-eyed upon hearing this. "Old Li, the elder is calling you." "My heavens! Is it that your Ping Ping has done something wrong?" The neighbors were startled and quickly distanced themselves from Li Changsheng and his son, fearing they would be implicated. "The elder is calling me." Li Changsheng pretended to be surprised and anxious. He pulled Ping Ping and respectfully bowed. In fact, he had used a bit of trickery, who otherwise Elder Lei Lai would not have noticed him so quickly. Elder Lei Lai waved his hand impatiently. "Bring your son up. I will personally test your son's spiritual root." The inner sect's law enforcement peak elder is personally testing Li Changsheng's son for spiritual roots. Is there a mistake? What kind of treatment is this? Goodness, the Li family truly didn't know what kind of luck they had stumbled upon. Under the envious and jealous gazes, Li Changsheng led Ping Ping step by step onto the high platform. Though they walked slowly, they did so steadily. Li Changsheng brought Ping Ping to the spiritual root testing stone, releasing Ping Ping's hand. "Ping Ping, go test your spiritual roots. Your father will wait for you here." Ping Ping nodded. After all, he was just a child of facing such a grand occasion. He still looked a bit pale. But then he thought that his father was watching nearby, so he took a deep breath and stepped forward. Elder Lei Lai looked at this little fellow who was not even as tall as his own legs, and for once a rare warm smile appeared on his face. "Kid, don't be afraid, just place your hand on it. If your spiritual root is qualified, what I said 6 years ago still stands." Ping Ping nodded. He then extended his hand and placed it on the cold stone tablet. Buzz. At that moment, time seemed to stand still. Countless gazes gathered on the spiritual root testing stone. They wanted to see what was different about this boy who had been directly named by Elder Lei. In the next second, the stone tablet lit up. Golden light shot up like a pillar soaring into the sky. Pure, dominant, sharp. The light climbed steadily along the markings on the stone tablet. 10%, 30%, 50%, 70%, 90%. Finally, the light steadied at 99%. The spiritual root testing stone seemed to transform into a golden giant sword, exuding a chilling sharpness. The steward responsible for recording, upon witnessing this shocking scene, dropped his pen with a loud thud. This single attribute supreme spiritual root. Gold attribute supreme spiritual root. This talent, truly a once-in-a-century occurrence. Everyone in the square was utterly stunned by Ping Ping's talent. It was too monstrous. Is this a cheat? Old Lu watched this scene, his mouth agape, feeling a mix of emotions. He then lowered his head, looking at his own son. Just a useless son, not worth a dog's attention. Why is the gap between people so vast? Aunt Wang next door also looked on with envy. This is a supreme spiritual root. The Li family has hit the jackpot. No, this is a blast from the ancestral grave. How could such a monstrous son be born? Elder Lei Lai, looking at the dazzling golden light before him, suddenly stood up, his gaze fervent and breath quickened. His previously calm face could no longer contain itself as he stepped forward to stand before Ping Ping. Good. What a gold attribute, supreme spiritual root. Moreover, within this golden aura there is even a hint of innate sword intent. A fine seed for sword cultivation. Elder Lei Lai was so excited that his beard trembled slightly. Although Qingyun sect is a major sect, geniuses with supreme spiritual roots are also rare occurrences in a century. Furthermore, Ping Ping possesses the strongest attack attribute of gold. They have struck gold. Elder Lei Lai laughed joyously, his laughter booming. What is your name? Responding to the immortal teacher, I am Li Dangping. Dangping. Sword drawn, sweeping across the world. Good name. Elder Lei Lai nodded in satisfaction at Ping Ping's name. My father chose it, Ping Ping replied, feeling a bit proud because he mentioned his father. Do you wish to be my disciple? Elder Lei Lai asked. As these words were spoken, everyone was stunned. The child of the old man, Li, was personally accepted as a disciple by the elder of the inner sect's law enforcement peak. How enviable. Why haven't I encountered such good fortune? I feel like cutting down the old man Li. What should I do? Jiang Tsuaping tightly grasped Li Changsheng's hand, tears of joy streaming down her face. Only Li Changsheng remained unmoved. He had long known about Ping Ping's spiritual root. His heart was calm and undisturbed. However, at this moment, Li Changsheng could not let a petty person rejoice. He had to play the role of a good father. Li Changsheng respectfully cupped his hands together. Thank you, elder. Great kindness and great virtue. The Li family will never forget this. Saying this, he reached out and poked Ping Ping's shoulder. Ping Ping, why don't you hurry over and bow to your master? Ping Ping, being obedient, immediately knelt down and knocked her head 3 times. Disciple greets master. Good disciple. Lei Lai was in high spirits and personally helped Ping Ping up. Then he turned his gaze toward Li Changsheng, his eyes filled with a hint of appreciation, but also a trace of pity. He admired that Li Changsheng had given birth to a genius. He pitied that Li Changsheng was old and would not live much longer, perhaps not even seeing his son achieve greatness. You have taught your child well. You have provided such a talented individual for the sect. This is a great merit. Speak, what reward do you desire? Feel free to speak up. Lei Lai was very pleased and generous because of his good mood, otherwise he wouldn't have made such a heavy promise. He even wanted to check the spiritual root of that old man's daughter. However, after scanning around, he could not find the water spirit girl. Upon hearing this, everyone perked up, their faces filled with envy. This old man had risen to great heights. He received a promise from an elder of the inner sect. Whether it was wealth or longevity pills, they were all within reach. Li Changsheng, upon hearing this, hesitated for a moment and slowly raised his head, replying to the elder, "I, an old man, do not want wealth or anything else." Lei Lai was somewhat surprised upon hearing this. "Oh, then what do you want?" Li Changsheng gritted his teeth as if gathering courage. He spoke, "In this life I have lived like this, not many days left to live. With Ping settled, I can rest assured. However, I still have a daughter. My daughter has no spiritual root and cannot cultivate immortality. But she has loved to play with flowers and plants since childhood, wanting to learn to heal others. Unfortunately, she has always failed to grasp it. Therefore I dare to ask the elder for some books on identifying herbs and refining mundane pills, and a good quality alchemy furnace, so that my daughter can have a skill to earn a living in the future. In this way, even if I die, she can rely on this skill to survive." At the last part, Li Changsheng's voice choked up, tears streaming down his face. It was clear he was not pretending. At this moment, everyone was stunned. He gave up mountains of wealth and longevity pills just to seek a mundane medical skill for his daughter who had no spiritual root. Is this old man foolish? But immediately many felt a pang of bitterness. This is not foolishness. It is clearly a heart filled with sincere love for his daughter. For his daughter's future, he was willing to sacrifice his life. So touching. Damn, this father seems a bit exceptional. Why haven't we encountered such a good father? Upon hearing this, Lei Lai was taken aback. So that girl has no spiritual root. No wonder she wasn't sent for testing. What he didn't expect was that this somewhat fearful old man was willing to go to such lengths for his daughter. Truly admirable. Lei Lai sighed. A loving father's heart is moving enough to touch the heavens. Since you have a request, I shall fulfill it for you. With a wave of his right hand, a gray storage bag landed before Li Changsheng. Inside there is a compendium of herbs, a beginner's detailed guide to alchemy, and a low-grade alchemy furnace. Although these are all entry-level items, they are sufficient for a mortal. Lei Lai flicked his finger, and a fragrant pill flew into Li Changsheng's hand. Additionally, I personally grant you a revitalizing pill. The revitalizing pill not only extends life, but also heals the hidden ailments within you, allowing you to live more comfortably these years. Li Changsheng trembled as he accepted the storage bag and the pill. He was truly grateful. Lei Lai had directly bestowed him entry-level alchemy techniques. Although it is entry-level. But for Ning Ning, who possesses the emu's spiritual body, it is indeed a book of enlightenment. Moreover, there is also an alchemy furnace. This is a great bargain. Thank you, elder. Li Changsheng bowed, his forehead already red from bowing. Lei Lai waved his large sleeve, and a gentle force lifted Li Changsheng up. He then looked around. Today's testing of spiritual roots was basically over. It was time to return to the inner sect. All right, Li Dongping, say goodbye to your father, and come with me back to the sect. Upon hearing this, Ping's body trembled. Throughout history, parting has always been painful. Although she already knew they would have to part, when it came to this moment, she still couldn't bear it. She grasped Li Changsheng's hand, tears streaming down. "Father, I don't want to leave. Can we go home to stay tonight, and then go cultivate during the day? Children will always be children." Facing the unknown immortal sect and the impending separation, she instinctively wanted to retreat. At this moment, Lei Lai's cold voice came through. The path of cultivating immortality is to sever earthly ties. Once you enter the immortal sect, it is a separation of the mundane and the immortal. From now on, you and they will be people from two different worlds. Moreover, your father's lifespan is limited. By the time you cultivate to foundation establishment or are eligible to descend the mountain for a visit, your father may have long since turned to dust. Lei Lai glanced at the aged Li Changsheng and cruelly revealed the truth. A day in the cave is 1,000 years in the world. How many enter the immortal sect, and it is as deep as the sea. Looking back, it has already been 100 years. This is the harsh reality of the immortal cultivation world. Upon hearing this, Ping felt somewhat devastated. How can this be? My father won't die. My father will live forever. Ping cried out, turning to run off the platform. Lei Lai frowned, intending to catch her. But then he seemed to think of something and said nothing more. Perhaps this was the last time they would see each other. Let the child act willfully for a moment. But in the future, he must guide Ping to sever earthly ties. Looking at his tearful son, Li Changsheng felt his heart was being cut, but he knew he had to be resolute. At this moment, being soft-hearted would only harm the child. Li Changsheng stepped forward, stretched out his rough hand, cupping his son's face, and wiped away his tears. Ping, no crying. Hold back your tears, Li Changsheng said sternly. Ping was startled, looking at her father while sniffling. Li Changsheng looked into his son's eyes, speaking word by word. Father is not dead yet. What are you crying for? Remember what father said. You are a man, the pillar of the Li family. Since you have chosen this path, even if you kneel, you must walk it to the end. Your father and your mother, along with Ning, are waiting for you at home. At this point, Li Changsheng leaned closer to his son's ears, speaking in a voice only they could hear. Don't listen to that old man's nonsense. Father won't die. I will always watch over you. You cultivate well on the mountain. If you suffer grievances, don't be afraid. Though father is old, if anyone dares to bully my son, even if I risk my life, I will support you. These words, half true and half false, nonetheless provided great comfort to Ping. Looking at his father's murky yet resolute eyes, a sudden surge of strength rose within him, and he nodded. Father, I remember. I will work hard. I will become the most powerful sword immortal and return to protect you all. Li Changsheng smiled with satisfaction. Then resolutely, he pushed his son toward Lei Lai. Go. Don't look back. Lei Lai cast a deep glance at Li Changsheng, waved his sleeve, and with Ping and several other chosen children transformed into a beam of light, flying towards the airborne flying boat. Set sail. Boom. The gigantic flying boat started breaking through the clouds, gradually ascending, returning to the law enforcement peak. Li Changsheng stood on the high platform. Looking up, he watched the flying boat disappear into the clouds, maintaining that posture for a long time, without moving. Jiang Cuiping had already turned into a tearful person, leaning on Li Changsheng's shoulder. They have left. They have all left, Li Changsheng murmured to himself. Unbeknownst to him, 2 lines of murky tears slid down his aged cheeks. But soon he dried his tears, because he knew parting was only temporary. As long as he persevered, continuously taking concubines, he would gain an endless supply of lifespan. One day the father and son would meet at the peak of the immortal cultivation world. Homeward. Li Changsheng turned around, his back still hunched, but his steps very firm. Cuiping, have the matchmaker come tomorrow. The matter of taking concubines cannot be delayed. Meanwhile, at the snakehead peak of the inner sect of Qingyun's sect in the cave on the back mountain. Glug glug. In the center of the blood pool, the blood water rolled, revealing vague figures. 99 already. Just need one last supreme spiritual root. As long as I swallow the blood of one more supreme spiritual root, the blood divine vein will reach great success. At that time, I won't have to hide in the blood pool anymore. First, it'll destroy Qingyun's sect. Then I can go wherever I want. That vague figure murmured. Then it seemed to sense something, suddenly stopping and turning to look in the direction of Qingyun's sect's outer door. What is this? The aura of a supreme spiritual root. If I remember correctly, today is the day Qingyun's sect is widely opening its gates to recruit disciples. Could it be that today's newly recruited disciple has a supreme spiritual root? The blood pool lord's eyes sparkled with excitement at this thought. Truly, heaven is assisting me. Searching all over the world was fruitless. It came to me without effort. If I can refine him. TSK. The blood pool lord trembled with excitement. Such a level of genius is hard to come by. Even after collecting for hundreds of years, I have only gathered 99. The last one is nowhere to be found. Unexpectedly, now it has voluntarily come to my door. But such a level of genius, once they enter the inner sect, they will surely have a master. This is indeed a problem. The blood pool lord frowned slightly. After Li Changsheng led Ping into the immortal sect, he turned around and left. However, he did not return immediately to the accommodation area, but instead headed to a nearby market. Jiang Cuiping, an ordinary woman, usually stayed at home, doing chores tirelessly and without complaint, and had hardly ever gone out. Now that her child had finally embarked on the path of immortality, she naturally wanted to take a look around. When Li Changsheng returned to the small courtyard, it was already evening. Even the dogs in the alley had stopped barking. He pushed open the door and walked in the old pine trees swaying in the wind. Jiang Cuiping stood in the center of the courtyard, gazing at the empty west wing, her body stiffening for a moment. Then, as if remembering something, tears began to fall uncontrollably. Ping has gone to cultivate immortality. That's a good thing. It's a good thing. Jiang Cuiping murmured, as if speaking to Li Changsheng, but more so to herself. Li Changsheng looked at his wife's back, feeling a pang of bitterness in his heart. He walked over and embraced her shoulders. Cuiping, don't cry. Ping is destined for greatness. We should be happy. Besides, we still have Ning. Ning is still here. As Li Changsheng's voice fell, Ning's figure instantly appeared from inside, wearing a beautiful floral dress. Daddy, Mommy, Ning won't cultivate immortality. Oh, I will always stay with you until the longevity lamp goes out. Listening to Ning's words, Jiang Cuiping smiled faintly, then tightly hugged Ning. Huh. Li Changsheng chuckled. He picked Ningning up in his arms. Ningning's skin was fair and rosy smooth and soft, a delightful touch. Ningning is good. Just now your father obtained a thread of immortal fate for you. This is the entry-level pill inheritance and alchemy furnace bestowed by the elder of Qingyun's sect. Try to study it first. If it's not enough, your father will think of a way to get you a higher-level alchemy technique later. Li Changsheng handed over the items bestowed by Elder Lei Lai to Ningning. There was no choice. He didn't intend to learn alchemy. Whether he had talent was another matter. Mainly, he didn't feel secure about alchemy. Only by cultivating techniques that kill could he feel secure. Li Changsheng had a lethal cultivation method and talismans for assistance, which was sufficient. Thank you, Daddy. Ningning will study hard. When you both grow old, I will take care of you. Ningning cheerfully accepted the storage bag. Her big eyes sparkled, carrying a touch of understanding not typical for her age. Ha ha ha. Li Changsheng laughed heartily. Ningning, then it's settled. From today on, you are our family's little alchemist. If your father gets sick in the future, I will rely on you completely. Ningning nodded vigorously. Daddy, I will. I will study well. I will also take care of my younger brother's share. Li Changsheng smiled with satisfaction, patting his daughter's head. Good. Go to sleep now. Ningning obediently returned to the house. In the courtyard, only Li Changsheng and Jiang Cuiping remained. Seeing his wife still a bit sad, Li Changsheng quickly changed the subject. Cuiping, Pingping has left and the house indeed feels much emptier. Shouldn't we bring up that matter we discussed before? Jiang Cuiping was taken aback for a moment, then quickly realized. Yes, taking a concubine. As the main wife, she should also be more considerate of her husband's matters. Don't worry, husband. Tomorrow morning, I will go find Wang the matchmaker. Our family was poor before, so we lacked confidence. Now that Pingping is a true disciple, we are also a family of some standing. This time I will definitely choose a good one. The next morning, just as dawn broke, the door of the Li family's small courtyard was knocked on and neighbors poured in. Li Laoj, is Li Laoj home? Oh dear. Is the door open? We came to congratulate you. Li Changsheng, draped in his clothes, opened the door and was startled by the scene before him. A crowd stood at the door. There was old Lu from next door, Aunt Zhang from across the street, and even the scholar Li who usually looked down on others. Even Mr. Su, a wealthy person from the accommodation area, had come. Everyone brought gifts. None of them arrived empty-handed. There were red eggs, cured meat, silk, and even live chickens and ducks. Old Lu had a smile so wide that his wrinkles could trap flies. Li Laoj. Pingping is blessed being accepted as an inner disciple, directly taken in as a closed-door disciple. That is a tremendous blessing. In this poor place, no one has produced such a figure in hundreds of years. So, I specially brought some eggs from my own chickens to share in your good fortune. As she spoke, Aunt Zhang squeezed over, handing a shiny piece of cured meat to Jiang Cuiping. Yes. Sister Cuiping, this is my home cured meat. It's very fragrant. We used to see little of each other. We should get closer from now on. Li the scholar adjusted his attire and bowed deeply to Li Changsheng. Li Xianshi, your son is extraordinarily talented and will surely become a great person in the future. I have a treasured inkstone passed down in my family. Although it's not worth much, it's a token of my goodwill. Please accept it. Li Changsheng looked at the flattering smiles around him, feeling a cold laugh in his heart. This is the world of cultivation. This is reality. When you are down and out, everyone wants to step on you, wishing for you to die in the mud. When you rise to power, everyone wants to curry favor with you, wishing to enshrine you as a deity. Wealth brings honor to kin. Li Changsheng sighed inwardly, but he showed none of it on his face, still maintaining an innocent and overwhelmed demeanor. Oh dear, how can this be? We are all neighbors. Too polite, too polite. Old Lu, it would be better to save those eggs for your grandson. Aunt Zhang, this meat is too precious. Li Changsheng kept declining while helplessly accepting. It was impossible not to accept. Not accepting would easily create enmity and cause repercussions. Accepting would reassure these people. This is the way of human relations. After sending away wave after wave of enthusiastic neighbors, the Li family's small courtyard was already piled high with various gifts. Jiang Cuiping looked at the items scattered on the ground, feeling both happy and emotional. When our family was poor, old Lu wouldn't even spare us a glance. Now it's good. He wishes he could recognize you as his father. Li Changsheng smiled and patted his wife's hand. The ways of the world are just like this. Don't take it to heart. Let's tidy up the things. And you shouldn't be idle. Hurry and find Wang the matchmaker. While the iron is hot, let's handle the concubine business. All right. Jiang Cuiping responded and rushed out. Wang the matchmaker arrived quickly. Almost as soon as Jiang Cuiping arrived at her home, she followed right behind. This is the Li family. The Li family with a true disciple. Now who in the accommodation area doesn't want to curry favor with the Li family? If she could facilitate this marriage, her reputation as a matchmaker would become even more renowned. Li Xianshi. As soon as Wang the matchmaker entered, her back bent like a shrimp. Congratulations, congratulations. Your son is talented and will surely become an immortal ancestor. You are indeed blessed. Li Changsheng sat in the armchair holding a teacup and smiled faintly. Wang the matchmaker, you are too polite. Today I invited you here for a specific matter, you must know it already. Wang the matchmaker nodded repeatedly, took out a thick stack of portraits from her bosom. I know. Sister Tsuaping told me. You want to take a concubine to extend the family line. Rest assured I, Wang the matchmaker, am the most reliable at this. These are all my best selections, please take a look. Li Changsheng put down his teacup and glanced over the portraits. Wang the matchmaker eagerly introduced. Look at this one. She is the daughter of Wang Yuanwei in the city, 20 years old, and incredibly beautiful. However, she is a bit spoiled and has a princess complex, but it doesn't affect her use. Besides, Wang Yuanwei has said that the dowry is generous, giving 5,000 taels of silver. Li Changsheng glanced at the portrait. Although the woman depicted was quite good-looking, she did indeed have a spoiled demeanor, as the matchmaker mentioned. She was superficial. Moreover, she had a princess complex. Such a character would not be compatible. Li Changsheng shook his head. Is there anyone else? I fear I cannot manage someone too spoiled. Wang the matchmaker was taken aback and quickly picked up another portrait. What about this one? This girl is the daughter of a scattered cultivator. She is hiding here to escape from enemies with a cultivation level of Qi refinement 3rd layer and is stunningly beautiful with a good figure. If things go well, you could even cultivate together. Taking her as a concubine is a guaranteed profit. A female cultivator. With enemies. Those enemies are likely cultivators as well. Trouble would be endless. Li Changsheng didn't even look at it and directly refused. No, I don't want a female cultivator with troubles. This old body of mine can't handle the turmoil. Is there a woman with a clean background and simpler character? The matchmaker, hearing this, seemed a bit troubled. If such quality was not acceptable, then Li Xianqi's standards were rather high. After hesitating for a while, she bit her lip and took out the last portrait. Originally, she didn't want to show this portrait because the woman's background was a bit special. Li Xianshi, take a look at this one. Although this girl has had a difficult life, her appearance and figure are truly impeccable. It's only because your family is currently of high standing that I decided to show it. Li Changsheng was a bit curious. He took the portrait and looked. Instantly his eyes brightened. The woman in the painting wore simple attire without any makeup. Her looks were above average, not outstanding, but graceful. Her brows resembled distant mountains, her eyes like autumn waters. There was a hint of stubbornness in her cool demeanor and a scholarly air amidst her frailty. Such a temperament had more charm than the celestial maidens of those sects. If he were to marry this woman, it would greatly benefit the development of his family. However, he wondered if her background was clean. But if it was, it could be considered. Li Changsheng pointed at the portrait and asked, what is this girl's name? Is her background clean? Wang the matchmaker, seeing Li Changsheng's interest, hurriedly replied, her name is Jingzhe. Originally from a scholarly family, but her parents died of an infectious disease, and she ended up here. Although her background is a bit unfortunate, she is of clean descent, pure and untainted. However, because Jingzhe is too beautiful and alone, she has been targeted by the local bullies. She has no choice but to seek a protector. As long as she can find a safe place to live, that would be sufficient. Li Changsheng's gaze brightened a bit more. First, she was beautiful, with a scholarly air pleasing to the eye, capable of improving family genes. Secondly, her background was clean. Although she was down on her luck, she was at least educated, knowledgeable, and could help teach their children in the future. As for the local bullies, although it was a bit troublesome, as a foundation establishment cultivator, he had no reason to fear a mere mortal. Taking a concubine always carried risks. He just needed to select the one with the least risk. Li Changsheng deliberately pondered for a moment, pretending to be a bit hesitant. However, before he could finish, Jiang Kuiping's voice came through. As Li Changsheng's wife, how could she not see the fondness in her husband's eyes? If her husband was hesitant to make a decision due to trouble, she would help him decide. Bring her here. Although our Li family is not a large household, it's no problem to protect a weak woman. Li Changsheng looked at his wife, startled for a moment. This silly woman. Sometimes she was adorably simple. But since the main wife had spoken up, he simply nodded along. All right. Since Tsuaping has taken a liking to her, let's meet her. But let me make it clear in advance. Anyone entering the Li family must abide by our rules. Don't start your own ways. Wang the matchmaker was overjoyed, nodding repeatedly. That is natural. I will arrange it right away. The next morning, Wang Meipa entered with Jingzhe. Li Changsheng sat upright in the main seat, while Jiang Tsuaping sat beside him. Ning Ning was in her own room, practicing alchemy. She seemed displeased with her father's decision to take a concubine and pouted without coming out. Jingzhe wore a light blue plain dress, her head lowered and a bit shy. Although her attire was simple, the scholarly aura she exuded was quite charming. Lift your head, Li Changsheng said softly. Jingzhe slowly raised her head. At that moment, Li Changsheng felt as if his heart skipped a beat. The real person was even more beautiful than the portrait. especially those clear eyes as pure as a pond. Her skin was fair, and her demeanor was captivating. Li Changsheng squinted his eyes, sizing her up. His aging body had a lewd air about it. This was a test to see if this woman met his requirements. However, Jingzhe did not flinch, seemingly unperturbed, quietly looking at Li Changsheng and performing a graceful bow. I am Jingzhe. I have met the immortal master and the elder sister. You know I'm an old man, right? Li Changsheng asked deliberately. Jingzhe nodded. I know. Li Changsheng continued. Then do you still wish to? I do, Jingzhe replied. This little girl is unfortunate, like floating duckweed without a place to rely on. If the immortal master could provide a place for me to reside, it would be a great grace. I do not seek riches or nobility, only a stable life. I am willing to take care of the household, help expand the family, and serve the immortal master and elder sister until old age. Her words were spoken with neither excessive humility nor arrogance, yet they revealed a certain transparency. She was a clever person, knowing what she wanted and what she needed to offer. Li Changsheng smiled, satisfied. This was exactly what he wanted. Good, she is understanding. He turned to Jiang Cuiping, saying, Cuiping, what do you think? Jiang Cuiping was already overjoyed by Jing's call of sister. This girl was beautiful, spoke nicely, and clearly seemed to be a good child to raise. I think it's fine. Jiang Cuiping walked over, took Jing's hand, and liked her more with each passing moment. From now on we are family. Do not call him immortal master anymore, call him husband. I am the elder, you are the younger. As long as you follow the rules and serve your husband, well, there will always be food for you in this household. As for dealing with that bully, that is not a problem either. Just let your husband kill him, and the matter will be resolved. Jing's eyes turned slightly red as she bowed again. Yes, sister. Although it was about taking a concubine to show respect, and to soothe Jing's heart, Li Changsheng still had Jiang Cuiping prepare a proper feast. They invited Wang Meipa and a few familiar neighbors, essentially giving Jingzhe a proper title. As night fell, the red candles burned brightly. The room that was originally vacant on Li Changsheng's right side had been prepared and adorned with red silk, becoming Jing's new chamber. The guests were sent off. Li Changsheng pushed open the door and entered. Jingzhe was sitting by the bed, nervously twisting a handkerchief, clearly a bit tense upon hearing the door open. Her body trembled slightly. Although she had mentally prepared herself, facing an unfamiliar old man, decades her senior, still filled her with fear. However, fate is just like this. One can only accept it. Jingzhe closed her eyes, waiting for destiny to arrive. Yet the anticipated roughness did not occur. A pair of warm, large hands lifted her veil. Jingzhe opened her eyes, meeting Li Changsheng's gentle gaze. He smiled and picked up a piece of cake from the table, offering it to her. Are you hungry? Have something to fill your stomach. From now on, this will be your home. Jingzhe was momentarily stunned at his words. Looking at the cake in her hand, and then at the old man before her, tears suddenly fell. She had originally thought she was jumping from one pit of fire into another. She did not expect to be greeted with such warmth. All right, Jingzhe choked. Li Changsheng smiled and reached out to wipe her tears away. Okay, no more crying. A moment of spring night is worth 1,000 gold. You should rest early. The red candles flickered and the gauze curtains hung lightly. That night Li Changsheng was exceedingly gentle. Although he was an old man, he was also a man who understood romance, treating a girl like Jingzhe with care. One could not use force, but must use affection. Only by making her completely feel at home would she wholeheartedly dedicate herself to the Li family, bearing sons and planning for their future. After experiencing initial shyness and tension, Jingzhe gradually relaxed her body and mind. She discovered that the old man before her, although no longer young, possessed a maturity and thoughtfulness that youth lacked, and an overwhelming sense of security. Jingzhe liked this feeling very much, as if she had found a harbor to dock at. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the window, shining on the head of the bed. Li Changsheng opened his eyes, feeling refreshed, as if he had aged 10 years younger. Seeing Jingzhe still fast asleep, he was filled with a sense of achievement. Just then a long-lost system notification echoed in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have successfully taken a concubine. Family member 1, family fortune significantly increased. Detected concubine Jingzhe possessing a hidden exceptional physique, Xian Yin Meigu. Note: Xian Yin Meigu, naturally charming, is an exceptional furnace body and a dual cultivation, holy body. Combining with the holder can nourish Yin and complement Yang, mutually beneficial, significantly increasing cultivation speed and conception speed. Rewards are being distributed. Reward 1, lifespan 20 years. Reward 2, inheritance of a 5th-tier exceptional talisman master. Reward 3, dual cultivation secret technique, dragon and phoenix harmony technique, gentle version, does not harm the foundation, nourishes the female, enhances her aptitude. Reward 4, alchemy 101. Li Changsheng stared at the system, prompt, momentarily stunned, and then jumped up in joy. Damn, I hit the jackpot. Originally, I just wanted to find a good girl to continue the family line, but unexpectedly, I found a treasure girl. Xian Yin Mei Gu. This is a legendary exceptional physique. No wonder last night Jingja was so moist. Cough cough. Putting that aside, the system's rewards alone were enough to excite him. Directly rewarded with 20 years of lifespan, changing his remaining 5 years into 25. He now had ample time to develop the family and plan for a more distant future. And the inheritance of a 5th-tier exceptional talisman master. A talisman master. This is among the most profitable and suitable professions for surviving in the cultivation world. With this skill, he would no longer worry about spirit stones and could create various life-saving talismans to arm the whole family. 5th-tier talismans can even harm golden core stage practitioners. One can imagine how useful that is. As for the dragon and phoenix harmony technique, this is even more of a good thing. Not only can it bring him joy, but it can also cultivate with Jingja, enhancing her physique, ensuring their future children will have better aptitudes. It's simply a perfect virtuous cycle. Li Changsheng looked at Jingja beside him, his eyes turning incredibly fervent. This is not just a concubine. This is clearly my lucky star. It seemed Jingja sensed Li Changsheng's gaze, letting out a soft moan and slowly opening her eyes. Seeing Li Changsheng staring at her with burning eyes, Jingja's cheeks flushed, and she quickly pulled up the quilt to cover herself. Husband, why are you up so early? Li Changsheng laughed heartily, lying back down and pulling her into his embrace. When I'm in a good mood, I naturally wake up early. Jingja, you truly are a treasure bestowed upon me by heaven. Jingja, although not understanding what he meant, felt her husband's joy and affection, and her heart was sweet. As long as you like it, that's enough. Jingja paused as if recalling something and shyly asked, Husband, do you want more? Li Changsheng felt the delicate body with Xian Yin Mei Gu in his arms, and the fire within him that had just calmed flared up again. Yes, of course I do. To ensure the prosperity of the Li family, I must work doubly hard. As the sun rose high, Li Changsheng opened his eyes, looking down at Jingja, who was still sound asleep. Not wanting to wake her, he slowly walked out the door. Then he felt his waist was a bit sore and his legs a bit weak. The Xian Yin Mei Gu truly lived up to its name. Jiang Zuiping was in the yard feeding the chickens, and when she saw Li Changsheng come out, she quickly approached. Husband, you're up. Was everything all right last night? Although Jiang Zuiping was magnanimous as a woman, her tone inevitably carried a hint of sourness. Who wouldn't want to monopolize a man? Li Changsheng walked over and took his wife's hand. Good. Very good. Zuiping, you have made a great contribution this time. That girl Jingja is a lucky charm. I feel much better, and my cultivation has progressed. Upon hearing this, Jiang Zuiping's sourness instantly vanished, replaced by delight. Really? That's wonderful. It seems Wang Maple was not lying. That girl is indeed a lucky star. I will go stew a chicken for her right away to nourish her. Watching his wife rush to the kitchen, Li Changsheng felt emotional. With a virtuous wife at home, what more could a man ask for? The following days, life in the Li household settled into a routine. After Jingja moved in, she was very understanding, aware of her status, and never fought or competed. Externally, she was so low-key that she rarely went out to avoid attracting trouble. Internally, she was diligent, taking on the chores of washing and cooking. She treated Jiang Zuiping with great respect, calling her sister affectionately. Jiang Zuiping, being soft-hearted, quickly regarded Jingja as a beloved younger sister when she saw how well she treated her husband. The two worked together to manage the household, communicating amiably, and the home was kept in excellent order. Meanwhile, Li Changsheng lived a life akin to that of an immortal. During the day, he drew talismans in the basement. With the system's insights, he now drew 5th-tier talismans with ease, creating a large stash of various talismans for future use. At night, he alternated, cough cough, working for the prosperity of the family. Of course, the focus was on Jingja. After all, he needed to cultivate the dragon and phoenix harmony technique and strive to have a child with a special physique soon. However, he did not neglect Jiang Zuiping. He ensured everyone was equally cared for, maintaining family harmony. One afternoon, Li Changsheng lay in a wicker chair under an old locust tree, engrossed in an ancient book. He had poor aptitude, finding cultivation nearly useless. After realizing this, he devoted himself to reading. To read countless books and travel countless miles. There were things within books that he desired. However, as he was a foundation establishment cultivator, he quietly observed Jingja teaching Ning Ning to read. Jingja excelled in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Though she did not understand cultivation, she was adept at reading and interpreting books. Ning Ning. This character is pronounced qi, which is a herb that replenishes energy. This phrase, Junshinzwasher, means that when preparing medicine, there should be a primary and a secondary working together. Jingja patiently guided her. Breaking down the obscure ancient texts, she explained them to Ning Ning in simple stories. Ning Ning learned earnestly. Suddenly, Ning Ning's eyes lit up as if she had understood something. Auntie, I understand now. This herb cannot be used directly, it must be roasted first to remove its cold nature. Just like when mother cooks, she first adds ginger to remove the fishy smell. Jingzhe gently patted Ning Ning's head. Ning Ning is truly clever, understanding it at once. At that moment, however, Ning Ning seemed to have broken through something. A faint green light suddenly appeared around her. Although the glow was weak, it caught Li Changsheng's attention. That was the resonance of the emu's spirit body. Under Jingzhe's guidance, Ning Ning's understanding of herbal medicine improved dramatically, even awakening her physique. Damn it, this is a true genius. Merely through reading and understanding, she can attract the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. If she learns alchemy, what would happen then? Husband, what's wrong? Jiang Cuiping walked out of the house, seeing Li Changsheng's excited expression, and quickly asked. Li Changsheng took a deep breath, waved his hand to indicate it was nothing. Then he lay back in the wicker chair, squinting his eyes, a smile forming on his lips. The Li family was surely getting better and better. Li Changsheng is a man of action. Ever since he discovered that Ning Ning had awakened the emu's spiritual body, he could no longer remain calm. If his daughter's talent had not manifested, it would have been one thing. However, now that her talent has revealed itself, it must not be wasted. Although he has always adhered to the path of survival, it does not mean he does not desire resources or the development of his family. On the contrary, he desires to develop his family more than anyone else. More children bring more blessings. The 4 essential elements of cultivating immortality: wealth, partners, methods, and land. Wealth ranks first. In the past, he worked tirelessly to draw spiritual symbols for this reason. However, as he sold more and more spiritual symbols, word spread in both the public and black markets. Many interested parties have been keeping a close eye. To be safe, he paused his sales of spiritual symbols. Li Changsheng's spiritual symbols must not be exposed. But now things are different. His family has a naturally gifted alchemist. Moreover, the alchemy technique was granted by Elder Lei Lai with a clear and honest origin. No one can find fault with that. If utilized properly, it would greatly aid the development of the family. Indeed, Li Changsheng plans to open a pharmacy for his daughter in the settlement area. With Li Dangping being accepted as a closed-door disciple by Lei Lai, the Li family's reputation has long spread throughout the settlement area, making it impossible to keep a low profile. There is no need to keep a low profile. Instead, it would be better to take advantage of the momentum to establish the Li family pharmacy, showcasing his daughter's alchemical talent and amassing wealth from all corners of the world. Developing the family is a natural response to the situation. Furthermore, once the pharmacy flourishes, it will greatly benefit the family. The system Li Changsheng acquired is the family prosperity system, and it is intrinsically linked to the family. The stronger the family becomes, the greater the system's effectiveness. Although Li Changsheng is cautious, he still harbors dreams. Dreams of building a prosperous Li family. Descendants spreading throughout the cultivation world. Such a grand dream. It is rather outlandish. Therefore, Li Changsheng has never mentioned his dream to anyone. Half a month later, Li Changsheng took action, digging a dedicated alchemy room for Ning Ning next to his basement. He also plastered soundproof and breath-concealing talismans all around the room. Although it cannot prevent the prying eyes of powerful cultivators, it can to some extent deter petty thieves. At this time, after half a month's preparation, Ning Ning has learned most of the knowledge of alchemy. What remains is the practical test. Only through practice can one uncover the truth. This applies equally in the cultivation world. In fact, saying Ning Ning is doing alchemy is not entirely accurate, as she is primarily concocting potions for mortals. Many pharmacists in the secular world can also concoct such potions. It does feel a bit like overkill for Ning Ning to use the alchemy texts gifted by Lei Lai for this purpose. However, every towering building rises from the ground up, one step at a time. Ning Ning stands beside the alchemy furnace with Li Changsheng guiding her. Though he knows only a little, having an elder at home is like having a treasure. In some aspects, he can still provide insight to Ning Ning, even on a psychological level. Ning Ning is still a child. With her father standing beside her, the psychological support she receives is immense. Ning Ning, don't be nervous. Try to concoct a hemostatic powder based on your understanding. Li Changsheng looked at Ning Ning, his eyes filled with encouragement. The hemostatic powder is the most basic and unremarkable remedy in the cultivation world, not even qualifying as a pill. However, because it can be used by mortals and low-level cultivators can also use it, it has a strong universality. Thus, hemostatic powder is quite popular in this world. The method to concoct hemostatic powder is quite simple. It merely requires extracting the essence from a few low-level spiritual herbs, such as hemostatic grass and blood-condensing flower, and merging them together. Many ordinary pharmacists can concoct it. The difficulty is extremely low. It is just that different alchemists produce hemostatic powders with varying effects. Although the difficulty of concocting hemostatic powder is low, it is still too much for a 7-year-old girl who has just come into contact with alchemy and has very little spiritual power. Ning Ning tightly clutched the hem of her clothes, feeling a bit anxious. Dad, I'm so nervous. Can I really do this? Li Changsheng smiled at her words, reaching out to pat her head. Of course you can. My daughter is the most talented. Trust in your own gift. Just go with your feelings. Li Changsheng did not exaggerate. Ning Ning's physique is very suitable for alchemy. Many times she can achieve mastery without a teacher. Letting her follow her instincts is definitely the right approach. All right. Ning Ning nodded upon hearing this, took a deep breath, and stepped forward, her small face turning exceptionally serious. Follow your instincts, Ning Ning, you can do it. Ning Ning silently encouraged herself before proceeding to concoct the potion based on her own ideas. She first picked up the hemostatic grass and sniffed it. Then she closed her eyes, rubbed the leaves, and blurted out a nonsensical comment. This herb seems a bit thirsty. Li Changsheng and Jingzhe exchanged glances, somewhat bewildered. I told you to concoct a potion. I didn't ask if the herbs were thirsty. However, the next moment Ning Ning grabbed a nearby ladle and sprinkled a little water into the furnace. Though it was only a little. In the alchemy industry, this is a major taboo. Alchemy requires precise control of temperature and timing. Adding water will significantly increase the difficulty of the process. There is even a possibility of an explosion. Jingzhe wanted to stop her, but was held back by Li Changsheng. He knew his daughter's physique. Though he felt something was off, he still believed in her. After all, his daughter is a natural alchemist. Talents tend to be unconventional, perhaps from the perspective of a genius. What they see is entirely different from the views of laymen. The two continued to watch Ning Ning concoct the potion. They saw her throw the hemostatic grass into the furnace. Then she added the blood-condensing flour. After that came the auxiliary herbs. At first her movements were clumsy, even somewhat awkward. However, strangely, there was an indescribable rhythmic quality amidst the clumsiness. How to put it? It felt as if she were conversing with the herbs. Quite miraculous. After a few minutes, Ning Ning completed the concoction, suddenly standing up and lifting the lid of the furnace. Phew! Steam billowed up from the furnace. Li Changsheng watched as Ning Ning lifted the lid, his heart racing even more than when he concocted potions himself. He was even prepared for Ning Ning's failure, ready to shower her with those toxic platitudes about failure being the mother of success. However, right after that he caught a whiff of a strong medicinal fragrance. This scent. Something's off. Ordinary hemostatic powder carries a pungent herbal and burnt scent. But this fragrance is fresh and elegant. One whiff clears the mind. Li Changsheng stepped forward to take a look inside the furnace, his pupils suddenly contracting. He saw a pile of light red powder lying at the bottom of the furnace. The powder was crystal clear, as fine as sand. Even more astonishingly intricate patterns appeared on the surface of the powder. Is this a pill pattern? Li Changsheng exclaimed in surprise, immediately discarding the toxic platitudes he had prepared. In the cultivation world, pills are categorized into inferior, middle, superior, and extraordinary grades. Only extraordinary pills can exhibit pill patterns. However, the appearance of pill patterns on a pill signifies that the medicinal effects have perfectly fused with no impurities whatsoever. Did Ning Ning actually produce pill patterns on her first attempt at concocting hemostatic powder? How is this possible? Li Changsheng's Dao heart has always been stable, but at this moment, he couldn't help but question his life. Is my daughter really that remarkable? Damn it, this is incredibly abnormal. Could she be some otherworldly demon? Li Changsheng thought to himself, then couldn't help but reach out his hand, dipping a little of the hemostatic powder onto his tongue. Li Changsheng felt the qi and blood in his body surge instantly. The efficacy is this overpowering. He was astonished. It must be at least 10 times stronger than the ordinary market versions. Ordinary hemostatic powder can only heal superficial wounds on mortals, and the process of stopping bleeding and healing is extremely slow. But this thing before him, Li Changsheng had no doubt that even if a qi refinement stage cultivator were to be cut by a blade, as long as a little is sprinkled on, not only will it stop the bleeding, but the wound will also heal immediately. The efficacy is too extraordinary. Dad, how is it? Did I fail, eh? Ning Ning asked anxiously, her eyes wide with innocence. The color of the powder was different from what was described in the book. The book stated it should be dark brown, but what she produced was pink. Li Changsheng came back to his senses, looking at his daughter with an innocent expression, and took a deep breath before answering helplessly, no. You succeeded. Li Changsheng's voice was filled with excitement. And it was a pill with pill patterns. The emu's spiritual body. Terrifyingly impressive. Upon hearing this, Ning Ning's eyes lit up. Really? Li Changsheng nodded. Really? Ning Ning, Dad, you didn't comfort me. Absolutely not. Ning Ning, that's wonderful. At this moment, Ning Ning seemed to recall something and asked cheerfully, Dad, can I earn money to help support the family in the future? Li Changsheng, upon hearing this, gradually calmed down. Although he indeed had the idea of opening a pharmacy, he felt a bit hesitant. Because the efficacy of the hemostatic powder Ning Ning concocted is so good that it would attract attention. However, Li Changsheng thought for a moment and spoke up, We can open a Li family pharmacy to earn money, but the efficacy of the hemostatic powder is too strong. We need to find a way to reduce its effects to be comparable to market standards. As Li Changsheng said this, his old face flushed. Damn it. Others complain about the poor efficacy of pills, but now he is complaining about the efficacy being too good. Why, oi? Ning Ning asked in confusion. Li Changsheng squatted down looking seriously at his daughter and spoke earnestly. Ning Ning, you must remember that this is a ruthless cultivation world where people will eat you without spitting out your bones. You must learn to hide your strengths. If the efficacy is too good, it will easily draw attention. We can sell pills, but we should only sell those that are comparable to market pills. Ning Ning tilted her head thought for a moment and said, I understand. Then Ning Ning tried to concoct another batch on her own, deliberately controlling the heat poorly and opening the furnace early. After opening the furnace early, the efficacy turned out to be similar to what she guessed. It was no longer as extraordinary as before, just a bit stronger than market versions. Li Changsheng looked at this pill, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Although opening a pharmacy and selling this pill carries some risk, the risk has been reduced to an extremely low and controllable level. If they are too afraid to do this, they would have lived in vain. 3 days later, Li Changsheng cleared out a storage room beside his yard and hung a sign at the entrance. It read, Li's Pharmacy, in large characters. The characters were inscribed by Jingzhe. They were elegant, yet carried an air of grandeur. People from scholarly families truly have a different aura. On the day of Li's Pharmacy's grand opening, firecrackers exploded and gongs and drums filled the air. Although Li Changsheng hadn't made any special announcements, the entire settlement was stirred. Oh, the old Li family has opened a pharmacy. That's quite remarkable. Their son has entered the inner circle, and now the family is in business too. The Li family is about to take off. I heard this medicine was given to him by Elder Lai for his daughter. I wonder how effective it is. Wait, are you saying this pill was crafted by a girl? Can it be trusted? It's definitely trustworthy. Old Li wouldn't open a shop if he didn't believe in it. The neighbors gathered around. Some came to join the excitement, some to curry favor, and others genuinely to support. Li Changsheng stood at the door dressed in a brand new long robe. Jingzhe and Ning Ning stood on either side of him, resembling welcoming hostesses, adding to the grandeur of the event. After surveying the crowd, Li Changsheng clasped his hands and spoke, Dear neighbors, you are too kind. The pills made by my Ning Ning are merely mundane ones. They are nothing special. If you need anything in the future, feel free to come by. Today for our grand opening, all pills are at a 20% discount. Thank you all for your support. The crowd erupted in cheers. Wonderful. Though everyone spoke kindly, many still had their doubts. After all, no one had tried these medicines yet. Medicines are related to one's life, and people still preferred to buy from established brands. Just then, a burly man dressed like a hunter pushed his way into the crowd, clutching his arm, with a deep wound, blood flowing freely. Clearly, he had just returned from the mountains, injured by a beast. Make way. Make way. Is there any pill available? Quick, let me see. The blood won't stop. The man's massive physique was drenched in blood, and he was nearly in tears from panic. It was easy to imagine how desperate he was. Li Changsheng looked at the burly man, his gaze sharpening, and suddenly had an idea. This was a perfect advertising opportunity. This man had definitely come on his own. He hadn't been sent by anyone. It was just a coincidence. Perhaps this was the fortune brought by the family's rising luck. Li Changsheng directed the neighbors to clear a path and helped the burly man into the shop, discreetly examining his wound. The wound was immense, having pierced the artery, and some kind of spiritual energy was preventing it from healing. This was no ordinary injury. Would Ning Ning's hemostatic powder be effective? At that moment, Li Changsheng felt a pang of anxiety. What did you get hurt by, eh? It was an attack from a second-tier beast of the Qi refinement stage. If I hadn't run fast, I would have been dead by now. Old Li, hurry and stop the bleeding. I feel dizzy, I can't hold on much longer. The man's voice grew increasingly weak. Hearing this, Li Changsheng no longer hesitated. Ning Ning's hemostatic powder was a top-quality product. It should work right. No, it must work, because today was the grand opening of Li's pharmacy. Even if it meant bending the rules, he had to seize this opportunity for exposure. As it turned out, Li Changsheng's worries were unnecessary. This second-tier beast injury was only slightly more advanced than an ordinary beast's, and the damage it caused was not much different. Li Changsheng took out the hemostatic powder and applied it to the man's wound. With a slight sizzling sound, the blood that had been gushing out began to stop at a visible rate. Then the wound began to scab over. This speed was more than double that of ordinary hemostatic powders on the market. The burly man felt a tingling sensation as the flesh began to heal and couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Incredible! The hemostatic powder I used before took at least 10 minutes to stop the bleeding. This is way too fast. The neighbors watching from the side were also stunned. No way. Is this for real? This effect is unbelievable. Old Li, how much is this hemostatic powder? I'll take 2 bottles to keep on hand. I want some too. My kid fights all the time and needs this. Have you all thought about it? This pill was crafted by a 7-year-old girl. The crowd was stunned and hurriedly pulled out money to buy the medicine. Although these were just mundane medicines, since they had decent effects, they didn't mind buying several. One was for social obligations. The other was for future use, as there would always be a time when it was needed. Jingzhe was busy behind the counter receiving money until her hands felt numb. Thanks to the burly man advertising for them, many people bought the medicine simply for the sake of appearances. Li's pharmacy became an instant hit. Actually, it wasn't just about appearances. The pills made by Ningning were indeed impressive. Ningning hid behind the curtain watching this scene with an excited smile on her face. My pills are selling. I can help Mom and Dad. I'm really so happy. I earned this money. I wonder if I can ask Dad to buy me some candied hawthorn. Days passed. Li's pharmacy was born out of necessity. Although the variety of pills was still limited, it was still booming in the settlement. This was due to Li's pharmacy inheriting the essence of the settlement, and the effectiveness of the medicines was solid. With this cash cow, the Li family's life became increasingly prosperous. They had spirit stones, and every meal included spirit beast meat. Ningning even grew taller, her face flushed. Jing's skin became more delicate and glowed with a mature charm. That was the sign of beginning to practice the dragon and phoenix harmony technique. One must admit the Xianyin charm was indeed a great thing. Li Changsheng felt that after being blessed with more children and fortune with Jingzhe, he had not only not depleted his old bones, but had instead become stronger with life, becoming more hopeful. Qingyan sect. The law enforcement peak, which governs rules and punishments, is the most ominous mountain in the sect, shrouded in mist all year round. Sword energy was dense. Pipping had been in the sect for 3 months. As a direct disciple brought back by Elder Lei Lai, she was a top-grade gold spiritual root, primarily practicing the sword path of attack. She was the center of attention from the start. But strangely, as time passed, the hype began to wane. Some even looked down on Pingping. In these 3 months, Pingping's performance had been rather unremarkable. Other talented disciples had already broken through to the first and second layers of qi refinement, even the third layer. But what about Pingping? Every day, aside from eating and sleeping, she locked herself in her room to cultivate. She didn't step out of the door. She barely even claimed the resources distributed by the sect. Her displayed cultivation level remained at the sensing stage. This performance was indeed somewhat disappointing. Is this what they call a top-grade spiritual root? I think it's a waste root. Elder Lei must have misjudged her. Or maybe the spiritisting stone is broken. If Li Dangping truly had a top-grade spiritual root, why is she still at the sensing stage? Even ordinary disciples surpass her. This is indeed a bit of a misnomer. Because Li Dangping had deeply inherited her father's teachings of stealth, she kept her cards close to her chest, avoided the spotlight, and stirred no trouble. At this moment, she had become the subject of rumors among the inner disciples. Many began to look at Li Dangping unfavorably. Such a person with a name that didn't match her ability. How could she be worthy of being Elder Lei Lai's direct disciple? Many disciples eager to rise in rank began to stir, including an inner disciple named Zhao Tianba. Zhao Tianba was the grandson of the second elder with dual spiritual roots. He had now reached the third layer of qi refinement and was originally the most hopeful candidate to become a direct disciple this session. But he had been thwarted by Pingping's sudden rise. He had been holding back his anger. He was unwilling and wanted to take her place. At this moment, Zhao Tianba, accompanied by 2 henchmen, approached the martial arts arena at the law enforcement peak, looking at the distant Li Dangping, who was sweeping the ground with disdain in his eyes. What a load of nonsense about a top-grade gold spiritual root. 3 months later, she's still stuck at the sensing stage and hasn't even broken through to the first layer of qi refinement. Indeed, at that moment, Li Dangping was sweeping the arena. This was a task she had volunteered for. She called it tempering her character. In reality, it was a way to find an excuse to avoid contact with others and secretly practice the sword techniques taught by her master. This world is dangerous. One must stay alive. She couldn't bring disaster to her father and mother. Boss Li Dangping won't be able to last much longer. According to the rules, all new disciples must go to the trial valley to hunt beasts. If Li Dangping performs poorly in the trial, we can find a way to kick her out of the direct disciples. Zhao Tianba sneered. No need to wait that long. I've disliked Li Dangping for a long time. I'll teach her a lesson now. After saying that, he swaggered over, deliberately looking for trouble, and kicked over the leaves Li Dangping had just swept up. Hey, sweep the ground, huh? I heard you have a top-grade gold spiritual root. Show me a couple of moves. Li Dangping paused her actions, looked up at Zhao Tianba, and her expression was as calm as still water. After a moment, she picked up the broom again and said seriously, fellow practitioner, this is the law enforcement peak. Private duels are prohibited. Moreover, I'm just a sweeper and cannot perform moves. After speaking, she turned to leave. Li Dangping did not want to cause trouble or conflict with her fellow disciples. Looking for death. How dare you speak to me like that? Zhao Tianba felt ignored and became increasingly furious, unable to restrain himself any longer, drawing his sword. The cold gleam flickered. The long sword struck swiftly, and fiercely aiming directly at Li Dangping's back. Although this strike lacked spiritual power, it still carried the strength of a third-layer Qi practitioner. If it hit, he would be gravely injured if not dead. It could be said that Zhao Tianba was indeed bent on killing. However, at the moment the sword tip was about to touch Li Dangping's clothes, Li Dangping seemed to have eyes on the back of his head. He stumbled slightly as if tripped by a stone underfoot and staggered forward, narrowly avoiding the blow. Then the broom in his hand was casually swung backward as if by accident. It struck Zhao Tianba's wrist. Zhao Tianba cried out in pain. The long sword slipped from his grasp. Due to his unsteady center of gravity, he fell straight down, landing in an embarrassing manner. Li Dangping turned around and looked at Zhao Tianba's appearance, feigning a look of panic. "Oh dear, senior brother. How could you be so careless? This is the floor I just swept. Logically, it shouldn't be slippery. How did you fall?" Zhao Tianba's mouth twitched at these words. What the hell? Slippery? Clearly, it was the work of your broom. Was it intentional? Or was it unintentional? Zhao Tianba couldn't distinguish. While it didn't seem deliberate, he felt something was off. Li Dangping had inherited a third of his father's cunning. Naturally, he wouldn't let the other party seize any weakness. Upholding the principle of goodwill, he walked over, smiled, and spoke. "Senior brother. No matter how you fell, it's all my fault. If I had swept the floor a bit cleaner, you wouldn't have slipped. Now I'll help you up. Then he'll sweep the floor again." Li Dangping's tone was calm, yet for some reason it gave off a feeling of false compassion. "I don't need your help. I can get up by myself." Zhao Tianba pushed away Li Dangping's outstretched hand, instinctively rejecting it. He felt that this kid was a bit strange. Very sinister. However, Li Dangping unceremoniously extended his hand and warmly helped Zhao Tianba up. Some things cannot be rejected just because you want to. From a distance, it looked like two brothers from the same sect. One fell, the other helped up, a picture of mutual affection. However, from an unseen angle, Li Dangping's fingers lightly tapped on Zhao Tianba's pressure point. Zhao Tianba's entire left side suddenly went numb. He couldn't even get up. Zhao Tianba glared at Li Dangping, his teeth clenched in hatred. Now he finally understood. This kid was definitely doing it on purpose. Damn it. Moreover, Li Dangping had hidden his cultivation, just waiting to scheme against him. It wasn't as simple as it appeared. After being helped up, Zhao Tianba took a while to regain his composure. Damn it. This grudge must be repaid. You wait for me. If I don't ruin you, I won't be Zhao. Zhao Tianba viciously swore in his heart, but he only dared to say it silently as he left with his tail between his legs. Li Dangping had hidden his cultivation and couldn't confront him heathen. He could only return and think of another way. Zhao Tianba thought to himself. Li Dangping watched as the three figures left, the panic on his face disappearing, replaced by an icy coldness. Father was right. The bird that sticks its head out gets shot. But if a bird dares to poop on its head, then secretly pluck its feathers and kill it, and no one will expose the fault. Li Dangping picked up the long sword on the ground and casually swung it. Swish! An invisible sword energy instantly cut through a large tree 10 meters away. The cut was as smooth as a mirror. They say I just gained the sense of Qi after training in the sect for so long. What a hollow reputation. No, that was merely a performance for others. In fact, during the first month of entering the sect, under the accumulation of exceptional spiritual roots and abundant resources provided by Lei Lai, I broke through to the 5th layer of Qi practice. Moreover, with my innate sword body, let alone Zhao Tianba, even against latest-stage Qi practitioners, I could slay them with a single sword. After a moment, Li Dangping sheathed the long sword and murmured, "Trial Valley. It seems I really can't refuse this task. But it doesn't matter. After all, it's just a formality." However, Li Dangping was unaware. At the moment he released the sword energy, a nearby disciple carrying miscellaneous items seemed to sense something, his body stiffening for a moment, an eerie red light flashing in his eyes. "Huh, a trial. My opportunity has come. If you stayed at the law enforcement peak having specialized personnel taking care of your food and clothing, I would truly find it hard to act. But the new disciple trial is an opportunity. A few missing people in the trial valley wouldn't attract attention. As long as I can capture you and deliver you to that great person for enjoyment, that great person will surely be pleased." The disciple thought to himself, letting out a series of strange cackles, then pulled out a small black bottle from his pocket. Inside the bottle was a colorless and odorless liquid. This was the soul-attracting incense, a special poison crafted by the Blood Pool Lord, specifically targeting the soul. Common methods can't detect it at all. Once ingested, the soul would be slowly corroded, turning into a dullard, ultimately becoming a puppet to be manipulated. Using soul-attracting incense to control Li Dangping was just right. 3 days later, Qingyun sect. Trial Valley. Ahead was a valley sealed by a great formation housing various first-tier demon beasts specifically used to hone the practical combat skills of new disciples. Although these demon beasts were domesticated and lacked the ferocity of their wild counterparts, they were perfect for tempering new disciples, and there were many casualties each year. Hundreds of new disciples stood at the valley entrance ready to go cracking their knuckles. Just like young students, their blood was still boiling, and they were naturally very excited. Everyone yearned to achieve good results in the trial. Unlike the others, Li Dangping appeared very calm, even to the point of being devoid of any ripples. Compared to his peers, he always seemed out of place. While others wanted to excel in the trial, striving for the top, engaging in competition, he did not. He possessed an innate talent and did not need to compete with them. Competition was merely a desperate struggle for those lacking talent against fate. Li Dangping was thinking about how to get through the trial. A trial? It was just a waste of my time. I should just muddle through it, then return to meditate and cultivate. Li Dangping glanced around and noticed that some trial disciples on the peaks had yet to arrive, so he quickly took out some rations from his storage bag and started to nibble on them. My, why do these rations taste so bitter? The flavor isn't right. Li Dangping frowned as he took a bite. He instinctively suspected someone had poisoned him. But then he recalled these rations were provided by the sect. How could there be a problem? I was being too suspicious. It might just be that the cook's skills were poor and they were a bit burnt. Who would dare to poison me? After a while, the trial began. Several elders opened the spatial passage. Li Dangping didn't think much and quietly followed the group inside. Zhao Tianba, along with two henchmen, stood not far away staring at Li Dangping like a venomous snake. This grudge must be repaid. Li Dangping, I want you dead, Zhao Tianba thought to himself. Just then one of his henchmen spoke in a casual tone. Boss, that kid went in, should we follow him? Upon hearing this, Zhao Tianba touched the sleeve where he concealed a fire explosive talisman. He had spent a large sum to buy it. Its power was considerable enough to seriously injure a late-stage Qi practitioner. Follow him, Zhao Tianba said coldly. The two henchmen nodded and followed him into the spatial passage. The trial began. Li Dangping, adhering to the principle of survival, purposely chose a remote path to avoid the main crowd. He planned to dig a hole in a secluded area, lie inside for a few days, and come out towards the end to casually hunt down a few demon beasts. Just to pass. I rely on my talent. Who the hell would compete with you? However, Li Dangping had just distanced himself from the crowd. He felt dizzy, staggering, as if he had gotten drunk. Something was off. What was happening? His head felt incredibly dizzy. Li Dangping leaned against a tree, took a moment to stabilize himself, but the dizziness only intensified. Even the objects before his eyes began to double. His limbs began to feel unresponsive. Only then did Li Dangping realize. What's going on? Could it be the rations? Father taught me to always be wary of others. I must be careful of what I consume. It seems I was too careless. The rations I just ate definitely have a problem. Am I going to die here? I haven't even completed my cultivation to descend the mountain and protect my parents. No, this can't be. Father, mother, sister, Pingping misses you very much at Qinyan's sect. Li Dangping silently shouted in despair. However, at that moment, he heard rustling sounds in his ears. Then 3 figures emerged. Li Dangping, were you not very arrogant? Why can't you even stand now? Zhao Tianba, flanked by 2 henchmen, wore a mocking expression, holding a long sword that reflected cold glimmers. He had originally intended to attack Li Dangping, but unexpectedly, before they even started fighting, Li Dangping was already out of it. Such an opportunity was truly rare. As long as he quietly killed Pingping, he could rise to power and become a direct disciple. Zhao Tianba thought smugly. Was it you who did this? Li Dangping shook his head, forcing himself to become a bit clearer, his voice as cold as frost. Does it matter? All I know is that you're about to die, and it's going to be at my hands. Zhao Tianba smiled. Generally, when clashing with Li Dangping, the latter would always remain gentle and unperturbed, making him feel as though he was punching in a cotton, a sensation of nowhere to exert force. Not only was it devoid of enjoyment, but it was also quite uncomfortable. But this time was different. Li Dangping was scared, terrified, and in a frenzy. The more pain Dangping experienced, the happier Zhao Tianba became. Perhaps his mind had long been twisted. You want to kill me? Li Dangping's voice turned colder. He never provoked anyone. But if trouble came knocking, he would not hold back. Zhao Tianba let out a sinister laugh, choosing to prove his plan through action rather than words. He signaled his 2 lackeys first. The 3 surrounded Li Dangping. The 2 lackeys brandished their weapons. Zhao Tianba disregarded the martial ethics and launched a full-out attack while throwing out a fire explosion talisman for a sneak attack. The attack was aimed to kill without leaving any room for mercy. Li Dangping's expression changed drastically in the face of the 3 assaults. Under normal circumstances, he could easily counter them. But now he was poisoned severely. His spiritual energy was sluggish. Even dodging became extremely difficult. Li Dangping bit his tongue, the sharp pain bringing a moment of clarity to his mind. My father once said, if no one offends me, I will not offend anyone. But if someone does offend me, I will eradicate them completely. Since you all seek death, then I cannot be blamed. With that, Li Dongping stopped hiding and went all out. His sword was drawn. Clang. In that moment, Li Dongping no longer suppressed himself. The power that was originally sealed by the Qi Tian Jade pendant and the terrifying aura of the innate sword body erupted forth. In an instant, the surrounding space seemed to freeze. The plants around were shredded into pieces by the invisible sword energy. What is your cultivation level? Zhao Tianba exclaimed in shock. At that moment, Li Dongping's aura became terrifying, even more so than during the foundation establishment stage. He had no time to react. The sword light carrying the innate sword intent expanded in his pupils. Poof, poof, poof. 3 soft sounds. The sword energy shattered the fireballs and long swords striking the necks of the 3. Zhao Tianba and his 2 lackeys felt a chill at their necks. Instinctively, they reached out to touch it. Their hands were covered in warm blood. Ah! Zhao Tianba screamed, clutching his neck as he fell to the ground. There was no need to clutch it anymore. His neck was severed and could not be held. After killing, Li Dongping's mind became hazy and he could no longer hold on. With a clang, his sword fell to the ground as he collapsed softly. In the final moment before consciousness faded, he vaguely saw a figure in servant clothing stained with blood. The figure staggered out from behind a large tree, dragging its feet like a dead dog, quickly, leaving unsure of its destination. This is bad. I seem to have fallen into a trap. Who exactly set this black hand against me? I just hope it doesn't implicate my father. Li Dongping exclaimed in alarm. Meanwhile, in the Li family's small courtyard, Li Changsheng and Jingzhe were in the bedroom, deeply immersed in the practice of the dragon and phoenix harmony technique. This technique is indeed marvelous. Not only does it enhance cultivation, but it also enhances beauty. This dual cultivation method is truly defying the heavens. Because of the excessive pampering from Li Changsheng, Jingzhe's beauty also increased. She could even feel the aura of cultivation. This was a good sign. Being able to cultivate meant having opportunities. Like him, she would possess a long lifespan. Li Changsheng, seeing that Jingzhe could cultivate, developed a bold idea. That was to see if he could also dual cultivate the dragon and phoenix harmony technique with Jiang Cuiping. If Jiang Cuiping could break the curse of having no spiritual roots and cultivate, that would definitely be a great fortune. However, the result was disappointing. Jiang Cuiping had no spiritual roots, and her meridians were inherently blocked. She could not cultivate at all. Even dual cultivation was impossible. Was it destined that his rightful wife would only lead a mortal life? Li Changsheng felt immense regret. Yet there were no other options. Half an hour later, Li Changsheng and Jingzhe were reaching a critical juncture, about to enter ecstasy. At this moment, a sharp pain suddenly pierced his chest. He instantly lost all feelings. He abruptly sat up in bed. What happened? Why is my heart in such pain? Could it be? Li Changsheng had a family prosperity system which allowed him to have a kind of vague sense of the safety of family members. Or rather, it could be understood as the hearts of father and son being one. Jingzhe sensed that something was off with her husband and quickly stopped to ask, "Husband, what's wrong?" Li Changsheng rolled out of bed and quickly put on his clothes. "Jingzhe, I have urgent business to attend to. Tell Cuiping that I will be in seclusion for a few days and will not see anyone. Help me guard the home." With that, without waiting for Jingzhe to respond, Li Changsheng's figure flashed, and he vanished from the spot, leaving Jingzhe wrapped in a blanket, trembling in the empty room. "Husband, the killing intent on you is so strong. What happened?" After leaving the Li family's small courtyard, Li Changsheng took out a 5th-tier Godspeed talisman and a concealment talisman from his storage ring and affixed them to himself. He dashed through the air at an incredible speed, heading straight for the Qinyan sect. Who was it? Who dared to harm my son? The more Li Changsheng thought, the more anxious and angry he became. He initially wanted to live in peace, but there were always reckless people who forced him. Since that was the case, he would no longer pretend. "Today I will kill someone." Perhaps Li Dongping's fate was not meant to end here. Just when Li Dongping was being dragged away by that servant disciple, he happened to be spotted by the disciple Zhang Zheng from the law enforcement peak. Fortunately, he was rescued. He was then carried back to the law enforcement peak. Although it was now night, the law enforcement peak was still brightly lit. All members had gathered in the subhall. Elder Lai paced back and forth with his hands behind his back anxiously. Li Dongping lay on the bed, pale, with tightly closed eyes, completely motionless. Dark energy swirled at his brow. His breath was faint like a wisp. It seemed he was on the brink of death. Surrounding him were several alchemy elders from the Qinyan sect who were conducting a joint consultation for Li Dongping. Elder Lai's face was stern, and he was extremely angry inside. He did not know who had the audacity to harm his precious disciple. Damn it! Was this not courting death? "Elders of alchemy," he said, "I have never asked anyone for help. But now my disciple's life and death are unknown. I beg you to save my disciple. If you can save my disciple, I will do anything for you." Lei Lai cupped his hands, making an extremely heavy promise. The alchemy elders responded with cupped hands. Elder Lei, it's not that we want save. It's just that this poison is too strange. This isn't a common poison in the cultivation world, and we currently have no means to handle it. On the contrary, Lei Lai asked urgently, on the contrary what? One of the alchemy elders took a deep breath and said, it resembles the methods of the rumored blood-killing sect. Blood-killing sect. Even though Lei Lai was at the pinnacle of the golden core stage, his expression changed drastically upon hearing this name. He did not know when it started, but the blood-killing sect had become a taboo in the cultivation world. It became a target for the righteous sects to jointly eliminate. This was because the blood-killing sect's techniques were too evil. They cultivated by absorbing blood essence, harming others, gaining benefit for themselves. They were intolerable by the world. The key was that the blood-killing sect was still quite powerful. More than a decade ago, all righteous sects united to eliminate the blood-killing sect, resulting in a great battle. The outcome was that the blood-killing sect was defeated and retreated. However, even now rumors of the blood-killing sect's activities still occasionally surfaced in the cultivation world. Are you sure? Lei Lai asked with a serious expression. If there was a shadow of the blood-killing sect behind this matter, it would be a serious issue. Even he could not handle it. It had to be reported to the sect master. I'm not sure. I can only say it resembles it very much, the alchemy elder replied after pondering. He didn't have absolute confidence, so he dared not speak too definitively, fearing to bear the responsibility. Lei Lai fell silent for a moment and waved his hand. I understand. You all continue to discuss how to save Li Dongping here. You must save him. I will go find the sect master to see if there is a way, and inform the sect master of the speculation regarding the blood-killing sect. The reason Lei Lai was so determined to save Li Dongping was not because of any deep feelings for him, but because Li Dongping's talent was too exceptional. The outside world only thought Li Dongping had an excellent golden spiritual root. However, Lei Lai, who had been in close contact with Li Dongping, knew Li Dongping's true talent was far more terrifying than just an excellent golden spiritual root. As long as Li Dongping did not die and was cultivated well, he would definitely become a pillar of the sect in the future. Even breaking through to the legendary divine transformation stage was not impossible. The Qingyun sect did not lack disciples, but it lacked monstrous disciples. Every monstrous disciple was an extremely important resource within the sect. However, at this moment, no one noticed that in the back of the subhall there stood an old man dressed in servant clothing. The old man had his head down, appearing unremarkable. He was very slippery, following the law enforcement peak's vegetable delivery team into the kitchen. He then snuck from the kitchen to the back of the subhall. This person was Li Changsheng, disguised using the concealed longevity technique. Its hiding ability was stronger than that of the Qi Tian Jade Pendant. Li Dongping had hidden in the Qingyun sect with the Qi Tian Jade Pendant for so long without being discovered. Logically, as long as Li Changsheng did not run into a nascent soul ancestor, he was still quite safe. At this moment, Li Changsheng was lurking in the shadows of the subhall. He carefully sensed the situation. Li Dongping lay on the bed, though pale, and with weak breathing. His heartbeat was still relatively steady. Overall, he was temporarily not in life-threatening danger. This eased Li Changsheng's worried heart slightly. As long as he was still alive, that was good enough. What he feared most was that upon arriving at the Qingyun sect, he would see a corpse. Just then, he heard the faint voices of the alchemy elders. Li Changsheng held his breath and listened carefully. Do we really have no way? No way. If we can't even identify the type of poison, what can we do? Moreover, Li Dongping's poison has already penetrated into the soul. Ordinary methods are fundamentally ineffective, unless we have an antidote of 8th tier or above otherwise. 8th tier antidote. Our sect only has 5th tier alchemists at most. Are we really just going to watch this child die prematurely? How will we explain it to Lei Lai? Lei Lai treats Li Dongping like a treasure. If we have no means whatsoever, it will probably be hard to explain. After listening to the elders' conversation, Li Changsheng's heart sank. Indeed, my intuition was not wrong. Piping is in trouble. Moreover, even the alchemy elder of the Qingyun sect couldn't find a way to deal with the toxin. Damn it. Is the Qingyun sect really this incompetent? Being poisoned on its own territory. Still unable to find an antidote. Li Changsheng frowned. He might not care about the decay of the Qingyun sect, but he could not ignore his son. So, what to do? Li Changsheng pondered for a long time. It seemed he thought of something. His brow relaxed. To untie the bell, one must find the person who tied it. Since there's no way to detoxify, then find the person who poisoned. Then soul search, as surely I can find the antidote. Over the past 6 years, Li Changsheng had set up many hidden methods on his children. This included methods to investigate the culprit. Anyone who came into close contact with his children would carry a special aura. As long as he found someone with this special aura and carefully investigated, he would have a chance to find the real culprit. With this thought, Li Changsheng quietly withdrew and circled the area around the law enforcement peak, meticulously identifying that unique aura. In fact, his actions were quite dangerous. If he encountered a nascent soul-old monster, he would be exposed. However, there was no other choice. His son was in trouble. If risks must be taken, then they must be taken. An hour later, Changsheng was lucky. After ruling out more than a dozen individuals, he discovered a suspected culprit in the woodshed of the law enforcement peak. Although the individual was hiding, while the faint trace of the special aura on him could not be concealed. Moreover, he was acting timidly. His behavior was different from the other disciples. Changsheng was 80% sure that this servant had issues. Better to kill the wrong person than to let the right one escape. He could not let this go. Die. Changsheng's heart hardened as he suddenly dived in. At this moment, the servant disciple was sitting cross-legged on the wood pile, his face dark and sinister. This person was named Meng. He was a puppet possessed by the blood pool blood goo. Damn it. I was so close to success. Why did I have to run into someone from the law enforcement peak? Did I just ruin everything? Meng's face grew darker as he thought. But then he realized as long as Li Dangping has no antidote within 3 days, he would become a puppet at their mercy. His expression looked somewhat better. Just then the dilapidated wooden door unexpectedly creaked open a gap. Creak. A cold wind blew in. Meng tightened his body, looked up, his muscles tense, bloodlust flashing in his eyes. Who? Yet the doorway was empty. Only the cold moonlight spilled onto the ground. Nothing here. Am I overthinking it? Meng murmured, about to relax his guard. Suddenly a cold hand, like an iron claw, reached out from behind, gripping his throat. Then with force he was lifted up like a chick. Gurgle. Meng suddenly found himself unable to breathe, a choking sound escaping his throat as his eyes bulged out. He struggled desperately, wanting to fight back. However, that hand was like a vice firmly holding him. The spiritual power within Meng was locked down no matter how hard he struggled. It was all in vain. He didn't even have a chance to see the face of his assailant. At that moment, Changsheng extended another hand and pressed it on his crown. Since I have decided to strike, I will not hesitate. Even if I kill the wrong person, it's your fault for dying in vain. After subduing the servant before him, Changsheng utilized the soul search technique. Simple, brutal, direct. Whether you speak or not is irrelevant. As long as the soul search technique is used, everything about you will be revealed. Oh, Meng cried out in pain, his features contorting. Just as he was about to scream, Changsheng covered his mouth. Soon Meng's eyes rolled back, his body convulsed violently, and he began to froth at the mouth. This was the side effect of the soul search technique. It could easily turn a person into an idiot. However, the results were not bad. As the soul search progressed, Changsheng obtained a lot of information. A sinister cave. A rolling blood pool. Where is this place? So bloody. Who is this blood shadow? Changsheng's heart grew heavier. This is bad. I only sent Ping to cultivate, yet unexpectedly stirred up such a big karma. Changsheng's expression turned grim. The bad news is Ping has offended a big shot, and the karma is hard to dispel, likely bringing disaster to the family. The good news is that big shot has not discovered my existence. Wait. Changsheng suddenly thought of something. That person in the blood pool couldn't be the big shot that Xie Jin mentioned 6 years ago, could it? Damn it. Regardless of whether it is or not, I must find a way to eliminate this karma. The murderous intent in Changsheng's eyes nearly solidified. Moments later, the soul search ended. From Meng's mind, Changsheng learned the location of Ping's antidote. Instantly, he felt as if the sky had brightened. Putting other matters aside, as long as there is an antidote, Ping can live. That is the priority right now. After retrieving the antidote, Changsheng formed a hand seal, slapping a pre-prepared 5th-grade top-quality Heavenly Thunder Extermination talisman on Meng's chest. Explode. The purest thunder power erupted. Meng's flesh and soul were instantly turned to ashes in the lightning, leaving not a trace behind. Killing. Snatching the antidote. Destroying the corpse. Erasing traces. The actions were executed with a chilling proficiency. After confirming the scene was properly handled, Changsheng vanished into the night. He then quietly returned to the branch hall of the law enforcement peak. Inside the branch hall, it was silent. Elder Lei Lai had gone to find the sect master. The alchemy elder had left in shame, unable to find a way to detoxify. Other disciples of the law enforcement peak had also returned home, each to their own families. No one was around. That was quite convenient. It saved a lot of trouble. Changsheng muttered to himself as he appeared in front of Li Dangping, looking at Li Dangping's youthful and somewhat innocent face. For some reason, he was uncertain whether his decision to send Li Dangping into the Immortal Gate was the right one. The Qingyun sect had decayed. This is indeed a den of dragons and tigers. However, it is what it is. There's no way to change it now. Changsheng shook his head, no longer thinking about those messy things. With a thought, he no longer hesitated and flicked the antidote into Ping's mouth. Moments later, Ping's complexion gradually returned to a healthy color, and the aura within her stabilized. Confirming that Ping's injuries had improved, Changsheng quietly left. Meanwhile, after Lei Lai informed the sect master about Li Jianping's situation, The sect master took it seriously. However, he was not skilled in detoxification and was of no help concerning Li Dangping's situation. As for the blood slaughter sect's matter, due to a lack of evidence, it had not drawn attention. Lei Lai returned helplessly, hoping that the alchemy elders would bring good news. Just as Lei Lai returned to the entrance of the law enforcement peak, he happened to encounter several alchemy elders leaving the law enforcement peak. He was stunned for a moment and asked Elder Qian, "Yao, how is Li Dangping's situation? Is there any way to find a treatment plan?" Upon hearing this, Qian Yao paused for a moment, quickened his pace, and spoke without looking back. "I'm sorry. I am powerless." Normally, the alchemy elders were revered figures. Now to admit their helplessness was significant. This indicated that they truly had no solution. Lei Lai's expression darkened. He was also out of options. He had sought help from everyone he could. As for seeking external help, there was simply no time. Could it be that the unseen century genius Li Dangping would perish halfway through? He was unwilling to accept that. As dawn approached, Li Changsheng returned to the accommodation area, quietly drenched in dew and killing intent. He took off his night clothes. Changing into a nightgown, he crawled back into bed. Jingja groggily woke up and instinctively hugged Li Changsheng, her left arm wrapping around his neck, while her right hand traced circles on his chest. "Husband, you're back." Li Changsheng smiled. The killing intent on him instantly receded, transforming back into the gentle husband, holding Jingja tightly and planting a kiss on her forehead. I'm back." Jingja asked, "Why are you so cold?" Li Changsheng casually replied, "Perhaps the night air outside is a bit chilly." "Oh." Jingja nodded lightly, not suspecting anything. Li Changsheng then seemed to think of something and hurriedly added, "By the way, don't tell Jiang Cuiping and Ning Ning about me going out at midnight lest they worry." Jingja was a good woman. She was also very understanding. However, she did not understand him as well as Jiang Cuiping. If it were Jiang Cuiping, she would have probably guessed why he left. "Okay." Jingja obediently nodded. Then she pressed her small face against his chest, finding a comfortable position before falling into a deep sleep. Li Changsheng covered himself with a blanket and extended his hand to use Jingja as a pillow, closing his eyes. Yet he could not fall asleep for a long time. This was because a cold electronic synthetic voice echoed in his mind. "Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully rescuing a direct family member and resolving a life-threatening crisis. Triggering critical hit rewards. Rewards being distributed. Reward 1, Earth-grade longevity gold locked defensive treasure able to withstand a full force strike from the golden core stage. Reward 2, skill 10,000 poisons true scripture using poison to counter poison, refining poison into medicine. Reward 3, family luck value 500. Reward 4, lifespan increase of 10 years. Reward 5, divine ability sword of time." After pondering for a moment, Li Changsheng's gaze fell upon the remaining rewards. A longevity lock. A defensive treasure. It can withstand a full force strike from a golden core. Li Changsheng closed his eyes, slightly sensing the contents of this technique. Using poison to counter poison. Refining poison into medicine. It can even enhance one's cultivation by devouring deadly toxins and concoct various extremely sinister poisons. This thing doesn't seem very useful. Li Changsheng disliked using poison and was unwilling to let his daughter use it. Because Li Changsheng felt that despite his survival, he was still a person of integrity. Using poison feels very insidious. It always seemed to lower one's dignity. Li Changsheng still yearned for methods that could secure a decisive kill. For example, the last reward. This is an offensive divine ability. Life withers and thrives in cycles. When a sword is drawn, it slices through the river of time, draining lifespans and causing aging. This skill is impressive. It has transcended the realm of life itself. From the perspective of lifespan, it punishes enemies. Li Changsheng was very pleased. He opened the system panel. Family Prosperity System host Li Changsheng, partner Jiang Cuiping, a mortal with no spiritual root, Jingja, a cultured woman from a fallen family, Li family, unknown fortune, ordinary fortune, can to a certain extent protect family members, with a small probability turning misfortune into blessing. Remaining lifespan 35, cultivation foundation, establishment stage, initial skills, long life path, sword of time, spirit, talisman, true, resolution, basic, sword technique, basic fist, technique, weapon, Xian Frost, sword, children, Li Yining, Li Dangping. Li Changsheng looked at the three-dimensional data displayed on the system panel, unable to stop smiling. This three-dimensional panel is truly amazing. It describes all his attributes clearly. That blood pool lord hiding in the Qingyun sect, having failed this time, would certainly not give up easily. So, he needed to quickly digest the system's rewards and convert them into strength. Only by killing that blood pool lord could he truly put an end to this karmic cycle. Survival. It doesn't mean avoiding killing. Killing is merely a means to survive better. At this moment, Jingja, startled by Li Changsheng's laughter, woke up, her voice soft and delicate, like a little kitten snuggling into Li Changsheng's arms. "Husband, what are you thinking about?" Your smile is quite scary. Li Changsheng came to his senses, retracting his cold light, transforming back into a gentle husband. It's nothing. I was just thinking our pharmacy's business is getting better and better. Should we hire an extra assistant? Otherwise, if we get busy, we'll have no personal time at all. Thinking about it, he casually made a remark. Jing's attention was successfully diverted, and she nodded with a hint of concern. Yes. Ningning is such a sensible child. She guards the alchemy furnace every day. Her little face has become quite darkened by the fumes. However, she seems to really enjoy alchemy. Every time she refines a new medicine, she becomes extraordinarily happy. Li Changsheng smiled. That's for sure. The emu's spiritual body. A natural talent for alchemy. For Ningning, alchemy is as natural as eating or drinking, and it also brings her a sense of achievement. Then you should put up a recruitment notice in front of our shop tomorrow. The final decision on candidates will be made by me. They must come from a respectable background. Li Changsheng said casually while stroking Jing's fair skin. All right. Husband. Jingzhe nodded. Feeling Li Changsheng's touch, her face flushed, yet she did not refuse. Just that shy expression. It was truly a source of great desire. At this moment, a mischievous smile appeared on Li Changsheng's face. Jingzhe, let's go to bed. Let's work a bit harder and strive to conceive a baby soon. Li Changsheng said this with some helplessness. Despite pampering Jingzhe every day and even using dual cultivation techniques, she still hadn't conceived. Husband, I feel like this time I can conceive your baby. Jing's face turned even redder as she said this. Although this is a world of cultivation, the saying that a mother is precious to her child still holds true. Every time Jingzhe sees Pingping and Ningning, she yearns to have a real child, with Li Changsheng to leave behind their lineage. Don't speak. Li Changsheng lowered his head and kissed Jing's cherry lips. Qingyun sect. Law enforcement peak. Lei Lai returned to the sub-hall looking at Li Dongping, who lay quietly on the bed pale-faced. He felt extremely helpless. It was not easy to find such a good seedling. Unexpectedly. Oh, wait. Originally Lei Lai wanted to see if there were any other ways to save Li Dongping. But when his divine sense scanned Li Dongping, he was stunned for a moment and then overjoyed. What is happening? He saw that in his perception the previously weak and barely breathing Li Dongping now had a strong heartbeat, and his complexion had turned rosy, even showing some signs of a breakthrough due to unexpected fortune. His precious disciple was saved by someone. Who exactly saved him? From the alchemy peak. The alchemy elder. Lei Lai pondered for a moment, shook his head, and felt it was unlikely. That group of top-tier alchemists, if they had a solution, would have boasted about it long ago. So who could it be? The sect master. The sect master just said there was no way. The Supreme Elder. The Supreme Elder is in a closed-door retreat. It is impossible for him to be concerned with such trivial matters. Lei Lai thought for a long time, but couldn't figure out who in the sect had the ability to save Li Dongping. But one thing is certain, someone intervened, otherwise Li Dongping's severe poisoning could not have healed without treatment. Forget it. I was overly worried. Why should I pursue who saved Li Dongping? After all, they are allies, not enemies. What I should do now is to root out the mastermind and thoroughly investigate the entire Qingyun sect to see if there are any hidden shadows of the Bloodslaughter sect. At this moment, Li Dongping's eyelashes fluttered suddenly, opening his eyes, his consciousness returning, gradually realizing something. He stood up abruptly. He respectfully cupped his hands towards Lei Lai. Master, thank you for saving my life, master. Lei Lai looked at his precious disciple with a complex gaze. Get up. It wasn't me who saved you. Pingping was taken aback. Then who was it? Lei Lai was silent for a moment. It was senior brother who saved you in the trial valley. As for who resolved the poison on you, the master doesn't know. I only went to the sect master's peak for a while, and when I returned your poison had been resolved by someone. Upon hearing this, Li Dongping's heart trembled. That day in the trial valley, it was senior brother who saved him from that handyman. He still had a vague impression of that. But who exactly was the one who resolved his poison? Li Dongping carefully thought, recalling the scenes from last night. Though he was in a deep sleep, he could faintly sense a feeling of familiarity. Could it be his father? But his father was just a mortal old man at the third layer of qi refinement. How could he evade the master's surveillance and come to Qingyun sect to save him? Besides, his father couldn't have coincidentally known he was in danger. As he thought about it, Li Dongping felt it was unlikely. Regardless of whether it was his father or not, that person had saved him. It must be true. Since they hadn't shown themselves yet, they must have their reasons. Remember this kindness, cultivate diligently, and one day he would find out the truth. Li Dongping thought about this and suddenly felt a strong urge to become stronger. I must become stronger. Quickly become stronger. Become stronger at the fastest speed. Only by reaching a certain level of strength can I protect my parents. Time, slow down. Li Dongping spoke with determination. Master, after I recover, I want to go to the sword tomb. Upon hearing this, Lei Lai was greatly astonished. What? You want to go to the sword tomb? Then he continued, The Sword Tomb is a forbidden area of the sect filled with murderous aura. Even Foundation establishment disciples who enter have a 9 out of 10 chance of dying. You're still in the chi refinement stage. Li Dangping interrupted Lei Lai, his voice young but firm. I am not afraid. This poisoning has taught me a lesson. Survival is not about fearing death, but rather about living better. But if I lack the ability to protect myself, then I am pathetic. I want to become strong. Strong enough that no one dares to plot against me. Strong enough to protect those I wish to protect. Lei Lai looked at this seemingly grown-up boy before him, feeling a tremor in his heart. This child, he really is different now. The previous Li Dangping, who was timid and only wanted to muddle through, is no longer seen. Even his sword intent has changed. No longer repressed, he instead resembled a sharp sword about to be unsheathed. Lei Lai suddenly slammed the table and laughed heartily. Good, you have guts. Since you want to go, then go. But wait until your body has fully recovered. Li Dangping accepted the jade talisman and nodded heavily. Disciple obeys. Placement area. Li Family Pharmacy. Business is still booming today. The hemostatic powder refined by Ningning and other ordinary pills are affordably priced and bear the mark of the placement area, making them essential divine medicines for nearby loose cultivators and hunters. Talent can sometimes be truly frightening. Jingzhe set up the recruitment sign, but perhaps due to the short time, no one came to apply for the job yet. The Li family thus made a hefty profit. Ningning, are you tired? Jingzhe wiped the sweat from her forehead, looking at Ningning, who was refining pills in front of the alchemy furnace, her forehead drenched in sweat, her little face flushed. Ningning raised her head, her little face beaming with a radiant smile. Not tired. Auntie, look. Today I earned 500 spirit stones again. Adding the previous days, we have already saved up 1,000 spirit stones. Now we can buy that longevity fruit for father. Jingzhe's heart warmed upon hearing this. This child, she earns money not thinking about buying pretty things or tasty food. She only thinks of extending her father's life. What a great filial daughter. Jingzhe smiled and patted her head. Good, when your father finds out that Ningning is so well-behaved, he will definitely be very happy. At this moment, Li Changsheng walked in slowly with his hands behind his back. As soon as Ningning saw Li Changsheng, she immediately flitted towards him like a little bird. Father, you're here. Li Changsheng smiled as he embraced his daughter and kissed her on the cheek. Good daughter. You've worked hard these past few days. Father brought you a gift. Saying this, Li Changsheng pulled out a shiny longevity lock from his pocket. This lock is only palm-sized, intricately crafted, and engraved with complex patterns. Although it looks like an ordinary piece of jewelry, no one knows. This is an earth-grade spirit tool that can save lives. Ningning's eyes brightened as she fondly touched the longevity lock. Wow, so beautiful. Father, is this for me? Li Changsheng personally hung the longevity lock around Ningning's neck. Of course. Remember, no matter when, you must never take this lock off. You must wear it even when bathing. Though Ningning did not understand why, she obediently nodded. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. The ancient locust tree in the Li family's courtyard shed its green leaves only to don golden ones anew. Every day, Li Yining polished her longevity lock until it gleamed, wearing it proudly upon her chest, as if it were the most treasured possession. After all, it was a gift from her father. Possessing extraordinary talent, Li Yining had received an entry-level alchemical manual from Lei Lai, and the pills she refined proved remarkably potent. Business at the Li apothecary flourished beyond measure, so much so that envy rippled through the town. Yet no one dared covet the apothecary, for the Li family had produced a true disciple. Though rumors whispered that Li Dangping had perished within the sword grave, none could verify their truth, and thus none dared act rashly. Outwardly, they still treated old Master Li with profound respect. Inwardly, however, some cursed him to die soon, or prayed that Li Dangping had already met his end in the sword grave. To them, the death of either man would suffice. Then they could seize the Li family's wealth without fear. Li Changsheng sat in the courtyard watching his thriving business with quiet satisfaction. Yet something lingered in his heart. His son, Li Dangping. Since entering the sword grave half a year ago, no word had reached him. The sword grave was a place steeped in killing intent, so thick that even spirit communication talismans could not escape. Were it not for the family member status panel in his system, which still showed Dongping's avatar, glowing brightly, Li Changsheng would have long since stormed the grave himself. So long as he lived, that was enough. He had chosen the sword grave of his own will, and even if he must crawl, he would finish the path on his knees. Another matter troubling Li Changsheng was recruitment. The Li apothecary had posted its hiring notice half a year ago. Perhaps its standards were simply too high. Not only did applicants need spotless backgrounds and upright character, but they also required foundational alchemical training. As a result, after 6 months, not a single candidate had passed the selection. Not that no one applied. Many deceitful opportunists attempted to slip through the cracks, only to be dismissed outright by Li Changsheng. Fate has yet to bring the right person, Li Changsheng murmured softly, lips curling faintly. Though urgency gnawed at him, there was little he could do. No new staff had been hired. He would simply have to bear the burden himself. Fortunately, the weight remained manageable. That afternoon, Li Changsheng sat beneath the old scala tree in the courtyard, an ancient scroll in hand basking in the sun's gentle warmth. Jingzhe sat beside him, stitching a tiny baby's belly wrap. Her abdomen had begun to swell gently. Yes, double blessings had arrived. After 6 months of devoted cultivation, Jingzhe had finally conceived. This would be Li Changsheng's third child, besides Dangping and Yining. Moreover, this child might inherit Jingzhe's profound, seductive bone constitution, a truly auspicious omen. Husband, Jingzhe set aside her needlework, cradling her belly with a radiant smile. Do you think our child will be a boy or a girl? She had finally come to understand the meaning of that phrase. A mother's status rises with her child. Ever since conceiving, her husband's tenderness toward her had deepened noticeably. Li Changsheng lowered his book and smiled gently, placing his palm over her belly. Warmth radiated beneath his touch. Whether boy or girl, so long as it is ours, I shall love it unconditionally. Hearing this, Jingzhe leaned her head against his shoulder, eyes closed in bliss. I feel the same. But lately the resettlement district feels unsettled. Strange faces keep appearing. I can't shake the feeling that something terrible is about to happen. Li Changsheng paused, startled. Was a woman's intuition truly that uncanny? Could she sense it even now? He silently scoffed inwardly. In truth, Jingzhe's instinct was correct. A group of uninvited guests had indeed arrived in the district, though they disguised themselves well, some feigning ordinary mortals, others posing as low-tier cultivators. Yet the faint metallic scent of blood clinging to them could not evade Li Changsheng's nose, the unmistakable aura of the blood-slaughter sect. And how did Li Changsheng recognize it? Through soul-searching, of course. Across the entire district, tension coiled like storm clouds before thunder. Li Changsheng patted Jingzhe's hand reassuringly. Don't be afraid. I am here. I will protect our family, every last one of us. His voice rang with unwavering resolve, fierce and commanding. Jingzhe's heart stirred. Gazing at her husband's resolute profile, her anxiety dissolved. Half its weight lifted away. Indeed, her husband was formidable. What then was there left to fear? Just then Jiang Zuiping approached, bearing a tray of sliced spirit fruits. Her eyes lingered on Jingzhe's rounded belly, then drifted to the couple's tender closeness. Envy flickered across her gaze. Though she already bore Dangping and Yining, which woman did not yearn for abundance of children? Especially seeing how Jingzhe's pregnancy had drawn even greater affection from Li Changsheng. Jealousy prickled quietly in her chest. Setting down the fruit tray, Jiang Zuiping seated herself beside Li Changsheng and gently tugged his arm. Husband, I want a child too. Li Changsheng blinked, taken aback. Meeting his wife's longing gaze, guilt stirred within him. Indeed, he had focused intensely on Jingzhe these past months, striving to help her conceive. Though Jiang Zuiping lacked spiritual roots and could not cultivate, she remained his first wife, the one who had stood by him through his darkest trials. He resolved, then, no more favoritism. Fairness must be restored. Very well, he said, picking up a slice of spirit fruit and popping it into his mouth. Then he turned, grasping Jiang Zuiping's hand with a playful glint in his eye. Tonight, I'll make it up to you properly. Let's try again. And next year you'll hold a healthy, rosy-cheeked son in your arms. Jiang Zuiping flushed crimson to her ears, playfully punching his chest. You old rascal. Jingzhe's right here. Li Changsheng chuckled, a soft, self-satisfied smile gracing his lips at her coy reprimand. Truly, hearthwife and children remained the timeless joy no man could resist. The next morning at dawn, Li Changsheng opened the apothecary's doors, ready to begin the day's business, when a familiar figure approached. It was Du Shi, the widow next door. After her husband's passing, she had raised her twin daughters alone. Feeling a pang of conscience, Li Changsheng had secretly aided them several times. Changsheng, she greeted, swaying gracefully as she held out a yellowed sheepskin scroll. Li Changsheng replied calmly, What brings you here? Du Shi leaned in, lowering her voice. I'd like to propose a partnership. First, take a look at this. She unfurled the scroll, revealing a map. It appeared to mark the hidden location of an ancient cultivator's cave residence. I came upon this treasure map by chance. Legend says it holds the formula for foundation establishment pills and vast reserves of spirit stones and artifacts. Excavating its treasures would guarantee immense fortune. But I lack the strength to venture alone, so I invite you to join me in exploring it. We split the spoils 50-50. Li Changsheng did not reach for the map. His gaze swept over it once, then curled into a cold, knowing smile. Treasure hunting. 50-50. He'd read this trope 800 times in novels of his past life. A classic slaughter scheme: lure the target to a remote wilderness, then ambush him with waiting accomplices. Murder and robbery. This was far too perilous for him. Moreover, Li Changsheng sensed that Du Shi too carried the faintest trace of blood taint. Masked skillfully beneath perfume, it eluded ordinary noses, but not those of a foundation establishment cultivator like himself. What a fine widow Dusher had been. How had she acquired such a stain? Still, every soul walked its own path. Li Changsheng would not force fate upon another, even out of lingering guilt toward her late husband. He shook his head. Such good fortune is best sought elsewhere. I'm growing old. My legs ache and I tire easily. Besides, I'm timid and fearful of death. All I wish is to guard this apothecary living quietly and peacefully. Out of respect for your late husband, I'll continue providing monthly grain rations. But please understand the gravity of the situation, and henceforth spare me such propositions. With that, he turned without waiting for her reaction and strode back into the apothecary. Changsheng, please reconsider. This is the foundation establishment pill formula. Dusher called after him. Li Changsheng ignored her entirely. Foundation establishment pill formula. He'd already achieved foundation establishment. What use had he for it? Besides, he possessed a system. He needed no conventional cultivation path. By steadily nurturing his family's growth, strength would come naturally. After rejection, Dusher departed without further entreaty, grumbling bitterly under her breath. The treasure map was genuine. Why then did Li Changsheng show no interest? Troublesome indeed. In the days that followed, the resettlement district grew increasingly oppressive. The once bustling market halved its foot traffic. Many roaming cultivators sensed the shift and chose seclusion, or fled the district altogether. Li Changsheng stayed, wherein the immortal realm was not a kind of hell. Only where home lay could the soul find anchorage, and even if he fled, where truly could he go? Strangers loitered near the Li apothecary in ever-growing numbers, disguised as beggars, passers-by, or petty vendors. Though no violence erupted, the suffocating tension threatened to shatter one's sanity. 12 in total, 3 at late chi condensation, 9 at mid chi condensation. And one more. Seated on his rattan chair, Li Changsheng counted silently on his fingers, his divine sense sweeping the surroundings with meticulous precision. It paused briefly upon a distant pavilion, where a middle-aged man in crimson robes sat, his aura deliberately veiled, yet unmistakably that of a foundation establishment cultivator. A foundation establishment cultivator has arrived. What momentous event looms? Or does Lord Bloodpool himself prepare some grand maneuver? Li Changsheng closed his eyes, weighing whether to eliminate the Bloodslaughter sect members immediately. For him, the simplest, most direct way to sever karmic entanglements was always rattan branch eradication. Whenever trouble revealed itself, the cleanest resolution was to cut it down, completely and without mercy. Meanwhile, in the attic, a middle-aged man clad in crimson robes sat in silence, known far and wide as the Crimson Robe Guardian. After extensive investigation, he had uncovered that the Li family apothecary was no ordinary establishment. Its proprietor was likely deeply entangled with the one who had sabotaged the Grandmaster's grand design. The Crimson Robe had ventured into the settlement district for two purposes: to fulfill the Grandmaster's plan, and to uncover the identity of whoever dared oppose the Bloodslaughter sect. Master, a black-robed subordinate knelt before him. Shall we seize Li Changsheng's wife and daughter? Once we hold his greatest vulnerability in our grasp, what intelligence could possibly elude us? The Crimson Robe fell silent for a moment, then let out a cold, mirthless laugh. No need to rush. Capturing Li Changsheng for interrogation is always within our reach. But this is Qingyun sect's sovereign domain. We must weigh not only our escape route, but whether our actions might jeopardize the Grandmaster's plan. The black-robed man nodded solemnly. Indeed, the Grandmaster must remain utterly concealed. Yet what they did not know was that even as they plotted their move, Li Changsheng had already struck. Clad in midnight black stealth attire and wearing an ancient bronze mask, he bore the exact same guise as the enigmatic bronze-masked cultivator who had appeared 6 years prior. A persona Li Changsheng wielded with practiced ease. A perfect scapegoat. From the shadows, Li Changsheng listened, and his expression darkened into something fearsome. So it is the Bloodslaughter sect after all, and one of the Bloodpool Grandmaster's hounds. Though I cannot fathom why they dare trespass upon Qingyun sect's territory, it matters not, for they are already doomed. His face remained grim. He had never sought conflict. Yet trouble found him relentlessly, leaving no choice but to meet it head on. As these thoughts coalesced, a flawless strategy crystallized in his mind, one that if executed perfectly would cripple the Bloodslaughter sect beyond recovery, perhaps even claim the Bloodpool Grandmaster's life. And should the plan falter, even then the sect would be plunged into chaos, distracted, disoriented, and utterly incapable of turning its gaze upon him. Without hesitation, Li Changsheng withdrew a jade vial from his robe, uncorked it, and released an invisible cloud of fine powder through a hairline fissure in the roof. This was the rare, exorbitantly priced toxin, Bloodslaughter counterpowder, crafted specifically to afflict cultivators. The dust drifted silently into the chamber unnoticed by any. The Crimson Robe continued sipping wine. The black-robed subordinate polished his blade. 1 minute passed, then 2. Suddenly, Cough, cough. A mid-level chi refinement disciple choked violently. Instantly his face flushed crimson, his gait wavered unsteady as a drunkard's. What's happening? The crimson robe frowned, sensing something deeply amiss. In the next breath the disciple screamed. A sound abruptly cut short as his body swelled grotesquely, veins erupting like writhing earthworms beneath his skin. With a sickening thud, blood erupted from his 7 orifices, spraying across the floor. What? The crimson robe recoiled in shock and surged upright, attempting to channel spiritual energy to shield himself. But it was too late. His own chi and blood now boiled violently within him. Uncontrollable, uncontainable, like water at a furious boil. Who dares? Poison, he roared and lunged toward the door. At that very instant the roof exploded inward. A blinding sword light descended, like the Milky Way crashing from heaven, carrying an overwhelming aura of time itself. The technique, ageless sword art. This strike did not cleave flesh, it severed years. The crimson robe's pupils contracted to pinpricks. He tried to evade, but the light moved faster than thought, faster than cognition itself. Shink! The blade pierced him clean through, leaving no wound upon the surface, yet accelerating decay within his very flesh. Black hair whitened in seconds. Wrinkles crept across his skin. His once stalwart frame stooped and withered, until in the blink of an eye the crimson robe guardian stood, transformed, a frail, trembling elder on the cusp of dissolution. You? What manner of technique is this? He gasped, voice raw with despair. Li Changsheng offered no reply, only a swift, decisive palm strike with a heaven-striking thunder talisman. Boom! Lightning detonated. Already drained of lifespan and utterly defenseless, the crimson robe was obliterated, reduced to ash in an instant. A foundation establishment cultivator, annihilated in a single stroke. Li Changsheng surveyed the aftermath with quiet satisfaction. Though his cultivation realm remained unchanged, his combat prowess had grown terrifyingly refined through disciplined practice and accumulated experience. To slay an ordinary foundation establishment cultivator posed little difficulty. Meanwhile, the remaining bloodslaughter sect disciples, witnessing their guardian's demise, were paralyzed with terror. If even a foundation establishment master had fallen, what hope did resistance hold? Worse still, they were poisoned. With no strength left to fight, surrender was their sole recourse. Spare us. Elder, spare our lives. I will reveal the bloodslaughter sect's deepest secrets. Li Changsheng did not deign to glance at them. Reveal their secrets. Regrettably, he held no interest. After all, he could extract every truth directly through soul searching. And such truths, drawn from the soul itself, were absolute, irrefutable, and utterly reliable. First, he performed soul searching, gleaning vital intelligence on the bloodslaughter sect. His expression hardened. The situation proved far graver than anticipated. Trouble loomed. Without delay, he flicked his sleeve, sending a dozen talismans soaring toward the disciples. Moments later, silence reigned, save for the charred remains scattered across the floor and the acrid scent of scorched flesh. Li Changsheng moved with practiced efficiency, looting storage bags, searching corpses, erasing all traces. Lei Lai, this opportunity is yours now. Do not disappoint me. With a thought, he opened the crimson robe guardian's storage bag, revealing a blood skull mark token and a sealed list of names. These artifacts would serve as irrefutable proof of the bloodslaughter sect's covert operations and allow him to enlist Qingyun sect's authority to sever his own karmic entanglements. Better still, if fortune favored him, he might even eliminate the Bloodpool Grandmaster himself. He placed the evidence conspicuously, then vanished, swallowed whole by the night. The following morning, neighbors discovered the attic littered with corpses, all confirmed as demonic cultivators. Stunned into numbness, whispers spread like wildfire. Did you hear? Last night, dozens of demonic cultivators perished. They say even a foundation establishment master met his end. Who slew them? No one knows, but witnesses claim a mysterious figure in a bronze mask. Him again. Wasn't he the one who killed Xie Jian and saved the settlement district? Heavens above, such a powerhouse has been hiding among us all along. For years the bronze-masked cultivator walked among us, yet none knew his true identity. The matter has already been reported to Qingyun sect's highest echelons. Officials will arrive shortly to handle the investigation. Amidst the murmurs, dread settled over the district, deep, palpable, and chilling. Every soul sensed the gathering storm. Even commoners recoiled. This was no mere skirmish. These were demonic cultivators. Their presence alone signaled grave imbalance. Yet Li Changsheng, the architect of it all, sat serenely in his courtyard sipping tea and playfully teasing Li Yining. Every thread of his scheme had been woven tight. Father, where did you go last night? Li Yining asked, eyes bright with curiosity. Nowhere in particular, Li Changsheng replied with a gentle smile. Just a leisurely stroll. Li Changsheng chuckled softly. Li Yining tilted her head, perplexed. Was her father truly just walking? Why hadn't he taken her along? Unaware of her quiet doubt, Li Changsheng ruffled her hair and laughed. Huh, it's been far too long since I've taken you for a walk. Let's go now, just the two of us. Her eyes lit up instantly, voice bubbling with delight. Yes, yes, I love strolling with father most of all. Li Changsheng swept her into his arms and strode purposefully toward the attic. With so many corpses discovered there, the area teemed with onlookers, making their arrival utterly unremarkable. No sooner had they approached than voices rose around them. It's Elder Lei from the enforcement peak, arriving in person. Surely he'll deliver clarity and justice. I only wish to know, why were so many demonic cultivators hidden here? What was their purpose? What plot did they weave in our midst? Li Yining blinked rapidly, gazing wide-eyed at Elder Lei and the bodies strewn before him. Father, so many people died here. Is that man Brother Pingping's master? Li Changsheng's gaze swept the scene, then paused. The evidence he deliberately left behind was gone. A quiet thrill surged through him. May this act of proxy justice succeed. He gently stroked Li Yining's hair, affection warm in his voice. Yes, that is indeed Brother Pingping's master. But today he comes to investigate the killer, not to be disturbed. We must remain respectful. Li Yining tilted her head. Then can he bring Brother Pingping home? Huh, silly child, no need to bring him back. When Pingping's cultivation matures, he'll return of his own accord. Days passed. Li Changsheng lounged in his courtyard, basking in sunlight, as though the massacre bore no relation to him. In truth, he watched Qing Yun sect's movements with unwavering attention. I left the bloodslaughter sect's list in plain sight, so why no response? Are they fishing for greater prey? Or has my plan failed once more? Frustration gnawed at him, until a timid voice broke the silence. Uncle, does your apothecary hire staff? Li Changsheng opened his eyes. There at the gate stood a young woman, 16 or 17, clad in a scarlet dress, silver bells chiming softly on her wrists and ankles. She possessed breathtaking beauty and an innate, effortless allure. Merely standing still, she drew gazes like moths to flame. Su Yaoyao, why had she come? Li Changsheng winced inwardly. The bloodslaughter sect crisis remained unresolved. Now the Harmony Union sect arrived too. Things were spiraling into chaos. Was this fate's cruel jest to hasten his ruin? Frankly, Li Changsheng had no desire to hire Su Yaoyao. She was lawless, unpredictable, and her loyalties remained entirely unclear. Associating with such a dangerously beautiful woman invited calamity. Her voice drifted over again, calm and cool. Uncle, why do you stay silent? Do you find me unworthy? Li Changsheng paused, then asked flatly, what do you want? To join your apothecary staff? On terms you set. All I ask is a meal each day. Her voice remained melodious like wine through silk. No, you do not meet my requirements. He refused without hesitation. Hiring a Harmony Union sect member would render his innocence impossible to prove. Uncle, that wounds me deeply. 6 years ago, I was the one who cleansed your mess. Had I not intervened, your identity would have been exposed. She spoke softly, her tone laced with quiet gravity. Li Changsheng was taken aback for a moment, his heart suddenly racing. 6 years ago. It must be related to the incident in the resettlement area. Wasn't this matter already classified by Elder Lei? How could the girl in front of him know about this? In that instant, Li Changsheng felt a surge of murderous intent. Though he preferred to stay low-key, he didn't want to stir up trouble. But this girl really knew too much. I don't understand what you're talking about, Li Changsheng vehemently denied to avoid being deceived. At that moment, Su Yaoyao's teasing voice came through again. The bronze mask cultivator Xie Jian. Do you need me to jog your memory further? Upon hearing these two key phrases, Li Changsheng's expression changed, and he immediately realized that Su Yaoyao's words were most likely true. Could it be that this girl's mother helped me clean up the mess back then? The more Li Changsheng thought about it, the more likely it seemed. 6 years ago, the scene he arranged had many flaws. But in the end, Elder Lei found nothing. There was only one possibility: someone helped to clean up the aftermath. Regardless of why this girl chose to assist him back, then she certainly knew too much. The best approach would be to kill her to silence her. As someone who preferred to stay low-key, he understood that only the dead could keep secrets. Little girl, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't talk nonsense. Li Changsheng's lips curled into a smile, and even his posture remained unchanged. But his fingers in the sleeve. Silently and stealthily, he clutched a stack of 5th-grade top-grade explosive talismans. If things turned sour, he could unleash his strongest combat power in an instant. At that moment, the air seemed to freeze. Facing Li Changsheng's unfriendly words, Su Yaoyao seemed unconcerned, smiling brightly, her laughter like a flower swaying in the breeze. Uncle, please don't be like this. Your angry look is quite scary. However, as she spoke, Su Yaoyao extended a delicate finger and gently tapped the air. The space around Li Changsheng was instantly locked down. Immediately after, a chilling aura emanated from this seemingly delicate girl. Golden core stage. An even more terrifying aura erupted. Li Changsheng was frozen in place. No matter how he calculated, he never expected this girl to be a terrifying powerhouse, even more formidable than Lei Lai. What the hell is this plot? A golden core grandmaster comes to my little pharmacy as an assistant. Is she experiencing life or fishing for evidence? Uncle, can we speak properly now? Su Yaoyao retracted her finger, and the pressure around her vanished without a trace, as if everything that just happened was merely an illusion. Li Changsheng took a deep breath, suppressing his pounding heart. He had truly encountered a tough opponent. Since he couldn't resist, he would resort to cunning. Li Changsheng retracted his killing intent, wearing a humble and amiable smile again. Ahem. Actually, if I said I've always been easy to talk to, would you believe me? The essence of survival, those who know how to adapt, are the true heroes. Seeing Li Changsheng like this, Su Yaoyao couldn't help but chuckle. Uncle, you're really funny. Just now you wanted to kill me to silence me, and now you're being so courteous. As she spoke, Su Yaoyao was not polite, either sitting down on the rattan chair next to Li Changsheng, swinging her little feet, the bells on her ankles jingling. Li Changsheng. Su Yaoyao waved her hand, no longer teasing him. All right, I have no ill intentions. Let's continue that previous question. You won't mind taking me in, right? In fact, Su Yaoyao was seeking refuge. After escaping from the Hahuan sect, she realized that in this vast world there was nowhere for her to go. Finally, the image of the uncle from 6 years ago appeared in her mind, leading her to the resettlement area. This feeling was quite strange. She didn't even know why she had come here. But Su Yaoyao decided to follow her heart. Hearing this, Li Changsheng forced a bitter smile. This was not a question, it was clearly a notification. You're at least golden core stage. Even if I desperately killed you, I couldn't hide my identity. Therefore, unless absolutely necessary. Li Changsheng did not wish for a life-and-death confrontation. He thought about how to feign compliance while secretly reporting to Qingyun's sect. Please summon the celestial master to eliminate the demon. Sever all ties of karma. Suddenly, a cold electronic notification sounded in his mind. Ding. Detected the extraordinary figure of Su Yaoyao. Identity: escaped saintess of the Hahuan sect, bloodline of the nine-tailed celestial fox, injured state. Warning: host strength is insufficient to suppress this girl. Suggestion: use soft tactics to gain her trust and integrate her into the family. Special task triggered: take in Su Yaoyao and assist her in healing. Reward: 1 extraordinary fortune. Reward: 2 pure Yangdao body. Reward: 3 defensive formation, 9 palaces, 8 trigrams array. Hearing the system's rewards, Li Changsheng's originally bitter heart suddenly burned with excitement. Extraordinary fortune. Pure Yangdao body. 5th grade formation. This fortune lies in danger. Although Su Yaoyao is a ticking time bomb, but the rewards from the system were just too generous. Moreover, Su Yaoyao was in an injured state. This meant she had been relying on the fear of others. This opened up room for maneuver. Li Changsheng straightened his back at the thought. Since the system suggested using soft tactics, then I won't be polite. I can take you in, but we need to agree on 3 rules. Li Changsheng pretended to hesitate for a long time before reluctantly agreeing. Su Yaoyao looked at Li Changsheng with a half-smile. Uncle, do you still want to manage me? Li Changsheng replied seriously. If you want to stay, you must listen to me. Su Yaoyao thought for a moment and reluctantly nodded. All right then. You speak. As long as it's not too excessive, I will agree to you. At this moment, Li Changsheng extended a finger. Perhaps realizing that Su Yaoyao was a paper tiger, his tone became much more confident. First, you will stay here under the name of my distant niece. Without my permission, you cannot reveal your cultivation. Su Yaoyao thought for a moment and nodded. That makes sense. Li Changsheng raised his second finger. Second, you must work at the pharmacy. I don't keep idlers here. Even if you're my distant niece, you must contribute. Su Yaoyao nodded again. All right. Li Changsheng then raised his third finger. Third, I am your boss, and you must show enough respect to me and my wife. Furthermore, you must listen to my reasonable requests. Upon hearing this, Su Yaoyao felt a bit displeased with these demands. But if she wanted to stay, she had no choice but to comply with Li Changsheng. Fourth, Uncle, why do you have so many requests? Su Yaoyao frowned and asked. Li Changsheng smiled. Actually, these aren't really requests. Fourth, I will find a way to help you heal your injuries, but in exchange, if I need your help, you must lend a hand. Upon hearing this, Su Yaoyao was momentarily stunned. Uncle, how did you know I was injured? Li Changsheng smiled. Isn't it obvious? Su Yaoyao. Is it that obvious? After all, she had encountered a few golden core cultivators, and none of them could see through it. Su Yaoyao suddenly felt that Li Changsheng was far more mysterious than she had imagined. Su Yaoyao asked, do you have a way to treat my injuries? Li Changsheng replied, I can only say you'll give it a try. Su Yaoyao stared at Li Changsheng for a long time and realized that his confidence was not feigned. A hint of unrealistic hope surged in her heart. All right, if you can truly heal my injuries. Don't just protect the Li family, even if it means offering myself, I wouldn't mind. Su Yaoyao leaned closer to Li Changsheng, her breath fragrant. Li Changsheng's ears tingled and half his body went numb. This enchantress, truly deserving of being a nine-tailed celestial fox. Such a test for men. Li Changsheng took a step back. All right, then it's settled. After Su Yaoyao settled down at the Li pharmacy, her adaptability was surprisingly strong. She changed into a simple cloth skirt, concealed her charms, and busied herself around the pharmacy. To Li Changsheng's surprise, ever since Su Yaoyao became an assistant at the Li pharmacy, the business at the pharmacy thrived exceptionally well. Loose cultivators, hunters, and even the young masters from the city came rushing in as if they had lost their souls. Miss Su, how much is this medicine? Miss Su, can you help me take my pulse? Miss Su, I have a heart ailment, how should I treat it? Su Yaoyao adeptly dealt with these situations. Although she did not use any charm techniques, the allure that unintentionally leaked out was enough to leave these men spellbound. The atmosphere had completely shifted. Originally, the reputation of the Li pharmacy relied on Li Yining's excellent alchemy skills. They were selling products. Now more than half of the customers were coming for the person. Li Changsheng stood in the back room, peering through the curtain at the lively scene outside, counting spirit stones while shaking his head in amazement. A vixen, oh a vixen. With this sales champion, it's simply amazing. However, while the business was booming, the fire in the backyard never ceased. Jingzhe, heavily pregnant, sat in the courtyard soaking up the sun, holding a sour plum, nibbling on it, while keeping a vigilant eye towards the front. Husband, look at her, she doesn't resemble a medicine seller at all. Her eyes are spinning as if she could steal a person's soul. We are a legitimate business family, don't let her ruin our reputation. Why not just dismiss her? Jiang Cuiping chimed in, yes. Husband, this girl is too flashy. Just yesterday Aunt Wang next door asked me if our family was turning into a brothel. Li Changsheng felt quite helpless upon hearing this. I just want to complete the system's tasks. How did it turn into a battlefield? This is tough. Li Changsheng pondered and said, since Su Yaoyao insists on staying, I can't do anything about it. Let's wait for a while, and I'll have a talk with Su Yaoyao. Jiang Cuiping and Jingzhe could only nod in response. In fact, they didn't mind if Li Changsheng had other women. They just felt that Su Yaoyao meant no harm, but were worried that Li Changsheng might be deceived. In the blink of an eye, a day passed. Su Yaoyao finished serving the last customer and closed up. She stood up and stretched lazily. The curves displayed inadvertently were breathtakingly beautiful. Even Li Changsheng, an old hand, couldn't help but steal a few more glances. No wonder the system told me to enjoy the benefits. Su Yaoyao was indeed so stunning that it felt unfair. At that moment, perhaps sensing Li Changsheng's gaze, she straightened her body, leaned in, and asked with a cheerful smile, Uncle, do I look beautiful? Li Changsheng. Su Yaoyao, I know you're too shy to say it, but I broke the record for today's sales. Is there a reward for me? Su Yaoyao's voice carried a hint of cunning and teasing. Li Changsheng glanced at her thought for a moment, then pulled out a jade vial from his pocket. Yes, this is your reward. Go ahead and drink it. Su Yaoyao was momentarily stunned. She had only asked casually, but Li Changsheng actually had a reward. It seems this uncle is not as dull as he appears. He knows I'm a potential investment, right? Su Yaoyao thought, taking the jade vial, opening the cap, and gently sniffing it. She detected a nauseating smell of blood. Uncle, what is this? It stinks. Su Yaoyao pinched her nose, her face filled with disgust, nearly tossing the vial away. Li Changsheng looked relaxed, smiling as he said, it's nothing. Recently, in the resettlement area, there have been many mysterious, demonic cultivators appearing, right? I just casually recycled their corpses, refining them to extract vitality and blood energy. This stuff is definitely potent medicine for your damaged golden core. Whether you dare to drink it is up to you. After hearing this, Su Yaoyao's expression changed, turning the bodies of enemies into medicine. Such a method. It's too ruthless. It surpasses even the methods of the demonic path. As the holy maiden of the Hahuan sect, Su Yaoyao could sense the terrifying energy contained in the vial of blood. It would indeed be effective for her injuries, but not significantly, as she was not in the golden core stage and her injuries were worse than he could imagine. Su Yaoyao hesitated for a moment, gritted her teeth, and a hint of determination flashed in her eyes. You are indeed ruthless. Since uncle dares to refine it, then this young lady dares to drink it. As she spoke, she raised the vial in her hand. With a gulp, she downed it in one go. Immediately, she felt some recovery in her internal injuries. Her complexion also became less pale. Su Yaoyao was somewhat moved by Li Changsheng's actions and couldn't help but say softly in her heart, Uncle, thank you. Meanwhile, at the Qingyun sect, on the peak of the sect leader in the council hall, sect leader Yun Songjun sat in the center of the hall with the heads of the other 9 main peaks gathered. It had been decades since the last 9 peak meeting held during the extermination of the Bloodslaughter sect, and now it was being held again. It was easy to imagine. Something significant had occurred. The atmosphere was somewhat tense. Sect leader Yun Songjun, holding the Bloodslaughter sect's token and list submitted by Lei Lai, slammed the table, turning the ancient iron table into powder. Can anyone tell me what this blood slaughter sect list is about? Our Qingyun sect has stood for thousands of years. We have always been dedicated to exterminating demons and upholding righteousness. Why has the blood slaughter sect infiltrated us for so long without anyone noticing? The hall fell silent. No one dared to answer. The peak masters of the 9 main peaks were all figures of great stature. Yet at this moment, they all sat with their eyes on their noses, not daring to breathe. Why did no one notice? This question was too soul-crushing. Either everyone is blind and utterly incompetent, or someone is deliberately covering it up and colluding with the enemy. And right now, sect leader Yun Songjun was furious. Who would dare to touch his brow? Yun Songjun's chest heaved violently, his gaze sharp as an eagle's, slowly sweeping over everyone present. Are you all mute? On ordinary days when fighting for resources, each one of you is louder than the other. Now that the sect has been pierced like a sieve, are you all mute? Yun Songjun's voice suppressed the raging fury echoing within the hall, causing dust to fall from the beams. At this moment, Lei Lai stepped forward with a stiff demeanor, cupping his hands and speaking. Sect leader, now is not the time to pursue responsibility. The main focus now is how to handle this matter. Hearing this, Yun Songjun's chest heaved a few times. Perhaps realizing he had been a bit too harsh in his earlier words, he quickly softened his tone. How is the verification of these names going? Lei Lai replied, sect leader, I have verified this list. 30% of them are suspected targets from other sects. But I didn't expect they were actually people from the blood slaughter sect. Another 70% are hidden among various markets, and even among outer disciples. Yun Songjun's eyes were icy, filled with rage. What a blood slaughter sect. What a case of darkness beneath the lamp. Do they really think our Qingyun sect is nothing? As he spoke, Yun Songjun stood up. An aura of terrifying pressure belonging to the perfected nascent soul stage instantly enveloped the entire hall. Convey my decree. Activate the Demon Extermination Order. The Law Enforcement Peak Battle Hall and Dark Division, all personnel mobilize. According to this list, kill all the demons of the blood slaughter sect and protect our righteous path. We will obey the sect leader's decree. Lei Lai and the elders replied in unison. At this moment, they all knew the Qingyun sect was about to change dramatically. The blood slaughter sect is a particularly twisted sect. When all the righteous sects gathered initially, they could not extinguish it. Just imagine how powerful it truly is. The Qingyun sect was about to confront the blood slaughter sect heathen. The outcome was indeed hard to predict. With the issuance of the Demon Extermination Order, the colossal Qingyun sect began to function like a machine. This was a sweeping campaign from top to bottom. The 9 peaks and their leaders personally led the charge, starting to eliminate targets according to the list. This night was destined to be sleepless. The once tranquil and peaceful Qingyun sect area was now torn apart by countless sharp beams of light. There were no pre-battle speeches or any so-called courtesy before violence. Once the war machine of the Qingyun sect was activated, what it displayed was chilling ruthlessness and efficiency. At the Danding Peak, the heart of alchemy for the Qingyun sect, where the fragrance of herbs usually wafted the disciples, were all gentle and refined. At this moment, in the most magnificent alchemy pavilion, the respected outer elder Lu Changsheng was cheerfully guiding several new disciples in identifying spiritual herbs. This herb is called blood coagulation grass. Though it carries a hint of malevolence, it is the main ingredient for refining the spring rejuvenation pill. Before he could finish, boom, the ceiling of the alchemy pavilion suddenly exploded. A thick bolt of thunderous sword light, like divine punishment from the heavens, struck down without any warning. Lu Changsheng's expression changed dramatically, his disguise falling away in an instant, a nauseating blood light erupting from his body, twisting his once kind face into that of a furious ghost. Lei Lai, what are you doing? I haven't provoked anyone from the law enforcement peak, have I? However, all he received in return was Lei Lai's cold voice. You haven't provoked anyone from the law enforcement peak. But I am just carrying out the sect leader's order to slay demons. The flash of lightning passed. The kind elder, loved by countless disciples, didn't even have a chance to scream before being sliced in half. His body fell to the ground, turning into a pool of foul blood, emitting a stench only blood slaughter sect disciples possess. Nearby, several disciples were splattered with dark blood, collapsing in fear, their faces pale. Elder, how could he be a demonic cultivator? How could this be happening? In the Qingyun marketplace in the eastern district where loose cultivators gathered, it was a mixed crowd, and the place with the strongest human presence. On a street corner, there was a little shop selling spiritual rice cakes. The owner was a hunchbacked old woman who had been selling here for 30 years, always cheerful, and many low-ranking disciples of Qingyun sect had grown up eating her rice cakes. Everyone affectionately called her Rice Granny. At this moment, several black-clad deacons from the law enforcement hall surrounded her little stall with expressionless faces. Granny Rice, come with us for a moment. Hearing this, the old woman paused in her actions, raising her murky eyes, trembling as she said, "Masters, I am just a common person running a small business. What crime have I committed?" The deacon said no more, drawing his long knife and beginning the slaughter. There would be no mercy for those of the demonic sect. Seeing her disguise was useless, the old woman let out a strange cry, her hunched back suddenly exploding, extending two blood-soaked bone spikes, ferociously lunging at the deacon. "I don't know how I was exposed, but since I have been exposed, I'll kill a few of you brats to serve as a sacrifice." At this moment, just as Li Changsheng had anticipated in the blood cave behind the snake head peak of the Qingyun sect, the surroundings were eerie and terrifying, surrounded by blood, with the blood pool bubbling and emitting a nauseating stench. Suddenly, an extremely furious roar erupted. The endless blood surged, forming a blood shadow by the blood pool, its chest heaving violently. "Ah! Who is it? What happened?" The hidden agents cultivated by the Shueisha sect for decades have been completely eradicated overnight. The blood pool master was extremely furious. He practiced the blood god art, which was even more powerful than the blood clan's techniques. Not only could it devour blood for cultivation, but it could also control blood and enact blood curses. He had some sense of the hidden agent's aura. Damn it! How could this happen? These agents were crucial to my resurrection. Moreover, they were also related to the revival of the Shueisha sect. Now that the plan has been disrupted, he really couldn't take it anymore. Damn it! Damn it! Qingyun sect, you have pushed me to this point. Since you won't let me live in peace, don't blame me for being ruthless. The blood pool master muttered crazily, a glint of madness flashing in his eyes. He didn't want to wait any longer. He couldn't afford to wait any longer. Since the Qingyun sect had already taken action, they would surely follow the clues and gradually find the other branches of the Shueisha sect. The longer the time dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be for him. Moreover, even he could be exposed. At this point, there were no other options left. He could only take a desperate gamble. He shouldn't think too much. The blood in the pool bubbled like boiling water, symbolizing the wrath of its master. The blood pool master focused his thoughts and activated the blood god art, sending instructions to all the hidden disciples of the Shueisha sect outside. It was time to gather. The divine sect had been hidden for too long. If they didn't come out to stir things up soon, people in this world would really think the divine sect had perished. The return of the divine sect would require someone to be a sacrificial offering. The Qingyun sect, as one of the three great immortal sects, was the best sacrifice. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. Li Changsheng sat in the courtyard, occasionally hearing his neighbors talk. The one who had invited him to dig for the treasure map, the widow Du, had fallen into a scam. Not only did she not gain any rewards, but she almost lost her life. That treasure map contained no treasures at all. It was nothing but an outright scam. Just as I suspected. It was exactly as I guessed. Where in the world can one find free pie falling from the sky? It's simply impossible. Did they think they could fool me? A gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. It's better to focus on developing my family in peace and abundance than to get entangled with you guys. At this moment, Li Changsheng lay quietly on a rattan chair in the courtyard, holding an ancient book and studying diligently. Learning leads to progress. He verified the contents of the book with his understanding of this world, increasingly feeling that the path of survival was a form of wisdom. Although the path of survival may not make one invincible, it at least allows one to live the longest. Daddy, Li Yining said, I have already reached the 5th level of qi refining. Li Yining approached with a smile, her steps light and swift as the wind. It was hard to believe. Ningning was only just over 7 years old. Moreover, she usually practiced haphazardly. Now she had reached the 5th level of qi refining just by lying down. Such a gifted talent. Li Changsheng felt a flush of embarrassment, but remained calm, saying, Not bad. But you need to keep working hard. The 5th level of qi refining is merely a little talent. It is only when you reach foundation establishment that you can be considered to have truly entered the path. Li Yining nodded in agreement. In her eyes, her father was omnipotent. When her father said it was a little talent, it was indeed a little talent. Daddy, I will continue to work hard. Li Yining's face was serious, and then, as if she thought of something, she asked, I wonder how my little brother is faring in the Qingyun sect. Ningning, Li Changsheng chuckled, You don't need to compare yourself with your brother. Your brother is very strong in terms of cultivation talent, and he has a famous teacher to guide him and abundant resources for development. He might have already reached foundation establishment by now, but don't underestimate yourself either. Your talent in alchemy far exceeds that of your brother. Li Yining nodded, saying, Daddy, I understand. The path I choose is different from my brother's. Now I have a new idea. My goal is to expand the Li family apothecary throughout the world and become the #1 alchemist in the world. Li Changsheng felt quite pleased upon hearing the first half of her sentence. His daughter was sensible. However, upon hearing the latter half, he suddenly felt a bit anxious. To expand the Li family apothecary throughout the world, to become the #1 alchemist in the world. How did my daughter's ambitions become so grand all of a sudden? What a hassle that would be. I still prefer a daughter who is content with a modest life. The key is, as her father, I have nothing left to teach her. Could it be that I should pass on the 10,000 poisons scripture to Ningning? That would not do. It could easily lead her down the wrong path. Li Changsheng hesitated for a long time before finally uttering, Ningning, don't you think your ambitions are a bit too grand? Daddy, she replied, you often tell me people must have dreams, right? If one has no dreams, what's the difference from being a salted fish? Li Yining countered with a smile. Fine then. My good daughter has even learned to use my words to refute me. Li Changsheng felt helpless, but didn't know what else to say. He certainly couldn't dampen his daughter's enthusiasm. Just keep practicing hard. Children have their own fortunes. My strength as a father is the greatest support for my children. Just then a painful groan suddenly echoed from the room. Ouch! Upon hearing this, Li Changsheng's expression changed. In the next moment, he was already in Jing's room. He saw Jingzhe clutching her stomach, curling up, drenched in sweat, her face pale. Husband, I think I'm about to give birth. Jing's voice was a bit frantic. Li Changsheng's heart skipped a beat. He then shifted his gaze to Jing's legs, where he saw the amniotic fluid flowing down, and instantly understood. If you're going to give birth, then give birth. It's a good thing. I'm here. Li Changsheng grasped Jing's hand, channeling a gentle stream of spiritual energy to help stabilize the fetus. He then turned around and shouted, Suaping, hurry and boil some water. Yao Yao, go summon the midwife. Get the best one. In fact, Li Changsheng could also help with the delivery. After all, this wasn't his first time. However, the current settlement area was relatively peaceful. The midwife wouldn't take long to arrive. It's better to let professionals handle professional matters. Li Changsheng was responsible for providing assistance. Suaping replied, Oh, okay. Yao Yao answered, understood. She was also startled by this sudden turn of events. This was a woman giving birth. She had never thought about how such a large baby could come out of such a small place. Giving birth was akin to a woman experiencing a life-and-death ordeal. The Li family's courtyard became chaotic in an instant. Jiang Suaping was bustling about in the kitchen, carrying basin after basin of hot water. Li Yining stood at the door, understanding the situation, tightly clutching a longevity lock in her small hand, mumbling prayers, as if to bless her aunt and her Yedobebern siblings. Li Changsheng stood outside the delivery room, hands behind his back, pacing back and forth. Normally as steady as a rock, he was now sweating profusely. Despite being a major cultivator in the foundation establishment stage, capable of plotting against golden cores and effortlessly defeating foundation establishment, he was just an ordinary husband and father when it came to the arrival of new life. Husband, stop pacing. I'm getting dizzy. Jingzhe said. The sister Jingzhe is blessed, as she will definitely be fine. Jiang Suaping comforted the anxious Li Changsheng. Li Changsheng paused, his face turning a bit red. He was already a father of 2 children, yet now he was as nervous as a first-time dad. I'm just caring too much. At sunset, a loud cry shattered the tense atmosphere. Wow, it's born. It's born. Li Changsheng's eyes lit up instantly. Is it a boy or a girl? The midwife rushed out with blood on her hands, her voice cheerful and excited. Congratulations, Masterly. It's a healthy baby boy. Moreover, this child was born with a unique fragrance filling the entire room. Truly remarkable. In the future, he will surely be a true dragon or phoenix. Upon hearing this, Li Changsheng disregarded everything else and rushed into the delivery room. He saw Jingzhe weakly lying on the bed. Beside her in the cradle lay a beautifully carved baby. The baby was quiet, staring curiously at the world with a pair of big dark eyes. If one were to sniff closely, one could detect a special fragrance emanating from the baby. At the moment Li Changsheng picked up the child, a system prompt rang in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining a precious son. The family is thriving and luck has greatly increased. Detected child's talent, evil spirit root, a variant of the excellent fire spirit root. Innate ability, heavenly divine strength. Evaluation, both righteous and evil can ascend as an immortal or descend into demonic paths. Rewards being distributed. Reward 1, 30 years added to lifespan. Reward 2, 100 years added to cultivation. Reward 3, divine sword technique. Reward 4, advanced alchemy technique. Reward 5, luck golden dragon. Li Changsheng trembled with joy upon seeing the system prompt. Damn it, the rewards have finally arrived. System, do you know how difficult it was for me to have this child? 7 years. A full 7 years. I finally have my 3rd child. This pace is simply too slow. If this continues, when will the bloodline of the Li family spread across the world? However, no matter how one looked at it, the rewards had already come, and Li Changsheng was very pleased. But when his gaze fell upon the child's spirit root, he fell into deep silence. Damn it, evil spirit root. A variant evil spirit root. Both righteous and evil. Is this child's talent a bit off? Li Changsheng didn't have time to think deeply before Jing's weak voice came through. Husband, how is our child? Let me see our child. All right. Li Changsheng nodded, then brought the newborn baby over, placing it on Jing's belly. The mother and child cuddled together, a very tender scene. Jingzhe said, "Is this our child?" Li Changsheng replied, "Yes." Jingzhe added, "So adorable. So chubby and white." Li Changsheng responded, "Of course. Just look at whose offspring this is." Jingzhe was left speechless. Jingzhe fell silent. Though her husband's words sounded rather coarse, watching his smug, self-satisfied expression filled her heart with a sweet, warm glow. This was recognition of her child. Jingzhe softly called out, "Husband, please name the child." Li Changsheng paused and thought. This child was no ordinary being, neither wholly righteous nor purely malevolent. He could ascend to immortality along the Tao or descend into demonic sovereignty. Though his father could not dictate his future path, he fervently hoped the boy would never stand alone against the entire world. Then, what shall we call him? Shall we name him Li Shilu? Jingzhe blinked faintly. Shilu. Li Changsheng smiled and nodded. Shou, to uphold, to abide by. Lu, law, cosmic order. I wish this child grows up disciplined and upright, unfallen, unisolated, never an enemy to all under heaven. Jingzhe pondered his words quietly. Was there something truly different about this child? For some inexplicable reason, she sensed her husband's meaning ran deeper, yet found no tangible proof. Meanwhile, at the very moment Li Shilu drew his first breath, at Qingyun sect's stargazing terrace, Zhongzhu Yun Songzhenren stood with hands clasped behind his back, gazing solemnly upon the heavens. As a nascent soul cultivator, his perception of celestial fate far surpassed that of mortals. That night the stars churned in violent disarray. Beside the normally serene purple microstar, a baleful star had emerged, ominous and alien. Though its light flickered faintly, it pulsed with a blood-hued radiance, and exuded a strange, unsettling fragrance. What is this? What has transpired? Yun Songzhenren's brow furrowed deeply as he raised a finger to divine the celestial currents. With each passing moment of calculation, his expression grew graver. Something is amiss. This aura is neither wholly righteous nor entirely demonic. Both auspicious like celestial grace and calamitous like world-ending doom. Could a monstrous entity have descended into our realm? Muttering to himself, Yun Songzhenren continued his divination, but the subject seemed veiled by overwhelming fortune. His calculations yielded only one vague, indistinct clue. The origin of this celestial anomaly lay within Qingyun sect's jurisdiction. Yun Songzhenren commanded sharply, "Summon them." Instantly, several stargazing elders appeared. "We are here. Issue orders immediately, conduct a thorough investigation of every infant born today across Qingyun sect's territory, regardless of lineage, whether mortal or cultivator. Register each one meticulously and examine them closely. Should any infant display innate anomalies, unusual auras, peculiar fragrances, or extraordinary constitutions, report it without delay." Yun Songzhenren's face remained stern and grave. Since ancient times, celestial portents heralded the arrival of extraordinary beings. If such a being aligned with the righteous path, it would be a blessing for the sect. If claimed by the demonic path, it would spell catastrophe for all living things. Let us hope this omen bears no ill tidings. At that very moment, Li Changsheng was preoccupied, settling his wife and newborn child, entirely unaware of the storm unfolding beyond his door. Even so, if he had known, he would not have faltered. Li Changsheng was a man of profound caution. The moment Li Shilu was born, he had already activated the divine art, the way of humble longevity, concealing the child's true constitution. So long as no nascent soul elder intervened directly, none could pierce this veil. Once his family was safely settled, Li Changsheng slipped away, under a flimsy pretext, into the cellar. System. Claim reward. Li Changsheng sat cross-legged, rubbing his palms together, trembling with excitement, as though he'd just won the celestial lottery. This reward was extraordinarily generous. Truly a windfall. Ding. Granting reward. Lifespan 30 years. Remaining lifespan 50 years. Cultivation base 100 years. Infusion in progress. As the system's chime faded, spiritual energy within Li Changsheng's dantian surged like a breached river, wild, unstoppable, and immense. His foundation establishment cultivation shattered instantly, surging past mid-stage, late stage, and finally reaching peak completion. A sharp crystalline crack echoed inward as if ancient shackles had splintered. In the next instant, his nascent foundation, no larger than a thumbnail, began condensing, shrinking, then coalescing into a gleaming golden core. Huh. Li Changsheng exhaled a thick, turbid breath. A surge of elation swelled in his chest. Golden core, achieved. At last he had forged his golden core. Exhilarating. In the immortal cultivation world, foundation establishment marked mere entry, but golden core cultivation signified true ascension into the ranks of the mighty. With golden core power now coursing through his veins, and bolstered by the system's myriad advantages, he finally possessed the strength to safeguard himself in this chaotic, perilous age. Then the system chimed again. Divine art's sword drawing technique automatically mastered. Advanced alchemy fully infused, current proficiency 4th rank, pill, refining grandmaster. Celestial fortune dragon integrated into familial fortune, stabilizing ancestral destiny, averting misfortune, and partially obscuring celestial fate. Whoosh. As the system's voice faded, profound insights into both the sword drawing technique and advanced alchemy flooded Li Changsheng's mind. Sword drawing technique was a lethal art, predicated on patience, concealment, and decisive fatal execution. Brutal, absolutely ruthless. Yet, I love it. One strike, absolute annihilation. Damn it. It was tailor-made for a practitioner of the humble way. Conceal the blade within your sleeve, appear as an innocuous, harmless old man. Then, when the moment strikes, draw and teach your foe the meaning of mortality. As for advanced alchemy, there was little to say. It was simply the art of pill refinement. Li Changsheng did not intend to specialize in it, but he resolved to study it thoroughly. After all, he still needed to heal Su Yaoyao's injuries. The celestial fortune dragon, however, was invaluable. Fortune was invisible and tangible, yet undeniably the more one possessed the better. Excellent. Excellent. The system truly is exceptional. Li Changsheng nodded in quiet satisfaction, then rose, savoring the torrent of power surging through his body. Suddenly recalling something, he extended his spiritual sense towards Su Yaoyao's chamber. Before, as a foundation establishment cultivator, he could not fathom her depth, but now as a golden core expert surely he could. Just how formidable was this bewitching woman? Yet, when his spiritual sense settled upon Su Yaoyao, he froze. For he discovered, even at golden core he could perceive nothing. Around her shimmered a hazy, rosy mist, soft, elusive, and unfathomably deep. Li Changsheng drew a sharp, cold breath. TCH. This girl. What realm does she truly occupy? Golden core, latestage. Perhaps even nascent soul. Or does she possess some rare artifact that masks her aura? A chill ran down his spine. Fortunately, he'd never truly engaged her in combat. Otherwise, it might well have been her slaying him. It seems I must continue walking the path of humble sustenance. Soft rice, hard resolve. The following morning, at first light, Qingyun's sect's investigation commenced. Countless law enforcement disciples flooded markets, villages, and hamlets, conducting indiscriminate inspections of all newborns. Every infant was registered and documented. Even the settlement district was not exempt. Half an hour later, several disciples clad in Qingyun's sect robes knocked firmly upon the door of Li family pharmacy. Open up. Routine inspection. The settlement district bristled with Li Changsheng's paper golems. Any disturbance would alert him instantly. He had known of their arrival long before they arrived. Li Changsheng donned a meek, deferential expression, opened the door with an ingratiating smile, and said, "Esteemed immortal masters, so early this morning. Are you purchasing medicine? Today's Tiger Wolf pills are 80% off. Are Tiger Wolf pills truly reputable?" The lead disciple frowned, glanced at Li Changsheng, and spoke coldly. "Enough talk. We heard a child was born here last night. Let us inspect." "Master, the baby has just fallen asleep." Li Changsheng feigned hesitation, though in truth he sought intelligence. "No excuses. This is the Zhongzhu's decree." Li Changsheng paused, startled. The Zhongzhu's decree. He hadn't imagined that birthing a single child would draw the personal attention of Qingyun sect's supreme leader. Could a demonic spirit root truly inspire such dread? Just then Su Yaoyao heard the commotion, set aside her herbs, and approached. Though she concealed her aura, her innate allure, the magnetic, intoxicating presence, remained unmistakable. "What's all this racket? Don't you know a new mother requires absolute rest? You men barging into a birthing chamber. Do you have no shame?" The disciple recoiled, startled by her rebuke, yet restrained himself upon seeing she was a woman. Still his voice remained icy. "This is the Zhongzhu's decree. Comply, please." Su Yaoyao let out a disdainful snort. "Fine. You want to inspect? I'll fetch the child myself. But should you dare disturb my sister-in-law inside, I'll file a formal complaint with Elder Lei Lai." At the mention of Lei Lai's name, the disciples paled. Elder Lei Lai was infamous for his fierce protectiveness and volatile temper, and rumor held that Li family pharmacy enjoyed his patronage. Indeed, his direct disciple hailed from the Li family. The lead disciple cleared his throat awkwardly. "Ahem. Very well. Please bring the child forth for inspection." Su Yaoyao turned and entered the house, emerging moments later cradling the peacefully sleeping Li Shilu. The law enforcement disciples gathered close, holding aloft a spirit-detecting disc. It glowed faintly, a soft crimson light. Fire spirit root. No anomalous constitution detected. The lead disciple glanced, once disappointment evident. They sought the infant whose birth had shaken heaven and earth, not a merely average spirit root. Such a mid-tier spirit root, while uncommon in Qingyun sect, was hardly rare. It could not possibly be the one the Zhongzhu sought. He waved dismissively. All right, just register it." Next, Li Changsheng exhaled silently in relief. After ushering the unwelcome visitors away, he closed the door and turned to Su Yaoyao. Thank you just now. Su Yaoyao handed the child to Li Changsheng and shrugged. Thank me for what? I did it for this little nephew. Such a darling boy. If those boorish fellows startled him, how dreadful. She reached out and gently teased Li Shulu's tiny cheek with her fingertip. Li Shulu, as if sensing her touch, grasped her finger in his sleep and giggled softly. Su Yaoyao blinked, then offered a gentle, tender smile. Hey, little one, why do you hold my fingers so tightly? Li Changsheng glanced up at Su Yaoyao and said, Yaoyao, look how attached he is to you. Would you consider becoming his godmother? Su Yaoyao lifted her gaze, eyes sharp with wary suspicion. Uncle, what scheme are you plotting now? Li Changsheng, how perceptive this girl was. Plotting? What on earth do you mean? I only meant, you're alone here without kin. And since fate has brought us beneath the same roof, we are in essence family. Having a godson means someone will care for you in your twilight years. Honor your passing, see you laid to rest. Su Yaoyao fell silent, stunned. She gazed upon Li Changsheng's earnest, unassuming face, and then down at the infant still gripping her finger with tiny, trusting fingers. Something deep within her softened, resonating like a long dormant string plucked at last. Family, kin, to one born of the Harmony Bliss sect, raised amid deceit, betrayal, and ceaseless intrigue. Such words were luxuries beyond reach. Fine. Since the boy takes such a liking to me, I'll accept, albeit reluctantly. Li Changsheng burst into hearty laughter. Ha ha ha. Agreed. A vow sealed in laughter. The next night, after Li Changsheng lulled his young son to sleep, he returned to his room. Jingzhe had just given birth and could not share the same bed. Jiang Suiping had matters to attend to and could not share the same bed either. So, he could only sleep alone. Lying flat on the bed, he had just closed his eyes when a sense of foreboding washed over him. It felt as if some disaster was about to befall him. He couldn't sleep at all. Li Changsheng knew that this was a warning from the fate dragon he had acquired. Could something happen to the family? Li Changsheng kept thinking in circles. The Li family was established in the resettlement area, a place where disciples expelled by the sect built mortal families. In this place, most people were at the low stages of chi refining. But I am in the golden core stage. Logically, that should be enough to crush everything. Why do I still feel this sense of dread? No, something must be wrong. Is the entire Li family in trouble? The more Li Changsheng thought about it, the worse his expression became based on this judgment and the recent events at the Qingyan sect. The answer was becoming clear. This is troublesome. Li Changsheng's face grew serious. Although he was very cautious and didn't want to cause trouble, he also didn't like being in the limelight. But the Li family was right at the foot of the Qingyan sect. Under a collapsing nest, how could there be intact eggs? If the Qingyan sect fell, the Li family would also perish. I need to think of a way. Just then he suddenly heard the sound of a door creaking open. Creak. A fragrant breeze wafted in. The footsteps were barely audible. He saw a graceful figure dressed in light gauze, barefoot, quietly stepping inside. Su Yaoyao. Li Changsheng was momentarily stunned upon seeing her. A woman sneaking into the room of a married man in the middle of the night. What did she intend? Li Changsheng observed quietly. From what he had learned during this time, he knew that Su Yaoyao was not a bad person at heart. However, as a beautiful woman living in the cannibalistic world of cultivation, it was incredibly difficult, which was why she had built a protective layer on the surface. Tonight, Su Yaoyao was dressed especially alluringly. The light gauze was as thin as a cicada's wing. Her skin was so fair it seemed like it could drip with water. Her pair of fox-like eyes sparkled with charm. With her bare feet and smooth, plump legs, she was even more beautiful than food-grade standards. It was truly hard to resist the urge to take a bite. Damn it. You're really trying to tempt someone into making a mistake. Li Changsheng couldn't help but complain. Even with his self-control, seeing such an alluring Su Yaoyao made his heart skip a few beats. Uncle, it's so late, why are you still awake? Su Yaoyao employed the heavenly fox charm, walking to Li Changsheng's bedside, realizing he was still awake. She had contemplated for a long time before deciding to test this uncle before her. The reason for acting tonight. That was because time was running out. Little girl, why are you here in the middle of the night? Li Changsheng lay on the bed, without even lifting his eyelids, his voice calm. He did not show any signs of being enchanted. Su Yaoyao's eyes were like threads. I can't sleep. I heard that uncle can dual cultivate. How about teaching me? As she spoke, seeing that the charm had not taken effect, Su Yaoyao quickly activated the heavenly fox charm to its fullest. She extended her delicate hand and touched Li Changsheng's cheek. Immediately, a stream of pink spiritual energy flowed from her fingertips, attempting to enter Li Changsheng's body. The external charm was ineffective, and she could only enchant through contact. However, at that moment, Li Changsheng moved. His mind was very clear. He swiftly reached out as quick as lightning and firmly grasped Su Yaoyao's right wrist, controlling her acupoint and sealing her spiritual energy. All right, they'll teach you dual cultivation right now. Although Li Changsheng appeared as an old man at this moment, he still broke into a cheeky smile. His murky old eyes sparkled with golden light, as if a golden dragon was swimming within. Then a surge of high-level spiritual energy infused with the dragon and phoenix harmony method flowed from Li Changsheng's palm into Su Yaoyao's body. Su Yaoyao let out a muffled moan, feeling a tingle throughout her body as the enchantment within her was instantly dispersed. You. Su Yaoyao looked at Li Changsheng in shock. Damn it. This uncle is clearly not at the foundation establishment stage. He is obviously at the golden core stage, or even higher. After the initial shock, Su Yaoyao felt a bit happy. Because this uncle's cultivation was high, he met the standards to be her ally. Li Changsheng, after touching Su Yaoyao's hand, also began to feel ecstatic. However, it wasn't because Su Yaoyao's hand was so beautiful or smooth. He wasn't a pervert. Why would he care about such things? Rather, it was because he had just seen through Su Yaoyao's cultivation. Golden core stage. At least the injured Su Yaoyao was at the golden core stage. Damn it. We are in the same realm. Then I can rest easy. That one touch gave me the courage to take things to the next level. Hee. Girl, I advise you not to provoke me in the future. Otherwise, the consequences will be something you cannot bear. After learning Su Yaoyao's cultivation level, Li Changsheng felt even more secure. Su Yaoyao was grasped by Li Changsheng and instantly felt weak all over her face, flushed, collapsing onto the bed. Damn it. This uncle really used dual cultivation techniques on me. Moreover, it counteracts the charm techniques of the Harmony sect. Uncle, let go. Quickly release me. I came to find you for a serious matter. Su Yaoyao's voice carried a hint of urgency and a sob. That uncle's dual cultivation technique was too domineering, completely negating her charm technique. Hearing this, Li Changsheng smiled, his voice somewhat charming. Just two people alone. I naturally know you have serious business with me. Aren't we doing serious business right now? Su Yaoyao was nearly in tears upon hearing this. What the hell? The serious matter I mentioned isn't this. Damn it. Uncle, don't touch me. In a panic, Su Yaoyao suddenly raised her leg to sweep past, trying to escape Li Changsheng's grasp. However, Li Changsheng's reaction was even quicker. He used his left hand to restrain Su Yaoyao's arms, freeing his right hand to catch her kicking foot. He lifted it upward, effectively locking her in place. Uncle, you misunderstood. It's not like that. If you let me go, I'll explain slowly. Su Yaoyao found that she couldn't struggle at all, her face even redder, her voice softer. Damn it. Stinky uncle. Don't you know you can't just grab a woman's foot? In her weakened state, Su Yaoyao felt a mix of sorrow and indignation. Although she was the saintess of the Harmony sect, she did not sell her body. Her body was pure. She hadn't even been touched by a man. Now what? Sigh. Damn it. Stinky uncle. If it weren't for me being injured and my cultivation level having dropped, how could I end up in such a situation? Now you're bullying me. Once my cultivation is restored, you will definitely regret this. However, at that moment, Li Changsheng suddenly let go. Even though Su Yaoyao was injured, she was still in the golden core stage, clearly a significant figure. He couldn't push the other party too hard. Otherwise, both of them would end up in trouble. Speak. Why did you come to find me? If you don't provide a reasonable explanation, don't blame me for being heartless. Su Yaoyao regained her freedom, quickly stepping back to maintain a safe distance from Li Changsheng. Uncle, I came to tell you a big secret. Without thinking, Li Changsheng shook his head. Since it's a secret, then there's no need to say it. I'm afraid it will cause trouble. Su Yaoyao was momentarily stunned. This uncle is not following the usual script. Su Yaoyao paused for a moment before speaking again. It's about the Bloodslaughter sect. Are you really not interested? Hearing the name Bloodslaughter sect, Li Changsheng's previously calm demeanor flickered with a hint of disturbance. The Bloodslaughter sect has an ancient monster hiding at Snakehead Peak named Wanhongchen. He has recently gone berserk and decided to launch a surprise attack to massacre Qingyun's sect. Snakehead Peak. Wanhongchen. Massacre Qingyun's sect. Upon hearing this, Li Changsheng's pupils constricted. This was crucial information and coincided with his fate warning. However, he did not ask Su Yaoyao how she knew. Just like the last time, when Xie Jin sacrificed at the resettlement area, Li Changsheng trusted his instincts. But he pretended to be impatient on the surface, waving his hand what red dust and white dust. I'm not interested in such matters. Don't delay my sleep. Quickly go back to your own room. Su Yaoyao was momentarily stunned upon hearing this, taking a while to react. So the uncle did believe her. Otherwise, the earlier incident would not have been so easily brushed aside. All right, uncle. Then I'll go back to sleep now. Su Yaoyao cheerfully returned to her room, the bells on her feet jingling as if nothing awkward had ever happened. Uncle, it's time to make a choice again. How will you choose this time? If you choose to run away, then I will lose all interest in you. If you choose not to run away, then I will completely acknowledge you. On the path of cultivation ahead, having another companion. None of us are willing to be someone else's pawn. We are of the same kind. Meanwhile, Li Changsheng watched Su Yaoyao's departing figure, feeling restless. Damn it, I encounter everything. The Bloodslaughter sect attacking Qingyun's sect. Not to mention whether Qingyun's sect can withstand it. Just the aftermath of the war could spell disaster for the mortals. Li Changsheng, being in the golden core stage, naturally did not fear war, but his wife and children were terrified. What if a cultivator's spell lands in the resettlement area? They might die without even putting up a fight. Should I flee with my wife and children? Li Changsheng once again entertained this thought. As someone who lived a cautious existence, the best choice was to stay away from disaster. Moreover, this time the resettlement area was not sealed, making entry and exit easy. This meant he could escape at any time. But if he fled, what would happen to Ping Ping? Would he have to abandon Ping Ping? It was impossible for Qingyun's sect to agree to let him take her away mid-training at the Sword Tomb. Li Changsheng pondered throughout the night and suddenly made a decision that defied his principles of life. He would not run away. He could not bear to abandon Ping Ping. As one of the three major righteous sects, Qingyun's sect was the strongest among them. If Qingyun's sect were to be defeated, where in the world would not turn into hell? If Qingyun's sect triumphed, there would be no need to flee. Moreover, with me as an unpredictable factor, the chances of victory had increased. Since ancient times, righteousness has always triumphed over evil. I refuse to believe that the bloodthirsty sect can win. However, I must admit there is some truth in it. Although Li Changsheng did not plan to escape, he still intended to send his wife and children to a remote area to avoid being caught in any unforeseen calamity. The lineage of the Li family must not be severed. Outside, the sky was already bright. Li Changsheng remained seated in contemplation until noon before finally standing up. He changed into a brand new long robe, picked up a basket, and walked towards the door. Jingzhe, sitting in the living room holding a child, saw Li Changsheng heading outside and asked, "Husband, where are you going?" "I'm going to Qingyun's sect. Ping Ping is being looked after by Elder Lei in the sect. I want to express my gratitude to Elder Lei." "Huh? Why are you suddenly going to thank Elder Lei?" Jingzhe felt puzzled, but did not ask further, quickly nodding. "All right." Li Changsheng stepped out smiling. Deep down, he was aware that the gift was a pretense, delivering intelligence was the true purpose. Although Lord Bloodpool had issued a summons, the bloodthirsty sect had been previously scattered by the righteous, and it would take time to regroup. His plan was to take advantage of this time to eliminate Lord Bloodpool, who was lurking at Snakehead Peak. To use a knife to kill someone. It was indeed a kill. If he could successfully eliminate Lord Bloodpool, the bloodthirsty sect would be left leaderless, greatly reducing their threat. Qingyun's sect. On the law enforcement peak, as the father of Lei Lai, a direct disciple, Li Changsheng was not allowed to ascend unless there was a special circumstance. After all, the Tao is devoid of emotion. Cultivators are very cautious about entangling with the mundane world, as it can easily become their inner demon. Li Changsheng used a bit of trickery to enter the law enforcement peak. However, quite unfortunately, Lei Lai was out on a mission. He was greeted by a true disciple of law enforcement peak, also Ping Ping's senior brother, named Zhang Jing. He was as upright as his name, honest and straightforward, but a bit stiff-minded. Zhang Jing politely took the basket, which contained some mundane items. "Uncle Li," he said, "Master is out and probably won't be back for a few days." Li Changsheng feigned a look of regret. "What a coincidence. I actually wanted to ask Elder Lei about something." Zhang Jing was puzzled. "What is it?" "You can ask me as well. Anything I know will tell you." Li Changsheng glanced around, then pulled out a dark red stone from his pocket. The stone appeared unremarkable, but if one sensed it carefully, they would find it contained an extremely pure and nauseating bloodthirsty poison. This was evidence fabricated by Li Changsheng. Since he knew that Lord Bloodpool was hiding at Snakehead Peak, how difficult could it be to fabricate evidence? Whether it was genuine evidence or not was not important. What mattered was that the old demon from the bloodthirsty sect was indeed there. "Look at this. I picked it up at the foot of Snakehead Peak while passing by. It looks quite nice, but it's a bit too red for my liking." Zhang Zheng's expression changed dramatically after just a glance at the stone he took. Bloodthirsty crystal. As a disciple of law enforcement peak, he was very familiar with the items of the bloodthirsty sect. During the last bloodbath operation, he had killed dozens of bloodthirsty sect's undercover agents. In those agents' cultivation grounds, he had seen many of these stones. These stones were a kind of material used in bloodthirsty sect's formations. Moreover, it was found at Snakehead Peak. Snakehead Peak was a vital area of the sect. Although remote, it connected underground to a crucial formation, eye of the sect's defense. If the bloodthirsty sect had tampered with it, the consequences would be unimaginable. The more Zhang Jing thought about it, the more fearful he became, his expression growing serious as he stood up and asked, "Uncle Li, did you really find this stone at Snakehead Peak?" Li Changsheng nodded affirmatively, putting on an innocent facade. "Yes, right by the stream at the back mountain." "Why? Is it a treasure? If it is, I can take you to find more." Zhang Jing took a deep breath, interrupting Li Changsheng. "Uncle Li, this thing is dangerous and related to the devil sect. You must not collect any more of it. I need to report this stone to the sect now. You should head back. I will definitely come to thank you another day." Li Changsheng nodded, deliberately displaying a hint of fear. "All right." After saying this, Zhang Jing did not bother to entertain him further and took the stone to fly towards the sect's peak. Li Changsheng watched Zhang Zheng's departing figure, a barely noticeable smile creeping onto his lips. The plan succeeded. Although there are still many flaws in the plan, he has done his best to make it perfect. After completing all this, Li Changsheng did not hurry back to the settlement area. Instead, he made a trip to Qingyun's sect, intending to borrow some books from the publicly accessible library before returning. Recently, Li Changsheng found his understanding of the cultivation world pitifully shallow. He even knew very little about the character Yin Hongshun. Now that he had come to Qingyun's sect with great difficulty, it was of course impossible to return empty-handed. Naturally, he could only borrow some basic knowledge in history books. Books related to cultivation techniques were managed separately. They, as optimized disciples, could not even get a glimpse of them. After leaving the gates of Qingyun's sect, Li Changsheng deliberately chose to take a remote path. Usually he would not dare to walk such a secluded path, because countless predecessors in novels had verified that walking such a secluded path would inevitably lead to unexpected events. But now it was different. With his golden core cultivation, he had the confidence. As Li Changsheng walked, he calculated his upcoming plans. Now that the intelligence has been sent out, Qingyun's sect will likely soon investigate Snakehead Peak thoroughly. Lord Bloodpool will definitely not be able to hide it. I just wonder if I can successfully use a knife to kill someone. To ensure victory, I must make some additional preparations. As Li Changsheng pondered, he suddenly paused, feeling a gust of cold wind pass by. He looked up and saw a figure on the path ahead, an old man dressed in a red robe. The old man was thin, with a sinister expression and wrinkled skin, holding a gnarled wooden staff. He was the 9th elder of the bloodthirsty sect, summoned by the previous sect master of the divine sect to gather in nearby mortal villages for a grand scheme. A person from the bloodthirsty sect. Li Changsheng remained composed, feeling a jolt in his heart. Although the other party was well hidden, the faint smell of blood on him could not escape Li Changsheng's notice. What a coincidence! Li Changsheng's eyes turned cold, filled with killing intent. The bloodthirsty sect had been causing him trouble for a long time, and he had long harbored a grudge. Seeing a member of the bloodthirsty sect, now he naturally had to find a way to eliminate the other party. At that moment, the 9th elder of the bloodthirsty sect was also sizing up the old man before him, his eyes turning icy. An old man at the 3rd layer of Qi refining. Merely an ant. Normally, he wouldn't even bother with such ants. But now the bloodthirsty sect's plans had been frequently disrupted. They were already like startled birds. What if this old man saw something? If he disrupted the divine sect's plans, it would be a loss without compensation. The best option now was to send this old man to his demise. You're out of luck, the 9th elder sneered, saying nothing further. He raised his hand directly. A sinister gust of palm wind carrying corrosive malevolence shot towards Li Changsheng. This was an effortless strike from the initial stage of golden core. It was enough to turn an old man in the Qi refining stage into mush. Li Changsheng, I was just passing by. I haven't even provoked you. Why are you provoking me? Li Changsheng stood his ground, facing the howling palm wind with a hint of a mocking smile. In the moment the 9th elder let down his guard, he suddenly flicked his fingers to launch a sneak attack. Divine ability, sword draw technique. Whoosh. An invisible sword Qi instantly pierced through the void. Because the 9th elder was careless, he couldn't react in time when the killing intent erupted. With a soft sound, the 9th elder's palm wind dissipated, and a blood hole the size of a finger appeared in his brow, blood gushing out. Ugh! The 9th elder's eyes widened. He could not comprehend until his death why an old man in the Qi refining stage was able to defeat him, a golden core cultivator, in an instant. This is not scientific. Li Changsheng waved his hand, looking at the lifeless corpse with satisfaction. A golden core elder of the bloodthirsty sect. Not so impressive. What a fine piece of meat. Even my sneak attack couldn't be withstood. After complaining, Li Changsheng broke off a branch nearby and began to search the corpse from a distance. In truth, according to his personality, he would have obliterated the corpse completely before searching it, but since the corpse had some utility, he could only resort to this tactic. Soon Li Changsheng extracted the storage bag from the 9th elder's waist, probing his divine sense inside, and his eyes immediately brightened. Inside the storage bag, in addition to a large number of spirit stones and elixirs, there was also a communication array plate from the bloodthirsty sect, cultivation techniques from the bloodthirsty sect, and records of communications and missions from the past few years. This was irrefutable evidence. With this, if one fabricated a bit more evidence, they could dig up Snakehead Peak thoroughly. I want search his soul. He'll leave that opportunity for Elder Lei. Li Changsheng thought, promptly stuffing the storage bag back into the 9th elder's embrace. Then, using the branch to tie the 9th elder's corpse, he affixed a 5th-tier invisibility talisman and a shielding talisman operating the skill Go Dao Changqing to swiftly return to the law enforcement peak. He was somewhat familiar with Elder Lei. This opportunity must be given to Elder Lei. Moreover, he also needed a disguise to communicate with Qingyun's sect. Since Li Changsheng had already reached the Golden Core realm, his concealment techniques were even more formidable. If nothing unexpected occurred, no one in the entire Qingyun sect would be able to see through his disguise, making his return to Qingyun sect feel like a stroll in a back garden. So, Li Changsheng was not anxious at all. The only troublesome thing was Elder Lei's cave's formation. It took him half an hour to successfully break through. Elder Lei's cave abode is quite simple. Surrounded by walls on all sides, there is a futon in the center. Perhaps there are some partitions next door, but Li Changsheng has no mind to covet the other's treasures. He tossed the corpse of the blood fiend sect elder down, placing it in the center. Then he took up a brush and began to write a letter, his pen dancing like a dragon and snake. If all goes well, after this, Elder Lai would become the alias for communication between the Qingyun sect and himself. The Bloodpool elder would also find himself in trouble. Li Changsheng finished laying his plans. After checking everything, confirming that no loopholes were left behind, he swiftly departed. Meanwhile, Elder Lai was riding his flying sword, swiftly weaving through the clouds. He had just received a message from the sect master urging him to return immediately for an important discussion. Thus he hurried back. Lai's expression was grim. Recently, the Qingyun sect had been unsettled. Although they had eliminated the Blood Fiend sect's hidden agents, there was still an undercurrent of turmoil. Is there another problem? Lai pondered as he returned to the law enforcement peak, pressing down on the cloud to land. I need to go back and adjust myself first. I should change my clothes before meeting the sect master. Lai was disheveled from his journey, his robe even stained with some blood from demon beasts. As the law enforcement elder, maintaining appearance was secondary. However, having just returned from outside, the malevolent aura surrounding him was too strong, and he feared it might disturb the younger generation at the sect master's peak. Lai was still quite particular. Arriving at the entrance of the cave, he waved his hand to cast a spell. Rumble. The stone door slowly opened. In the next moment, a strong smell of blood mixed with a chilling malevolence hit him. Who? Lai's face changed dramatically, and he drew his spirit sword, lightning flashing as he activated his protective chi. The spiritual power within him was poised to unleash. However, the cave was silent. Only the smell of blood lingered in the air. Lai swept his divine sense, and his pupils suddenly constricted. He saw a corpse lying quietly beside the futon in the center of the cave. The corpse was dressed in a red robe, its face gaunt with a sword wound piercing through the center of its brow. Is this the ninth elder of the Blood Fiend sect? When Lai recognized the corpse's face, he froze instantly. He gasped in shock, feeling his scalp tingle. As the law enforcement elder, he was intimately familiar with the high-ranking members of the Blood Fiend sect. This ninth elder was a cunning gold core old demon, exceedingly difficult to deal with. Now, how could he have died in his own cave? Moreover, judging by the blood hole in his brow, it was evidently a one-hit kill. Hiss. As Lai thought of this, he felt a chill run down his spine. Who did this? Who has such power? Could it be one of the supreme elders in the sect who acted? Lai felt a mix of suspicion and confusion. He couldn't make sense of it. He then carefully examined the corpse and discovered a neatly folded piece of letter beside it. Along with it was a palm-sized red paper figure cut exquisitely, even carrying a hint of spirituality, as if it were staring at him. Lai hesitated for a moment before picking up the letter. Upon unfolding it, he found only a few terse lines, but the information was highly valuable. Under Snakehead Peak, the blood pool hides. Yen Hongchun is not dead, wishing to initiate a grand formation to massacre Qingyun. If there are any questions, you may contact me using the paper figure. The handwriting was vigorous and powerful, exuding a transcendent sword intent that did not belong to the mundane. After reading the information, Lai couldn't help but tremble slightly. Yen Hongchun. For the current young disciples, the name Yen Hongchun might sound unfamiliar, but for those of his generation, it was nothing short of a nightmare. He was the previous sect master of the Blood Fiend sect, known as the Blood Demon, a terrifying existence. He practiced the Blood Godchild's divine art, extremely difficult to kill. During the Righteous Evil War, it was only because Yun Songjinren suffered severe injuries that he managed to suppress this fiend. Unexpectedly, he is still alive, and hiding in the Qingyun sect's Snakehead Peak. Lai felt his mouth dry. If what this letter said is true, then the Qingyun sect has walked through the gates of hell. This is serious. If this information gets out, the entire Qingyun sect will be shaken to its core. Lai looked at the red paper figure, filled with contradictions. Who is this mysterious person? A friend? An enemy? If a friend, why not reveal themselves directly? If an enemy, why send such important information and a corpse? Forget it. If it's a blessing, it's not a curse. If it's a curse, it cannot be avoided. Lai gritted his teeth, deciding to contact the other party and give it a try. He extended his finger, condensing a trace of spiritual power, and touched the red paper figure's brow. The paper figure trembled slightly, and a faint red light enveloped it. Immediately after, an ancient, authoritative voice, as if overlooking all beings, echoed from the paper figure. Who is contacting me? Lei Lai's heart tightened, and he hurriedly cupped his hands in salute to the void. Although he did not know where the other party was, they could be a nascent soul old monster, and he could not neglect the proper courtesies. Junior Lei Lai, greetings to the senior. May I ask the senior's esteemed name? Why would you leave this? In my cave? Li Changsheng's cold voice interrupted Lei Lai. A name is just a code, no need to inquire further. I am merely a wandering cloud and wild crane passing through this place. Seeing this demon lurking, I casually eliminated him. I did not wish to meddle, but if Yan Hongqian becomes an issue, all living beings within a radius of 10,000 miles will suffer. Though I do not cultivate virtue, I also cannot bear to see such tragedies among mortals. Thus I left you a letter. This statement was flawless and exuded an air of superiority. He was completely like a hidden master, embodying a compassionate demeanor. Lei Lai was momentarily stunned, casually dispatching a gold core. Not cultivating virtue. This tone, this bearing must be at least a big shot at the nascent soul stage. Lei Lai bowed deeply again, his tone becoming more respectful. Senior's noble intentions are commendable. On behalf of the Qingyun sect, I thank you for your great kindness. But is it true that Yan Hongqian is hiding in Snakehead Peak? That is indeed our sect's. Li Changsheng's voice suddenly turned cold, carrying a hint of displeasure. What? Are you questioning me? If you do not believe it, you need not pay attention. Just wait for Yan Hongqian to turn your Qingyun sect into a sea of blood. In any case, whether you live or die is none of my concern. I can leave at any time. Suddenly Lei Lai broke out in cold sweat. No. I absolutely did not mean that. I was just too shocked to believe it for a moment. The voice fell silent for a moment before slowly saying, belief or disbelief is up to you. That's all I have to say. After finishing, the red light on the paper figure instantly dimmed, and there was no further movement. Senior. Lei Lai tentatively called out a couple of times, but received no response. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. This mysterious senior had quite a temper. Moreover, being able to transmit sound through the paper figure was an unheard-of technique. Truly astonishing. However, this further confirmed the other party's status as a master. Only true powerhouses could be so arrogant and carefree. Snakehead Peak. Lei Lai looked at the letter in his hand and the corpse on the ground, a determined glint flashing in his eyes. It is better to believe than not. Better to trust its existence than dismiss it. Moreover, this ninth elder's corpse cannot be fake. Lei Lai thought, grabbing the ninth elder's body, disregarding his clothes, and transformed into a streak of lightning rushing out of the cave towards the sect master's peak. Sect master's peak in the cloud-high palace. Yun Songjinren was seated on the main seat, playing with a dark red stone, his brow tightly furrowed. This stone was brought by a true disciple named Changsheng. It was said to have been found by an old man at Snakehead Peak. However, after careful examination, it was confirmed to be the blood fiend crystal used by the blood fiend sect to set up the blood transformation grand array. Snakehead Peak. Could it be that the blood fiend sect has infiltrated so deeply? Yun Songjinren murmured to himself. At that moment, a series of hurried sounds of breaking air came from outside the hall. Before the person arrived, Lei Lai's loud voice resounded. Sect Master, a major incident has occurred. Yun Songjinren looked at Lei Lai, bursting in with a corpse in hand, stunned. Junior Lei, what are you? Without further ado, Lei Lai directly tossed the corpse to the ground. Sect Master, take a look at who this is. Yun Songjinren focused, and his expression instantly changed. Yun Songjinren, ninth elder of the blood fiend sect. Lei Lai, yes. Yun Songjinren, did you kill him? Lei Lai took a deep breath, his expression grave as he said, I did not kill him. When I returned to the cave, I found him dead in my cave, and it was a one-hit kill. Yun Songjinren was taken aback upon hearing this. Isn't this a bit strange? Moreover, in the Qingyun sect, there aren't many who could achieve this right. He knew the whereabouts of the supreme elders. It absolutely could not have been their doing. At this moment, Lei Lai's calm voice came again. There is also this letter. It was left by that senior. Yun Songjinren took the letter, quickly scanning it. When he saw the 3 words, Yan Hongqian, his hand couldn't help but tremble. Yan Hongqian. That old demon is actually not dead. And he is hiding at Snakehead Peak. At this moment, all the clues connected. The blood fiend crystal sent by Changsheng. The corpse and information from the mysterious person all pointed to the same place, Snakehead Peak. Yun Songjinren laughed in anger, his eyes filled with killing intent. What a case of darkness beneath the lamp. I was still wondering where the blood fiend sect got the courage to challenge my Qingyun sect. It turns out this old demon is backing them from behind. Since he is not dead, then let's kill him once again. Lei Lai pondered for a moment and spoke, Sect Master, at this time, without solid evidence. If we rashly investigate Snakehead Peak, could it have a bad impact? If Snakehead Peak does not even dare to cooperate in the investigation, Yun Songjinren shook his head, his voice cold. It truly indicates that they are guilty. I will personally execute him. Hearing this, Lei Lai immediately refrained from saying anything further. Better to kill wrongly than let a guilty party escape. He supported the sect master's stance on this matter. At this moment, the sect master's calm voice came again. Junior Lei, what about that mysterious senior? Lei Lai shook his head and then took out the red paper figure. He left. He said he was a wandering cloud and wild crane passing by and casually doing this. However, he left this saying it could be used to contact him. Yun Songjinren stared at the paper figure for a long time, but could not discern anything, sighing, a true master. This person's cultivation level may be on par with mine. Since this senior is willing to assist, it is a blessing from the heavens for my Qin Yun. Lei Lai nodded deeply in agreement. Indeed, the paperman senior was quite formidable. Moreover, he had never seen such a skill of making paper men in the eastern continent. Perhaps they were those with extraordinary abilities from other continents. At that moment, the dignified voice of Master Yun Song resounded. Junior brother Lei, here, relay my decree. Secretly gather the elders from the law enforcement peak and the battle hall who are not in closed-door cultivation and come with me to investigate the Snakehead Peak. Understood. Lei Lai accepted the order and stepped out. Inside the great hall, only Master Yun Song remained. He gazed out the window toward Snakehead Peak, his eyes deep and contemplative. Yin Hanchun, and that mysterious senior, and the untraceable demonic star descending. This is becoming increasingly interesting. Meanwhile, in the Li family's courtyard, Li Changsheng was leisurely sipping tea in a rocking chair, playing with the recently awakened Li Shulf. Sensing the report from the paperman, a faint smile appeared on his lips. It seemed that Qin Yun's sect was preparing to act. Next, it would be a matter of who would win and who would lose. On the territory of Qin Yun's sect, the sect master would surely win. It seems that the Blood Fiend sect's plan has fallen through. Moreover, I left a paperman with Lei Lai, allowing me to communicate with Qin Yun's sect at any time. This way I can manipulate Qin Yun's sect to some extent and use them to my advantage. Li Changsheng stretched lazily. This feeling of being the puppet master. Truly delightful. Master Yun Song, accompanied by several Golden Core elders and 2 supreme elders, headed straight for Snakehead Peak. 3 nascent souls and 7 or 8 Golden Cores. This lineup was sufficient to annihilate a medium to large sect. However, this time their target was their own Snakehead Peak. As for why they brought so many people, that was because Master Yun Song was worried that Snakehead Peak might have defected. Snakehead Peak was located in a remote area. Although the spiritual energy was not sparse, it was perpetually cold and damp, breeding poisonous insects and strange weeds. Thus the population was not thriving. The Peak Master Zhao Yin, known as the Snakehead Real Person, was at mid-Golden Core cultivation and was a solitary and sinister person. He rarely interacted with others in the sect. There were relatively few disciples in this lineage. However, what Master Yun Song did not expect was, as he approached Snakehead Peak, a great formation suddenly rose up. It blocked their path. What is going on with Snakehead Peak? Are we not allowed to enter? Or was there something sinister from the start? Lei Lai's expression was grim as he coldly remarked. Immediately after, they saw a thin figure stepping on a black giant python. He slowly emerged from the mist atop the peak. It was none other than Zhao Yin, the Snakehead Real Person. Before he arrived, his dissatisfied voice had already reached them. Sect Master, Senior Brother Lei, you mobilize your forces in the dead of night and surround my Snakehead Peak for no reason. What do you intend to do? Or do you think that since my lineage has few people, you want to expel us completely? Zhao Yin spoke without courtesy. He was straightforward by nature and had a fiery temper. Now, with the sect master surrounding Snakehead Peak with so many people, where was the face of Snakehead Peak? This was simply too much to bear. Master Yun Song spoke up. Junior brother Zhao, do not misunderstand. I bear no malice. It is merely that someone reported that a very dangerous demon is lurking within Snakehead Peak. I brought people to investigate. I hope you will not obstruct us. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yin laughed in anger. Sect Master, although Snakehead Peak is remote, it is also a place of secluded cultivation. Where would a demon come from? You should not listen to rumors blindly. Master Yun Song looked at Zhao Yin coldly. Junior brother Zhao, if there is no evidence, I would not have come to find you. I give you one last chance. Step aside. Cooperate with the investigation. Master Yun Song's voice was not loud, but carried a murderous intent. Because if Yin Hanchun was truly hiding in Snakehead Peak, the longer they delayed, the greater the chance of the other party escaping. Zhao Yin's heart trembled upon hearing this. Looking into the sect master's icy eyes, he suddenly realized that the sect master was not joking. Could it be? There really was a demon hiding in his peak. Impossible. Sect master, can you show me the evidence? Zhao Yin's tone softened slightly, but he still insisted on seeing the evidence first. At this moment, Master Yun Song, seeing that Zhao Yin was uncooperative, had lost his patience. Break the formation. Be quick. with a wave of his great sleeve. The two nascent Soul Supreme Elders along with 3 Battle Hall Elders acted simultaneously. Boom, boom, boom. The attack was like meteors falling, striking the protective formation of Snakehead Peak. It was quite terrifying. Crack. The formation of Snakehead Peak was originally not very strong, and coupled with years of disrepair, how could it withstand this level of bombardment? It barely held for less than 3 breaths. The light barriers shattered like glass, dispersing into countless points of light. Puff. Zhao Yin's spirit was connected to the formation, and as the formation was broken, he immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. His aura weakened. You guys. He pointed at the crowd, both startled and furious. But no one paid him any heed. Search. Master Yunsong took the lead, his powerful divine sense covering the entirety of Snakehead Peak like a radar. Snakehead Peak was not large, but the terrain was extremely complex, with underground caves crisscrossing and shadowy rivers running through. This was also the reason why Yan Hongshan chose this place as his hiding spot. In less than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, a Battle Hall Elder discovered traces and signaled. Report. A hidden cave has been found beneath the cliff at the back mountain. Master Yun Song and Lei Lai exchanged glances, their expressions growing increasingly grave. A cave beneath the cliff. This sounded suspicious. Could it be that Yan Hongshan was really here? Master Yun Song reacted swiftly, and upon receiving the message, he led several Golden Core cultivators to rush over. As for the other 2 Supreme Elders, they kept a watch outside to prevent the enemy from escaping amidst the chaos. The cliff at the back mountain was an extremely concealed dead corner, shrouded in poisonous mist year-round. At this moment, the originally smooth stone wall had been violently smashed open, revealing a dark and deep entrance. This. Zhao Yin's eyes nearly popped out upon seeing this scene. Having lived at Snakehead Peak for decades, he had never known that such a place existed on the back mountain. Is this what you call a place of secluded cultivation? Lei Lai shot a cold glance at Zhao Yin. Zhao Yin opened his mouth, but could not make a sound. His face burned as if he had been slapped hard. Master Yin Song only glanced at Zhao Yin and did not speak. Now was not the time to quibble. Exterminating the demon was the priority. Zhao Yin was one of their own. After dealing with the external matters, they would close the door and handle things slowly. Everyone be careful. Follow me inside. A protective spiritual light surrounded him as he rushed into the cave first. The others followed closely behind. The cave descended deeper, widening and growing colder. The walls were carved with eerie blood-red runes emitting a dim red glow. Countless eerie white bones were scattered on the ground. Some belonged to demonic beasts. Others were human. Judging by the size of the bones, many were still children who had not grown up. Although they were all cultivators who had witnessed the life and death of the mortal world, seeing so many innocent children dead here stirred a sense of compassion and an unnamed anger rising from within. Damn it, they even killed children. Is this still human? Monsters. Several Golden Core Elders trembled with rage. Although they had killed many people, they would never harm defenseless children. This was truly abhorrent. The group trembled with anger, their teeth grinding. After a moment, they reached the end of the cave. It was a massive underground cavern. In the center of the cavern, there was a gigantic blood pool spanning several tens of feet. Gurgle. Gurgle. The blood within the pool boiled like boiling water, bubbling up with blood bubbles. Each time a blood bubble burst, it released a dense aura of blood and slaughter. Above the blood pool, an altar that had not yet fully formed was suspended. Surrounding the altar were remnants of formation flags and spirit stones that had just been set up and had yet to be activated. However, aside from these, the place was utterly deserted. Where is everyone? Lei Lai's voice roared. Master Yin Song's face was grim. He could clearly sense Yan Hongshan's aura from the blood pool. Moreover, it was the kind that had just left. Damn it. Master Yin Song was extremely furious and suddenly punched out, causing the cave to tremble. Rubble fell, nearly causing a collapse. Bastard. It was just a little too late. As he spoke, he seemed to think of something and suddenly turned his head to look at Zhao Yin standing nearby. If it weren't for this fool wasting time, they might have been able to trap that old demon inside. Junior brother, Zhao, you'd better give me an explanation. Zhao Yin faced the sect masters, questioning, his face pale. Sect master, I really don't know. I am innocent. Master Yin Song had yet to speak. But the hot-tempered Lei Lai's voice came through. Innocent. Innocent, my ass. We are a righteous sect of cultivators, yet on your territory, we discovered such a large demon lair. How many lives must have been lost here? Speak honestly, are you an accomplice of that demon? Otherwise, why would you obstruct us? Zhao Yin's face turned white upon hearing this. This time he really couldn't explain himself. Even he felt guilty. Now that this matter had arisen, it was as if he couldn't wash it clean, even if he jumped into the Yellow River. Senior brother Lei, we have been brothers for decades. Do you not understand me? This matter is my dereliction of duty, but I am definitely not an accomplice of the demon. Lei Lai coldly replied, no. I definitely do not understand you. Moreover, whether or not you are an accomplice of the demon is not for you to decide. We will let the evidence speak for itself. Other elders chimed in yes. Harboring demons and providing them shelter. Even if you are not guilty, you still have a responsibility for dereliction of duty. Sect Master, deal with this troublemaker. Master Yinsong took a deep breath, suppressing his emotions, trying to maintain an impartial stance. Zhaoyin, as the peak master, you have a responsibility to guard your territory. Even if you are not an accomplice, you still have responsibility. From this day forth, your position as peak master is revoked, and you will be imprisoned in the ice prison until this matter is cleared up, then we will decide your fate. As for the other disciples of Snakehead Peak, they will all be isolated for questioning. I will strictly obey the command of the sect master. The two law enforcement elders stepped forward, dragging Zhaoyin away. Zhaoyin did not resist. He knew that resisting would be futile. At this moment, the gaze of Master Yinsong fell once more upon the blood pool before him, lost in deep thought. Since Yanhongshan has escaped, why not destroy this place? Indeed, why not destroy it? A single word awakened those lost in dreams. Others were equally puzzled. At this time, one elder pondered for a moment before speaking. Could it be that they left in such a hurry that they didn't have time? Master Yinsong, upon hearing this, contemplated for a while, shook his head, and a trace of unease flickered in his heart. That shouldn't be the case. Yanhongshan is a person of deep schemes, and he conducts his affairs without a flaw. He left this blood pool. It's likely not because he didn't have time to destroy it, but rather intentionally left it for us. No sooner had the words been spoken, an abrupt change occurred. Gurgling, the once tranquil blood pool suddenly began to churn violently. A wave of violent energy fluctuations erupted. Immediately after, the array flags arranged around the blood pool ignited spontaneously without any wind. Columns of blood-red light shot up into the sky, piercing through the mountain above. Not good. This is a trap. Quickly retreat. Master Yinsong's face changed dramatically. He suddenly waved his sleeve, using his power to sweep up the elders behind him as they flew toward the cave entrance. However, it was already too late. Boom. The next moment, the blood pool exploded. This explosion ignited the blood-fiendish energy that Yanhongshan had accumulated for decades. The destructive power was terrifying. This terrifying wave of blood mixed with corrosive poison engulfed the entire underground cave. The entire Shisho Peak shook violently, as if a magnitude 12 earthquake had occurred. The mountain collapsed. Huge rocks tumbled down. Moments later, as the dust settled, half of the back mountain of Shisho Peak had already collapsed. Several disheveled figures rushed out from the ruins. It was Master Yinsong and Lei Lai among others. Although they were unharmed thanks to Master Yinsong's protection, they all appeared dusty and ragged. Especially Lei Lai, whose beard had been burned half away. Master Yinsong gazed at the ruins before him and the lingering blood-red mushroom cloud in the sky. His voice was as cold as hell. Yanhongshan, I am sworn to eliminate you. This explosion not only destroyed Shisho Peak, but also slapped the face of Qingyun's sect. They had lost all face. How could one not be enraged? Lei Lai was even more furious, wishing he could swallow several elders of the Blood Fiend sect whole. Sect Master, what should we do now? Master Yinsong took a deep breath and only uttered two words. Prepare for battle. At this moment, on a desolate mountaintop 100 miles away from Qingyun's sect, a man dressed in a blood-red robe with an enchanting face stood against the wind, watching the blood-red mushroom cloud rising in the direction of Shisho Peak. He could not help but curl his lips into a mad and cruel smile. This person was none other than Lord of the Blood Pool, Yanhongshan. Old Yinsong. Did you enjoy this welcome gift, eh? Yanhongshan's complexion was somewhat pale. Having just abandoned the blood pool to escape, it was like losing an arm, and being reborn, the impact on him was immense. But so what? As long as I am here, the Blood Fiend sect will exist. Next time, with the full return of the Divine Sect, can your Qingyun sect withstand my blood god son? Meanwhile, Li Changsheng sat in a rattan chair in the courtyard, looking toward the direction of Qingyun's sect with great contentment. Through the paper man, he faintly sensed that Qingyun's sect was already on the move. However, due to the shielding, the sensing of the paper man was somewhat blurry. He truly hoped Qingyun's sect would eliminate Lord of the Blood Pool. Lord of the Blood Pool has always opposed me. May he not die a good death. Li Changsheng cursed viciously in his heart. If he could curse Lord of the Blood Pool to death, he would have died countless times already. At this moment, Su Yaoyao had just returned from the Li family apothecary, seeing Li Changsheng lounging in the courtyard, lazily basking in the sun. Unable to resist, she walked over and spoke. Uncle, are you very idle? Why are you always staring in the direction of Qingyun's sect? Su Yaoyao barefoot sat on the stool beside Li Changsheng, the bells on her feet jingling. Li Changsheng smiled. Who said I was looking at the direction of Qingyun's sect? Hearing Li Changsheng's sunny reply, she paused for a moment and asked, Then what are you looking at? I am looking at the flowers blooming and wilting in the courtyard and at the clouds rolling and dispersing in the sky. Su Yaoyao. Although it cannot be denied that these words are very poetic. But why do I feel a faint sense of coercion from them? Su Yaoyao silently cursed in her heart, then spoke again. Uncle, you sent out my information right. Li Changsheng categorically denied. Little girl, food can be eaten carelessly, but words cannot be spoken carelessly. I have no idea what you are talking about. Uncle, we both know what's going on. Why do you insist on denying it? Li Changsheng smiled. Since we all understand, why do you insist on forcing me to acknowledge it? Su Yaoyao laughed. Ha. Li Changsheng ha. At this moment, although neither of them had broken the unspoken agreement, they both shared a tacit understanding, like revolutionary comrades. They cherished each other, huddling together for warmth. They were both individuals who did not want to be pawns of others. Just then a loud booming sound suddenly echoed in their ears, so loud that it caused their eardrums to ache. They looked up. They saw that within the boundaries of Qingyun Mountain, Shisho Peak had suddenly exploded, smoke and dust billowing, flames soaring into the sky. What's going on? I sent you to eliminate Lord of the Blood Pool. Why did Shisho Peak explode? Is this a big deal? Su Yaoyao smiled slightly. Uncle, it seems your plan has succeeded. No, it hasn't succeeded. Li Changsheng subtly sensed the paper man left for Lei Lai, then shook his head. Instead, Qingyun's sect has suffered a small loss. Wait, are you saying that Lord escaped? Su Yaoyao was taken aback, realizing. You mean that person ran away? So if you have any news channel for that person, please let me know. I'll have Qingyun's sect kill him again. Otherwise, we might be in trouble. Su Yaoyao shook her head. What channel could I possibly have? Li Changsheng smiled. The Hehuan sect. Su Yaoyao, when did I say I was from the Hehuan sect? Uncle, please do not make wild guesses. Li Changsheng clicked his tongue, not exposing her. All right. I must have guessed wrong. Moments later, Li Changsheng withdrew his gaze. Although the plan of using another's knife to kill was not very successful blowing up, Shisho Peak forced Yin Hongchen to flee. This could be considered a phased victory. Li Changsheng was in a great mood. Moreover, during this time, he had also thoroughly grasped the advanced alchemy techniques awarded by the system. On the system panel, he gained the secondary profession of an advanced alchemist. This meant that his alchemy ability was now no less than that of any alchemist elder in Qingyun's sect. At this moment, Li Changsheng's gaze lingered on Su Yaoyao for a moment. Miss, I see your spiritual energy is disordered. Your injury is probably more serious than I imagined. Su Yaoyao's smile slightly stiffened upon hearing this, then she quickly regained her charming demeanor. Uncle, you're so concerned about me. Are you feeling sorry for me? If you are worried, why not? Li Changsheng did not respond to Su Yaoyao's flirtation, stood up, patted his robe, and confidently said, Come into my room. Recently I have had some insights and learned a bit of alchemy. Perhaps I can help you look at your injury. As for whether it can be cured, I cannot guarantee that. Su Yaoyao was taken aback, her fox-like eyes fixed on Li Changsheng. Uncle knows medicine. Or has he just learned it recently? Where did Uncle get the alchemical skills? Moreover, I have been with Uncle during this time, and I haven't noticed anything unusual. Could it be that Uncle has some great legacy supporting him? This uncle is simply too mysterious. All right. Su Yaoyao nodded in agreement, her attitude one of trying it out. She felt somewhat touched. What if he succeeds? If you don't try, you will never know where Uncle's limits lie. Su Yaoyao, like a little wife, followed behind Li Changsheng and entered the man's room. This was her first time entering a man's room. Li Changsheng's room was simply laid out and neatly arranged. Aside from that, there was nothing else. This surprised Su Yaoyao. Do male cultivators' rooms also have to be this clean? As the door closed, the light was dim. A lone man and a woman. The atmosphere was inexplicably a little suggestive. Lie down. Li Changsheng pointed to the bed. Su Yaoyao complied and lay down, turning to her side, propping her head up with one hand, her curves exquisite and alluring. The light veil could not conceal the enchanting scenery beneath, the skin barely visible, exuding deadly temptation. Uncle, do I need to take off my clothes? Su Yaoyao exhaled softly, her eyes dreamy. It seemed that the one lying on the board was not a patient, but rather a delicious dish for anyone to sample. Li Changsheng rolled his eyes. No need. Just extend your hand. And put away your charm technique. Otherwise, if I accidentally misplace a pressure point, you could very well be ruined for life. Su Yaoyao pouted, saying nothing, but obediently extended her delicate wrist. Li Changsheng sat beside her, extending 2 fingers to rest on her pulse. Her skin was smooth and warm as jade, but he was undistracted. At this moment in his eyes there was only the patient and no distinction between male and female. Li Changsheng's spiritual energy followed his fingertips and entered Su Yaoyao's body. I apologize, Li Changsheng murmured. Then his palm slowly moved upwards, passing through the light veil and resting on Su Yaoyao's flat, firm abdomen, the location of her dantian. The dantian is the most vulnerable area for a cultivator. Su Yaoyao, you really are a careless girl. Is the dantian something that can be checked by anyone? It's just me. I am a good person. Otherwise you would have long since been devoured by someone else. Su Yaoyao felt the warmth of Li Changsheng's large hand and trembled slightly. That was an unfamiliar sensation. As a saintess of the Hehuan sect, although she was rich in theoretical knowledge regarding charm techniques, her practical experience was zero. The feeling of having her dantian touched by a man instinctively made her want to resist. Her muscles tensed and her cheeks instantly flushed with a layer of crimson. Even her toes curled up. Don't move. Relax. Li Changsheng's brow furrowed faintly, his voice low and steady, though the skin beneath his palm was astonishingly smooth. Yet his greater concern lay with her dantian. As his spiritual energy probed deeper, Su Yaoyao felt as though a vast hand were gliding through her inner body. The sensation was both tingling and electrifying. She clenched her lips tightly, daring not utter a sound, fearing that even the slightest breath might escape as something strange and unseemly. Su Yaoyao could only glare at Li Changsheng with wounded reproach. Numbing. This old man. He was absolutely doing it on purpose. He was surely exploiting the guise of diagnosis to grope her. But why did his gaze remain so clear? It made no sense. After a long silence, Li Changsheng withdrew his hand. The lingering warmth upon his palm faded, and Su Yaoyao felt an unexpected pang of emptiness. She sat up and smoothed her slightly disheveled robes, only to find Li Changsheng's expression had grown even graver than before. How is it, uncle? Is there any hope for me? Su Yaoyao dropped her playful facade. Li Changsheng sighed and shook his head. Extremely difficult. 2 simple words. Like twin buckets of ice water poured over Su Yaoyao's head, they dimmed the light in her eyes, though she had long suspected this verdict. Hearing it spoken aloud still stung with bitter sorrow. I knew it. My golden core's primordial essence is damaged, the foundation of my Tao has shattered. Only the legendary 9-fold soul revival pill, or direct intervention by a great perfection cultivator to purify and reforged one's essence, could restore it. Otherwise, this lifetime is all there will ever be. Su Yaoyao gave a wry self-mocking smile. After all, she'd only come seeking a slim chance, never daring to hope for more. Yet, at that moment, Li Changsheng's calm voice rang out once more. I said it would be extremely difficult, not impossible. Su Yaoyao whirled around sharply, fixing her gaze on Li Changsheng, her breathing quickening, her chest rising and falling violently. What did you say? Can it be cured? Uncle, surely you're not deceiving me. Li Changsheng lifted the teacup from the table, took a slow sip, and spoke with quiet confidence. Why would I lie to you? Do I have any reason to deceive an injured person? Su Yaoyao chuckled softly. Then how? Li Changsheng replied, by refining the heaven-mending pill. Heaven-mending pill? Su Yaoyao paused, startled. She had heard of it. The ancient formula had been lost for centuries, rumored to possess the power to seize creation itself from heaven and earth. If such a pill existed, restoring her primordial essence would hardly be surprising. Uncle, you know how to refine the heaven-mending pill. Overcome with excitement, Su Yaoyao lunged forward and seized Li Changsheng's arm. The softness of her touch nearly made him fumble the teacup. He withdrew his arm with practiced composure. Ahem. Remain calm. Men and women must observe proper boundaries. I possess the formula, and I am capable of refining it. But its principal ingredient poses a formidable challenge. Su Yaoyao pressed urgently. What is the principal ingredient? If it exists in this world, I'll find a way to obtain it. Li Changsheng watched her fervor unfold, then spoke slowly. A nascent soul, freshly extracted from a living nascent soul cultivator, is required as the core catalyst. And it must be alive. Su Yaoyao's face froze. A nascent soul? Alive? This was infinitely harder than hunting down rare spirit herbs. Uncle, is there any other way? Li Changsheng spread his hands helplessly. None. The formula states it plainly. I lack the ability to alter it. That is precisely why I said it would be extremely difficult. Yet, just as Li Changsheng assumed, Su Yaoyao would abandon hope. The despair in her eyes began, slowly inexorably, to harden into cold, lethal intent. Su Yaoyao moistened her crimson lips, leaned in close, and whispered, her breath warm against his ear. Uncle, alone I couldn't possibly slay a nascent soul cultivator. But what if we joined forces? We might well ambush and eliminate a lone nascent soul. What do you say? Shall we pull off one last heist? Should we succeed, not only will I surrender my life to you, but my body as well. So saying, Su Yaoyao deliberately arched her chest forward, her expression one of reckless, absolute resolve. Li Changsheng gazed at this maddened beauty before him and felt a chill crawl up his spine. Numbing. This woman had truly lost her mind. He had merely recited the formula to offer her comfort, yet she now sought to drag him into murdering a nascent soul cultivator. How absurdly audacious. His concealed cultivation level was merely chi refinement. Even if his true realm were golden core, could he possibly dare provoke a nascent soul cultivator? That would be akin to an old man swallowing arsenic. courting death with open arms. He was a master of the way of caution, where stability reigned supreme. Such high-risk, zero-reward ventures. Not even a dog would attempt them. Li Changsheng instinctively shrank back. He waved his hand dismissively, his face settling into an expression of helpless resignation. No, no, no. Madam, please, do not ruin me. I'm just a retired elder babysitting children in a resettlement district. I struggle to slaughter even a chicken. You expect me to kill a nascent soul cultivator? This matter is non-negotiable. I still need to care for my son until his final day. Seeing how firmly Li Changsheng refused the light in Su Yaoyao's eyes dimmed once more, but within her heart a wild, feverish notion took root and spread like tenacious weeds. To slay a nascent soul cultivator, was it truly impossible? Perhaps not. So long as the ancient monster Yan Hongqian still wandered near Qingyun's sect, she walked among them, a living, breathing ingredient. Life, after all, always held promise. Humph, coward. Su Yaoyao pouted playfully. Strangely, her mood brightened considerably. Had she truly been healed by this uncle? How peculiar. Li Changsheng paid no heed to her teasing. A gentleman does not stand beneath a crumbling wall. Even if you offered your body 100 times over, I would not stir, not even once. Unless you carried my child, then perhaps I might reconsider. Ahem. Li Changsheng gave a dry chuckle and ushered Su Yaoyao away. Stop indulging in daydreams. Return to your chamber and sleep. Your dreams hold everything you desire. Though reluctant, Su Yaoyao knew haste would serve no purpose. She pouted, then padded barefoot back to her room and closed the door behind her. Lying upon the bed, she prepared to undress and rest, when suddenly the storage pouch at her waist trembled. Pink light bled through the fabric, flooding the dim room with luminous radiance. At the sight, Su Yaoyao's expression shifted subtly. A supreme-level communication talisman from the Harmony Union sect. Such talismans were reserved solely for existential crises, or direct orders issued by the sect master herself. Could the sect truly be in peril? Su Yaoyao hesitated briefly, then erected a sound-dampening formation. With a light tap upon her storage pouch, a pink communication talisman soared forth, hovering motionless in midair. In the next instant, it blazed with brilliant light, and a familiar, commanding feminine voice resonated directly within Su Yaoyao's mind. It was Lung Yu Xianzi, the master of the Harmony Union sect. Her own master. Yaoyao, I have forged an alliance with the Heaven Demon sect. You are to be wed to Li Tianxing, the young master of the Heaven Demon sect, uniting our sects against the orthodox path. Li Tianxing is a prodigy beyond compare. Still young, yet already a golden core cultivator, with nascent soul cultivation assured. He is more than worthy of you. Return to the sect without delay. Do not jeopardize this sacred union. This is a sect decree. Non-compliance is unacceptable. The transmission ceased. The room fell into a suffocating silence, as though space itself had congealed. Su Yaoyao's body stiffened, blood drained from her face, leaving it ghostly pale. My esteemed master, your manner of speaking truly unsettles me. I am your disciple. Must you bind me with a sect decree? Moreover, do you truly believe a sect decree holds any sway over me? Yeah. And that earlier talk of alliance and betrothal, how elegantly phrased. But tell me, do you truly know who Li Tianxing is? He is infamous across the demon path, a deranged fiend. His cultivation art, the Heaven Demon's spirit-draining grand art, thrives on torturing and killing spiritual consorts. Hundreds, perhaps 1,000, female cultivators have perished beneath his hands. And yet you praise him as a celestial prodigy. You betroth me to him. This is no marriage. It is casting me straight into the blazing furnace. It is treating me as discarded cargo, traded away for the Heaven Demon sect's protection. Master, in your eyes, am I Su Yaoyao nothing more than a commodity, waiting only to be sold to the highest bidder? Su Yaoyao's eyes reddened faintly. A single tear welled and spilled. The last fragile thread of loyalty she harbored toward her sect, shattered utterly in that instant. You wish me to return, as a spiritual consort. Did you even ask for my consent? Then allow me to answer you now. Dream on, master. Ever since I was gravely wounded by that individual within the Harmony Union sect, and you chose not to defend me, I ceased owing you anything. A profound sorrow in Su Yaoyao's gaze hardened into steely resolve and ruthless determination. She raised her hand sharply and seized the talisman, fingers clenching, spiritual energy surging. Crack! The priceless, peerless communication talisman shattered instantly into fine dust. As the pink light winked out, the room sank once more into darkness. Uncle, now, I truly have no choice but to cling to you. You won't be able to shake me off, not even if you try. Su Yaoyao let out a hollow laugh, slid slowly down the edge of the bed onto the cold floor, and curled up, knees drawn tight, like a wounded beast quietly licking its wounds. Perhaps on this frigid night, only the distant rhythmic snoring of the old man next door could offer her the faintest whisper of safety. Meanwhile, Li Changsheng sat cross-legged upon his bed, not sleeping deeply but resting lightly, awakened by the spiritual fluctuation emanating from the adjacent room. Immediately thereafter, it felt as though something had been crushed, yet shielded by the formation. The sensation remained vague and indistinct. What madness is this girl stirring up in the dead of night? You may stay awake if you wish, but do not disturb me. Li Changsheng frowned, weighing whether to drag Su Yaoyao out and reprimand her. As for Su Yaoyao's emotional turmoil, it was none of his concern. He was no relation to her. After a moment, sensing the surrounding stillness return, he abandoned the thought. He rolled onto his side, settled into a comfortable posture, and feigned ignorance, slipping swiftly back into deep slumber. The next morning, Li Changsheng was still sound asleep. He had a dream about Jiang Tsuaping giving birth to a bunch of children. Every child was an immortal emperor, and he became the revered ancestor of the Changsheng family, quietly watching his children show off. Still half asleep, the dream had not yet faded. Suddenly, a sharp knocking sound pierced through the air. "Uncle Li, are you home?" Coming, stop knocking, the door's about to fall apart." Li Changsheng yawned and slowly got out of bed to open the door. He recognized Zhang Zheng's voice. Zhang Zheng stood at the door with a serious expression, followed by two law enforcement disciples holding recording jade slips. "Master Zhang, please come in quickly." Li Changsheng greeted him with surprise, stepping aside to clear the way. Zhang Zheng entered the courtyard, glanced around, and seeing nothing unusual, lowered his voice and said, "Uncle Li, I'm here for a routine investigation. To ask about the situation regarding the stone you submitted yesterday." Upon hearing this, Li Changsheng appeared to suddenly realize something. He recalled the moment he submitted the blood slaughter crystal. He had anticipated this step. To be honest, there were still quite a few loopholes in this plan, but I didn't leave any evidence. Innocent until proven guilty. So I am innocent. Oh, what happened to that stone? Did you find something out? Li Changsheng feigned curiosity and asked. Zhang Jing nodded gravely. "We found something out. It's a big problem. Luckily, you submitted it in time, otherwise the consequences would have been unimaginable. The elder specifically asked me to thank you, and to inquire about the specific details of when you found the stone." "No need to thank me." Li Changsheng waved his hand, being honest. "We are also half members of the Qingyun sect. It's my duty to worry for the sect. Just ask whatever you want to know, and I will certainly tell you everything." Upon hearing this, Zhang Zheng's expression softened. Li Changsheng was indeed quite easy to talk to. Moreover, he had a heart for the sect. Such awareness of thought is truly rare. "Just tell me the process of how you found the blood slaughter crystal in detail. If there were any abnormalities, feel free to elaborate." "All right." Li Changsheng nodded. Next, he vividly described the process of picking up the stone. Of course, all the details were carefully crafted. Zhang Jing nodded repeatedly, recording while marveling at Li Changsheng's good fortune. Seeing that the timing was right, Li Changsheng casually asked, "By the way, Master Zhang, yesterday there was quite a commotion at the Qingyun sect. Even in the settlement area, one could see the explosion at Snakehead Peak. Did something big happen?" Zhang Jing sighed and did not conceal it. "After all, this matter could not be hidden. Indeed, something major has happened. Based on the information you provided, the sect thoroughly investigated Snakehead Peak and discovered a great demon there. Although that demon escaped, destroying that place was still considered eliminating a threat." Listening to Zhang Jing speak seriously, Li Changsheng thought to himself, if Li Changsheng had not left a paperman at Lei Lai's place, he might have almost believed it. This immortal gate, always so hypocritical. The Qingyun sect had suffered a hidden loss. "You really don't say anything at all." However, Li Changsheng was too lazy to expose Zhang Jing. His purpose this time was to gather information for the subsequent plan. Li Changsheng spoke with a worried expression. "Will that old demon come back for revenge? Should we, the mortals living at the foot of the mountain, go outside to avoid it?" Zhang Jing straightened his back, looking righteous, and shook his head. "Uncle Li, you can rest assured. The sect master has already issued an order to prepare for battle throughout the sect. Moreover, the sect master has contacted the two major righteous sects, the Tianjin sect and the Zixia sect. They will soon send powerful individuals to provide support. Even if that demon has 3 heads and 6 arms, it won't escape." The 3 major sects joining forces. Li Changsheng's heart stirred. It seemed that this commotion indeed escalated significantly. This was reminiscent of the demon eradication campaign from decades ago. "Yin Hongchen, oh Yin Hongchen, you have truly violated the heavenly laws. If you don't die this time, it would be simply intolerable." Zhang Jing seemed to recall something and suddenly said, "By the way, Uncle Li, in response to the threat from the blood slaughter sect, the sect has specially formed a demon hunting team. Although it mainly consists of inner disciples, some capable outer disciples, and even wandering cultivators have been recruited. Even you as a dismissed disciple are included. As long as you join the team and hunt demons, you can earn merit points. If your merit is sufficient, you can even apply to rejoin the sect's immortal roster. As he spoke, Changsheng looked up at Li Changsheng. Although he knew that Li Changsheng was only at the qi refining stage, he was still the father of Li Dangping. If he had the intention to return to the Qingyun sect, then he should help a bit. Li Changsheng quickly coughed twice and waved his hand to refuse. Cough, cough. No, no, no. At my age, hunting demons. What if I don't catch any demons and end up as a snack for the demon cultivators? Such opportunities to achieve merit should be left for you young people. What kind of joke is this? Join the demon hunting team. Wouldn't that be like walking into the line of fire? I would rather stay at home refining pills and taking care of kids. Zhang Jing merely mentioned it casually. Upon seeing Li Changsheng's refusal, he did not push further. In that case, I won't disturb you any longer. If there is any further news regarding the Bloodslaughter sect, or if you discover any suspicious individuals, feel free to report it. The sect has announced that anyone providing effective leads will be generously rewarded. After finishing, Zhang Jing hurriedly left with the two disciples. After seeing off Zhang Zheng, Li Changsheng returned to the courtyard preparing to start his daily routine. Su Yaoyao was sitting on a stone bench chewing on a blade of grass. With her movements, the bells on her feet and hands jingled. She looked up and glanced at Li Changsheng. Uncle, did those righteous hypocrites leave? Li Changsheng sat down opposite Su Yaoyao and poured himself a cup of tea. They left. He asked me if I had any news about the Bloodslaughter sect. Oh, Su Yaoyao nodded gently, but didn't continue. Looking at Su Yaoyao's lack of understanding, Li Changsheng felt quite helpless. This girl clearly from the Hehuan sect, and both Bloodslaughter sect and Hehuan sect are demonic sects. She could clearly break through from within, so why isn't she willing to help? We are all grasshoppers on the same boat. Li Changsheng made a remark and decided to take the initiative to ask Yaoyao. I know you have channels for information. Could you help me inquire about Yin Hongchen's whereabouts? If you find anything, please let me know. As he said this, Li Changsheng paused for a moment and then spoke again. If I'm not mistaken, Yin Hongchen should be at the nascent soul stage. If Yin Hongchen is dead and we can obtain his nascent soul, your original injury can be treated. Upon hearing this, Su Yaoyao was slightly moved but did not refuse again. We'll give it a try. However, you should not hold out too much hope. After all, I just had a falling out with the Hehuan sect yesterday. It's not easy to obtain information now. If it were a few days ago, I would have confidently promised, but now, it's tough. Seeing Su Yaoyao's dejected expression, Li Changsheng understood. Perhaps everyone has their own difficulties. He did not pursue the matter further. All right, just do your best. Su Yaoyao nodded. This uncle understood when to advance and when to retreat. He did not cling or press for answers. He is really quite considerate. However, the next sentence from Li Changsheng made Su Yaoyao realize that she had been too moved too early. Old men like this uncle are all clueless about romance. Well, let's not talk about the Bloodslaughter sect for now. Aren't you supposed to pay the rent? I see that your heavenly fox charm is quite interesting. When you have time, teach Ningning. Girls should learn some self-defense techniques. It's never a bad idea. Su Yaoyao was stunned. I'm your employee. Working for you for free is one thing, but you want me to pay rent. Li Changsheng smiled, revealing a mouthful of big, white teeth otherwise. Su Yaoyao retorted, have you paid me a salary? Li Changsheng replied, you said back, then that it was fine as long as you had a meal. So, rent is due. Su Yaoyao. Uncle, you are quite ruthless. What you said makes complete sense. However, upon another thought, I have severed ties with the Hehuan sect. Even if I spread the heavenly fox charm, it wouldn't be a problem. Passing the heavenly fox charm to Ningning would instead bind this uncle to my chariot. If that day comes, we can jointly resist the Hehuan sect. Su Yaoyao was silent for a moment, and then said, are you sure you want me to teach it? Aren't you afraid of me leading your daughter astray? Li Changsheng calmly took a sip of tea. What is there to fear? Having more skills is never a burden. Besides, who says charm techniques can only be used to seduce men? As long as they are used well, they can be a form of mental attack. Do you understand what it means to use softness to overcome hardness? Su Yaoyao. This uncle's reasoning is quite thorough, and oddly enough, it makes sense. But seriously, letting a young girl who hasn't matured yet learn charm techniques. This uncle's thought process is indeed different from ordinary people. At this time, a rich aroma of medicine wafted in from the alchemy room, filling their noses. Soon after, Li Yining's excited voice rang out, Daddy. I succeeded. Daddy, look. This is the revitalizing pill I just refined, and it's of the 5th grade. Li Yining rushed out holding a jade bottle like a gust of wind. Her face was smeared with black ash, looking like a little flower cat, but her bright eyes were astonishing. 5th grade. Li Changsheng and Su Yaoyao were both taken aback. Isn't this a bit over the top? How old is Ningning? Li Changsheng took the jade bottle, poured out a round pill that emanated a faint glow. He held it to his nose to smell it. The medicinal power was pure. The pill patterns were clear. It was indeed a 5th grade revitalizing pill. Moreover, the quality was extremely high, even approaching perfection. Su Yaoyao also took the pill, smelled it, and gasped, looking at Li Yining as if she were a monster. Where on earth did this prodigy come from? This is simply too abnormal. Su Yaoyao felt as if her centuries-old understanding of cultivation was about to collapse. In the cultivation world, the rank of an alchemist is typically linked to their cultivation level. To refine higher pills, not only is powerful divine sense needed to control the flame, but also profound spiritual energy is required. Refining a third-tier pill during the qi refinement stage is already the limit. The fifth tier is a realm that can only be approached by golden core stage alchemists. Yet Li Yining shattered this perception. Could it be that Li Yining is a saint body of alchemy? What special physique does she possess that has been hidden by her uncle? Upon thinking of this, Su Yaoyao suddenly felt she had uncovered the truth. Li Changsheng sighed. Although he had long known his daughter had a talent for alchemy, he never expected her gift would be so extraordinary. If Li Yining were sent to Qingyun's sect's pill cauldron peak, the peak master would probably kneel and beg her to become his disciple. Li Changsheng couldn't help but sigh inwardly. What a pity. Such a good seedling, yet she is unwilling to engage in cultivation and prefers to stay by this old man's side. Why is that? At that moment, Li Yining looked up with an expectant expression at Li Changsheng. Father, how was it? Did I do well in my alchemy? Li Changsheng gazed at his daughter's pleading eyes for praise. Although he was shocked inside, he maintained an outwardly calm demeanor. He couldn't let his daughter become too arrogant. Arrogance leads to downfall. Only by remaining humble can one walk further on the path of survival. Li Changsheng placed the pill back in the vial and nodded lightly. It's passable. You can barely be considered a beginner. However, the control was still a bit off. Your hand trembled when collecting the pill, causing a loss of 10% of its efficacy. You still need to keep working hard. Upon hearing this, Li Yining's originally excited face fell instantly. Is it just average? Li Yining felt she had performed exceptionally. She usually could only refine third-tier pills, and her success rate for fourth-tier pills was very low. But now she had directly refined a fifth-tier pill. Did her father still think it was just average? Li Changsheng stood up and clapped his hands. Of course. Don't believe it. Let me show you a trick. Li Yining was momentarily stunned and countered, but father, didn't you say you only knew the basics of alchemy? Silly child. That was a long time ago. Now your father is a high-level alchemist, and it was forced upon me. Li Changsheng couldn't help but complain inwardly. Of course, he couldn't say that in front of the child. He had to maintain his mysterious image. Although your father only knows the basics, I can still show you a thing or two. Li Changsheng smiled, revealing a mouthful of white teeth, his expression pure and innocent. Li Yining. Father, why do I feel like you are just putting on a show? But I have no evidence. At that moment, Li Changsheng stopped talking nonsense and casually grabbed a few ordinary spiritual herbs from the nearby herb basket. He didn't even use a pill furnace. He simply rubbed the herbs between his hands. Whooshed. A golden flame surged in his palm, rapidly melting, purifying, and merging the herbs. In just a few breaths, the flame extinguished, revealing a crystal-clear pill resting in Li Changsheng's palm, with 5 distinct pill patterns visible on its surface. This is the 5th-tier supreme pill, the Calming Heart pill. Wow. Li Yining was dumbfounded. Is this really my father? He only knows a bit, and yet is so impressive. How incredible. Indeed, there are people beyond people and masters beyond masters. What a mysterious father. Who exactly is he, and what kind of terrifying past does he have? Li Yining became increasingly curious about her father. Su Yaoyao, who stood beside her, was also astonished. She was the saintess of the Hahuan sect. She understood more than Li Yining. Moreover, her insights and perspective were much broader. How could this uncle refine pills without a furnace, directly by hand? How is that possible? What kind of wicked method is this? Just how high are this uncle's alchemical skills? No wonder he confidently claimed he could help me heal my injuries. He truly has the ability. Li Changsheng handed the pill to Li Yining and said earnestly, do you see? This is alchemy. The Tao is extremely simple. A true alchemist can use anything as a furnace, and anything can be used as medicine. Your current level is still far from being genuinely good. I really am not putting on a show. Everything is for the purpose of teaching the child. Li Yining held the still warm pill, her eyes filled with stars of admiration. Father is amazing. I want to be like father in the future. Li Changsheng patted her head. Go ahead. Return to the alchemy room and continue practicing, striving to reach your father's level as soon as possible. Li Yining, greatly encouraged, took the pill and rushed back to the alchemy room like a gust of wind. Yes. Watching his daughter leave, Li Changsheng secretly sighed in relief. Luckily, I have the system support. Otherwise, I really wouldn't be able to manage this little demon. That night, Li Yining lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. The image of her father refining pills by hand kept replaying in her mind. Li Yining suddenly felt a strong curiosity towards her seemingly ordinary and even somewhat cowardly father. Who is he really? Why does he have such powerful abilities? What kind of mysterious past does he have? If he is so powerful, why does he hide in this settlement, appearing as if he is about to grow old and die? Li Yining was filled with questions. However, she chose not to ask her father because she knew that even if she did, he would not tell her. Wait, I want to ask father, but I can ask mother. Mother will definitely know about father's matters. Thinking of this, Li Yining quietly got up and ran to Jiang Chuiping's room. Mother, are you asleep? Jiang Chuiping was making shoe soles and was somewhat surprised to hear her daughter's voice. Not yet. Ning, why are you still awake? Li Yining looked up at Jiang Chuiping. Compared to 10 years ago, her mother had visibly aged a lot. Though still plump, there were already wrinkles on her forehead. Her hair remained black, but it was evident that she was on a downward slope. Since Li Yining learned alchemy, she had been paying attention to her mother's health. At first, like her father, she wanted her mother to cultivate. But Jiang Chuiping didn't have a spiritual root. Without a spiritual root, one cannot cultivate. This is the law of heaven and earth, not to be changed by human will. It's just like the aging and mortality of humans. No one can reverse this process. After that, she shifted her focus to alchemy, but it was merely temporarily unfruitful. Li Yining shook her head, dispelling the thoughts in her mind. She climbed onto the bed and nestled into Jiang Chuiping's embrace, softly saying, "Mother, I have something to ask you." Jiang Chuiping was momentarily stunned, and then laughed. "My good daughter, ask away." Li Yining began to ask, "Mother, who exactly is father? I saw him refine pills today. He was so amazing, even more so than those elders in the sect." Jiang Chuiping paused in her sewing, looking at her daughter. A hint of nostalgia flashed in her eyes. "Actually, I don't know how powerful your father really is. All I know is, your father was a disciple of the Qingyun sect who was dismissed from the outer sect. Since the day I married him, he has always looked like this, unchanged for nearly 10 years. It's as if time and illness cannot leave a mark on your father." Li Yining's eyes widened as she listened to her mother. Unaging for 10 years. Is this a disguise? Or is he immortal? Father. At that moment, Li Yining's curiosity about her father reached its peak. Just who are you, father? What are you hiding from me and mother? Wait, is your real identity really that of a dismissed disciple from the Qingyun sect? Could it be that this is also one of your disguises? Otherwise, how could I explain this? Meanwhile, Li Changsheng sat in his room listening to the conversation between the two women through his divine sense, lost in thought. It seems my appearance has indeed not changed for a long time. When I was optimized by the sect, I was 60 years old. Now I have 3 children. I must be nearly 70. For a normal person, 70 is an age where one can be buried. Yet I do not only look unchanged. Moreover, my displayed physical condition is even better than before. This is a bug. Over time, someone will surely notice something amiss. This is troublesome. Should I set a limit for myself? Perhaps I should fake my death every now and then. Li Changsheng kept pondering, wondering if his path had already narrowed. Are there any other choices I can take? He thought about it all night and still couldn't come to a conclusion. As the morning sun shone down, it was somewhat blinding, coupled with the noisy sounds from outside the sect, which interrupted Li Changsheng's thoughts. Since he hadn't figured it out yet, he decided to stop thinking for now. Time will provide me with answers. It's time to go see the outside world. Li Changsheng stepped out of the courtyard. Jiang Chuiping was doing laundry. Su Yao was selling pills. Jingzhe was managing finances. Ning was refining pills. This small family was slowly making progress. Li Changsheng greeted the women and headed towards the central plaza. As he walked, he used his divine sense to cover the surroundings. The whispers around him soon reached his ears. Have you heard? Someone died. Wasn't this news already out? Yesterday, 300 elite disciples from Qingyun sect who entered the eastern continent forest were wiped out completely. Their blood was all drained. That's terrifying. Who did it? Do we even need to ask? It must be the demonic sect. Since the establishment of the Qingyun sect, such a face-slapping incident has never occurred. How is Qingyun sect reacting? I don't know. This matter has caused such a stir. Unless the sect master and the grand elders personally intervene, it won't be resolved. When Li Changsheng reached the central plaza and heard these remarks, his steps paused slightly, his expression darkening. He hadn't expected the blood slaughter sect's counterattack to be so fierce. 2 golden cores and 300 elite disciples. This has already struck at the very foundation of the Qingyun sect. I underestimated the blood slaughter sect. The blood slaughter sect can survive under the siege of the 3 righteous sects, so they definitely have their strengths. I just wonder if the sect master can ask for assistance from the other 2 sects. If not, this will be troublesome. Am I really going to have to flee? Li Changsheng was deep in thought, his expression shifting between gloom and brightness. However, with a family to support, where could he possibly run to? Moreover, once he left the protective range of the Qingyun sect, the likelihood of encountering the Xuesha sect or other demonic cultivators outside was far greater. I cannot just sit and wait for death. Since I cannot evade them, I can only take the initiative to strike. After making up his mind, Li Changsheng had no intention of lingering in the central square any longer. He turned around and returned to his small courtyard. Just as he stepped through the door, he descended into the basement. Sitting cross-legged, he took out a pile of red talisman paper, vermilion powder, and spiritual blood from his storage ring. Paper spirit technique. This was a spell rewarded by the system. Although somewhat unconventional, it was the skill he had used the most times so far. It had proven remarkably effective in survival. Li Changsheng's fingers danced swiftly and spiritual power surged. One by one, lifelike paper figures were cut out. Due to the different methods of crafting the spirit figures, they could produce paper figures with different functions. There were paper figures for reconnaissance like the 1,000-mile eye and the listening wind ear warriors clad in red for battle, and paper figures specifically for masking one's aura. Li Changsheng worked tirelessly for 3 days and nights. He was exhausted and worn out. However, the results were astonishing. The basement was filled with countless paper figures. It was an overwhelming sight. Go! Li Changsheng waved his large sleeves. Hundreds of palm-sized paper figures transformed into streaks of red light, slipping out through the crevices of the underground, spreading out towards the vast mountains surrounding the Qingyun sect. Li Changsheng's idea was simple. That was to use the method of exhaustion. Since he did not know where they were, he would search the surroundings thoroughly. As long as he searched meticulously enough and the range was broad enough, there would surely be results. Moreover, this exhaustive search method could only be employed by Li Changsheng, who possessed the paper spirit secret technique. Others could not replicate it. On the first day, nothing was found. On the second day, nothing was found. On the third day, nothing was found. Wait. Just as Li Changsheng was feeling dejected, a paper figure searching in the eastern continent's great forest suddenly returned with good news. Li Changsheng opened his eyes. His gaze was bright and sharp. Through the perspective of the paper figure, he could see a middle-aged man dressed in blood-red clothing whose attire resembled that of Elder Geo of the Shueisha sect. Moreover, the blood scent was strong. It was undoubtedly a member of the Shueisha sect. There was even a possibility he was an elder. This was a big fish. Li Changsheng's voice was somewhat excited, suppressing his agitation as he took out the red paper figure and infused it with spiritual power. Meanwhile, at the Qingyun sect, at the law enforcement peak, Li paced anxiously within his cave dwelling. Recently, the sect had suffered heavy losses. As a law enforcement elder, the pressure on him was immense. Every day, he was either exterminating demons or on rescue missions, overwhelmed with work. He had no private time left. Li disliked this feeling immensely and increasingly hated the Shueisha sect. At that moment, the red paper figure on the table suddenly emitted a red glow. Li looked up, his eyes brightening as he quickly approached the red paper figure. Hee hee. Ha ha. The red paper figure let out a terrifying cackle, then stood upright, its crimson eyes fixated on Li. Senior. Li felt a chill at his core as he asked tentatively. At that moment, a voice filled with age and authority emerged from the red paper figure. 300 miles southwest in the eastern continent's great forest at the drywood forest. I have discovered traces of the Shueisha sect. Li Changsheng spoke succinctly. He was impersonating a significant figure, maintaining a detached and cool demeanor. To avoid any mistakes, Li was momentarily stunned. Then joy surged within him. Finally, they had found news of that group of mischievous Shueisha sect members. He did not doubt the red paper senior. This was because the red paper senior had previously sent the corpse of Elder Geo along with intel confirming his allegiance. Received. Senior, I will head to exterminate the demons now. In the future, I will definitely express my gratitude to you, Senior. The red paper figure remained silent, quietly swaying, its eyes fixed on Li. Li cupped his hands in salute, roaring in anger as he led dozens of elite disciples riding flying swords towards the drywood forest. In the eastern continent's great forest at the drywood forest, Elder 8 of the Shueisha sect commanded his disciples to set up the blood spirit trapping formation. Their objective was clear, in accordance with the demands of that great figure, to set up the formation to ambush the Qingyun sect members. They had already become enemies with the Qingyun sect. Since ancient times, righteousness and evil could not coexist. Moreover, there was a blood feud between the great figure and the Qingyun sect. Only one of the two sects could survive. Move faster, everyone. Set up the formation quickly. Elder 8 shouted at the surrounding disciples. Most of the disciples he brought were mere underlings. Aside from that, there were those transformed into blood servants by the great figure using the blood god child. Their formation skills might not be very proficient, but they were sufficient. At that moment, a roar from Li suddenly echoed through the sky. As expected, the demons of the Shueisha sect are here. Saying this, Li waved his giant sword with thunderous light swirling around it as he swung it forward, resembling a deity of thunder descending upon the earth. The formation had not yet taken shape. It was shattered by this sword strike. Several disciples of the Shueisha sect were instantly obliterated. Li, Elder 8 looked up, recognizing the visitor, his face immediately paling in shock. He never expected that such a covert operation would be exposed. Stop talking nonsense. Take this. Lei Lai harbored intense hatred for the Shueisha sect and raised his hand to deliver a lethal blow. Retreat. Elder 8 bellowed, showing no desire to fight. This was the Qingyun sect's territory. If they got entangled once the Qingyun sect reinforcements arrived, it would mean death. The priority was to withdraw. Where do you think you're going? Lei Lai would not let this big fish escape, relentlessly pursuing. One chased, one fled. They soon left the drywood forest and arrived at a deep valley. The valley was perilous, surrounded by mountains, and the complex terrain made escape even more difficult. Looking ahead, Lei Lai could not help but reveal a faint smile. Truly, heaven was aiding him. He had chosen this graveyard for you. If I cannot kill you here, I will no longer bear the surname Lei. However, Lei Lai realized that he would soon no longer be named Lei, because he noticed that Elder 8 was no longer fleeing, and strange laughter echoed around him. A very bad premonition surged in his heart. Kik. Immediately after, 3 blood-red pillars of light shot up into the sky, forming a massive barrier that trapped Lei Lai within. 3 figures emerged from the shadows. All were at the golden core stage. Together with Elder 8, there were a total of 4 golden cores. Kik. Do you all wish for my death? Little did you know it's your flesh and blood that I desire. I have been fishing for several days. If you had not appeared, I would have been truly disappointed. Elder 8's face showed no hint of panic. Instead, it was replaced by mockery and cruelty. Sometimes the line between hunter and prey can become very blurred. In certain situations, the positions of the hunter and the prey can instantly reverse. Lei Lai's face turned pale as he watched this scene unfold. He had fallen into a trap. For golden cores from the Shueisha sect combined with the power of the formation. How could he fight this? It was utterly impossible. Despicable. Lei Lai roared in anger, having resolved in his heart that even if he had to fight to the death, he would bite off a piece of flesh from these demons. Elder 8 and the other 3 elders, however, looked confident, greedily eyeing Lei Lai's flesh. For some reason, seeing Lei Lai's desperate state only excited them. Indeed, joy is often built upon sorrow. Thank you for the compliment. But now you can go die. Saying this, the 4 golden core cultivators of the Shueisha sect unleashed their spells, launching a fierce assault on Lei Lai. Their methods were ruthless and without restraint. Lei Lai could only fight desperately. It was a pity that Li Dangping had not yet emerged from the sword tomb. In the end, he still could not catch a glimpse of his precious disciple. Meanwhile, hiding in the shadows, Li Changsheng and Su Yaoyao felt extremely helpless as they witnessed this scene. He initially did not wish to intervene. However, he had no choice but to act, as this was crucial to his subsequent plans. After checking and confirming that his and Su Yaoyao's disguises were flawless, spiritual power surged in his throat. A hoarse, elderly sigh suddenly echoed in the valley. Alas! 4 against 1. You Shueisha sect truly have no shame. Before his words fell, countless red paper money suddenly descended from the void above the valley. They swirled and danced in the air. Following that, 2 figures slowly emerged from the flurry of paper money. On the left was a person dressed in a blue robe, wearing a bamboo hat, surrounded by numerous red paper figures obscuring their features. On the right was a figure clad in pink gauze, barefoot, and hovering in the air with enchanting fox-like eyes that exuded charm, but also bore a chilling, killing intent. Who? The faces of Elder 8 and the others changed drastically. This was extremely bad. They had not even noticed when these 2 individuals appeared. Those here to take your lives. Li Changsheng wasted no words. He gestured to Su Yaoyao and directly attacked. Su Yaoyao acted first, her 9-tailed celestial fox phantom appearing, enveloping the scene in a pink allure. To avoid revealing her true background, she did not use the skills of the Hahuan sect, but rather employed a more general charm technique. Enchanting all beings. The 4 golden core elders felt their souls blur, sensing a captivating woman had appeared before them, making it impossible to look away, their movements slowed by a beat. Li Changsheng seized the opportunity and struck, instantly forming seals with his hands as he murmured incantations. Paper figures come forth, transform into soldiers. In the next second, the swirling red paper figures seemed to come to life, rapidly expanding and transforming into redrobed warriors wielding weapons. They surged forward like dumplings towards the 4 elders. Although these paper figures were only at the foundation establishment stage, their overwhelming numbers made up for it. Hundreds against 4. Moreover, they were fearless in death. Who could withstand this? Taking advantage of the chaos among the 4, a cold light flashed in Li Changsheng's eyes. The real killing move was yet to come. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 barely perceptible cold lights mixed among the countless paper figures shot towards the 2 weakest golden core elders. These were the soul-pursuing needles coated with deadly poison. 2 screams rang out almost simultaneously. The 2 elders clutched their necks, their bodies rapidly turning black and rotting. In just a few breaths, they had turned into puddles of blood. The Qing-clad cultivator incarnated by Li Changsheng instantly killed 2 golden core experts upon his arrival, immediately reigning over the scene. They were almost stunned with fear. What kind of monster is this Qing-clad cultivator? How is he so terrifying? There are still 2 left. Li Changsheng turned his head, his gaze landing on the 8th elder, and another golden core speaking flatly devoid of any emotion. It was as if he had merely squashed 2 ants. With a flick of his hand, a paper man appeared in his palm once more. Run! The 8th elder, terrified to his core, had no intention of fighting back and turned to flee. He even sacrificed that companion. At this moment, Lei Lai finally regained his senses from the shock, regardless of the origins of the 2 newcomers. They were allies. What mattered most now was to eliminate the Blood Fiend sect members. With a push of his right foot, his figure transformed into a streak of lightning, striking toward the elder behind him. Pucci! The elder was already paralyzed with fear, and with Su Yaoyao's enchanting technique interfering, he was utterly defenseless. He was cleaved in half by a single sword strike. As for the 8th elder, he burned his life essence, desperately transforming into a streak of blood light, vanishing into the horizon. Li Changsheng's gaze followed the direction in which the 8th elder fled. He did not pursue, for his spiritual energy had already been depleted by half. Controlling so many paper men consumed an immense amount of spiritual energy. As for the other half of his energy, Li Changsheng was a cunning cultivator. How could a cunning cultivator possibly expend all his spiritual energy? Concealing one's trump cards, concealing one's divine abilities, concealing one's spiritual energy. When presenting oneself, one could only ever show half of the truth. Safety was the utmost priority. At this moment, Li Changsheng turned to look at Lei Lai. Lei Lai was covered in blood, but it wasn't his own, it was that of his enemies. Sensing the gaze of the Qing-clad man upon him, he respectfully clasped his hands. I am Lei Lai Jr. Thank you for saving my life, Senior. After saying this, he turned to look at Su Yaoyao beside him. Although he felt that this woman had an aura somewhat akin to that of a demon cultivator, since she was with this senior, she must be an ally, not an enemy. Thank you for your assistance, Fairy. Su Yaoyao covered her mouth and chuckled lightly, remaining silent. She stood quietly behind Li Changsheng, playing the role of a compliant maid. With Su Yaoyao's presence, Li Changsheng's image appeared even more majestic and mysterious. Li Changsheng looked at Lei Lai, and his aged hoarse voice drifted over. Rise. I am merely following orders. With this single statement, the identity of the Qing-clad cultivator became even more enigmatic. Indeed, in the outside world, identities are self-assigned. Lei Lai was taken aback and asked in confusion, "May I inquire whose orders you follow?" Li Changsheng gestured to the surrounding red paper, revealing a meaningful smile, but offered no further explanation. He then waved his large sleeve. The myriad of paper men instantly turned to ashes. He and Su Yaoyao vanished in a swirl of red mist. It's best to know when to stop. There was no need to make things too explicit. They would naturally fill in the blanks themselves. Lei Lai stared blankly at the disappearing Qing-clad cultivator and Fairy standing still. He felt that the identity of the Qing-clad cultivator had become even more mysterious. Following orders, by the command of the red paper. So the Qing-clad cultivator and the Fairy were subordinates of the red paper true person. What background does the red paper true person have? What purposes does he have in intervening in the battle between the Qingyun sect and the Blood Fiend sect? Lei Lai couldn't make sense of it, but he was very grateful for the Qing-clad cultivator saving his life. He deeply bowed to the void. Then he turned and flew toward the Qingyun sect. At the Qingyun sect, in the main hall of the sect leader Yun Song, Zinren's expression changed unpredictably after hearing Lei Lai's report. The Qing-clad cultivator, instantly killing golden cores. Paper men as soldiers. Each word stimulated his nerves. So the Qing-clad cultivator and that female cultivator are both subordinates of the red paper true person. The situation has become increasingly complex. Just how strong is the red paper true person who can casually send 2 golden core supports? He did not know, but it was certainly far more terrifying than he imagined. When did such frightening cultivators appear in the entire eastern continent? Could it be that some ancient monsters have emerged? After a moment, Lei Lai thought for a while and asked sect leader, "Now that the Blood Fiend sect is pressing in, the law enforcement peak is under immense pressure, how about we seek help from the Tianjin sect and Zixia sect?" Yun Song Zinren's face revealed a hint of anger upon hearing this. Humph, those 2 old foxes refused. Lei Lai was greatly shocked and somewhat puzzled. Why not? We are all part of the righteous path. We need to help each other. Yun Song Zinren gritted his teeth. Their excuse sounds nice. They claim that there are demon cultivators causing chaos within their sect, and they cannot spare any effort. In reality, they just want to watch us, the Qingyun sect and the Blood Fiend sect, fight to the bitter end and then reap the benefits themselves. Upon hearing this, Lei Lai felt a chill run from his feet to the crown of his head. If there is no support from the two major sects, relying solely on the Qingyan sect, it would be very difficult to deal with the Blood Fiend sect. In truth, the elders of the Blood Fiend sect are not that terrifying. What is truly frightening is the Blood Sun Yin Hongshan. The technique of the Blood Sun is too perverse. It not only makes Yin Hongshan extremely difficult to kill, but as long as there is blood present, he can continuously produce bloodmen. If it turns into a war of attrition, it would really be impossible to defeat the Blood Fiend sect. At this moment, Yin Songzhenren seemed to think of something, turning to look at Lei Lai. Actually, we can seek help from the red paper true person. Since he is willing to help you, it indicates goodwill towards the Qingyan sect. If the red paper true person lends us his support, we can join forces to eliminate Yin Hongshan. The remaining members of the Blood Fiend sect would not be worthy of fear. Lei Lai hesitated for a moment upon hearing this. He'll give it a try. Though he said this, the red paper true person is too mysterious. Would he truly be willing to lend a helping hand? Lei Lai felt uncertain. Lei Lai returned to his cave, took out the red paper man, and infused it with spiritual energy. Buzz! The paper man trembled slightly, and a mysterious aura instantly spread out. Meanwhile, at the Li family's courtyard, Li Changsheng was sitting in a rocking chair holding a piece of spiritual melon, having just taken a bite. It seemed he sensed something halting his movements. A playful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He then leisurely took out a piece of red paper and pressed it to his forehead. Connecting his divine sense, the alias of Red Paper True Person went online. The red paper man in Lei Lai's hand suddenly inflated like it was being pumped with air, and then it slowly stood upright, hovering in midair, its blood-red eyes watching him with an eerie intensity. What is it now? The voice of Li Changsheng, transformed into the red paper true person, was somewhat annoyed. Lei Lai trembled stutteringly, saying, I am Lei Lai, a junior, paying my respects to the senior. Senior, the Qingyan sect is in great trouble. Li Changsheng asked, is it regarding the Blood Fiend sect? Lei Lai nodded yes. Li Changsheng pretended to ponder for a moment before unceremoniously unleashing a tirade. What a bunch of useless people. Such a large sect like Qingyan sect can't even handle a severely injured member of the Blood Fiend sect. I feel ashamed for your ancestors. This torrent of scolding left Lei Lai dumbfounded. If anyone else dared to insult the Qingyan sect like this, he would have drawn his sword and attacked. But facing the unfathomable red paper true person, he didn't dare utter a word. Because what was said was the truth. Only true disdain would provoke such harsh criticism. Lei Lai felt a glimmer of hope arise. The fact that he was scolding them indicated that he still cared. Lei Lai lowered his head even further, his voice choked. Your words are indeed correct, senior. We are incompetent and feel ashamed before our ancestors. But there are still thousands of innocent young disciples within the sect. I implore you, senior, to extend your support to the Qingyan sect for the sake of those innocent disciples. After saying this, Lei Lai bowed heavily 3 times, causing his forehead to bleed. The ground was stained red with blood. The paper man hovered silently in the air. After a long time, the aged voice finally spoke again, tinged with a hint of helplessness. Very well. Although I dislike meddling in affairs, I cannot bear to see the suffering of living beings. Upon hearing this, Lei Lai abruptly raised his head, his eyes filled with ecstatic joy. Thank you, senior. Li Changsheng interrupted him. Don't be in such a hurry to thank me. I am not the caretaker of the Qingyan sect. I can intervene, but I have conditions. Lei Lai did not hesitate. Please speak, senior. As long as you can support the Qingyan sect, I will agree to any conditions you propose. Li Changsheng controlled the paper man to slowly float in front of Lei Lai, speaking each word clearly. I want Yin Hongshan's nascent soul. And it must be alive. Lei Lai was taken aback upon hearing this. Yin Hongshan's nascent soul. And it must be alive. This is a bit difficult. Righteous cultivators typically kill demon cultivators, directly annihilating their spirits. Only those who practice evil arts or refine certain forbidden pills would need a living nascent soul. Could it be that this senior is also from the demonic path? A trace of doubt flashed through Lei Lai's mind. However, he quickly suppressed this thought. Regardless of whether he is righteous or demonic, as long as he can save the Qingyan sect, even if he is a ghost, he is a good ghost. Moreover, Yin Hongshan is originally a demon. Taking his nascent soul for whatever purpose is not excessive. After some thought, Lei Lai cautiously asked, Senior, does it have to be alive? Li Changsheng replied impatiently, of course. A dead nascent soul has lost its spirit. I wouldn't even feed it to a dog. If you agree, I will intervene at a critical moment. Lei Lai did not dare to hesitate any longer and quickly agreed. I agree. Rest assured, senior. As long as I can capture Yin Hongshan, his nascent soul will definitely be delivered to you with both hands. The paper man let out a soft grunt, and then its voice disappeared again. The red paper man lost its luster, transforming back into an ordinary piece of cut paper, falling onto the table. Lei Lai, however, still did not dare to rise for a long time. His back was already soaked with cold sweat. The aura of this senior was simply too strong. The kind of arrogance that regards a nascent soul as mere grass, that high and mighty demeanor. It was simply more terrifying than the sect leader. This is truly a super big shot, and filled with a sense of wickedness. I really don't know if seeking help from such a person is a blessing or a curse for the Qingyun sect. After a moment, Lei Lai let out a long breath, carefully putting away the paper man. He then walked toward the sect leader's hall of the Qingyun sect. He needed to have a serious discussion with the sect leader. Half an hour later, in the main hall of the sect, Master Yun Song listened to Lei Lai's report, his expression dark as if water could drip from it. The red paper master wants a living nascent soul. How ruthless. I'm afraid this red paper master is not a kind soul. As a nascent soul cultivator, he understood all too well the value and utility of a living nascent soul. Generally, righteous cultivators would not be so cruel. The red paper master is even more ruthless than the demonic path. Lei Lai raised his head, glancing at the master with concern. Master, I have already promised Qingyun sect this shouldn't. Master Yun Song smiled faintly. A promise is a promise. Since the red paper master wants to make use of waste, let him have it. Yin Hongchun is a demonic cultivator. We need not feel sorry for him. Lei Lai nodded. The master made a valid point. When dealing with demonic cultivators, where is the question of cruelty? Meanwhile, on another side, Li Changsheng slowly opened his eyes after severing his connection with the paper man. He took a bite of the remaining half of the spirit melon, chewing loudly. Done. I found a free henchman to exhaust Yin Hongchun. I also booked the spoils of war. I can make Qingyun sect grateful for my help. Killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Perfect. Li Changsheng was in high spirits. As for whether to take action later. Of course he would take action, but most likely from behind the scenes. At this moment, Su Yao Yao walked over and sat down next to Li Changsheng, snatching the remaining spirit melon from him and tossing it into her mouth, smiling. Uncle, will our plan really succeed? Li Changsheng replied, I don't know. But if we don't try, who will know? But, Su Yao Yao began. Li Changsheng asked, but what? Su Yao Yao replied, nothing. The two suddenly fell silent. After a moment, Su Yao Yao seemed to think of something and spoke up again. Uncle, if one day I disappear, will you come looking for me? Li Changsheng shook his rocking chair, thought seriously for a moment, and answered, I probably would. Otherwise, who would do the work at Li's pharmacy? Upon hearing this, Su Yao Yao chuckled softly. Was it just because of Li's pharmacy? Hearing this answer, she felt inexplicably disappointed. It's just so strange. I don't even know what I'm disappointed about. But my time is really running out. That woman's sect order cannot be resisted just by shattering a jade slip. In fact, Li Changsheng sensed something was off with Su Yao Yao beside him. However, he didn't ask further, fearing trouble. A girl like Su Yao Yao from a powerful faction is a source of disaster. Once you ask, you might provoke karma. Therefore, the best way is to not ask and pretend to know nothing. Yet Li Changsheng did not realize that in the mortal realm some things simply cannot be avoided. Since the moment he agreed to stay with Su Yao Yao, the wheels of fate began to turn. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, a week had passed. The conflict between the two sects not only did not subside, but escalated further. The head of the sea-watching peak of Qingyun sect was schemed against by the Blood Shura sect's master, resulting in the death of 10 Foundation establishment disciples. Qingyun sect was furious. Master Yun Song personally led a team to eradicate the Blood Shura sect. This officially meant that the two sects' conflict had escalated from covert skirmishes to small-scale clashes. Conflicts erupted daily. Cultivators were dying every day. Most of the dead were from Qingyun sect. As for the Blood Shura sect, although there were casualties, they were few. Because Yin Hongchun training in the blood god technique could sustain war with blood, creating blood warriors. Blood warriors could participate in combat, possessing immense power and almost no weaknesses. They are difficult to kill. Qingyun sect faced these demonic beings with their flesh and blood, leading to significant casualties. Li Changsheng was not idle either. He was in seclusion in the basement. The reason for his retreat was not for cultivation, but to use paper men to thoroughly investigate the Blood Shura sect's information. Since it was a matter of life and death, it was a fight to the death. Li Changsheng would devote all his energy to this task. Survival does not mean doing nothing. If you provoke karma, you must eradicate the root. It must end in death. To eliminate karma is the true meaning of survival. Of course, the results were also quite fruitful. After discovering the Blood Shura sect's whereabouts, Li Changsheng reported it to Qingyun sect. By using this method, he secretly killed 4 golden core members of the Blood Shura sect. This made the Blood Shura sect members question their lives. They had hidden well, so why were they discovered by Qingyun sect? This doesn't make sense, right? Although some occasionally discovered the existence of the paper man, they never thought in that direction. It's just an ordinary paper man. What's so strange about that? On the contrary, they speculated in the direction of celestial mechanics. Could it be that Qingyun sect has a powerful figure adept at predicting heavenly mechanisms? If that's the case, no matter how well they hide, it's useless. What Li Changsheng did not expect was that his actions accelerated the decisive battle between the two sects. Qingyun sect. In the Sword Tomb. The Sword Tomb is a sacred place for sword cultivators shrouded in sword qi year-round. Ordinary cultivators without sword talent find it difficult to move here and may even suffer from sword qi entering their bodies, shattering their meridians. However, at this moment deep within the Sword Tomb, a young figure sat quietly among the thousands of swords like a drawn sword. He wore a blue robe of a true disciple, and though he had not yet donned a crown, there was already an imposing aura about him, especially in his eyes, where sword light flickered sharp and fierce. This was Li Dangping. Ever since he was poisoned, Li Dangping's mindset had changed. He took the initiative to enter the Sword Tomb to cultivate, and had continued to do so until now. If nothing unexpected happened, he would continue cultivating like this. Buzz. At this moment, an unexpected event occurred. With a crisp sound, a special summons from Qingyun sect transformed into a stream of light and shot through the air. Li Dangping opened his eyes, his pupils like two sharp swords, the sword qi rolling. He caught the sect's token, and with a sweep of his divine sense, his expression suddenly turned grim. Qingyun is in danger. Blood Shura invades. The mountain gate is stained with blood. The lineage is tarnished. Today, in the name of the sect leader, I announce to the entire sect, all disciples of Qingyun, regardless of where you are, whether in seclusion or in the mortal realm, return immediately. Prepare for war. Those who retreat will be expelled from the sect. Those who fight to the death will have their heroic spirits live on. Li Dangping's face turned dark after reading the message. Is the situation already this urgent? Summoning the disciples. Preparing for war. To be honest, Li Dangping's first reaction upon receiving the message was how troublesome to leave seclusion. It would be better to remain in the Sword Tomb to cultivate. But then he thought of his father, mother, and sister living in the settlement area at the foot of Qingyun Mountain. He immediately became anxious. In the battle of the immortal sects, ordinary people would suffer. Whether Qingyun sect wins or loses, it poses a significant danger to the ordinary people in the settlement area. As he pondered, Li Dangping's heart tightened, and he could no longer sit still. No way. I must leave seclusion. As he spoke, the rusty sword behind him let out a low hum, seemingly sensing its owner's anxiety. The sword qi surged into the sky, and Li Dangping's figure flickered, transforming into a beam of sword light that shot out of the Sword Tomb. In the Law Enforcement Peak's Grand Hall, Lei Lai was busy directing disciples to allocate resources and set up defenses, as well as leading a team to exterminate demons based on the information from the Red Paper Master. He had become the busiest person in Qingyun sect. At this moment, suddenly a beam of sword light descended. Li Dangping jumped down from the flying sword and respectfully bowed to Lei Lai. Master. Lei Lai glanced at Li Dangping, a hint of relief flashing in his eyes. Ping, you have come out of seclusion. Li Dangping nodded. The sect has issued an order for all to prepare for war. I am a true disciple of the law enforcement, so I naturally cannot shirk my duty. Upon hearing this, Lei Lai was even more satisfied. Look at Ping's awareness. This child, if he survives, will surely be the pillar of Qingyun sect in the future. Lei Lai's divine sense swept over Li Dangping, and he was somewhat surprised. Not bad. Peak of Qi refining 9th layer. Sword intent is solidified. Generally, Foundation establishment cultivators may not be your match. It seems you have gained a lot from your time in the Sword Tomb. Li Dangping smiled slightly. He did not explain anything. The peak of Qi refining 9th layer was merely the cultivation level he presented to the outside world. In fact, half a year ago, he could already slay mid-Foundation establishment cultivators with a single sword strike. Then he shifted the topic back to business. Li Dangping said, Master, I have a request. What is it? Lei Lai asked. Li Dangping replied, I want to return to the settlement area. Perhaps worried that Lei Lai would not agree, he quickly added, My family is still in the settlement area. Moreover, the settlement area is independent of Qingyun sect's large array. If the Blood Shura sect invades the settlement area, we'll be the first to suffer. I am really worried. I want to ensure my family's safety first. Upon hearing this, Lei Lai was taken aback. Looking at this disciple who usually only knew of sword practice and had a cold personality, he was now so anxious because of his family. His heart softened involuntarily. Most cultivators sever their ties to the mortal world, yet Li Dangping had never been able to walk away from it, or whether this was a good or bad thing, he did not know. However, for both emotional and rational reasons, he could not refuse this request. It's rare for you to have such filial piety. Go ahead. But you must remember the settlement area is currently a mix of fish and dragons, and the spies of the Blood Shura sect may be among them. Although your swordsmanship is commendable, you lack experience in the martial world. Remember, be careful in everything, and do not act rashly. As he spoke, Lei Lai reached out his hand to help Li Dangping up. Yes, thank you for your support, Master. Ping was overjoyed, bowing deeply to Lei Lai. Then he turned and soared on his sword, transforming into a stream of light, rushing down the mountain. in the settlement area due to the impact of the war peace had long been lost. People on the streets hurried by looking flustered. Many shops had closed down. Only a few were barely holding on. Li's pharmacy was one of them. Although Li Changsheng did not want to open the shop in order to maintain his persona and gather intelligence, he continued to operate as usual. Dad, does this pill really have to be sold at such a low price? The prices of medicinal materials have skyrocketed, we are practically doing charity here. Li Yining stood behind the counter busily sorting through herbs while muttering softly. Li Changsheng sat in a rocking chair holding a dry smoking pipe and said leisurely, Ning Ning, we are selling life-saving medicine. Now is a chaotic time. If we earn a little less, so be it. If someone survives because of our pills, it counts as saving a life. Oh, Li Yining nodded, somewhat understanding. At that moment, Li Changsheng seemed to sense something and frowned. Immediately after, the door of the pharmacy was violently kicked open, and a burly man with a face full of flesh swaggered in, flanked by 2 lackeys. The man exuded the initial aura of Foundation establishment, clearly not someone to be trifled with. Where's the boss? He shouted loudly, creating chaos as he entered. Nearby, several qi refining cultivators who were buying medicine trembled in fear, not daring to purchase anything, and hurriedly fled. Li Changsheng frowned slightly. Looking for trouble. It has been a long time since anyone has come to stir up trouble. The last one this bold must have turned to dust in their grave. Li Changsheng silently mocked, and then put on a flattering smile as he approached. Esteemed immortal, how may I serve you? The burly man shoved Li Changsheng aside with such force that an ordinary elderly man would likely have broken bones. Stop wasting time. Li Changsheng stumbled back a few steps, steadying himself against the counter, a flash of killing intent crossing his eyes. He had already made up his mind. After the burly man left the pharmacy, he would secretly kill him. The man reached the counter and grabbed a bottle of pills, sniffing it. The quality is not bad. They'll take this bottle of revitalizing pills, and this bottle of chi-boosting pills, and the blood-stopping pills. I want them all. As he spoke, the burly man tucked the pills into his clothes and turned to leave. Li Changsheng quickly blocked his path, a troubled expression on his face, saying, Esteemed immortal, please wait. You haven't paid yet. Hearing this, the burly man stopped, turned around, and glared at Li Changsheng with fierce eyes. Money. Old man, are you asking me for money? Do you know who I am? I am from the Fong family of Cloud City. Right now, I am helping the Qingyun sect hunt down demon cultivators. Taking your pills is showing respect. This is requisition, do you understand? Upon hearing this, Li Changsheng's expression darkened even further. Esteemed immortal, these are what we painstakingly refined. Our whole family relies on this for a living. The burly man slapped him with a backhand. Li Changsheng pretended to fall and narrowly dodged, but the wind from the slap knocked several bottles off the counter, shattering them on the floor. Old fool, you think you can disrespect me? Believe it or not, I can chop you up right now and smash this crummy shop. The burly man was furious. In his hand appeared a large ghost-headed knife, pointing at the fallen Li Changsheng. Li Yining hid behind the counter, clutching a jade bottle tightly, her eyes filled with anger and ready to throw it. In the backyard, Su Yaoyao narrowed her eyes, gathering her spiritual energy at her fingertips. However, Li Changsheng's temper was surprisingly mild. Requisitioning my medicine and smashing my shop. Very good. Excellent. I initially just wanted to kill you secretly. Now I think I'll wipe out your whole family. Who told me to be such a petty golden core cultivator? Though Li Changsheng thought this in his heart, he still maintained a compliant front. Esteemed immortal, please calm down. I was blind and didn't recognize your greatness just now. Since you want my medicine, feel free to take it. The burly man chuckled smugly, his tone still aggressive. No need for money. Li Changsheng shook his head. No need for money. That's more like it. In the future, keep your eyes open when dealing with people. It is a blessing for you that this esteemed immortal has taken a liking to your pills. Don't hesitate and stall. The burly man's tone softened a bit, but his hand still held the big knife, intimidating everyone around them into trembling. However, at that moment, a clear and melodious sound of a sword echoed. Clang. The sword light was too fast, so fast that even the Foundation establishment burly man had no time to react. With a soft sound, the burly man's hand holding the knife was severed at the wrist. The cut was smooth as a mirror, blood gushing forth and staining the ground. Only then did the burly man feel the intense pain and let out a shrill scream. Who dares to ambush me? He clutched his severed wrist, looking in terror towards the door. There stood a young man dressed in the garb of a true disciple of the Qingyun sect, holding a rusty long sword, slowly walking in against the light. The young man's face was stern, his eyes like ice, exuding a chilling, killing intent. This person was Li Dongping, who had rushed back from the Qingyun sect. True disciple of the Qingyun sect. The burly man saw the clothes on the young man and was utterly terrified. The status of a true disciple of the Qingyun sect was extremely significant. Even the city lord of Cloud City would treat them with respect. How could he dare to act recklessly? The burly man quickly stammered, It's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. I came to help. Li Dangping coldly looked at him, shaking his long sword, the tip aimed directly at the burly man's throat. Help? Robbing me in my own store and trying to harm my father, and you call that helping? The burly man realized he was in the wrong and suddenly fell to his knees, pleading for mercy. Spare me, young hero. I was wrong. I did not recognize your greatness. I am willing to give you everything to make amends. Too late. Li Dangping spoke coldly. Such trash who bullies the weak and takes advantage of the fire is a disaster to leave alive. Die. The sword light flashed, and a fine head rolled away. The second in command of the Fong family of Cloud City, a foundation establishment cultivator, died on the spot. The other two lackeys were so scared they wet their pants and scrambled out. The pharmacy returned to silence, only the faint smell of blood lingered. Li Dangping sheathed his sword, took a deep breath, and calmed his agitated emotions. He turned around, looking at the somewhat cowardly old man in front of him. His gaze instantly softened. Father, I, your son, am unfilial for returning late. Li Dangping quickly stepped forward, wanting to support his father. Suddenly, a surge of heroic spirit welled up in his heart. The dream of protecting his family he had set long ago. Now it was being realized step by step. Father, I will protect the family from now on. However, the touching scene he had envisioned of embracing his father did not occur. Slap. Li Changsheng suddenly slapped the back of Li Dangping's head. Though the force was not great, the sound was loud. Li Dangping felt the pain on the back of his head and was stunned. The bold words he was about to say were directly knocked back into his stomach. Li Yining and Su Yaoyao were also stunned. What was going on? The son had so heroically saved his father, cutting down a foundation establishment cultivator. This was a display of genius capable of killing above his level. Shouldn't the father be moved to tears, proclaiming that his son possessed the bearing of a great emperor? Why was he still hitting him? At this moment, Li Changsheng maintained a stern expression, pointing at Li Dangping's nose and starting to scold. You brat. Who told you to take action? Huh. That was a foundation establishment cultivator. Do you know what a foundation establishment cultivator is? What if he has accomplices? What if he has hidden weapons? You cut off his head, but have you thought about the consequences? What is the first rule of the Qingyun sect? You must not recklessly fight in areas where mortals gather, and you cannot kill indiscriminately. What are you doing? You are causing trouble for the sect. You are also bringing trouble to our family. Li Changsheng grew more agitated as he spoke, spitting words in anger, looking like he was filled with regret. Li Dangping was completely stunned by the scolding. Was it really that exaggerated? He opened his mouth, wanting to argue, Father, but he wanted to kill you. Did he dare? This is the settlement area under Qingyun's feet. He was just trying to scare me, wanting to extort some pills. Just give him some pills, and it's a case of broken wealth avoiding disaster. Got it? You come right in and cut off his head. Now that this enmity is formed, how will our family do business in the future? How can we live peacefully? How many times have I taught you? When encountering trouble, you must endure. You must survive. If you can't win, run away. Li Dangping lowered his head, tightly gripping the sword in his hand, his knuckles turning white, filled with grievance and confusion. Father, I am already strong enough. I can protect you, no longer needing to endure. Why must you still make me endure? I cultivate to protect the family. However, as Li Dangping looked at his father's face, which was turning red with fear, all his words got stuck in his throat, unable to be spoken. His father was only at the qi refinement stage, and he was already very old. His father's thinking was still at the level of avoiding disaster through financial loss. Explaining this to him was completely useless. Perhaps in his father's eyes, he would forever just be a child who had not grown up and could only cause trouble. And his father was merely an ordinary old qi refinement cultivator. How could he understand the world of cultivators? How could he understand the pride of a sword cultivator? Father, I understand I was wrong. In the end, Li Dangping released his grip on the sword, speaking softly, his voice filled with helplessness. The feeling of returning as a hero but being treated as a troublemaker made his heart feel blocked. It's good that you understand your mistake. You have only returned once after such a long time. I wouldn't want to scold you, but killing in public is still wrong. Li Changsheng, seeing the opportunity, snorted and turned around to tidy the disarrayed counter. But no one saw as he turned his back to Li Dangping. A flash of deep heartache and pride crossed his once murky old eyes. Silly boy, your father is not scolding you. Your father is protecting you. Although your sword move was impressive, it was also too ostentatious. Killing in public is not allowed. But it is permissible to kill secretly. In this brutal and perilous world of cultivation, exposing one's brilliance too early is not a good thing. Only by making you think I am a coward will you be more cautious, ensuring that you do not develop a reliance mentality because of my presence as a backdoor. Only in this way can you truly grow into a towering tree amid future storms. Li Changsheng observed Li Dangping, who appeared to be deep in thought, unsure if he understood. He then waved his hand, his voice softening a bit. All right, stop standing there. Since you are back, go see your mother, sister, and younger brother in the backyard. They have all missed you. And put away that broken sword of yours with that aura of killing. Don't scare the children. Yes. Li Dangping silently sheathed his sword and then turned to walk towards the backyard. As night fell, the Li family sat together for a reunion dinner. Jiang, sipping continuously, served her son dishes, her eyes brimming with an abundance of affection. Come on, eat more. You must not be eating well at the sect. You look so thin. Mother, am not thin. Ooh, I've become a cultivator, and my body is strong now. Li Dangping held his bowl. Though he said this, he continued to eat heartily. This was the taste of home. Li Dangping, being a young man, couldn't help but share his experiences during his seclusion in the sword tomb and the tales from the sect. As he spoke with excitement, his brows danced with animation. Father, mother, you have no idea, deep within the sword tomb, that broken sword suddenly. Li Changsheng suddenly coughed twice, interrupting him. Cough, cough. Just eat your meal. What are you talking about killing and fighting for? And what's with this sword tomb being so dangerous? In the future, avoid such dangerous places. Li Dangping's smile froze at these words. The enthusiasm he had just ignited was dampened halfway. Father, sword cultivators need to. Li Changsheng shot him a glare. Need to what? Need life or need swords? Let me tell you, surviving is the hard truth. Sword cultivators must also pay attention to safety. Do you understand? Li Dangping tightened his grip on his chopsticks, took a deep breath, and forcibly suppressed his rebuttal. Father, I understand. He lowered his head and sulkily dug into his rice. It was really hard to have a conversation with his cautious father. At this moment, Li Yining looked at her brother's aggrieved expression and mysteriously leaned in closer, pulling out a delicate jade bottle. She handed it to Li Dangping. Brother, this is a special sugar bean I refined just for you. Why don't you give it a try? Hearing this, Li Dangping looked into his sister's bright, sparkling eyes, and the gloom in his heart faded considerably. Thank you. Saying this, he reached out and took the jade bottle, pouring out a round pill. Without thinking much, Li Dangping tossed it into his mouth. After all, this was his own sister. How could she harm him? However, in the next moment, the overwhelming medicinal power exploded within him. Around him, the spiritual energy gathered into a vortex, and his aura surged higher and higher. What? This is a sugar bean. How could it be more terrifying than the effects of a pill? Li Dangping's face instantly turned red, his eyes wide and veins bulging on his forehead. Ugh, so hot. Li Dangping felt as if he had swallowed a sun. The spiritual power within him erupted uncontrollably, his cultivation skyrocketing. Foundation establishment midstage. Foundation establishment peak. There was a vague trend of breaking through foundation establishment and reaching the false core stage. The potency of this medicine was too fierce. His meridians simply couldn't handle it, and some capillaries in his body burst. The situation was dire. Jiang Suiping was so frightened that she dropped her chopsticks. Ping Ping, what happened? Ning Ning, what did you give your brother? Li Yining was also stunned, her face pale. I just gave him a 5th grade pill. Su Yaoyao, who was watching from the side, nearly fell off her chair upon hearing this. You gave your brother a 5th grade pill as a snack. Good heavens. Are you trying to send your brother to the heavens? The crowd was thrown into chaos. Only Li Changsheng remained very calm, even somewhat amused, as he put a piece of braised meat into his mouth. Everything was under control. He was thinking about how to successfully resolve the surging spiritual energy within Li Dangping without being discovered. After a moment, while everyone was distracted, Li Changsheng subtly released a stream of spiritual energy into Li Dangping's body. The effect was immediate. Burp. Li Dangping let out a loud burp. The violent medicinal power within him was smoothed out by an invisible hand, becoming docile. The excess spiritual energy was also expelled. With the crisis averted, Li Dangping gasped for breath, his whole body soaked in cold sweat. He could clearly feel that although his cultivation had not yet broken through foundation establishment, his foundation had become incredibly solid. The total amount of spiritual energy had more than doubled compared to before. This transformation was nothing short of a rebirth. Once Li Dangping calmed down, he began to ponder what had just happened. It seemed like a stream of spiritual energy had drilled into my body just now. Who helped me in the shadows? Father? No way. Mother? No way. Could it be Su Yaoyao? That seems unlikely too. Li Dangping initially ruled out the correct answer. How could he arrive at the right conclusion? After thinking for a while, Li Dangping doubted his own sanity. He thought he was experiencing hallucinations. Father, mother, I'm fine now. Li Changsheng nodded, signaling without speaking. Upon hearing Ping Ping's words, Jiang Suiping sighed in relief. That's good to hear. Li Yining leaned closer to Li Dangping, smiling. Brother, I didn't mean to. I didn't expect you couldn't even digest a 5th grade sugar bean. Hearing this, Li Dangping twitched the corners of his mouth. Is this even a human thing to say? Is my sister a bit too cunning? Su Yaoyao glanced meaningfully at Li Changsheng. She was at the peak of golden core cultivation. Naturally, she could see Li Changsheng's little actions. Just now, the stream of spiritual energy released by Li Changsheng not only dissolved the medicinal power, but also helped this kid sort out his meridians. This uncle is not simple. Li Dangping nearly advanced a whole stage. And this little girl casually pulls out 5th grade pills as if they were sugar beans. Damn. What kind of circle have I mixed into? The whole family is filled with monsters. Am I the only normal person? Su Yaoyao silently complained. After finishing the meal, Li Changsheng called Li Dangping to the study. Father, are you looking for me? Li Dangping stood in front of Li Changsheng, respectfully clasping his hands. Li Changsheng looked up and glanced at Li Dangping. Pingping, the blood fiend sect, is launching a fierce attack. I fear we won't be able to stay in this safe zone for long. Since. Before Li Changsheng could finish his sentence, Pingping interjected, Father, this is exactly what I wanted to discuss with you. Staying in the safe zone is very dangerous. Therefore, I want to take you all to a safe place. Upon hearing this, Li Changsheng was somewhat surprised. Where exactly is it? Is it really safe? Li Dangping nodded seriously. It's in a hidden valley 300 miles from here. There we have an invisibility formation set up, and there are living supplies. It's very safe. Li Changsheng felt warmth in his heart upon hearing this. In fact, he was also preparing to arrange for his wife and daughter. He didn't expect Li Dangping to have it all figured out. This child has truly grown up. He knows how to protect his family now. Li Changsheng nodded. All right, then we'll do as you say. Li Dangping was overjoyed. Great. Father, let's hurry and pack our things. We'll set off early tomorrow morning. Li Changsheng nodded. Okay. The next morning, the family finished packing their bags. Li Dangping summoned a small spiritual boat carrying Li Changsheng, Su Yaoyao Jiang, sweeping Jingzhe Ningning, and the newborn baby son slowly ascending into the sky. The spiritual boat flew westward for a full 2 hours before arriving at the place Pingping mentioned. When Li Changsheng landed the boat, his divine sense enveloped the entire valley. Surrounded by mountains, it was easy to defend and hard to attack. The spiritual energy was decent. This was indeed a good place. It should be quite safe. Father, mother, this is it. Li Dangping smiled, jumping off the spiritual boat. Li Changsheng and Jiang Cuiping along with the others moved their belongings one by one from the boat. In the blink of an eye, half a day had passed. Li Dangping finally settled the family. As for Li Changsheng, he pulled out an old rattan chair, sat on it, and began to sway. Li Dangping walked up to his father and stuffed a bundle into Li Changsheng's arms. Father, hold this. What is this? Li Changsheng squeezed it. It was soft. Li Dangping opened a corner of the package, revealing a thick stack of yellow talismans inside. These are my savings from doing tasks in the sect. Inside there are 10 3rd-grade Vajra talismans, 5 3rd-grade Godspeed talismans, and 3 3rd-grade explosive talismans with extremely strong offensive power. Li Dangping said, pausing slightly before continuing. Father, your cultivation is low. If you encounter danger, these talismans could save your life. Especially this Godspeed talisman, once applied you can travel 1,000 miles in a day, and even those in Foundation establishment can't catch up to you. Just make sure not to hesitate using it when the time comes. Li Changsheng gazed at the stack of talismans in his hands, stunned. 3rd-grade talismans. This. He instinctively glanced at the storage ring on his finger. Inside, neatly arranged, were over a dozen boxes of 5th-grade, top-grade talismans. Just taking one out would be worth countless times more than a 3rd-grade talisman. Li Changsheng's mouth twitched slightly, his mood complicated. This silly boy is giving me a pile of junk as a treasure. What is this? Reverse poverty alleviation. But this was also a piece of filial piety from his son. Li Changsheng took a deep breath, pretending to be naive, and reached out to accept the talismans. So many 3rd-grade talismans. How many spirit stones did this cost? Pingping, you overspend again, right? Father, just accept it. Life is more important than money. Li Dangping pressed down on Li Changsheng's hand. All right. Li Changsheng tucked the stack of 3rd-grade talismans into his robe. After thinking for a moment, having accepted his son's gift, a father naturally couldn't be without a gesture. Li Changsheng, pondering, pulled out 3 silk pouches from his sleeve. Pingping, I don't have anything good to give you. These are 3 silk pouches I found while scavenging in the mountains a while ago. It is said to have been left behind by a certain expert. You take them. If you encounter an unsolvable danger, just open one. Remember, don't use them unless it's absolutely necessary. Inside these 3 pouches are sealed 3 specially refined red paper figures. Each paper figure contains the full force strike of a peak golden core cultivator, and they are the kind of underhanded tricks that specifically aim for vital points. This is the life-saving trump card Li Changsheng left for his son. Li Dangping took the pouches, feeling their weight, and a faint, unsettling aura emanated from them. He was a bit puzzled. Father, what's this? Li Changsheng glared. If I tell you to take it, then take it. Why are you asking so many questions? Li Dangping quickly suppressed his doubts and tucked the pouches close. Thank you, Father. Li Changsheng replied, You're welcome. A moment later, Li Dangping seemed to recall something, raised his head to look at the sky, and said, Father, you can live here. I will return to the sect first. Li Changsheng did not stop him upon hearing this. A fledgling eagle must take flight. A true dragon cannot be raised in a greenhouse. Indulging without restraint is not a good thing. Li Changsheng patted his son on the shoulder and said earnestly, "Go ahead. Remember what I said. Although you are a sword cultivator and must shine, you also need to have a brain. Fight if you can. If you can't, run. There's no shame in that. As long as you're alive, there's a chance to thrive." Li Dangping nodded heavily. "Father, I remember." He then turned to leave. After saying goodbye to Jiang Tseping and Jing Shi, he turned into a streak of light and vanished into the valley. After watching Li Dangping's figure disappear, the naive look on Li Changsheng's face instantly vanished, replaced by an air of solemnity. He turned around to look at Jiang Tseping, who was tidying up nearby. "Tseping." Jiang Tseping put down her work and looked up. Though time had left its marks on her face, her eyes remained gentle as water, seemingly able to see through Li Changsheng's heart. "Are you leaving?" Jiang Tseping asked softly. Li Changsheng was taken aback and asked, "How did you know?" Jiang Tseping replied, "It's easy to see. You can hide it from Pingping, but not from me." Upon hearing this, Li Changsheng smiled wryly. Indeed, he could fool the world, but not the one beside him. "There are some matters I need to handle. He'll leave the home to you." Jiang Tseping stepped forward and adjusted his collar just like she had done for the past decade. "Go ahead. Stay safe." Jiang Tseping did not ask where he was going or what he was doing. Only unconditional trust remained. Li Changsheng felt warmth in his heart and gently embraced Jiang Tseping. "Don't worry. I will definitely come back alive. I believe in you," Jiang Tseping replied. After bidding farewell to his wife and Su Yaoyao, Li Changsheng took to the winds and swiftly approached the settlement area. To slay Yin Hongqian, to settle the karma, to retrieve the nascent soul, to heal Su Yaoyao, to complete the system task. All of these were crucial. He could not avoid it. Half an hour later, Li Changsheng and Su Yaoyao quietly returned to the Li family's small courtyard in the settlement area. The courtyard was silent. Only the sound of the wind rustling through the leaves could be heard. The old tree swayed beside them. Li Changsheng removed the invisibility charm, revealing himself, and sat down in the familiar wicker chair. He stretched lazily. "It's still more comfortable to be at home. Uncle, what are we going to do next?" Su Yaoyao walked out from the shadows barefoot, her bells jingling with each step. "Everything is as usual. Eat when it's time to eat, sleep when it's time to sleep. Then just wait for my instructions." Li Changsheng spoke calmly. Su Yaoyao surprisingly smiled obediently. "Okay. Uncle, can I survive for another 2 episodes? It's all up to you." After Li Changsheng explained a few things to her, he once again dove into the basement. With the family gone, he no longer had any weaknesses. He could now focus on settling the karma and work tirelessly. The paper spirit technique was unleashed with full force. Countless paper figures swarmed like locusts, spreading towards the outskirts of the Qingyun sect. The goal remained to track down the blood slaughter sect. However, this time he did not intend to report it to the Qingyun sect. Instead, he planned to take the initiative. Because he found that the so-called righteous cultivators of the Qingyun sect were too particular in their methods. Catching members of the blood slaughter sect would at most lead to imprisonment or execution. No one would directly search their souls. A bunch of outdated fools. What righteousness is there in dealing with demonic cultivators? Hey, if they don't search souls, how can they find the blood slaughter sect's stronghold? How can they locate Yin Hongqian's hiding place? Li Changsheng complained while cutting paper figures. The next night, he suddenly opened his eyes. Through the perspective of the paper figures, he detected an extremely subtle bloody scent in an abandoned mine 30 miles away from the settlement area. This aura was even stronger than elderates. It should belong to the peak of the golden core stage. He just didn't know which elder it was. Elder 9 was dead. Elder 8 had fled. Elders 5, 6, and 7 were dead. Could it be Elder 4? Damn it. The blood slaughter sect is so foolish. Why do they give me the feeling that they are lining up to deliver themselves? Do they want to die as a family? Li Changsheng scoffed in his heart, then confirmed through further investigation and comparing with the blood slaughter sect's data. This peak golden core practitioner was the blood slaughter sect's elder 4 Shuigui Taoist. Li Changsheng's mind conjured up this person's information. This person practiced the 9 ghosts great method using cruel means and especially fond of draining the essence blood of cultivators. Moreover, he was cunning and suspicious, never revealing himself easily. Li Changsheng stood up and brushed off the dust from his clothes. "Su Yaoyao, we found a big fish." "Uncle." Su Yaoyao's voice quickly reached him. She appeared dressed in tight-fitting night clothes, her face covered with a black veil, holding 2 short daggers, looking valiant. "Is there work to do?" Su Yaoyao asked excitedly. Being cooped up in the courtyard for the past few days was driving her almost insane. Li Changsheng nodded. We've discovered Elder 4 of the blood slaughter sect, Shuigui Taoist." Su Yaoyao pondered and asked, "Should we report him to the Qingyun sect and use them to kill him?" Li Changsheng shook his head. "No. This time we will take action ourselves and search his soul." Search his soul. Su Yaoyao was stunned upon hearing this. Soul searching was a specialty of the demonic path. Moreover, it was not tolerated by the righteous path. This uncle, truly ruthless. more demonic than the demonic path. Su Yaoyao licked the edge of her dagger, a cruel smile forming on her lips. The abandoned mine used to be a spiritual stone vein. It was later abandoned due to depletion. Deep in the mine, it was dark and damp with a nauseating stench permeating the air. Shuogui Taoist was seated upon a massive blood-colored crystal absorbing the surrounding blood energy. His figure was as thin as a stick, resembling a skeleton draped in human skin. Yet his sunken eyes glimmered with a chilling red light. Damn Qingyun sect! Shuogui Taoist cursed darkly. Recently, the Qingyun sect had been frantically hunting down members of the Bloodslaughter sect. Even several elders had fallen. It had forced him to hide in this desolate place. He didn't dare to capture a living person. Once the sect master recovers, I will definitely turn all you hypocrites into blood corpses. Shuogui Taoist thought viciously. Suddenly, a gust of cold wind blew through. The torches in the mine extinguished without warning. Who? Shuogui Taoist was extremely alert, instantly leaping from the crystal, his divine sense spreading out like a tide. However, the surroundings were silent. Besides the sound of the wind, there was nothing. Stop pretending. Shuogui Taoist snorted coldly, a blood-red long banner appearing in his hand. Come out. He swung the long banner fiercely. A blood-colored storm swept out, shattering the surrounding rocks. Still, there was no sight of anyone. At that moment, a series of clear and melodious, yet eerie laughter rang in his ears. Hee hee hee. Ha ha. Then a pink mist surged in from all directions, instantly enveloping the entire mine. Charm technique. Shuogui Taoist's expression changed. As an experienced demonic cultivator, he was too familiar with this aura. This was the technique of the Hahuan sect. Hahuan sect compatriots. The Hahuan sect and Bloodslaughter sect share the same roots. Why are they turning against each other so soon? Shuogui Taoist shouted, attempting to disperse the mist with sound waves. Yet the mist seemed to possess intelligence. Not only did it not dissipate, it grew denser, even starting to erode his protective spiritual light. Meanwhile, whoosh, whooshed, whooshed, countless sounds of slicing air erupted. Hundreds of palm-sized red paper figures flew out from the darkness. Though these paper figures appeared comical, each emitted the aura of Foundation establishment. What the hell are these? Shuogui Taoist was utterly bewildered. When did the Hahuan sect start employing such underhanded tactics? Kill! A low shout came from the darkness. The army of paper figures surged towards Shuogui Taoist like a tide. Though Shuogui Taoist was powerful, he had to deal with Su Yaoyao's charm interference while facing the endless assault of paper figures, and he became flustered. Damn it! Since you seek death, don't blame me for being ruthless. Shuogui Taoist roared, deciding to use his trump card. He bit his tongue, spitting out a mouthful of essence blood. The blood banner in his hand radiated with brightness, transforming into a massive blood python, opening its gaping mouth, intending to swallow all those paper figures. However, at that moment, a seemingly ordinary blue sword light suddenly pierced from behind him. Sword drawing technique. This sword was a killing move, its speed reaching the extreme, its trajectory so fast that even a golden core's divine sense could not capture it. With a soft sound, Shuogui Taoist's protective spiritual light was pierced as if it were made of paper. The blue sword accurately penetrated his dantian. Shuogui Taoist let out a shrill scream, incredulously looking down at the sword tip that had pierced through his abdomen. Struggling, Shuogui Taoist turned his head. He saw a figure dressed in a blue robe and wearing a bamboo hat quietly standing behind him. His eyes were as calm as a still pond. It was Changsheng. You are not from the Hahuan sect. Shuogui Taoist opened his mouth in despair. However, Changsheng ignored him, his gaze cold and devoid of emotion. Yao Yao. He is yours now. While he is still alive, hurry and search his soul. Su Yaoyao shot Changsheng a glance. Uncle, why aren't you going? Changsheng replied earnestly. I told you to go, so you go. Do you still want to treat your original injuries? Oh. Su Yaoyao sighed helplessly, unable to resist, muttering under her breath. This annoying uncle only knows how to bully girls, leaving all the dirty work for me. However, despite her complaints, Su Yaoyao's movements did not slow down as she stretched out her delicate hand, placing it on Shuogui Taoist's forehead, initiating the soul search technique. As the soul searching progressed, the expression on the blood demon Taoist's face became terrifying, gradually twisting, frenzied, and malicious. The side effects of soul searching were significant, especially when it involved an uncooperative target. After the soul searching concluded, the one who had been searched was essentially ruined. Su Yaoyao's eyes were tightly shut, her eyelashes fluttering slightly, and beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. Furrowing his brows, it seemed he witnessed something unbelievable. Changsheng did not disturb Su Yaoyao, merely standing quietly to the side. His divine sense vigilantly scanned the surroundings. After a long while, Su Yaoyao opened her eyes, her body swaying as if she might fall. It was evident. The consumption from the recent soul-searching was substantial. Li Changsheng acted swiftly, supporting Su Yao's delicate shoulder as he asked, "How are you?" Su Yao gasped for breath, unable to answer immediately, or rather unable to respond right away. The terror still lingered in her eyes. After a moment, she lifted her head to look at Li Changsheng, her voice hoarse. "Uncle, something big has happened." Hearing this, Li Changsheng furrowed his brow slightly. "Why all the fuss? Let's talk calmly." He pulled out a flask of spiritual water from his pocket and handed it to her, saying, "Drink some water, first take your time to talk. What did you see during the soul searching?" Su Yao lifted her head, took a sip of water, and calmed her nerves before speaking. "From the soul searching I learned. Yin Hongshun used the blood transformation parasitic great art to decompose himself into 365 blood threads, each parasitizing the body of one of the 365 disciples of the Qingyan sect. Moreover, all these disciples were elite members who had been withdrawn from the front lines due to injuries." Li Changsheng was momentarily stunned, feeling a chill shoot up from his feet to the top of his head. "Damn it! Darkness beneath the lamp. Are you playing tricks on me again?" Li Changsheng muttered. The most dangerous place was often the safest. Who would have thought that the notorious demon whom everyone sought to eradicate was currently lying in the Qingyan sect's most core infirmary, enjoying the best pills and treatments? At this time, Su Yao's calm voice came through again. "There is another piece of news. The Blood Fiend sect will launch a full-scale attack in half a month. At that time, the demon Yin Hongchen will use the flesh and blood of the elite disciples to reconstruct his demonic body." Hearing this, Li Changsheng fell silent. What's going on? A full-scale attack is one thing, but that old monster is going to reconstruct his demonic body. How do we deal with this? A decade ago, Yin Hongshun was at the peak of the nascent soul stage as the leader of the Blood Fiend sect. If the reconstruction of his demonic body succeeds, how strong will he become? Will he return to the nascent soul peak, or will he break through to the transformation stage? Just thinking about it made Li Changsheng's breath quicken. The transformation stage is a legendary realm. There are hardly any living practitioners at the transformation stage in the entire Eastern continent. Once Yin Hongshun succeeds, not only the Qingyan sect, but the entire Eastern continent will become his hunting ground. It's terrifying. Li Changsheng did not believe that anyone could survive in such a changed environment. Survival is for the sake of living. But if the world is destroyed, how can one survive? "Uncle, what should we do now?" Su Yao asked, her face pale. Upon hearing this, Li Changsheng paused for a moment. Indeed, what should we do? Currently, he was only at the mid-golden core stage. With just this level of cultivation, he could not change the battlefield or the overall situation. What can be done? Li Changsheng pondered carefully for a way to break the deadlock. Wait, if he wanted to improve his cultivation in a short time and achieve a qualitative leap, perhaps there was only one way left to take. Li Changsheng's gaze fell on Su Yao. Although the girl's complexion was pale and her clothes were disheveled, the alluring charm emanating from her and her deer-like frightened eyes were still breathtakingly beautiful. Su Yao is the saintess of the Hahuan sect, coupled with the body of a celestial fox. If he were to take her as a family member, he would surely receive extremely rich rewards from the system. Moreover, the system rewards could potentially change the current battlefield. Li Changsheng took a deep breath and made a resolution. However, before this, he needed to relay this information to the Qingyan sect, urging them to prepare against the parasitized disciples and fully prepare for battle. Without hesitation, he was not a man prone to indecision. He pulled out a red paper figure from his pocket, concentrating his spiritual energy at his fingertips to write down the key information on its back. As for why not use the paper figure to transmit sound? Naturally, it was to reduce the risk of exposure. The red paper figure's identity must be protected. At a critical moment, it could play an important role. Immediately after, with a wave of his hand, the red paper figure transformed into a streak of light and burrowed into the ground. It sped off in the direction of the Qingyan sect. After doing all this, Li Changsheng's anxious heart was somewhat eased, since the intelligence had already been sent out. How the Qingyan sect dealt with it was their business. Anyway, if the sky were to fall, the Qingyan sect would bear the brunt. Now, what he needed to do was to seek fortune through multiple children and take concubines to grow stronger. Li Changsheng turned around, his gaze fixed on Su Yao. Su Yao was wiping the blood from her dagger when she heard him, looked up, and gazed at Li Changsheng in confusion. What's wrong, uncle? Li Changsheng took a deep breath, looking at Su Yao with seriousness. Would you be willing to be my Dao partner? Clank. Upon hearing this, Su Yao was stunned. The dagger in her hand fell to the ground, and she was utterly dazed. She had imagined countless possibilities, such as her uncle asking her to go die or to be a bait. But she never thought of this. A Dao partner. This term was so unfamiliar and distant to her as the saintess of the Hahuan sect. In the Hahuan sect, she appeared to be a saintess, but in reality, she was merely a tool. Even her master had promised her to the young master of the Tianma sect Li Tianxing for the sake of a marriage alliance and benefits. No one had asked her whether she was willing. No one cared about her feelings. And now this uncle who was merely trying to survive was seriously asking if she would be his Dao partner. She asked herself, did she dislike her uncle? No. Did she dislike Li Tianxing? Yes. Could she resist her fate? Most likely she could not. Once on the pirate ship of the Hahuan sect, getting off would be difficult. So the question arose if she was bound to be captured by the Hahuan sect again and made to serve as a furnace for someone she despised, suffering and dying. Then why should she retain her virginity for him? Rather than giving her purity to Li Tianxing, it would be better to give it to her uncle. At least her uncle had treated her quite well. Although he was a bit timid and older, he was still quite capable in that regard. Since her life was already ruined, what was there to hold back? With this thought, Su Yaoyao suddenly smiled a smile of release. She walked up to Li Changsheng, reached out her finger, and lifted his chin, recovering her alluring demeanor. Playfully she asked, "Uncle, are you lusting after my body?" Li Changsheng did not dodge smiling as he replied, "You could say that." He was very honest. They were both adults with no need for pretense. Su Yaoyao chuckled lightly. Let's skip the Dao partner part. My identity will only bring you disaster. However, since Uncle desires it so much, I will gladly offer my body to you. Consider it a reward for your kindness in sheltering me during this time." As Su Yaoyao spoke, she leaned forward, her red lips brushing against Li Changsheng's ear, her breath fragrant. This time it was Li Changsheng's turn to fall silent. He had merely approached this with a try-a-tansy attitude. If it didn't work, he would think of another way. He never expected that Su Yaoyao would actually agree. This was indeed somewhat beyond his expectations. This feeling was like... It was like stepping out the door and finding a female CEO waiting to give herself to you without any strings attached. What a thrill. Are you serious? Li Changsheng could not hide his inner excitement. Although there was no formal marriage, as long as he obtained Su Yaoyao's body, it would still fulfill the conditions for the system rewards. Why are you being so indecisive? If you want my body, come over quickly. Su Yaoyao's breath was fragrant, her voice full of temptation. Upon hearing this, Li Changsheng could no longer hold back and walked towards Su Yaoyao. Then the two moved to a safe and suitable location. He took out a soft beast skin blanket, laid it on a flat piece of bluestone, and began their journey towards multiple children and fortune. Clothes were shed, and Su Yaoyao's body was perfect, resembling jade. Her skin was fair, excessively smooth, and undeniably beautiful. Her round, supple thighs were tender and rosy, simply of top-tier quality. Yet beneath that fair skin, a subtle pallor hinted at the damage to her essence. Li Changsheng activated the dual cultivation technique, gently infusing his spiritual energy into her body. At the moment of their union, the long-awaited system notification sounded. Ding. Congratulations, family member 1, concubine Su Yaoyao, current saintess of the Hahuan sect, comprehensive evaluation S-grade. Detected that this individual has profound fortune and a high degree of reliance on the host, triggering critical reward. Rewards being calculated. Reward 1, 3, Jiazi cultivation. Reward 2, 200 years of lifespan. Reward 3, top-tier defensive divine ability, immovable king. Reward 4, 5th-tier array master experience package. Reward 5, obtain special skill, husband sings wife follows when fighting alongside your partner, both parties' attributes increase by 20. Reward 6, 1 random blind box. Awesome. Li Changsheng could not help but pause his actions, glancing at the rewards, and became even more excited. The system's rewards combined with the exquisite being in his arms were truly a double blessing. Oh system, you really understand me. Li Changsheng was exhilarated. However, he currently had no time to concern himself with the system's rewards. Nothing was more important than the value of a moment of intimacy. Several hours later, Li Changsheng had exhausted Su Yaoyao, yet he still felt a lingering sense of unfulfillment. It seemed that while the system enhanced his physique, his stamina had also significantly improved. Damn it, I'm truly aging like fine wine. Who would have thought that a 70-year-old man could surpass most young people? The next morning, Li Changsheng helped Su Yaoyao tuck in her blanket, then laid down layer upon layer of restrictions at the entrance of the mine. He then sat cross-legged on the ground, excitedly speaking. System. Manifest rewards. Command received. Manifesting rewards. Gained 3 cycles of cultivation, gained 200 years of lifespan, gained the unmoving king's divine ability, gained a level 5 formation master experience pack, gained the special skill spousal harmony, gained a random blind box. As the system's voice faded, Li Changsheng felt a change within his body. The most noticeable was the change in his cultivation level. This pure energy instantly broke through his bottleneck. Mid-golden core, late golden core, early nascent soul, mid-nascent soul. What a thrill. He had leaped directly to the mid-nascent soul stage. What does this imply? The sect master of the Qingyun sect and the grand elders are all at the nascent soul stage. Even Yin Hongchun of the Blood Shura sect is at the nascent soul stage. Li Changsheng is now also at the nascent soul stage. This means he has suddenly become a top-tier cultivator in the Eastern continent. He is capable of establishing his own sect. Indeed, the family prosperity system is simply amazing. As long as I take concubines and develop my family, I can become stronger. Happiness and leveling up can go hand in hand. The unmoving king's divine ability has also fused and been enhanced to a great realm. This defensive skill is somewhat overpowered. As long as Li Changsheng doesn't act recklessly, it should be difficult for cultivators of the same level to break through his defenses. Next is the experience of a level 5 formation master and the special skill spousal harmony. Actually, these two items are nothing particularly special. Li Changsheng was most concerned about the last reward, the random blind box. This was his first time obtaining a random blind box. The blind box contained infinite possibilities. It was all about luck. If he were lucky, it wouldn't be impossible to pull something extraordinary. System, open the blind box. Li Changsheng rubbed his hands together excitedly. Blind box opening. Congratulations, host, you have obtained an Okamoto condom. What is this? Li Changsheng was momentarily stunned by the prompt. Without thinking, he tossed it aside. This is the family prosperity system. I need many children to prosper. This thing is useless. Damn it. This blind box is really dark. The chance of getting something good is pitifully low. Otherwise, how could I have such good luck and still get something so trashy? He had already categorized the blind box as garbage. With a thought, Li Changsheng opened the system panel. Family Prosperity System host Li Changsheng partner Jiang, Suaping rootless mortal Jingzha, a fallen noblewoman, Su Yaoyao the contemporary saintess of the Huanhe sect family, Li family somewhat renowned fortune golden dragon of fortune, can shield from heavenly secrets likely protects family members allowing them to turn misfortune into good fortune, remaining lifespan 725 cultivation, mid-nascent soul skills eternal. Longevity, sword of time sword drawing technique unmoving. King Spirit Talisman True Resolution Basic Sword Technique Basic Fist Technique. Secondary occupations Spirit Talisman Master Formation Master Alchemist Weapon Xian Shuang Sword Descendants Li Yining Li Dongping Li Shulu Li Changsheng looked at the system panel and couldn't help but sigh, realizing he had unknowingly become this strong. The main character without the family prosperity system will never know how overpowered it is. Li Changsheng's gaze fell on the lifespan entry. The system rewarded him with 200 years of lifespan. Breaking through to the nascent soul stage granted him a certain increase in lifespan. Coupled with his original lifespan, his total lifespan had actually reached over 700 years. This means he doesn't need to worry about lifespan for a while. He can focus on developing his family. That's quite good. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed. The Blood Shura sect frequently mobilized countless demonic cultivators from all directions towards Qingyun. Small-scale conflicts occurred constantly. Every day there were battles between demonic cultivators and Qingyun disciples. The war was extremely brutal. Although the Qingyun sect received early warnings from Master Hongji, they actively prepared for battle and killed dozens of disciples parasitized by the blood god, weakening Yin Hongchen's strength. However, the situation remained grim, because they hadn't struck at Yin Hongchen's core. Master Yin Song was also quite helpless. This blood god technique is truly overpowered. As long as Yin Hongchen is alive, the Blood Shura sect will persist. They can't just kill all the injured disciples, right? If that were the case, the Qingyun sect would be no different from the demonic sects. The Qingyun sect is a righteous sect and would never do such a thing, nor could they. They maintained their principles. The situation had reached a deadlock. Even now, with the war fully erupted, no one could kill Yin Hongchen. They couldn't even find his true body, let alone kill him. Li Changsheng had no way to intervene. The Qingyun sect was engulfed in flames of war. The protective formation had been breached 3 days prior. All over the mountains and plains were the figures of cultivators battling demonic forces. Kill. The demonic cultivators' eyes were blood red as they fought desperately, especially the blood warriors transformed by the blood god. They were like puppets, fearless of death and incredibly troublesome, driving the Qingyun disciples to retreat step by step. All disciples, hold your ground. The head of the Qingyun sect's law enforcement hall Lai shouted loudly, bloodied all over. His great sword had long since dulled. Then he cleaved the head of a Foundation establishment demonic cultivator. But the next moment, 3 blood arrows pierced through his shoulder, inflicting serious injury. Although this was just the tip of the iceberg on the battlefield, it was enough to show its brutality. The real battle between the high-ups of the two sects took place in the sky. Master Yin Song's hair was disheveled, and his Dao robe was tattered. 2 grand elders beside him also looked defeated. One had a severed arm, and the other had a large hole blasted through his shoulder. Opposite them was the Blood Shura sect's deputy, sect master Shuetu. Shuetu was a peak nascent soul demonic cultivator wielding a soul flag, laughing maniacally. The combat power of the soul flag was somewhat overpowered, allowing him to maintain an advantage even fighting three. It's useless. Yun Song, your spiritual power has been depleted. Meanwhile, my soul flag grows stronger with every fight. You can't even defeat me, yet you dare to kill that esteemed one. You're simply dreaming. As he spoke, Xue Tu swung the black flag in his hand. Wailing ghosts and vengeful spirits surged out, transforming into fierce ghostly claws that frantically tore at Master Yun Song's protective spiritual light. The ghostly claws were forged from the souls of cultivators filled with resentment. Once touched, they would corrupt treasures and erode the soul. Master Yun Song could not withstand the power of the soul flag. His protective spiritual light shattered, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, instantly bearing several bloody wounds. How can the soul flag be so strong? He was not afraid of death, but feared the Qingyun sect's millennia of foundation being destroyed in an instant. Master Yun Song felt bitter, listening to the cries of his disciples below, his expression gradually turning resolute. Two uncles assist me. Received, sect master, the two grand elders replied. Sacrifice your bodies to the sword. Slay the demons. Master Yun Song shouted, biting his tongue and spitting out his life essence, which sprinkled upon the spirit sword of the sect leader. The spirit sword seemed to sense its master's fighting spirit. It let out a mournful sword cry. The sword body expanded 100-fold, transforming into an incredibly dazzling green rainbow. The two grand elders guarded the sect master, warily watching Xue Tu. Xue Tu felt a hint of unease at this sight. With a wave of his right hand, he summoned the soul flag and charged toward Master Yun Song. Since it makes me uneasy, then I'll kill him first, without any surprises. However, Master Yun Song's attack was faster than expected. The next moment, the unparalleled sword intent, consuming his lifespan and essence, cleaved toward Xue Tu. Slash. Master Yun Song roared. This was his desperate move, with high single-target damage capable of rivaling a half-step transformation stage. Although the soul flag had strong offensive power, its defensive capabilities were relatively average. The unparalleled sword intent instantly sliced through the soul flag and struck Xue Tu. No. Xue Tu's smile froze in an instant. He never expected that these three exhausted old men could unleash such a terrifying blow. Boom. The sword light descended. Xue Tu's body was cleaved in half, losing combat capability and heavily injured. The battlefield fell silent. Lost. The deputy sect master lost. Run. The demonic cultivators of the Blood Shura sect were thrown into disarray. Panic began to spread. However, the blood warriors formed by Yin Hongchen's blood god still fought fearlessly, attacking madly. Meanwhile, the Qingyun sect erupted in deafening cheers. Sect master is mighty. We won. Kill all these demonic brats. Master Yun Song leaned on his sword, half kneeling in the void, panting heavily. His hair turned snow white at a visible rate. Wrinkles deepened on his face like ravines. This sword had consumed most of his vitality. He was not far from his end. Yet even so, Master Yun Song did not lower his guard, for the old monster, Yin Hongchen, had not yet appeared. As long as Yin Hongchen was alive, it meant the war was not over. Just then a strange sound abruptly echoed on the battlefield. Gurgle. The sound was not loud, but extremely eerie, like some liquid boiling. What's happening? The disciple closest to the injured soldier camp heard the sound and turned around in confusion. In the next second, his pupils dilated, as if he had witnessed the most terrifying scene. The injured soldier camp was shrouded in blood mist, obscuring the true scene inside. It hurts. It hurts so much. Master, save me. My hand is melting. What is happening? What's going on? Hundreds of people in the injured soldier camp screamed in agony, turning the area into a hellish scene. What? Master Yun Song turned his head sharply. He saw the disciples of the injured soldier camp with rotting skin and bursting blood vessels. Those bloods seemed to have its own consciousness, devouring the flesh and bones of the Qingyun disciples. Then the flesh turned into a torrent of blood flowing into the ground, coalescing into a terrifying blood shadow, towering 100 feet high. That blood shadow lowered its head, looking at Master Yun Song as if he were an ant. The voice came from its throat, rumbling like distant thunder. Yun Song, thank you. If it weren't for you nurturing this batch of elite disciples, my wanling blood demon body wouldn't have been so easily cultivated. You. Upon hearing this, Master Yun Song suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest and could not help but spit out a mouthful of fresh blood. Who could have expected that this demon would be so treacherous? He actually used the disciples of the Qingyun sect as nourishment for his demonic body. The blood god technique is truly repulsive to the extreme. Lei Lai and the others felt an overwhelming despair as they witnessed the terrifying aura emitted by Yin Hongchen. The Qingyun sect revealed all its hidden cards. The sect master and the grand elder had yet to recover. How can we fight? It is simply impossible to fight. What should we do? Is the millennia-old foundation of the Qingyun sect truly going to be destroyed in an instant? Lei Lai was only in the golden core stage. He was not qualified to participate in the battle, yet he still tried his best. He grasped a red paper figure in his right hand and infused it with spiritual energy, seeking assistance from the red paper master. Naturally, Changsheng also received Lei Lai's call for help. However, there was no response. He was a cautious cultivator. Even if he agreed to intervene, his own safety would be his top priority. Yin Hongchen paid no heed to Master Yun Song's hysteria. The lamentations of the weak are the best hymns for the strong. It is time to send you on your way. Yin Hongchen slowly raised his right arm. Countless vengeful souls howled as the dense, bloodthirsty aura coalesced into a tangible form. The right arm of the demonic body resembled an ancient demonic mountain descending towards the ground. This was a strike from the pseudo-divine stage, already infused with a hint of rules. Even the surrounding space was locked down, and the spiritual energy became solidified. Everyone felt as if they were sealed and unable to move, helplessly watching the shadow of destruction descend upon them, nearly terrified to the point of fainting. Are we going to die? What should we do? I don't want to die. Who will save the child? Whoever can save me, I will willingly become their Tao partner, without a hint of hesitation. Damn the bloodthirsty sect. As long as I do not die today, I will surely eradicate the demonic beings of the bloodthirsty sect in the future. In the face of life and death, the ugly visage of all living beings was laid bare, showcasing the myriad of human conditions. Among all these manifestations, the most tranquil was Li Dangping. Li Dangping stood proudly holding his sword in his right hand, facing the impending danger. Though he was fearful, he did not retreat. He did not want to die, but in the face of such suffocating pressure, what could he do? This level of battle was beyond what his will could change. Li Changsheng, hidden in the shadows, furrowed his brows as he observed the scene. From Yin Hongchen's earlier actions, he had gained some insights. Yin Hongchen, combined with his demonic body, could achieve power comparable to the pseudo-divine stage. He was in the mid-nascent soul stage. If he utilized all his means, he could contend with those in the late-nascent soul stage. Additionally, if he burned his lifespan, it would not be impossible to try. High risk, high reward. Though Li Changsheng was a cautious cultivator, even so, a cautious cultivator could still have passion. Given his capability, he could not bear to watch the Qingyun sect turn into a sea of blood. Moreover, Li Dangping was also inside. It was time to act. Do not overthink it. He drew his sword, took a step forward, and swiftly moved towards the battlefield. Su Yaoyao turned her head, momentarily stunned, and asked, "Uncle, where are you going?" Li Changsheng smiled and replied, "I am going to slay Yin Hongchen." Although his tone carried a hint of jest somehow, when it fell into Su Yaoyao's ears, it felt more reliable than any vow of love. Su Yaoyao was somewhat moved, but she did not wish for Li Changsheng to take risks, feeling worried. "Uncle, don't go. You will die." Li Changsheng's heart warmed. Sometimes the demoness was quite likable, but she did not understand him like Jiang Cuiping did. Li Changsheng smiled and replied, "Rest assured. I won't do anything I'm not confident about." Saying this, he flew towards the battlefield. Su Yaoyao. In truth, Su Yaoyao wanted to stop Li Changsheng. However, he was too fast, and there was no time. "Uncle, you are so foolish. Don't do these things that touch my heart. Even if you can have my first night, you are destined not to have my heart. My future has long been constrained." Yin Hongchen's demonic body blotted out the sky, transforming into a blood palm and pressing down. The Qingyun disciples fell into even deeper despair. "Wu, are we going to die? As disciples, we fight against evil and uphold justice, yet today, we find ourselves dying at the hands of a demon. I am unwilling." In the midst of everyone's overwhelming despair, an elderly sigh suddenly echoed. Alas! The voice was not loud, but penetrated the ears of everyone present. This sigh, who is it? Just from the sound, it felt like an old man who was tired of watching a play and had to step in to clean up the mess. Immediately after, everyone saw a ripple in the space beneath the blood hand. A paper figure about the size of a palm wobbled and floated out. The paper figure appeared very small, as if it could be blown away by a gust of wind. Yet when it appeared beneath the giant hand, it seemed as though time and space had momentarily come to a halt. In the next second, the paper figure swelled in the wind. 1 zhong, 10 zhong, 100 zhong, 1,000 zhong. In an instant, it transformed into a majestic figure clad in a red robe, wielding a sword for slaying ghosts with a formidable countenance. It stood tall between heaven and earth. This was the advanced application of the paper spirit technique. Under Li Changsheng's control, the red paper figure gently raised a hand. As a result, Yin Hongchen's blood hand was fixed in midair, unable to move an inch. What? How is this possible? A mere paper figure can block such a terrifying attack. Everyone was dumbfounded, their faces filled with disbelief. Su Yaoyao, who was at a distance, was also stunned by this scene. Others might not know, but she knew. Was Uncle just at the golden core stage? How could he be so abnormal? Could he have advanced again? Who? Yin Hongchen roared in anger, his face looking extremely grim. He had never imagined that in such a small place as the eastern continent someone could block his attack. Which senior has made a move? Yin Hongqian felt an ominous premonition. Little did he know this was the result of Li Changsheng burning 200 years of lifespan for 20 times the combat power. Li Changsheng was a cautious cultivator. But precisely because he was cautious, he gave his all in every battle. From the beginning, he had no intention of being stingy with his lifespan. Giving his all, he aimed to obliterate his enemies completely to feel secure. At this moment, Li Changsheng flashed and stood at the center of the battlefield. Dressed in a flowing green robe wearing a red paper mask, he stood with his hands behind his back, emanating an aura as deep as the ocean. Because he burned his lifespan, and with the aid of the cautious Taoist longevity technique, no one could see through his cultivation level. I am the Red Paper Master. Killing you is not my desire. But your wanton slaughter is intolerable to the world. I have no choice but to act on behalf of heaven. As Li Changsheng began to speak, he stood atop the moral high ground, declaring his own title. The prestige was also self-given. The Red Paper Master has arrived. He just blocked a pseudo-divine attack. Master Yun Song Lei Lai and the others suddenly felt the dawn breaking, their hearts filled with hope. Oh, Red Paper Senior. Can we win? We can win, right? Yin Hongqian was instantly enraged by the words of the Red Paper Master. Damn it, what are you pretending for? The last one who dared to boast in front of me. The grass on their grave has long since withered. In the next second, the demonic body moved. The fist of the demonic body, comparable to a mountain, wielded earth-shattering power and smashed down upon the Red Paper Master. The wind from the punch trembled, and the surrounding space was torn asunder. One can only imagine how terrifying this punch was. Uncle quickly dodged. Watching this scene unfold, Su Yaoyao's heart raced with worry. However, Li Changsheng did not dodge. He didn't even take his hand from behind his back. Of course, I have burned 200 years of lifespan. This was a 20-fold increase in strength. If I can't withstand this, then there's no need to continue living. Li Changsheng was establishing an invincible image for the Red Paper Master. Raising his prestige would be beneficial for his future use of the Red Paper Master's identity. Technique Immovable King, as the skill activated. A golden phantom towering 10 zhang high appeared. This phantom had 3 heads and 6 arms glaring with round eyes, its entire body ablaze with golden Sanskrit. It resembled a true Buddha descending to the mortal realm. Invulnerable to all methods. In the next instant, the fist descended. Boom. With a sound that shook the heavens and the earth, the shockwave turned into a tangible force. Filled with a sense of annihilation, everyone instinctively covered their ears. It's over. Facing the punch of a pseudo-divine being heated, even iron would be reduced to dust. However, when the dust settled, everyone was dumbfounded. In midair, the Red Paper Master still stood with his hands behind his back, not even a hair out of place. Although the immovable king body had dimmed somewhat, it remained unbreakable and steady as a mountain. In contrast, Yin Hongqian's demonic body was actually lacerated with broken bones and blood streaming. Who is this Red Paper Master? What kind of strength does he possess? Could he be at the transformation stage? How abnormal. The crowd was in shock. Yin Hongqian stared at his attack, being shattered, momentarily stunned. He let out a shrill scream, his face filled with disbelief. How is this possible? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Upon hearing this, Li Changsheng's mouth curled into a mocking smile. With the mastery of the immovable king body awarded by the system combined with a 20-fold increase in strength, how could it be impossible? Li Changsheng brushed off the non-existent dust on his shoulder. Without further ado, he launched an attack. Raising his right hand, spiritual energy continuously flowed out. In an instant, countless dazzling spiritual lights illuminated the void within a 10-mile radius. It turned out that the previous paper figure attack was not Li Changsheng's true objective. His aim was to use the attack of the paper figure as a cover to set up a formation. 9 curves, Yellow River Trapping Kill Formation. At this moment, the formation is complete. As the formation activated, the originally clear sky vanished in an instant, replaced by a storm of yellow sand and fierce winds. The yellow sand was compressed from pure earth-type spiritual energy. Each grain was as heavy as 1,000 pounds. Under Li Changsheng's control, the surrounding environment changed. The yellow sand spun, cut, and ground. Like a meat grinder. The trapping formation combined with the killing formation trapped Yin Hongqian in the center, forcing the surrounding environment to change, leaving him with nowhere to escape. Struck by the yellow sand, Yin Hongqian cried out in pain, unable to help but scream. The yellow sand felt like countless files grinding against his blood shield and cutting through his demonic body. Around the trapping formation, no one could withstand it. Damn, are you betraying me? The spiritual power within Yin Hongqian was rapidly consumed by the formation. Moreover, the yellow sand was too heavy. It severely restricted his movements. With his cultivation level in the formation, he could only exert 50 to 60% of his power. Yin Hongqian sensed this scene and finally panicked. Li Changsheng paid no attention. When dealing with such a demon, what need is there for chivalry? Just kill him directly. He flipped his palm. The formation unleashed its full power. The yellow sand transformed into a dragon binding Yan Hongchen's limbs and neck. It fixed him in midair in a large character shape. Damn, let me go? Yan Hongchen's resistance seemed feeble. Ever since the formation was successfully set up, his fate was sealed. The more he resisted, the more desperately he struggled. He would die all the faster. This is the horror of the confinement formation. Yan Hongchen exerted all his strength, trying countless times, yet could not break the formation. Each time he was repelled by the red paper real person. He finally realized he could not escape. His eyes were suddenly filled with resentment. Very well. Since you want me dead, then let us all die together. Explode. With his furious shout, a wave of destructive energy began to compress violently at the core of the giant. For the moment, the only plan was to abandon his demonic body and break the formation. Then he could use the blood god art to escape. Yan Hongchen valued his life more than anyone. Do you all think I'm self-destructing? In fact, I am severing my arm to survive. Yun Song, the real person, changed his expression dramatically and reminded him, be careful. He is about to self-destruct. Then he turned to the disciples below and roared. All disciples immediately retreat from the battlefield. Find a safe place to hide. Unfortunately, there was no time left. The self-detonation of the demonic body. The power was immense. The range was wide. It was not something these juniors could evade at all. Want to self-destruct? Li Changsheng looked at the giant swelling crazily, narrowing his eyes slightly under the mask. If it were someone else, faced with this move, perhaps they could only temporarily avoid the edge. But unfortunately, what you encountered was me. It's me, Li Changsheng. In the next moment, 2 fingers became a sword. The momentum suddenly changed. He seemed to transform into a swordsman overlooking the river of time, filled with the essence of time. Buzz. A strange aura of time rippled from the sword's edge. Temporal sword intent. Reverse flow. Only a gray ripple like the surface of water appeared to be slow. In reality, it ignored the distances of space and time, landing on the demonic body. In the next second, a miracle occurred. The action of the demonic body preparing to self-destruct halted. Immediately after, as if the rewind button had been pressed, the swollen body began to retract. The boiling blood energy began to cool down. The imminent explosive destructive energy was forcibly pressed back by a mysterious power. It was as if time was flowing backward upon it. What is this? Yan Hongchen's nascent soul screamed in terror. He felt an instant loss of control over his body. The sensation of impending self-detonation was forcibly interrupted. It made him feel so uncomfortable he wanted to vomit blood. Can you manipulate the laws of time? Are you a transformation stage powerhouse? It's not surprising he thought so. Involving techniques related to time that is a domain only accessible to powerful beings above the transformation stage. What kind of monster is the red paper real person? Li Changsheng did not answer. This sword burned up 100 years of his lifespan. Although he still had over 400 years left to live, this blow still made his chest feel tight, his face slightly pale. However, Li Changsheng gritted his teeth and continued to attack. As long as Yan Hongchen was not dead, he could not relax. The spiritual sword in his hand transformed into countless afterimages. Whoosh! The sword light fell like rain, pouring down. After 3 breaths, Li Changsheng sheathed his sword, turned around, and faced the giant. Crack! Boom! That invincible demonic body suddenly collapsed like a pile of blocks. Countless pieces of flesh and blood separated, falling to the ground. No! How could this happen? Yan Hongchen was left with only his nascent soul floating in midair, screaming in despair. He never expected that his plan to use the demonic Bodhi's self-detonation to break the formation would be destroyed by the red paper real person. This time there was truly no chance of survival. Yan Hongchen glared at Li Changsheng with resentment, his nascent soul's small face filled with madness. I will fight you to the end. The heavenly demon needle goes. As he spoke, Yan Hongchen spat out. A thin needle emanating extreme malice transformed into a streak of black light piercing straight towards Li Changsheng's brow. This was his life's demonic weapon specifically designed to break through a cultivator's sea of consciousness, extremely vicious. However, Li Changsheng simply extended his left hand slowly and a golden light erupted from his palm. That indestructible heavenly demon needle was caught barehanded. Then with a forceful squeeze the needle turned into powder. Is this all? Li Changsheng looked at the powder in his hand as if it were trash, then raised his head to look at the already dumbfounded Yan Hongchen. The magical tool was destroyed. Yan Hongchen coughed out a mouthful of blood. Panicked, he wanted to turn and teleport to escape. However, Li Changsheng's figure flashed and directly appeared in front of Yan Hongchen, transforming his spiritual power into a magical hand and instantly grasped Yan Hongchen's nascent soul. Yan Hongchen finally knew fear, continuously begging for mercy. No, please spare me. I am willing to serve you as a slave. Li Changsheng smiled proudly. Stop struggling. Come inside. Saying this, a jade jar covered in golden talismans appeared in his right hand. This jade jar was specifically used to capture living nascent souls. With Yan Hongchen's living nascent soul, he could heal Su Yaoyao's original injury and complete the system task. No. Seeing that begging for mercy was futile, Yan Hongchen immediately threatened. I am from the Giant Sword sect of Central Continent. If you kill me, the Giant Sword sect will not let you go. However, Li Changsheng remained unmoved. Where do you get so much nonsense? Get in. Li Changsheng grabbed Yan Hongchen and was about to stuff him inside. An unexpected event occurred. A roar echoed in the sky. Right you dare. The voice was like thunder from the 9 heavens. Rolling in. It made everyone's eardrums ache. In the next second, the surrounding space was forcibly torn apart by a huge force. A dazzling golden light shot out from the void, dispersing the pervasive, bloodthirsty energy. In the golden light, a phantom of an old man wearing a golden robe and carrying a giant sword slowly emerged. The pressure emitted was even more terrifying than Yan Hongchen's demonic body. This was the true aura of a transformation stage powerhouse. The Yan Hongchen's nascent soul held in hand. Upon seeing the old man, joy erupted in his eyes. Master, save me. I am Hongchen. The red paper real person not only wants to kill me, but also wants to ruin your plans. Waste. You really embarrass me. I will deal with you later. The old man in the golden robe scolded. Then he turned his head, looking down from a height, with a gaze that looked down on ants, coldly staring at the red paper real person ahead. I am Jian Wujia, an elder of the Giant Sword sect of Central Continent. This child is my named disciple. Though mischievous, he does not deserve death. I hope you can spare him for my sake. The people of Qingyun sect, seeing this scene, their hearts, which had just calmed, once again rose to their throats. Giant Sword sect. That is the top sect of Central Continent. Any elder that comes out is a powerhouse of the transformation stage. This time it's over. The red paper senior is in trouble. After all, who would dare to offend the giants of Central Continent? Yun Song, the real person, also had a grim expression, murmuring, It's over. We provoked the young and brought the old. Red paper senior won't let this demon go, will he? However, facing the threat of a transformation stage powerhouse, Li Changsheng laughed. The Giant Sword sect. I've never heard of it. Moreover, Yan Hongchen killed so many people from the Qingyun sect and even wants to refine the disciples of Qingyun sect into human pills. You say let go and let go. Who do you think you are? Li Changsheng showed a face of impatience. He did not like the way the Giant Sword elder spoke. He is a practitioner of survival. What he believes in is not the ways of the world, but rather to eradicate the roots, to eliminate causality. Thus, even if the King of Heaven comes, he would still refine Yan Hongchen's nascent soul. What I said. When the red paper real person said this, everyone looked at the red paper real person in disbelief. The red paper real person's words were truly refreshing, but did it really anger the Giant Sword sect of Central Continent? Not afraid at all. Jian Wujia was momentarily stunned by this, then became furious. Presumptuous. A mere barbarian from the Eastern Continent dares to insult me. Since you seek death, then I will grant you your wish. The giant sword phantom behind Jian Wujia suddenly unsheathed. Sky sword art cut the void. A sword slashed down. The space shattered like a mirror. The terrifying sword energy locked onto Li Changsheng, making it impossible for him to evade. Uncle. At the entrance of the abandoned mine, Su Yaoyao covered her mouth as if her heart had stopped beating. Everyone closed their eyes in despair. However, Li Changsheng looked at the descending giant sword without even raising his eyelids. He calmly remarked, Just a clone. Acting all high and mighty, quickly stuffing Yan Hongchen's nascent soul into the jar, sealing it. Then he continued to use the survival path eternal skill, once again burning 100 years of lifespan, plus the 200 years just burned, totaling a 30-fold increase in battle power. Sword draw technique. One sword slashed out. The space cracked open. Heaven and earth changed. Li Changsheng fought sword with sword, determined to achieve a one-hit kill. He was a practitioner of survival, never leaving a kill for the next day. Old thing. Remember, this is the Eastern Continent. Want to run wild here? First bring your true self over to speak. Jian Wujia, master of the sword, felt a sense of foreboding upon seeing Li Changsheng's sword draw technique, as it sent chills down his spine. Who are you? Who taught you this sword technique? Jian Wujia roared. None of your business. Li Changsheng replied, spitting out a mouthful of blood, and the sword energy increased by several fold. In an instant, it annihilated the giant sword, landing on Jian Wujia's brow. In the next second, the clone shattered like a mirror. No, my clone. Jian Wujia, meditating in Central Continent, spat out a mouthful of blood. Clearly, the clone was destroyed. He suffered significant backlash. Li Changsheng, seeing Jian Wujia dead for good, let out a sigh of relief. His survival path eternal could not erupt for long. If he couldn't kill again, he could only escape. However, fortunately he finally killed him, and did not provoke causality. This was done by the red paper real person. What does it have to do with me, Li Changsheng? The disciples of Qingyun's sect were all stunned, gazing blankly at the scene before them, supporting the red-papered figure. Did the old monster Yan Hongchun of the blood slaughter sect just kill without hesitation? Did the elder of the giant sword sect just kill without a second thought? Not even a shred of face given. The red-papered figure is truly impressive. Damn it, this is so satisfying to watch. It feels so good. Yet they were all immersed in joy, oblivious to the ensuing troubles and how to resolve them. Did we win? A voice called out first. Immediately after, cheers erupted like a tsunami. We won. The red-papered senior is incredible. The senior's might is unparalleled. Thank you, red-papered senior. The disciples of Qingyun were overwhelmed with joy, with some even kneeling in gratitude. Realizing the feeling of surviving a calamity, Yun Tsang felt relieved. No matter what, Qingyun's sect was saved, all thanks to the red-papered figure. This kindness must be repaid. Yun Tsang flew before the red-papered figure, bowing respectfully, his tone humble. Thank you for saving our sect, senior. If possible, may I invite you to stay so that I can properly express my gratitude. Upon hearing this, Li Changsheng lowered his head to glance below. The Qingyun disciples looked at him with fiery gazes, considering themselves heroes. If he stayed, Qingyun's sect would send gifts and thanks, but it would leave too many traces, increasing the risk of exposure. Especially that foolish son Li Dangping. At this moment, he had a face full of admiration, shouting along with the Qingyun disciples, "The red-papered senior is mighty." Li Changsheng saw this and twitched the corners of his mouth beneath the mask. Stay? Better not. I hate trouble the most. If my disguise were to slip, it would be troublesome. If it weren't for the fact that this battle involved my own karma, I wouldn't have even bothered to step out. However, it seems it turned out well. Though it was a bit risky, the rewards were significant. Li Changsheng intentionally lowered his voice, making it sound aged and hoarse. No need. I merely eliminated a demon out of convenience. Moreover, I have already received the reward I deserve. Farewell. If fate allows, we shall meet again another day. With that, Li Changsheng gave Yin Tsang no time to react, swiftly pulling out a handful of pills and scattering them from midair. Then he flew off quickly, leaving the scene. These pills were benefits he had prepared for the injured disciples, just a way of doing good. At the same time, Li Dangping reached out and caught a pill that fell nearby. His eyes watched the departing red-papered figure, frowning slightly. That back. It feels so familiar. Beside him, senior brother Zhang Jing excitedly patted his shoulder. Li Shitty, what are you staring at? Do you think the red-papered senior is too handsome? No, Li Dangping shook his head. I just think that back looks like my father. Especially that gesture of waving and scattering medicine just now. It's exactly like how my father feeds the chickens. Senior brother Zhang Jing was momentarily stunned by his words, then burst into laughter. Li Shitty, are you out of your mind? Isn't your father just an old man in the chi refining stage? That person just now could easily crush those in the god transformation stage. If they were the same person, I'd eat 5 pounds on the spot. Hearing this from his senior brother, Li Dangping found it somewhat amusing. True. If my father were that powerful, why would he need to hide every day? I would have sent my old man to a safer place. How could he appear here? Looks like I really miss home too much. Li Dangping shook his head, casting aside these absurd thoughts. Then he turned and joined the team, treating the injured. Li Changsheng rushed toward the settlement area. The wind whistled past his ears as he flew deep in thought. Although that battle just now seemed overwhelming, it was only because he had burned 300 years of lifespan at once, using the skill, Enduring Path to Eternity, to exchange for a 30-fold increase in combat power, thus crossing the vast chasm between the nascent soul and the god transformation stage. Without using that skill, he would merely be at the nascent soul stage and wouldn't stand a chance against anyone in the god transformation stage. Moreover, the giant sword sect was a colossal force in the central continent, with elders at the very least in the god transformation stage. He would not be able to shake them off. Even though he was using the red-papered figures, guys, who knows if the giant sword sect has some special tracking spells. For example, Kazan defect, tracking bloodline, curse time reversal. Although he had never seen them, it did not mean they did not exist. This meant he still had the possibility of being exposed. The enemy was always present and frighteningly strong. Li Changsheng frowned, feeling a heavy sense of pressure. I've resolved one karma, but I've attracted an even greater karma. What a hassle. I must quickly increase my strength. I should work hard to develop the family. Many children bring blessings. As he thought, he arrived at the Li family's small courtyard. The courtyard was quiet, with only the leaves of the old tree rustling in the night breeze. Compared to the blood and corpses outside, it felt like a paradise. As soon as Li Changsheng landed, he had yet to take off his mask. A soft and enchanting voice pierced his ears. Uncle. Li Changsheng turned his head to look. Su Yaoyao's eyes were red, filled with tears, and she rushed up to him upon seeing him. She hugged him tightly. Li Changsheng felt the softness in his arms. At that moment, Su Yaoyao's faint voice came again. Uncle, you are truly amazing. That was a clone of a god transformation powerhouse. You managed to defeat it with a single strike. Su Yaoyao tightly clung to Li Changsheng's neck, her proud curves pressed against his chest, breathing sweetly, her voice so sugary it could draw out threads. Li Changsheng. Uncle, I did not misjudge you. You are a potential stock. It seems I made a worthwhile investment in you. Su Yaoyao smiled. Li Changsheng felt his face heat up from Su Yaoyao's direct words. He coughed twice, gently pushing her away. He casually took off the red-papered mask. Enough. Stop flattering me. I only killed a clone. If the real Jin Wujin came, I would have to run away too. Su Yaoyao, uncle, don't be modest. Su Yaoyao's beautiful eyes sparkled, her admiration almost overflowing. In the cultivation world, admiration for the strong is an instinct for all female cultivators. Moreover, this man before her was not only extraordinarily powerful, but also the one who took her virginity. All right, let's get down to business. Li Changsheng's expression turned serious as he took out a jade jar from his storage ring, placing it on the stone table in the courtyard. I have brought the living nascent soul. I have fulfilled my promise to help you heal. Su Yaoyao looked at the jade jar, sealing Yin Hongchen's nascent soul. She swallowed hard. This. Uncle, you truly move me. Shall we refine him now? Su Yaoyao licked her lips as she spoke. The opportunity to heal the source of the injury was right in front of her, and she was very pleased. All right, I will refine the pills. You provide the protection. Li Changsheng wasted no words. All right. Su Yaoyao nodded, and as she spoke, she followed Li Changsheng to the basement. After Li Changsheng took out the alchemy materials, he began to refine pills. With a flick of his finger, a wisp of light golden flame ignited at the bottom of the bronze pill furnace. The temperature around him instantly rose as he tossed in various auxiliary herbs. His movements were fluid, fast enough to leave one dazzled. Half an hour later, the auxiliary medicinal liquid was fully refined. Li Changsheng's gaze sharpened as he reached out to uncover the seal on the jade jar. Feeling the jar open, Yin Hongchen's nascent soul quickly activated its innate divine powers, preparing to teleport and escape. However, Li Changsheng was already prepared. As long as the demon body was still there, he was not afraid of Yin Hongchen, let alone now that there was only a nascent soul left. Spiritual energy transformed into a giant hand, swiftly grasping the nascent soul. He pressed it against the pill furnace. No. Yin Hongchen let out a piercing scream upon realizing escape was hopeless. Then he spoke again. Are you going to refine me into a pill? Li Changsheng chuckled smart. Hearing this, Yin Hongchen struggled incessantly, his face filled with fear and despair. No, you cannot do this. Li Changsheng asked with a smile. Why not? Because you are a righteous sect. How can you commit such demonic sorcery? Refining a living person into a pill. It's against the natural order. Aren't you afraid of heavenly retribution? Yin Hongchen screamed, attempting to use morality to bind Li Changsheng. After hearing this, Li Changsheng couldn't help but laugh. When did I ever claim to be part of the righteous sect? Moreover, you Yin Hongchen kill indiscriminately, using hundreds of elite disciples as nourishment for your demon body. Isn't that demonic too? Since you are inherently demonic, I naturally do not need to care about these rules. This is called using one's method to return the favor. With that, Li Changsheng threw Yin Hongchen's nascent soul into the pill furnace, trying to bind me with morality. As long as I have no morals, I won't be bound. As the lid of the pill furnace closed, the flames blazed, and Yin Hongchen's nascent soul's face twisted continuously. Seeing the ending could not be changed, he unleashed a torrent of bitter curses. Ah, red-papered old thief. I curse you to die a horrible death. The giant sword sect will not let you go. Li Changsheng remained deaf to Yin Hongchen's cries. Instead, he intensified the flame output, refining with fervor. The more intense the refining, the louder Yin Hongchen's screams grew. The louder he screamed, the more excited Li Changsheng became, refining even more vigorously. Time passed second by second. The commotion inside the pill furnace grew quieter. The blood-evil energy of Yin Hongchen's nascent soul was refined by the pill fire and neutralized by the 36 spirit herbs. Gradually becoming gentle, it emitted a uniquely soothing fragrance. Su Yaoyao, who was beside him, focused on providing protection, suddenly caught a whiff of the medicinal aroma. This medicinal fragrance, just a whiff, could make one feel the damaged meridians in their body relaxing. Is this the aroma of the heavenly restoration pill? It seems the medicinal effect is ridiculously good. Su Yaoyao murmured, turning her head to glance at Li Changsheng. Though she could only see his profile while he refined pills, he exuded a handsome aura. Moreover, uncle, for me, you are using a living nascent soul to refine a forbidden pill. It truly moves me. Su Yaoyao felt a wave of emotions, almost to the point of tears. Uncle, how wonderful it would be if I didn't have the engagement with the heavenly demon sect. But now, time is truly running short. Concentrate. After an unknown amount of time, Li Changsheng uttered a low command and clapped his hands against the alchemy furnace. The furnace trembled violently. Immediately after, the lid of the furnace shot skyward. A blinding, multicolored radiance erupted from within the furnace. The pill is ready. Li Changsheng reached out in midair, and a pill the size of a longan radiating with a 9-colored glow fell into his palm. The surface of the pill displayed subtle, flowing patterns. It exuded vibrant life force. Li Changsheng let out a long breath. This time, refining the pill had consumed a tremendous amount of his energy. After all, it was his first time refining pills with a nascent soul. Fortunately, the pill refining skill provided by the system was powerful enough, leading to success on the first attempt. Yao Yao, come here. Li Changsheng beckoned to Su Yao Yao. Su Yao Yao approached him, her eyes slightly red. Uncle. Seeing Su Yao Yao's dazed expression, Li Changsheng hurriedly pressed the pill into her hand. What are you daydreaming about? Hurry and take it. I will protect you. Su Yao Yao held the warm pill, her hands trembling with excitement. She gazed deeply at Li Changsheng for a moment, then sat cross-legged. As the pill entered her abdomen, it transformed into a torrent of overwhelming energy, spreading rapidly through her limbs and veins like spring rain, nourishing all things, restoring her fundamental meridians. Su Yao Yao could distinctly feel her fundamental injuries being gradually healed. Not only that, a vast life force was also washing over her physical body and soul. The peak bottleneck of the golden core under the relentless wash of the miraculous medicinal power shattered like paper in an instant. Su Yao Yao not only healed her fundamental injuries, her cultivation level advanced another step, now only a hair's breadth away from the nascent soul stage. Su Yao Yao exhaled a breath of turbid air and opened her eyes. In her gaze, it seemed as if stars were swirling. Not only had she regained her former enchanting charm, but there was also an additional layer of sacred and inviolable ethereal quality. Su Yao Yao stood up, gazing into Li Changsheng's smiling eyes, her tears once again bursting forth. Uncle, why are you so good to me? I really can't help but like you. What should I do? If previously Su Yao Yao merely had a good impression of Li Changsheng, now her heart was completely devoted. The kind of bond that is life and death together. If it weren't for the marriage alliance with the Tianma sect, she would have. The Tianma sect, the leader of the demonic path in Central Continent. Compared to the giant sword sect, it is not lacking in any way. Within the sect, the lowest level elders are at the transformation stage. As for that Li Tianxing, although he is touted as the unseen-a-century genius of the Tianma sect, his methods are cruel and his personality twisted. Although Uncle is strong enough to annihilate transformation avatars, he stands no chance against the entire Tianma sect. I can't drag him down. It seems I can only. Su Yao Yao made a painful decision. In the next life, I will definitely be your Dao partner, pure and clean, belonging solely to you. Although she had made a vow of farewell in her heart. At this moment, Su Yao Yao did not wish to show any sadness. She wanted to leave her most beautiful side to this man during the remaining few days. Su Yao Yao discreetly wiped away her tears, a captivating smile blooming at the corner of her lips. With graceful steps, she walked to Li Changsheng. Extending her delicate arm, she wrapped it around Li Changsheng's neck. Uncle, thank you. After saying this, she stood on tiptoe. She actively offered her red lips. Passionate, unrestrained, wild. Li Changsheng was momentarily stunned by Su Yao Yao's initiative. This enchantress just recovered from her injuries, and she is already so aggressive. However, I like it. Li Changsheng's thoughts shifted as he took the lead. He wrapped his arms around Su Yao Yao's slender waist and kissed her back fiercely, their lips and teeth intertwining and the temperature rising instantly. Uncle, let's go to the room. Su Yao Yao gasped, her face flushed. No, right here. Li Changsheng chuckled wickedly. In the morning, Li Changsheng stretched lazily, feeling refreshed. Last night was incredibly satisfying. Even the fatigue from burning his lifespan was completely swept away. Su Yao Yao was very delightful. I just don't understand why I feel that Su Yao Yao's reaction last night was a bit too enthusiastic. But I can't find a reason. Forget it. Why think so much? The most important thing now is to collect the task rewards. Li Changsheng descended into the basement, rubbed his hands together, and opened the system prompt. Congratulations to the host for completing a special task. Rating SSS level. In addition to receiving task rewards, you also received 3 random blind boxes. Congratulations to the host for obtaining extraordinary fortune, improving the family fortune. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a special physique, pure Yang Dao body. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 8 trigrams formation. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 3 random blind boxes. Would you like to open the blind boxes immediately? Yes, no. Li Changsheng pondered for a moment and clicked no. The chances of getting good items from a blind box are too low. It's better to gather a few more blind boxes for a satisfying draw. Then his gaze fell on the other rewards. The family fortune continued to rise, becoming extraordinary fortune. Anything related to fortune is good. That's beyond doubt. Next up are the pure Yang Dao body and the 8 trigrams formation. The pure Yang Dao body is the most rigid and Yang capable of enhancing that aspect of ability. Coupled with the blessings of many children, it's simply like adding wings to a tiger. Moreover, it restrains all evil spirits in the world. This is truly one of the best items. The 8 trigrams formation is an offensive divine formation that can kill nascent souls. That's also quite good. Changsheng kept the task rewards as trump cards, hiding them deeply, waiting to catch enemies off guard when the time comes. I mean to defeat the opponent. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed since the battle at Qingyun sect. In this half year, the Eastern Continent's cultivation world underwent tremendous changes due to the death of Yan Hongqian, the leader of the Blood Fiend sect, and the fall of the deputy leader. The Blood Fiend sect was left leaderless, collapsing in an instant. The Qingyun sect took advantage and not only reclaimed lost territory, but also uprooted the remnants of the Blood Fiend sect. This firmly solidified Qingyun sect's status as the #1 righteous sect in the Eastern Continent. Moreover, during that battle, the emergence of the Red Paper True Man became a legend in the Eastern Continent. He single-handedly mended the heavens, slashing down transformation cultivators. Countless rogue cultivators and young disciples revered him as an idol. However, trouble soon followed. Although the Giant Sword sect did not directly attack all major cities' markets, and even remote villages in the Eastern Continent were plastered with bounties issued by the Giant Sword sect. The poster depicted a young man in a green robe wearing a red paper mask with a jaw-dropping bounty. Anyone providing clues would be rewarded with 10 top-grade spirit stones and a low-grade cultivation method. Those who capture him would be directly accepted as inner elders of the Giant Sword sect. Once this bounty was issued, all bounty hunters and rogue cultivators in the cultivation world went wild. Every day, countless individuals sought the whereabouts of the Red Paper True Man. Yet, even digging 3 feet into the ground, they still couldn't locate him. There was not a single clue. It was as if he did not exist in this world. Changsheng, the person in question, did not pay attention to these reports. Otherwise, he would probably see such a generous reward and create some disguised evidence to report himself. At this moment, Changsheng, wearing a coarse cloth robe and carrying a bamboo basket, was walking on the road outside Qingyun City towards the Guanyin Temple. The sound of Jiang Kuiping's playful voice reached his ears. "Husband, walk a bit faster. If we miss the auspicious time, it won't work." Jiang Kuiping was dressed in a festive red skirt. Though there were slight wrinkles at the corners of her eyes, she radiated a gentle and homey charm. Coming. The mountain path is difficult to walk. Take it slow, don't twist your ankle." Changsheng chuckled in response, and then quickened his pace. As for Jingzhe was dressed in plain clothes, gentle as water, walking beside Jiang Kuiping. Holding incense candles and paper money, she covered her mouth and chuckled. "Sister is just anxious. Husband is in good health. Let's work hard, we can definitely add a big fat boy." Changsheng, listening to the teasing of his 2 lovely wives, felt a bit speechless. His outing today was purely forced. Since the battle 6 months ago, he had been hiding in a small courtyard in the settlement area to avoid the spotlight, only teaching Ning alchemy and accompanying his 2 wives. And there's Su Yao. However, Su Yao has never admitted to being his Dao partner. But half a year has passed. Jiang Kuiping and Jingzhe's bellies had shown no signs of life, which had them quite anxious. Although they already had Ping Ning and Lu. In the traditional view of mortal women, branching out and having many children is a woman's top priority. Naturally, they cannot let the Li family fall behind. Moreover, in this half a year, they suddenly found that Changsheng had become incredibly powerful, exuding an aura of masculinity. Even though they both served him at the same time, they could not satisfy him. They felt a lot of pressure and thus began to consider the idea of Changsheng taking another wife. Changsheng naturally did not believe in all these deities and Buddha worship. To have a prominent cultivator bow to a clay Buddha in a temple, isn't that ridiculous? But Jiang Kuiping's crying and fussing were hard to resist. "Do you dislike me for being old? Not willing to have children with me? Who could withstand that?" With no other choice, Changsheng had to accompany his 2 wives to the temple to pray for children. However, at this moment in the Li family's small courtyard, Su Yao sat alone on a stone bench, dressed in a simple white dress. Her appearance no longer held the previous enchanting charm, but instead carried a heartbreaking coldness. On the stone table lay a cup of clear tea. Yet Su Yao had no desire to drink it, her eyes fixed on the rattan chair, where Changsheng often lay motionless. Her mind was filled with memories of the last half year spent with her uncle. Uncle would scold her with a dark face when she practiced and got distracted. Uncle would place her favorite braised pork into her bowl during meals. Uncle would hold her at night and tell her interesting stories she had never heard before. This past half year was the happiest and most secure time of her 20-plus years of life. It was also the time when she felt the most like a person. However, dreams are ultimately meant to awaken. Su Yaoyao lowered her head, looking at her wrist. There lay an invisible black, demonic mark, a unique heart-binding curse of the Hahuan sect specifically used to track rebellious disciples. Just yesterday, this demonic mark suddenly began to heat up. Su Yaoyao knew what that meant. It meant that the people from Hahuan sect had arrived nearby. Or rather, the wedding procession from the Tianma sect had come. Uncle, I really can't accompany you any longer. Su Yaoyao smiled bitterly, her eyes gradually reddening. The wedding date is just half a month away. The Hahuan sect must have already laid down a net. Even the experts from the Tianma sect must have been dispatched. There was no way for her to escape. Even if she couldn't run away. Because she couldn't drag her uncle down. The bounty from the giant sword sect had already tied her uncle's hands. If she were to attract the attention of the transformation stage experts from the Tianma sect, no matter how strong her uncle was, he would be outnumbered. Moreover, her uncle had Suaping Jiejingzhe, Mei Pingping, and Ning Ning. He had a complete family. I cannot selfishly ruin all of this. Su Yaoyao took a deep breath, stood up, and her gaze became resolute. For uncle's safety, I must leave. Su Yaoyao walked into the house, starting to pack her things. In truth, there was not much to pack. She had arrived with nothing. When leaving, she only took a jade hairpin given by Changsheng. Then she picked up a pen and left a letter. Uncle, I am leaving. During this time, I was very happy. Do not look for me. Su Yaoyao paused her pen. Here a single tear fell onto the paper, spreading the ink. Originally, she had so much to say to her uncle. But when she picked up the pen, she didn't know where to start. After an unknown amount of time, Su Yaoyao set down her pen, pushed open the courtyard door, and transformed into a streak of light, disappearing from the settlement area. The Guanyin Temple. Although this is the world of cultivation, it is still bustling with incense. Many mortals and low-level loose cultivators, when faced with insurmountable troubles, prefer to come here to offer their prayers for peace of mind. Or perhaps this is what is called faith. Husband, you hold the incense. I will go over there to draw a fortune slip. Jiang Suaping stuffed a lit sandalwood stick into Changsheng's hand. Before Changsheng could respond, she dragged Jingzhe into the main hall. Changsheng held the incense, standing at the temple entrance, letting out a bitter laugh. Who would dare to believe? Here I am, a mighty nascent soul, the red paper real person, who can slay deities with a single sword, yet I am now standing before the Guanyin Temple, desperately seeking a child. Changsheng felt quite vexed. I can only accompany my wife. After standing for a while, a few loose cultivators and ordinary mortals suddenly walked in. After they entered, they lit incense while chatting amongst themselves. Have you heard? The giant sword sect has raised the bounty on the red paper real person again. Anyone who can provide useful information about the red paper real person will receive a reward of 100,000 spirit stones and can even negotiate terms with the giant sword sect. I heard about it long ago. Isn't this already common knowledge? I really hope to encounter the red paper real person, even if it's just to get a bit of information. Don't be foolish. If you really encountered the red paper real person, wouldn't you be slapped to death? At that time, I fear you would have spirit stones, but no life to spend them. You make a good point. The feud between the giant sword sect and the red paper real person is not something we loose cultivators at the chi refining stage can get involved in, but it's just amusing to hear. Enough talk. Let's go light some incense. Although their voices were low, Changsheng, being at the nascent soul stage, could hear them clearly. After listening, Changsheng was momentarily stunned. Heh. The giant sword sect really thinks highly of me. A reward of 100,000 spirit stones. What a huge grudge. Is it really necessary? However, on the other hand, 100,000 spirit stones are indeed very tempting. Should I report myself to make a quick fortune? That is something to consider. Though the risk is a bit high. Changsheng thought for a moment, but still felt that his goal of having many children and blessings was more important. Developing the family, having many children, and gaining blessings would make him stronger. Isn't that better than anything? As Changsheng pondered, he suddenly recalled something troubling. Since the birth of his third son, neither of his two wives had become pregnant again. This situation seems off. Or perhaps the chances of pregnancy are just incredibly low. Ever since he obtained the pure Yangdao body, he had become extremely abnormal. Not only was he immune to poisons and able to restrain evil, but in matters of the bed, he was like a perpetual motion machine. Frequently, Jiang Suaping and Jingzhe would team up, but they would end up defeated, begging for mercy. Even Su Yaoyao, who had reached the peak of the golden core stage, would plead for mercy from her uncle. Logically speaking, with such intensive efforts, there should have been plenty of results by now. Yet oddly enough, 6 months have passed, and none of the 3 women show any signs of pregnancy. Changsheng couldn't find a reason, so he questioned the system. But the system, like a fixed program, was not intelligent enough to answer his queries. Damn it. Am I supposed to seek out a female cultivator at the same nascent soul level? Nascent soul female cultivators are all old ancestors of various sects, eccentric and older than his great-grandmother. Should he pursue those old hags? Changsheng would rather castrate himself. So now he felt a pain that he couldn't express. He could only try a bit harder, using frequency to break through this damned probability. Benefactor, I see you with a furrowed brow. Have you encountered some troubling matters? Just as Li Changsheng was lost in thought, a kindly old monk approached, hands clasped together, chanting a Buddhist invocation. Li Changsheng glanced at him. Qi refining stage 3. He probably is a wild fox Zen practitioner trying to deceive people for incense money. No troubles here. Li Changsheng did not wish to engage with the old monk, yet the monk persisted, stepping closer and lowering his voice. Are you here seeking a child? The old monk observes that you walk with the grace of a dragon and tiger. Your aura is profound, yet there is a sign of excessive yang energy and imbalance of yin and yang in your brow. If you trust me, I have a family recipe for a child-giving remedy. It only requires 10 spirit stones, and I guarantee. As the old monk spoke, he pulled out a small medicinal package wrapped in yellow paper from his sleeve. Li Changsheng took a deep breath, catching a whiff of the package's scent, and was amused. I am a distinguished nascent soul master and a fifth-tier alchemist. You, a Qi refining stage old scammer, dare to sell me a potency drug? That's more absurd than showing off one's skills in front of an expert. Get lost. Li Changsheng coldly spat out a word, releasing a hint of foundation establishment pressure. The old monk felt a tightness in his chest as if struck by a heavy iron hammer and retreated in fright, sitting down on the ground. Senior, spare my life. I realize my mistake. I was just trying to support my family. Oh, I didn't mean to deceive anyone. The old monk knelt on the ground, trembling. He was terrified inside. He never expected that the old man before him was at least a foundation establishment master. He had kicked a hard iron plate. But on another note, what would a powerful cultivator like you be doing worshipping Guanyin? This is truly ridiculous. Get lost. Li Changsheng spoke coldly. As long as it was not an unsolvable cause and effect, he was reluctant to increase bloodshed. Thank you, senior, for sparing my life. I will leave now. Saying this, the old monk scrambled away, not daring to even pick up the medicinal package he had dropped. This is how the cultivation world is. The strong prey on the weak. Husband, why are you quarreling with someone again? At this moment, Jiang Cuiping and Jingzhe squeezed out of the main hall, still holding a red fortune slip. He provoked me first. Li Changsheng chuckled, not elaborating further. He then changed the topic. How did your fortune slip turn out? Jiang Cuiping, upon hearing this, seemed to think of something, her happiness shining like a child's. Iron tree blossoms dead, would meet spring. This is a great fortune. The master said our family will definitely have a joyous occasion this year. Jiang Cuiping was as excited as a little girl. Seeing her joyful expression, Li Changsheng's earlier gloom dissipated significantly. Forget it. As long as my wife is happy, I can let them scam some incense money. Moreover, a joyous occasion. That indeed has good omens. Shall we head home now? Ning Ning is still waiting for me to return and test her alchemy homework. Jiang Cuiping shot Li Changsheng a glance and held Jing's hand. What's the rush? It's rare for us to come out. There's a famous gathering place outside Qingyun City called the Juxian Building. Their beggar chicken is exceptional. Let's all go have a nice meal and bring one back for Yao Yao. That girl has been deep in thought these past few days, eating less. It's quite pitiful to see. Upon hearing the name, Yao Yao, Li Changsheng's brows slightly furrowed. In fact, he had noticed that recently Su Yao Yao had indeed not been herself. But he couldn't quite pinpoint what was wrong. He treated it as Su Yao Yao having something on her mind and dismissed it. Now hearing Jiang Cuiping mention it again, he felt he had not been attentive enough to Su Yao Yao. It seems I should pay more attention to Su Yao Yao from now on. As the sun set, the afterglow of the setting sun painted the mountain paths outside Qingyun City in a tangerine hue. Li Changsheng accompanied Jiang Cuiping and Jingzhe, slowly making their way back to the settlement area. He was also carrying a chicken for Su Yao Yao. Jiang Cuiping was in an extremely good mood along the way, chattering about the master's interpretation of the fortune slip, dreaming of the future, while Jingzhe gently echoed beside her. Although Li Changsheng found seeking divine aid a bit absurd, seeing the smiles on the faces of his two wives eased much of his earlier gloom. This is the stable life he desires. Though ordinary, it is quite happy. Half an hour later, the three returned to the settlement area. Pushing open the gate of the Li family courtyard, the yard was quiet. Only the fallen leaves of the ancient tree danced in the autumn wind. Usually whenever Li Changsheng returned, the girl in the red dress who liked to sit on the stone bench crossing her legs, munching on melon seeds, and flirting with him with her charming eyes, was not there today. Yao Yao, Li Changsheng called out casually. There was no response. He habitually scanned the courtyard with his divine sense. No one was in the basement. No one was in the room either. Not home. Jiang Cuiping walked towards the kitchen to prepare dinner while casually saying, "Where has that girl run off to this time? She just said I brought her a beggar chicken from the Juxian Building, yet now she's nowhere to be seen." Li Changsheng raised his eyebrows slightly. But he didn't think much of it. After all, Su Yao Yao was a peak golden core expert in this small settlement area. She could walk around unimpeded. Moreover, having been cooped up in the courtyard for half a year, it was quite normal for her to go out for some fresh air or buy some cosmetics. She probably went out for something. She should be back by the time we eat. Li Changsheng casually replied and walked over to the rattan chair under the ancient tree to lie down and rest his eyes. Time trickled by. The sky gradually darkened. The settlement area lit up with twinkling lights. Jiang Zuiping had already set a sumptuous dinner on the table. Husband, dinner is ready. Jingzhe set the tableware and softly called out. Li Changsheng sat up from the rattan chair and glanced towards the direction of the courtyard gate. Still no response. Su Yaoyao had not returned. Dad, why hasn't Aunt Su come back for dinner yet? Li Yining asked, biting her chopsticks, her big eyes spinning. Yes. Jiang Zuiping untied her apron, looking somewhat puzzled at the door. In the past, even if Yaoyao went out, she would definitely return before dinner. Why does today seem a bit unusual? Upon hearing this, the casualness in Li Changsheng's heart instantly vanished, replaced by a sense of inexplicable agitation and unease. The intuition of cultivators is always quite accurate. He felt that something seemed off in the small courtyard. You all eat first. I will go check on Su Yaoyao's room. Li Changsheng stood up and quickly crossed the courtyard, arriving in front of Su Yaoyao's door. Yaoyao, are you in there? Li Changsheng knocked on the door but received no response, and then forcefully pushed the door open. Wherever the eye could see, the room was impeccably tidy. The bedding was neatly folded, not a speck of dust in sight, as if no one had ever slept there. Li Changsheng's gaze swept across the room, landing on the dressing table. On it lay a neatly folded piece of stationery. His pupils contracted sharply, rising an ominous premonition. He quickly stepped forward, picked up the letter, and unfolded the paper. The handwriting was somewhat chaotic, with only a few brief lines. Uncle, I am leaving. I have been very happy during this time. Do not come looking for me. These were the closing lines. There was also a drop of ink that had clearly smudged from water, likely a tear. Li Changsheng watched this scene, his hand trembling slightly. The edges of the letter were crumpled in his grasp. Leaving. Departing without a word. Li Changsheng stood frozen, his mind blank for a moment. His eyes were fixed on the letter's contents, reading it over and over again. It contained no explanation or mention of where she had gone. Nothing at all. Why, oi? Li Changsheng clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging deep into his palms. A wave of intense reluctance surged within him. Over the past 6 months, although they had no official title, they had long shared the essence of a married couple. That enchanting woman in bed who was quirky and lively outside of it. She had already become an indispensable part of his life. He had thought that once they weathered this storm, they could live peacefully as a family. But Su Yaoyao had sneaked away. Li Changsheng felt helpless. He did not know why Su Yaoyao had left. Had the people from the Hahuan sect come looking for her? Or was it some other enemy? Or something else entirely? The letter mentioned nothing. This foolish girl. Why did she leave? You think that by not saying anything I won't know that you're afraid of implicating me? Li Changsheng murmured, although he desperately wanted to rush out to find Su Yaoyao. But where to search? The world is vast. As long as Su Yaoyao wished to hide, where could he possibly find her? Was he to directly assault the Hahuan sect? That would not do. Impulsiveness is the devil. Li Changsheng took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. The Hahuan sect was a major sect that could stand alongside the Qingyun sect with deep foundations. Just on the surface, there were more than one nascent soul elders. There might even be old monsters at the transformation stage present. Although he was currently in the mid-nascent soul stage, he could unleash tremendous combat power with all his means. But that was a trump card. Using it would shorten his lifespan. Could he take on an entire sect alone? He could not possibly win. Moreover, Su Yaoyao was the holy maiden of the Hahuan sect. If he rashly charged in, would he not be creating trouble for her? Li Changsheng stared at the letter, pondering for a long time. Suddenly, a realization dawned on him. No wonder Su Yaoyao refused to acknowledge him as her Dao partner despite their intimacy. It turned out that from the very beginning, Su Yaoyao had been preparing for this departure, not wanting to leave behind too deep of a bond. Fearing that with the title of a Dao partner, he would recklessly step in to defend her. Foolish woman, Li Changsheng muttered under his breath, his eyes slightly reddening. Such self-righteous protection did not ease his heart, but rather made him feel more pained. In his mind, suddenly footsteps came from behind. Seeing that Li Changsheng had not come out for a long time, Jiang Zuiping walked into the room with some concern. Her eyes scanned the empty room, then landed on the letter he held, causing her heart to skip a beat as she asked, "Husband, where is Yaoyao?" Li Changsheng closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and replied, "She has left." Why? We were doing just fine." Jiang Zuiping was stunned upon hearing this. She snatched the letter from Li Changsheng's hand and quickly glanced at it. Seeing those concise lines, her eyes instantly turned red, tears streaming down her face. Li Changsheng shook his head. "I don't know. Did you bully Su Yaoyao?" Jiang Zuiping suddenly seemed to remember something, asking Li Changsheng sternly. Li Changsheng shook his head. "No. Then how could Su Yaoyao possibly leave? Where could she go? Jiang Zuiping murmured to herself. At first she had indeed had reservations about Su Yaoyao thinking of her as a seductress, worried that she might ruin Li Changsheng's Dao heart. But after spending this time together, Su Yaoyao at home had not put on any airs as a cultivator. Instead, she showed great respect to this woman, often helping with the children, managing the pharmacy, and even stepping up to protect the family when danger arose. Human feelings are tender. With mutual understanding, they had long resolved their misunderstandings. Behind the scenes, they were already like sisters. Now that Su Yaoyao had left, it was naturally very upsetting for her. Wiping her tears, Jiang Zuiping spoke with worry. This silly girl. She seems so clever, yet why is she so stubborn at critical moments? She didn't leave a single clue. What if she runs into bad people? After saying this, Jiang Zuiping raised her head, reaching out to grab Li Changsheng's arm, speaking earnestly, "Husband, you can't just let Su Yaoyao go like this. No matter what trouble she encounters, we are a family. You need to inquire and investigate. At the very least, we should know where Su Yaoyao is gone and if she is safe." Looking at Jiang Zuiping's tear-streaked face and hearing her say that they are a family, the last of Li Changsheng's concerns was suddenly washed away by a warm current. Indeed, they are a family. If he could not even protect his own woman, if he could not even dare to inquire about Su Yaoyao's whereabouts, what was the point of his nascent soul cultivation? To survive was not meant to be a coward. Moreover, Su Yaoyao was recognized as a family member by the system. If anything were to happen to Su Yaoyao, it could very well affect the family's luck. Li Changsheng grasped Jiang Zuiping's hand firmly, nodding heavily. "All right, I promise you. No matter the reason for Su Yaoyao's departure, I will find out." Meanwhile, in the southeast direction at the Broken Soul Valley, this was a perilous place at the edge of the Qingyun sect's domain. It was shrouded in toxic miasma. Year-round sunlight rarely penetrated, creating a chilling atmosphere. Normally, even monsters avoided this place. Yet today, deep within Broken Soul Valley stood a group of unexpected guests clad in black robes, exuding a chilling demonic aura. At the forefront were two figures, a man and a woman. The man was burly with a menacing scar across his face, playing with two skulls in his hands. The woman was heavily made up, dressed provocatively, yet her gaze was as cold as a venomous snake. These two were elders of the Hahuan sect. The scarred man was called Xiao Tian in the mid-nascent soul stage. The alluring woman was called Poison Princess at the peak of the Golden Core stage. Behind them stood 10 black-clad men wearing grotesque masks. These were the elite assassins of the Hahuan sect, the Hahuan guards. Poison Princess, does the heart-binding curse work or not? If we cannot bring the Holy Maiden back to the sect leader, we will have no explanation to give. Xiao Tian spoke with some concern. Poison Princess sneered, her voice somewhat charming. What's the hurry? The heart-binding curse was personally bestowed by the leader of the Cold Moon sect. It will undoubtedly work. As long as the Holy Maiden is still in the eastern continent, she cannot escape our grasp. At this point she paused slightly as if sensing something, and then the faint voice came through. Wait, the heart-binding curse has reacted. Xiao Tian was taken aback, his eyes widening. He asked, is the Holy Maiden trying to escape? If the Holy Maiden was trying to escape, they needed to capture her immediately. Poison Princess shook her head. No. The heart-binding curse indicates that the Holy Maiden is approaching us. At least she knows her place, Xiao Tian scoffed. Marrying the young master of the Celestial Demon sect is an opportunity that many desire. Even if Su Yaoyao is the Holy Maiden, she should know better than to underestimate us. Poison Princess played with her toxic nails. She probably knows she can't escape, so she returned on her own. I've heard that this little flirt has been mingling with a loose cultivator in the eastern continent for the past 6 months. Xiao Tian laughed loudly. A lowly loose cultivator dares to touch the Holy Maiden. She must be seeking death. Once we capture her, we'll deal with that loose cultivator too. As they were speaking, suddenly the black compass in Poison Princess' hand flashed red light, the needle pointing towards the entrance of Broken Soul Valley. Poison Princess said, she's here. Everyone simultaneously looked up towards the valley's entrance, where through the mist a solitary, white figure slowly approached. Dressed in a plain skirt without a trace of makeup, she still could not conceal her stunning beauty and the captivating charm etched into her bones. The newcomer was Su Yaoyao. Xiao Tian and Poison Princess, upon seeing Su Yaoyao appear, were momentarily stunned by her extraordinary appearance, and then clasped their hands in greeting. We pay our respects to the Holy Maiden. Although Su Yaoyao held no position in the Hahuan sect, she was still a Holy Maiden, and they had to give her some respect. Su Yaoyao stood quietly without speaking. At this moment, Xiao Tian stepped forward, stating directly, Holy Maiden, we are here under the sect leader's orders to take you back to the sect. You are to marry the young master of the Celestial Demon sect in half a month. Please do not make things difficult for us. Xiao Tian spoke, carefully giving Su Yaoyao enough respect. Yet their actions were far from respectful, as they and the Hahuan guards subtly surrounded Su Yaoyao. He preferred to show courtesy before resorting to force. If Su Yaoyao willingly returned, all would be well. If not, they would have to resort to coercion. Su Yaoyao maintained a cold expression, scanning the forces brought by the Hahuan sect. One was in the mid-nascent soul stage, another at the peak of the golden core stage, along with dozens of assassins skilled in joint formations. Heh, my good master. You send so many people to capture me. You truly think highly of me. Su Yaoyao sneered, her heart growing colder. Seeing that Su Yaoyao did not respond, Xiao Tian and Poison Princess were immediately on edge, circulating their spiritual energy around their bodies, and spoke again. Holy Maiden, the marriage with the celestial demon sect was determined by the sect leader. We hope you can return with us for the greater good. Please do not make it difficult for us. Uncle, I can only do this much for you. I hope you and Sister Cui Ping and Sister Jing can live peacefully. Forget about me. Su Yaoyao murmured to herself. Then she raised her head. The face that could topple cities returned to the demeanor of an untouchable saint. Her voice was as cold as ice. You need not lift a finger. I will return with you. Upon hearing this, Xiao Tian and Poisonous Princess exchanged a glance, and both breathed a sigh of relief. Although they were many in number, Su Yaoyao was after all a saint. If she truly fought to the death, injuring her appearance or foundation, it would not bode well for her upon returning. The saint understands the greater picture that is for the best. Please go ahead. Xiao Tian stepped aside, gesturing for her to go first, but his gaze remained locked on Su Yaoyao, wary of any tricks. Su Yaoyao ignored them, stepping forward and walking ahead, while Xiao Tian and Poisonous Princess quickly followed, transforming into several streaks of light. They swiftly disappeared into the mist of the soul-severing valley. Because Su Yaoyao was cooperating and needed to be escorted back to the Hahuan sect, they temporarily had no time to worry about the man mingling with her. The Hahuan sect is located within a beautiful mountain range in the southern part of the eastern continent. Inside the sect's gates, strange flowers and plants flourished amid pavilions and towers, a sight to behold. The air was filled with a faint scent of perfume. Yet beneath this beautiful facade lay a devilish giant that would devour people without a trace. The main hall was decorated in extreme luxury, shimmering with jewels. At its center stood a white jade throne upon which sat a stunning woman clad in a purple palace dress. She appeared to be just over 30 years old, with fair, rounded legs bare before her, still possessing charm and an aura of authority typical of someone long in power. This woman was none other than the sect leader of the Hahuan sect, the Cold Moon Fairy, who was also Su Yaoyao's master. The Cold Moon Fairy was at the peak of the nascent soul stage, just a step away from breaking through to the transformation stage. Master, we have brought her back. Xiao Tian and Poisonous Princess entered the grand hall, bowing respectfully. Su Yaoyao followed behind. Standing in the center of the hall, she quietly gazed at the woman seated on the throne, once believing that the Cold Moon Fairy was the savior who had rescued her from hell. Only later did she realize it was merely pushing her from one hell to an even deeper one. Her heart had long since turned cold. Hearing the commotion, the Cold Moon Fairy slowly opened her eyes and fixed her gaze on Su Yaoyao, scrutinizing her from head to toe. Suddenly, the Cold Moon Fairy delivered a slap through the air, striking Su Yaoyao's face. This slap was infused with the power of a peak nascent soul. Su Yaoyao was sent flying, crashing against a pillar in the hall, spitting out a mouthful of blood as the Cold Moon Fairy's voice turned icy and piercing. Wretched disciple, now you finally realize you've come back. After the sect has trained you for so many years, you ignore my orders and even think of escaping your marriage. Are you seeking death? Su Yaoyao struggled to rise, reached out to wipe the blood from her lips, and stubbornly stared at the Cold Moon Fairy. The sect leader has trained me, but merely regards me as a high-grade furnace for exchanging benefits. What do you mean by escaping a marriage? Did you ever ask for my opinion? Did I ever agree? Impudence. The Cold Moon Fairy, enraged by her words, stood up abruptly, terrifying pressure enveloping Su Yaoyao. Xiao Tian and Poisonous Princess, frightened, quickly knelt on the ground, trembling. Yet Su Yaoyao stood firm under the pressure, unyielding. At that moment, her voice rang out again. Do you know who the young master of the heavenly demon sect is? This union is no different from sending me to my death. How can you treat your disciple this way and still sleep at night? Since Su Yaoyao had disregarded her own life, she had become bold enough to say anything. Shut up. The Cold Moon Fairy was infuriated, her chest heaving. She raised her hand and struck again. Slap. Su Yaoyao was once more sent flying, her face swollen, blood streaming down from the corner of her mouth. That last slap was heavy. Struggling to rise, Su Yaoyao closed her mouth and said nothing further. She had returned to the Hahuan sect, but that did not mean she would compromise. Forced to marry the young master of the heavenly demon sect, I would truly take my own life to assert my will. The Cold Moon Fairy looked at Su Yaoyao's swollen face and suddenly felt a twinge of pity. Her voice continued. Whether you like it or not, the wedding procession from the heavenly demon sect has already set out. You must marry. Su Yao Yao bit her lip, still remaining silent. Seeing Su Yao Yao's silence, the cold moon fairy thought she had relented and waved her hand. Come here. Take the saintess away and lock her in the cold palace. No one is to visit without my command. Understood, sect leader. 2 Hahuan guards immediately stepped forward, one on each side, to restrain Su Yao Yao's arms. At that moment, the cold moon fairy instinctively scanned Su Yao Yao's body with her divine sense. Suddenly, she froze, her expression shifting from shock to disbelief, then to extreme anger. Wait! The cold moon fairy shouted harshly. The 2 Hahuan guards halted, looking at their leader in confusion. The cold moon fairy's figure flashed, appearing before Su Yao Yao. She reached out and grasped Su Yao Yao's wrist, her spiritual power probing into her body. Boom! In the next second, an overwhelming killing intent erupted. The tables and chairs in the hall were instantly reduced to powder. You have lost your virginity. You are even pregnant with an outsider's bastard. As soon as these words were spoken, Xiao Tian and Poisonous Princess looked up in shock, both trembling. The young master of the heavenly demon sect specifically desired the untouched body of the 9 celestial fox. Now the saintess was pregnant. If they sent a pregnant woman over, it would be strange if the heavenly demon sect did not raise the Hahuan sect to the ground. Pregnant? Su Yao Yao was taken aback upon hearing this, finding it hard to believe. She instinctively reached down to touch her flat abdomen. Then she used her spiritual power to confirm once more. Indeed, there was life growing within her. Her eyes brightened slightly. It was true. She really was pregnant. I am having a child with uncle. Su Yao Yao felt a joy of motherhood surging within her. Then, she reflected on the past 6 months. Every time they practiced together, uncle would put in extra effort. Even before taking the heaven-mending pill, he had been tirelessly cultivating. Uncle must have really wanted a child. Originally, Su Yao Yao had planned to take her own life to resist the marriage. After all, marrying the young master of the heavenly demon sect meant being treated as a furnace, which was also death. Rather than suffering to death, it was better to die in a blaze of glory. However, she never expected that. In this moment of despair, a ray of light illuminated her dark heart. The little life growing within her was the bloodline of her and uncle. Su Yao Yao radiated maternal brilliance, instantly feeling she could not die. Am I really going to be a mother? You shameless woman, how can you still smile? The cold moon fairy glared at Su Yao Yao's smiling face. The cold moon fairy was furious, raising her hand and striking Su Yao Yao's chest with force. Bang! Uffed! Su Yao Yao felt as though struck by lightning, her body flying out again, spitting out a large mouthful of blood. She crashed to the ground, unable to rise this time. The peak nascent soul's furious strike had sent Su Yao Yao's internal organs into disarray, her meridians severed. She was already severely injured. However, at the moment the cold moon fairy's palm fell, Su Yao Yao used her spiritual power to protect her abdomen. The child was unharmed. Who is that wild man? Tell me his name. I will skin him, strip his tendons, and extract his soul to light the sky lantern. The cold moon fairy approached Su Yao Yao, her killing intent apparent, coldly asking. Su Yao Yao curled up on the ground, writhing in pain, but her hands still tightly protected her belly. She raised her head, looking at the cold moon fairy's twisted face. Su Yao Yao sneered, saying, "In your dreams." The cold moon fairy paused momentarily, stunned, then laughed in anger. What a virtuous woman. I have many ways to make you speak. But before that, I will first eliminate the bastard in your belly. As she spoke, the cold moon fairy raised her hand, gathering a ball of black spiritual energy in her palm, preparing to strike Su Yao Yao's abdomen. This was the Hahuan sect's bone corrosion poison palm. Once it hit, even an adult would struggle to withstand it, let alone the child within. She did not understand abortion, but there were numerous methods to kill the child in the womb. No, you can't do this. Su Yao Yao let out a sharp scream, suddenly reaching up to pull out the cheap jade hairpin Li Changsheng had given her. She pressed it against her forehead, the sharp tip piercing her snow-white skin, drawing forth strands of blood. The spiritual power within her surged violently. It felt as if she could explode at any moment. The cold moon fairy sensed Su Yao Yao's determination and the rampant spiritual power. Her expression changed dramatically. What are you planning? Su Yao Yao's resolute gaze locked onto the cold moon fairy's, showing no sign of retreat. Let my child go. The cold moon fairy paused. Just as she was about to speak, Su Yao Yao's voice rang out again. If you dare to harm the child in my belly, I will die right in front of you. Do you think that if you die, everything will be settled, Oi? The cold moon fairy replied coldly. Su Yao Yao smiled bitterly, saying, I can self-detonate my soul. If I self-detonate my soul, the 9 celestial fox body will instantly collapse, turning into a worthless corpse. When that happens, how will you explain it to the heavenly demon sect? If the young master of the heavenly demon sect learns that you forced his furnace to death, do you think he will not raise the Hahuan sect to the ground? Su Yao Yao's words were like grabbing the cold moon fairy's weak point. Upon hearing this, the cold moon fairy's face changed between green and white, her chest heaving violently, filled with rage. Wretched disciple. Truly a rebellious disciple. Isn't this forcing me? The cold moon fairy was furious, but after calming down and thinking for a long time, she dared not take the gamble. The heavenly demon sect was filled with madmen. Li Tianxing was a pervert capable of doing anything. If he learned that Su Yao Yao had died, he would definitely unleash his fury on the Hahuan sect. I cannot allow Su Yao Yao to self-detonate. If she truly self-detonates, the Hahuan sect will perish. Thinking this, the cold moon fairy's expression darkened, and she made a decision. The cold moon fairy gazed at Su Yao Yao with a chilling expression. Very well. You are indeed ruthless. I can temporarily spare the child in your womb. Upon hearing this, Su Yao Yao's taut nerves relaxed slightly, but the jade hairpin in her hand remained firmly grasped. At that moment, the moon fairy's tone shifted. However, while you may escape the death penalty, the living punishment cannot be avoided. Come here. Throw this sinful disciple into the dungeon. Bind her with a 1,000-year-cold iron chain at her peepa bone. Feed her soft bone powder every day. No one is to approach the dungeon without my orders. Several joyful guards immediately stepped forward, roughly snatching the jade hairpin from Su Yao Yao's hand and dragging her away. Su Yao Yao made no attempt to resist. She allowed them to drag her like a dead dog. As long as she could protect the child in her womb, it did not matter where she went or what suffering she endured. She did not care about the torment. Uncle, I will definitely give birth to our child. Wish me luck. Su Yao Yao silently prayed in her heart. As the joyful guards dragged her away, blood stained her skirt, leaving a shocking trail on the jade bricks of the main hall. This scene was quite cruel. Although Su Yao Yao was taken away, the atmosphere in the hall remained oppressive and suffocating. Xiao Tian and the poison princess knelt on the ground, trembling. Useless. A bunch of useless people. The moon fairy shouted angrily, slamming her palm on the armrest of the jade throne, instantly reducing it to dust. Xiao Tian fell silent, and after a moment mustered the courage to speak. Master, please calm your anger. Our immediate priority is how to deal with the Tianma sect's wedding entourage. In half a month, if we cannot produce a person. Upon hearing this, the moon fairy rubbed her forehead, her eyes filled with irritation. Did she not understand this principle? The Tianma sect loomed over the joyful sect like a mountain. Yet Su Yao Yao had become a broken shoe. Moreover, she was also pregnant. How could she explain this? After contemplating for a long time, the moon fairy made a decisive decision. Bring me the communication jade talisman. Hearing this, Xiao Tian hurriedly took out a black jade talisman and respectfully handed it over. The moon fairy accepted the talisman. She infused her spiritual power into it. Moments later, an illusory shadow appeared above the jade talisman. Within the shadow was a young man with an alluring appearance, draped in a black and gold python robe, lazily leaning against a throne made of bones, playing with a black compass, exuding a chilling aura. This person was the young master of the Tianma sect, Li Tianxing. Cold Moon Master, is there something you wish to discuss with me? His tone was high and condescending. He carried an inherent sense of superiority from the central continent. However, one must admit that the Tianma sect was a colossal force in the central continent, indeed capable of looking down upon the smaller sects of the eastern continent. There is a small issue regarding the marriage alliance. The moon fairy's voice trembled slightly, perhaps as she was organizing her words on how to begin. She placed great importance on this marriage alliance, as it not only affected the fate of the joyful sect, but also determined whether she could break through to the transformation stage. Li Tianxing smiled playfully. What issue could it be? Considering the time my wedding entourage will soon arrive in the eastern continent. Is the Cold Moon Master eager to toast this celebratory wine? Upon hearing this, the moon fairy's expression grew darker. Indeed, the Tianma sect's wedding entourage was on its way. This made things even more difficult. It seemed there was no choice but to. The moon fairy forced herself to stay calm, squeezing out a faint smile. Young Master Li, you jest. To be able to form a marriage alliance with the Tianma sect is a favorable advancement for the joyful sect. However, there has been a slight accident. The moon fairy deliberately paused, her expression troubled. Li Tianxing's smile widened upon hearing this. Do tell. The moon fairy, bracing herself, said, it is like this. The holy maiden Su Yao Yao has recently entered a critical moment in her cultivation and is in seclusion, attempting to break through to the nascent soul stage. It is possible. I believe the young master is aware that if the Jiuyin Tianhu body is interrupted during the breakthrough, it is easy to go astray in cultivation and injure her foundation. Therefore, the wedding in half a month. I fear. The moon fairy spoke in a stuttering manner, as if her tongue had become tangled. She hesitated to continue speaking. However, both understood the implications. Her voice trembled slightly, and though she did not continue, both comprehended the meaning behind her words. Li Tianxing sneered, his voice calm and unflinching, revealing no joy or anger. Cold Moon Master, do you take me for a 3-year-old child? My wedding entourage has already set out. Now you tell me that Su Yaoyao is in seclusion. I see you wish for the joyful sect to be expunged from the eastern continent. Although both were communicating through the jade talisman, in that instant the moon fairy felt a wave of murderous intent coming from the other side. Her body trembled slightly. No longer able to uphold the dignity of the sect master, she bowed her body, her tone filled with trepidation. Young master, please calm your anger. Even if I had 1,000 times the courage, I would never dare to deceive you, young master. The holy maiden is indeed at a crucial moment in her seclusion. If forcibly awakened, the pure yin essence of the Jiuyin Tianhu body will undoubtedly dissipate. Please consider if the holy maiden can serve you with her nascent soul cultivation. The pure yin essence of the Jiuyin Tianhu will be several times stronger, which would be even more beneficial for you, young master. Upon hearing this, Li Tianxing gazed at the moon fairy's humble posture in the shadow. The killing intent in his eyes lessened slightly as he pondered for a moment. Indeed, as the moon fairy stated, the Jiuyin Tianhu body would be an unparalleled tonic for his cultivation of the Tianma grand art if she could break through to the nascent soul stage. In comparison, waiting a little longer seemed worthwhile. Very well. Since the holy maiden is in a critical moment of seclusion, I will make an exception this time. Li Tianxing ceased fiddling with the jade plate in his hand, and a wicked smile crept back on his lips. Upon hearing this, the moon fairy felt as if she had received a great pardon and quickly responded, "Thank you for your generosity, young master." To compensate the young master, the joyful sect is willing to send Lu Yi, the daughter of the Grand Elder, to serve the young master in place of the holy maiden as a welcoming gift for the wedding entourage. This girl is 18, pure and immaculate, and possesses the extremely rare Xianxia body. I hope the young master will accept her. Upon hearing the term Xianxia body, a glimmer of lewd light suddenly flashed in Li Tianxing's originally gloomy eyes. Xianxia body. Although it was vastly inferior to Jiuyin Tianhu, it was still a good cauldron. Moreover, she was an untouched maiden. Using her for some pleasure to satisfy his desires was quite excellent. The sect master of the joyful sect was actually willing to offer the Grand Elder's biological daughter as a sacrifice. It seemed this old woman was indeed driven to desperation. Li Tianxing suddenly burst into laughter, his laughter echoing ominously throughout the hall. Since Cold Moon Master is so sincere, I will reluctantly accept this. Upon hearing this, the moon fairy felt as though she had received a pardon. Her taut nerves finally began to relax. Unbeknownst to her, her back was already drenched in cold sweat. Thank you for your generosity, young master. I will arrange for Lu Yi to follow the wedding entourage back to the central continent shortly. Wait. Li Tianxing suddenly interrupted the moon fairy, his smile vanishing as he spoke sternly. Lu Yi is merely a gift. The marriage alliance must continue. This young master only gives Su Yaoyao 1 year's time. If after a year Su Yaoyao has not appeared. As Li Tianxing spoke, he leaned forward abruptly, his bizarre face almost pressed against the shadow. This young master will personally lead the Tianma sect's army to flatten the joyful sect. After saying this, the communication ended and the shadow on the jade talisman shattered with a deafening sound. Li Tianxing's threat hung like a tangible sword over the joyful sect. Yes, I guarantee that within a year I will deliver the holy maiden to the young master's bed. The moon fairy spoke tremulously. After speaking, she realized that the young master had already hung up the jade talisman, and she slumped into the throne, gasping heavily. After a moment, she gradually calmed down. The moon fairy straightened her posture, her gaze turning cold and vicious. Come here. Bring the Grand Elder to see me. Understood, master. A joyful guard outside replied. After a while, an elderly man with white hair arrived at the main hall. He was the Grand Elder of the joyful sect named Lu Shuyin. Master, you called for me. The moon fairy looked at the Grand Elder with a blank expression and spoke. Old Lu, how has the sect treated you these years? Upon hearing this, Lu Shuyin was taken aback for a moment, and an ominous premonition arose in his heart. Naturally, it has been excellent. Without the sect, I would not be where I am today. Lu Shuyin's voice carried a hint of insincerity, but he dared not be insincere, for he knew that while the Cold Moon Master appeared gentle and composed, she was in reality an extremely cruel woman. Upon hearing this, the moon fairy smiled. Then if the sect were to face a moment of life and death and require your contribution, you would not refuse, would you? Of course not. As long as the master can make use of me, I will devote myself wholeheartedly and leave no room for doubt. After saying this, Lu Shuyin's feelings of foreboding intensified. That's good. The holy maiden is in seclusion and must postpone her marriage. However, the Tianma sect's wedding entourage is already on the way. To appease the anger of the Tianma sect, it is not an issue to betroth your daughter Lu Yi to the young master of the Tianma sect, right? Upon hearing this, Lu Shuyin felt as if struck by lightning. How could this be? Wasn't she to marry the holy maiden? Why is my daughter being made a sacrificial pawn? After a moment, Lu Shuyin raised his head. Master, this cannot be. I only have one daughter. Lu Yi is only 18. Moreover, the young master of the Tianma sect is inherently cruel, viewing women as cauldrons with extremely perverse methods. Sending Lu Yi would be sending her to her death. I beg the master to withdraw this order. A look of despair crossed Lu Shiyan's cold face. He had only one daughter and never imagined she would become a sacrificial pawn for the sect. The joyful sect was truly cruel. Having devoted half his life to the joyful sect, he was repaid with this fate. The moon fairy, upon hearing this, ignored the grand elder entirely and kicked him to the ground, her gaze icy and devoid of emotion. This matter is non-negotiable. If you dare to disobey, I will destroy your lineage right now. Upon hearing this, Lu Shuyin collapsed to the ground ashen-faced. A subtle snake-like malice flashed in his eyes. In the demon sect, the rule of the jungle was the only law. Without strength, one could not even protect their own biological daughter. Over the course of this week, Li Changsheng seemed like a different person. The usually cheerful old man who loved to bask in the sun on a rattan chair, frugal and fearful of death, had vanished. In his place was a disheveled man with bloodshot eyes. Li Changsheng sat at a stone table in the basement. On the table lay a mountain of exquisite vermilion and talisman paper. Swish, swish. The wolf hairbrush raced across the yellow talisman paper, emitting waves of spiritual energy fluctuations. In addition to drawing talismans, Li Changsheng also cut paper. The talismans were all of the 5th rank or higher. The paper figures were infused with primordial spiritual energy and essence blood, capable of displaying considerable combat power. Li Changsheng continuously hoarded his trump cards, not having stepped out of the basement even once. He knew that since Su Yaoyao had chosen to leave without a word, she must have encountered troubles that she could not resolve. He could only become stronger himself to be a support for Su Yaoyao. In fact, half a month ago, he had sent a message to Elder Lei Lai of the Qingyun sect's law enforcement peak, using the red paper's real identity, asking him to utilize the sect's intelligence network to investigate the recent movements of the Hahuan sect, especially concerning the Saintus. Of course, he was also inquiring about Su Yaoyao's whereabouts. However, due to his weak foundation, the information he obtained was just some hearsay, and it could not be verified. It was difficult to use it as a standard for action. Thus, he was waiting for Lei Lai's investigation results, and the longer he waited, the more restless he became. Why has there been no news after more than a week? Li Changsheng stopped writing, irritably ruffling his messy hair. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. At that moment, a special red paper figure lying under the inkstone suddenly trembled, emitting a faint red glow. Li Changsheng lifted his head, a glimmer of brilliance appearing in his eyes. He reached out and grabbed the red paper figure, infusing it with spiritual energy. In the next moment, Elder Lei Lai's respectful voice came through. Senior Red Paper, I have found some leads regarding the matter you instructed me to investigate. Li Changsheng took a deep breath, suppressing his excitement, and spoke in a hoarse, aged voice. Speak. Lei Lai, yes. According to the informants we placed outside the Hahuan sect half a month ago, the Saintess, Su Yaoyao, had already returned to the Hahuan sect. Hearing this, Li Changsheng's heartbeat skipped a beat. Indeed, she returned to the Hahuan sect. Is your trouble coming from the sect? Continue speaking. What happened after Su Yaoyao returned? Li Changsheng pressed on his voice, carrying a hint of tension that even he was unaware of. Lei Lai paused for a moment and said, strangely enough, the subsequent events seem to be a taboo for the Hahuan sect. No one mentions them, and they cannot be inquired about. I only found out that the Hahuan sect publicly claims that Su Yaoyao is in seclusion, attempting to break through to the nascent soul stage. Hearing this, Li Changsheng's heart sank, and his ominous premonition grew stronger. Su Yaoyao attempting to break through to the nascent soul. How is that possible? As someone who had once been by Su Yaoyao's side, Li Changsheng understood her physical condition better than anyone. Half a month ago, he had just helped Su Yaoyao repair her essence. Although Su Yaoyao had temporarily advanced to half a step into the nascent soul stage due to the effects of medicine, truly achieving that stage is not something that can be accomplished overnight. Even in seclusion, it would take at least 10 to 8 years to succeed. And how could it be so coincidental? Just returned to the Hahuan sect and went into seclusion. After Elder Lei Lai finished speaking, he waited for a while, seeing that the paper figure did not respond, and suddenly became a bit tremulous. Could it be that Senior Red Paper is dissatisfied? That would be troublesome. The Red Paper Master is the savior of the Qingyun sect on the surface, but his methods are not like those of the righteous path. If he fails to satisfy the Red Paper Master, the savior could become the Reaper. Lei Lai thought for a moment and continued. I've also heard another piece of news. I don't know if it will be useful to you, Senior. Li Changsheng succinctly replied, Speak. Lei Lai, the planned marriage between the Saintess and the young master of the Middle Continent's Tianma sect, Li Tianxing, has been temporarily changed. Marriage? Li Changsheng suddenly understood something. The foolish girl had never mentioned to him that she had a marriage arrangement. Who was she replaced with? Lei Lai replied, Lu Yi, the only daughter of Lu Shuyin, the grand elder of the Hahuan sect. As for the underlying details, I couldn't find out. I suspect that Lu Shuyin must be reluctant to this marriage, but has no choice. Upon hearing this, Li Changsheng tightly gripped the red paper figure, his face expressionless, lost in thought. After a moment, Lei Lai's voice came through the paper figure again. Senior red paper. Are you still listening? Li Changsheng took a deep breath and calmed down. I am listening. You did well. But I need more in-depth information. Please help me investigate this matter thoroughly. If this matter is resolved, I will be immensely grateful. Hearing this, Lei Lai was taken aback for a moment. He initially thought the red paper master was only interested in the Hahuan sect, but now it seemed he was interested in the saintess of the Hahuan sect. As for the reason, he also did not dare to ask. Senior red paper, I will do my best to investigate. However, it might be difficult to obtain concrete information. After all, the Hahuan sect is a great sect with a 1,000-year legacy, and their internal defenses are tight if our informants cannot penetrate the core level at all. Li Changsheng's voice was as cold as ice, as if it came from the depths of the abyss, transmitted through the paper figure. I do not inquire about the process. I only care about the result. Upon hearing this, Lei Lai instantly broke into a cold sweat, his voice trembling. This was a formidable figure who could easily annihilate a transformation stage cultivator. Now it seemed he was a bit angry. The consequences would be severe. It seemed he had to investigate seriously. Yes. Lei Lai answered, trembling. Li Changsheng cut off the transmission and leaned back against the stone chair. Although he had learned of Su Yaoyao's exact whereabouts, his mood grew heavier. At that moment, the door to the basement was pushed open. Creak. Jiang Cuiping entered holding a bowl of steaming ginseng soup. Seeing the chaotic talisman papers scattered everywhere and Li Changsheng's haggard face, Jiang Cuiping felt a pang of heartache. Over the past half-month, her husband had locked himself in the basement. Although she did not know what he was doing, she vaguely sensed it was related to Su Yaoyao and that it was serious. Jiang Cuiping placed the ginseng soup on the table, walked behind Li Changsheng, and gently massaged his stiff shoulders. Husband, drink some soup first. Is there news about Yaoyao? Li Changsheng gently nodded, closing his eyes as he enjoyed his wife's massage. Where did she go? Is she safe? Jiang Cuiping hurriedly asked. Li Changsheng remained silent for a moment. He did not want Cuiping to know too much. After all, Jiang Cuiping was just a mortal. Knowing these things would not be meaningful. Su Yaoyao has returned to her family. She is the young lady of a prominent family, and after some misunderstandings, she ran out to clear her mind. Now that her family has found her, she has returned. Upon hearing this, Jiang Cuiping was momentarily stunned, then let out a long sigh of relief. Yaoyao has returned to her family. That's good. As long as she is safe, that's all that matters. That girl, why didn't she say goodbye? She made us worry for half a month for nothing. Although Jiang Cuiping felt a bit disappointed, she was more relieved. Everyone has their own aspirations. If she has returned to her family, then so be it. At that moment, Jiang Cuiping seemed to remember something, walking in front of Li Changsheng, speaking mysteriously. By the way, husband, since Yaoyao has returned home, the courtyard has become much quieter. Just yesterday, I went to the city to arrange something for you. What is it? Li Changsheng absent-mindedly took a sip of the ginseng soup. Jiang Cuiping said earnestly, I have arranged a second concubine for you. Li Changsheng spat out a mouthful of ginseng soup. He widened his eyes in disbelief, staring at his virtuous wife. Li Changsheng, what did you say? Jiang Cuiping replied seriously, to take a concubine. Li Changsheng, Cuiping, are you feverish? Why are you arranging for me to take a concubine? Li Changsheng reached out to touch Jiang Cuiping's forehead. While other people's wives are as vigilant as guarding against a mistress, his own wife not only shows no jealousy, but also proactively arranges for him to take a concubine. Moreover, one concubine wasn't enough. Now she wanted to bring in another. This was simply amazing. Jiang Cuiping slapped Li Changsheng's hand away, rolling her eyes, and saying earnestly, husband, don't be so startled. I am not feverish. Our Li family can barely be considered a cultivating family now. But we only have 3 children, Pingping, Ningning, and Lulu. The family is still too thin. You often say that more children bring more blessings, allowing the family to flourish, right? Sister Jingzhe and I haven't had any movement for a long time. We can't just waste time like this. So, I thought of having you take more concubines to share the pressure. Li Changsheng was left dumbfounded. This level of awareness was simply astounding. If it weren't for the atmosphere being a bit inappropriate, he would have awarded her the top 10 outstanding wives in the cultivation world trophy. This is too sudden, right? Li Changsheng feigned innocence. Jiang Cuiping, not sudden at all. Li Changsheng, then what kind of woman did you find for me? Upon hearing this, Jiang Cuiping's face beamed with pride. This time is different. I spent a lot of money and asked the most famous matchmaker in the city to arrange this. She is Fang Qingxue, the 9th daughter of the Fang family, a cultivation family in Xinyan City. Upon hearing this name, Li Changsheng raised his eyebrows slightly. The Fang family. In the Qingyun region, besides the Qingyun sect, there are many cultivation families. Although most of these cultivation families are quite trash. How could they marry their daughter to an old man as a concubine? Li Changsheng's first reaction was that something was off. He asked nonchalantly, would the Fong family be interested in an old man like me? Jiang Zuiping, feeling a bit displeased, puffed out her chest. Why wouldn't they be interested? My husband, although a bit older, still looks robust. Moreover, I told that matchmaker that you are a hidden alchemy master. The Fong family is currently in need of an alchemist. Upon hearing this, they became very interested. Also, Ping Ping is also a direct disciple of the Qingyun sect. Countless cultivation families in Qingyun City want to climb up to us, you know. Li Changsheng. Alright, this makes a lot more sense. Even if it's not reasonable, there's no need to be as submissive as before. Li Changsheng was already a nascent soul expert backed by the Qingyun sect, easily able to handle a small cultivation family. At that moment, Jiang Zuiping leaned close to Li Changsheng's ear and whispered, Miss Fong not only possesses remarkable beauty, but has also reached the pinnacle of qi refinement. It is rumored that she is born with a unique ability to foresee the future, able to predict events before they happen. Although the Fong family has always denied this if it is true. If our family marries her, wouldn't we be able to know fortune and misfortune, thus avoiding many disasters? He merely reached the peak of qi refinement. A bit weak indeed. Upon hearing the first part, Li Changsheng felt no interest. Because the gap in cultivation between them was too great. It was impossible for her to conceive. But upon hearing the latter part, he became intrigued. Foreseeing the future. Predictive ability. If this is true, then this woman is truly exceptional. The Li family has developed into a cultivation family, but has very few businesses, with only a pharmacy and talisman production. Their ability to warn of crises and observe heavenly secrets has become even weaker. No one could say it is completely absent. If Fong Qingxue truly has predictive abilities, even if she is only at the qi refinement stage, it does not matter. He could cultivate Fong Qingxue. With resources, he could elevate her. The awakening begins with the perception of qi. Now she has already reached the advanced stage of qi refinement. As long as she has a spiritual root and can cultivate it, would be easy. Plus, with her divine predictive ability, nurturing such a woman would be absolutely worthwhile. Once cultivated, she could conceive. The family prosperity system emphasizes developing the family. Having many children is not that important. If Fong Qingxue truly has such abilities for Li Changsheng, who believes in caution and stability, she would be the perfect match. If he had her assistance in forewarning, the safety of the Li family could rise several levels. With this thought, Li Changsheng did not directly refuse. Alright then. Since you have arranged it, let's meet and see. However, it may take some time. Why? The Fong family is still waiting for a response, Jiang Zuiping said anxiously. Li Changsheng sighed and subtly glanced towards the direction of the Hehuan sect. I have a very important matter to attend to. I can only arrange a meeting once this matter is settled. It will likely take about half a month. Jiang Zuiping understood what Li Changsheng meant and nodded. Alright. I will let the Fong family wait a little longer. Husband, please be cautious and safe. Li Changsheng nodded. For the next few days, he remained in the basement, sitting cross-legged. He gradually restored the energy he had consumed over the past half-month back to its peak. He was waiting for intelligence from Lei Lai. After about 3 to 4 days, the red paper man shook again. Li Changsheng immediately connected. Lei Lai's voice was somewhat fatigued. He had truly exerted himself these past few days. Lei Lai said, Senior Red Paper. Li Changsheng asked, have you found out anything? Lei Lai, hearing this, broke into a cold sweat, fearing that the red paper would hold the Qingyun sect accountable, and remained silent for a while. You can't hide a fire with paper. I can only brace myself and answer sorry. The defenses within the Hehuan sect are more stringent than I imagined. Our people simply cannot get close. Li Changsheng's expression darkened as he coldly replied, no news at all. Hearing this, Lei Lai's cold sweat increased, yet he dared not wipe it away. He was extremely frightened. He hurriedly replied, actually, there is not no news at all. I also found out something that might help you, Senior. Li Changsheng said, speak. Lei Lai continued, in 2 days Lu Yi from the Hehuan sect will replace Su Yaoyao to marry and head to Zhongzhou for the marriage alliance. Lu Yi is getting married. Lei Lai affirmed, yes, Senior. Although Lu Yi is just a substitute, the Tianma sect values this matter highly. The Hehuan sect has even dispatched a retinue. The scale is not small. I was thinking, since you are interested in the affairs of the Hehuan sect, if we can intercept this marriage retinue on the way, perhaps we can pry some secrets about Su Yaoyao from that great elder. Li Changsheng pondered for a moment upon hearing this. Undeniably, this is indeed a way to break the deadlock. The Hehuan sect's defenses are stringent, so we can only break through from the outside. Lu Xuan is a very good breakthrough point. Their own daughter is being forced into a marriage. How could he not feel resentment? How could he not hate Cold Moon Fairy? As long as there is a crack, it is an opportunity. Moreover, one could search the soul. Li Changsheng thought, for a while suppressing his emotions. His voice was expressionless, revealing no joy or anger. Tell me the specific route and departure time of the marriage procession. Yes, senior. Lei Lai nodded, then told the red paper about the route, time, and location of the marriage alliance between the Hahuan sect and the Tianma sect. Although he did not know what the red paper was planning, he was eager to see the results. Moreover, he was very curious about the red paper. As long as the red paper had needs, more and more clues would be revealed. Eventually, the true face of the red paper would be unveiled. After receiving the news, Li Changsheng cut off the communication, stood up, stretched his neck, and the bones throughout his body cracked like popping beans. He did not return to his room, but moved a chair and sat alone under the old tree in the courtyard. The autumn wind howled. Leaves fluttered down. Li Changsheng sat quietly like a lifeless stone sculpture, his mind constantly contemplating the plan for the upcoming day, as well as the possible situations and variables and how he should respond. He repeated this simulation over 100 times, leaving nothing to chance. The cautious cultivator never fights without preparation. If he strikes, it will be a thunderous blow. The next day, just as dawn broke, a hint of fish belly white appeared in the east. The door of the Li family courtyard opened silently. A gray figure melted into the morning mist and disappeared. Although the marriage day is tomorrow, Li Changsheng decided to set off a day in advance because he needed to lay out his plans. On the third day, 300 miles away from the Hahuan sect's mountain gate, there is a treacherous canyon named Yixianshan. This is the only route to leave the Hahuan sect's territory and head towards the junction of the two continents. On both sides are towering cliffs, and in the middle is a narrow passage that can only accommodate 2 horse-drawn carts side by side. At this moment, the sun had not yet fully risen. The canyon was dark and damp, exuding a chilling aura. Above the narrowest part of the canyon, on a protruding boulder, Li Changsheng, dressed in a black robe, sat cross-legged, his eyes fixed on the entrance. His aura was completely retracted, even his heartbeat and breathing were reduced to a minimum. If one did not look with the naked eye, even a divine sense from the nascent soul stage would mistake him for a lifeless stone. Li Changsheng had completed all his preparations. Yesterday, he risked everything to control 2 nascent soul stage beasts. The purpose was to use these 2 beasts to restrain the marriage procession. As long as someone becomes isolated, it would be his opportunity. At the moment of Chun, rhythmic sounds of breaking air came from the mountain path outside the canyon. They are coming. Li Changsheng slowly opened his eyes, and his pupils reflected a luxurious, yet eerie marriage procession. Leading the way were 2 winged beasts engulfed in black flames known as the Yoming Ma Bao. They were pinnacle 3rd-tier beasts, pulling a gigantic flower cart made of 1,000-year-old dark wood. The cart was surrounded by red satin, but in such a demonic sect that red looked as if it were dripping with blood. Quite eerie. Flanking the flower cart were dozens of elite disciples from the Tianma sect riding various ferocious beasts. In front of the flower cart, there were 7 people walking midair. On the left was a bald, muscular man radiating a violent aura of early nascent soul. On the right was a scholar holding an iron fan, pale and beardless, with a shadowy gaze, also in the early nascent soul stage. These 2 were clearly the honored elders sent by the Hahuan sect. In the middle was a person with graying hair and a slightly hunched figure. He wore a festive dark red elder's robe, but his face showed no joy for the occasion. Instead, it was filled with deep gloom, pain, and a trace of hidden resentment. This person was the great elder of the Hahuan sect, Lu Shuyin. The remaining 4 were all disciples from the Tianma sect who had come to escort the bride. Their cultivation was at the peak of nascent soul. The entire marriage procession had 7 nascent soul protectors. The Tianma sect from Zhongzhou really has considerable influence, Li Changsheng silently criticized. However, he remained calm, resembling an experienced hunter, watching his prey quietly as it walked step by step into the trap he had woven. Step, step, step. The hooves of the Yoming Ma Bao echoed in the narrow canyon, sounding particularly jarring. From within the flower cart came the faint sound of a woman crying. Upon hearing this, Lu Shuyin's body jolted. His hidden hand in his sleeve clenched tightly, and his nails pierced his palm, blood dripping. But he remained completely unaware. This is my biological daughter, my only flesh and blood. Now, however, she is being forcibly married off by the sect. How utterly sorrowful. Damn it, I can hardly bear it. The bald elder next to him glanced at Lu Shuyin with a smile that did not reach his eyes, and said, "Old Lu, try to think positively. Being able to marry your daughter to the young lord of the Tianma sect is a fortune that many would envy. As long as Lu Yi can win the favor of the Tianma young lord, your position as elder will be even more secure." Indeed, the scholar with the iron fan nodded in agreement. Who doesn't know that Lord Cold Moon attaches great importance to this matter? As long as we safely deliver her, it will be a great achievement. Old Lu, you mustn't wear a mournful face at such a critical moment. If the sect master finds out, we will all face dire consequences. In reality, these 2 were ostensibly escorting her, but were actually sent by Cold Moon Fairy to monitor Lu Shuin, preventing him from being overly protective. To escape with his daughter midway, Lu Shuin replied expressionlessly, "You two elders worry too much. It is an honor for my daughter and me to serve the sect. I am simply a bit reluctant to part with my daughter. Reluctance is of no use. Always look on the bright side. What if your daughter manages to win the favor of the Tianma young lord?" The bald elder snorted coldly. The procession continued forward, nearing the deepest part of the canyon, which was also the narrowest point. At this moment, Li Changsheng, who had been sitting cross-legged on the boulder, moved. Li Changsheng stood up from the giant rock facing the sunlight, and looking down at the marriage procession, a peculiar smile creeping across his lips. The sunlight shone down directly. It pierced through the dark miasma of the canyon, casting its light upon Li Changsheng. Strangely, he had no shadow. The Li Changsheng standing on the giant rock was actually a high-level paper doll avatar, fused with essence blood and original spiritual power. As for the real Li Changsheng, the true Li Changsheng was at this moment sitting cross-legged in a secluded cave dozens of miles away. The entrance was covered with fifth-tier concealment arrays, silence arrays, and illusion arrays. Before him floated a mother talisman radiating a faint red glow. Through this mother talisman, he could clearly see everything within the canyon. A true survivor would never stand under a precarious wall. Since he was gathering intelligence, why risk coming to the scene? Matters that could be handled by a paper doll. He would never gamble his true self. Li Changsheng had a very accurate understanding of his position and the nature of this war. A moment passed. On the mountain peak, Li Changsheng transformed into a red paper avatar, seemed to receive some kind of order. He instantly activated two special spirit talismans. In the next second, at the deepest part of the canyon, two nascent soul beasts suddenly broke free from their restraints. Roar! Screech! The deafening roars echoed. The entire marriage procession was startled. Not good. High-level beast attack. The bald-headed offering at the front of the line changed drastically, and with a thought, a ghost-headed large cleaver appeared out of thin air. Damn beast, die. The bald-headed offering roared, muscles bulging like a dragon as he swung at the charging armored earth dragon. Clang. The bald-headed offering was jolted, his arms numb and his palms torn. The armored earth dragon was known for its defense and strength. In its frenzy, it was like an out-of-control heavy tank. In terms of sheer strength, how could a human body compete? The bald-headed offering was instantly sent flying several dozen feet, crashing into the rock wall. The Iron Fan scholar, seeing another beast attacking, immediately stopped watching the spectacle. With the Iron Fan unfurled, flickering with a ghostly blue poison light, he unleashed. Wind sweeps the clouds, sending dozens of sharp black wind blades towards the diving ghost-faced blood eagle. Clang, clang, clang. The wind blades struck the blood eagle's feathers, producing a harsh metallic screech, yet only left a few white marks. A glint of cruelty flashed in the blood eagle's eyes. Its sharp claws lunged at the Iron Fan scholar's crown, but he deftly dodged. The two nascent soul beasts restrained the two offerings of the He Huan sect. The four nascent soul cultivators of the Tianmo sect reacted quickly. Protect the flower carriage. Two of them flashed, positioning themselves beside the carriage. With demonic energy swirling, they formed a black defensive barrier around the flower carriage. The other two looked up at the two rampaging beasts in the sky. With a roar, they shouted, "Two mere early-stage beasts dare to charge at my Tianmo sect's procession." Simply seeking death, the two transformed into black streaks of light, shooting into the sky. Just as they were about to assist the two He Huan sect offerings in subduing the two beasts with a thunderous force, the black-robed Li Changsheng above the canyon raised his hands and suddenly waved downwards. Whoosh! Thousands of red paper dolls like bloodthirsty butterflies poured down from above the canyon. These paper dolls flickered with a faint red light, appearing extremely ferocious. They were the battle paper dolls Li Changsheng had painstakingly crafted over half a month in the basement. Ha! Kill! The paper dolls emitted sharp shrieks, charging towards the disciples of the marriage procession. What the hell is this? A talisman array? Or puppets? Damn it, too many of them. And they charge without fear of death. How are we supposed to deal with this? Could this be the rumored red paper avatar from the cultivation world? Why is the red paper avatar attacking our marriage procession? Form a formation. Defend. No, I can hardly hold on. One of the Foundation establishment cultivators swung his sword to cut through a paper doll. At first he felt triumphant, but the next second the severed paper doll suddenly ignited, transforming into a blazing pure yang fire that pierced through the protective spiritual light of that disciple. Continuous screams echoed. These cultivators, having never witnessed such a scene, were all terrified, their souls in turmoil. With the addition of the countless red paper dolls, the chaos intensified. Almost everyone was too preoccupied to care for themselves. At this time, Grand Elder Lu Shuin held a long sword, standing not far from the flower carriage. He did not rush to help, but instead contemplated the feasibility of escaping with his daughter amidst the turmoil. Lu Xuyin, lost in thought, became somewhat distracted. One of the red paper dolls floated down like a fallen leaf, landing on his back unnoticed. The next second, a hoarse and deep voice came from behind. "Do you want your daughter to live?" Hearing this, Lu Xuyin trembled all over. Who was it? Did he hear wrong? It sounded like an ally. But where did this voice come from? Lu Xuyin turned his head, scanning the surroundings, but only saw the chaotic battlefield and the sky full of paper dolls. "Stop looking. I am the red paper doll on your back. Who are you?" Upon hearing this, Lu Xuyin was taken aback. He suddenly realized that a red paper doll had somehow stuck to his back. He had never seen such a method. His heart was shaken. The voice of the red paper doll continued to resonate in his mind. "Who I am is not important. What matters is, I know you don't want your daughter to go to the Tian sect to die." These words struck at the core of Lu Xuyin's heart. What is most precious? Naturally, it is his own daughter. But now his daughter was to become a furnace for others. How painful it was. Only he himself knew. Lu Xuyin forcefully suppressed the waves in his heart and responded through divine sense. "Sir, are the beast and paper dolls you're doing?" "Yes. I want to make a deal with you now. You provide me with Su Yaoyao's situation as well as the defensive array map and the subkey of the Hehuan sect. In return, I will give you a chance for your daughter to escape." Upon hearing Su Yaoyao and the array map, Lu Xuyin's brow twitched suddenly. These were the deepest secrets of the Hehuan sect. If I exposed them, I might truly have no way back. However, when he thought of the latter part of the red paper doll's words, a glimmer of hope ignited in his eyes. I just want my daughter to live." Lu Xuyin asked, "If I give you what you want, can you guarantee my daughter's safety?" The red paper doll's response was unexpectedly cold. "I can't guarantee that, but I can ensure chaos ensues. These countless paper dolls and the two frenzied beasts will recklessly hold back the people of the Tian sect for you. As for whether you can successfully take your daughter away, that depends on your own fortune." Hearing this, Lu Xuyin fell silent. He understood. The other party was not some righteous person who intervened for the sake of justice, but a thoroughgoing egoist. This was a transaction, and it was extremely risky. But it seemed he had no choice left. Lu Xuyin found himself in a dilemma. However, the next words of the red paper doll directly shattered his psychological defenses. "Of course, you can also refuse. If you refuse, I guarantee that the next second the targets of the attacks from these paper dolls and the two beasts will no longer be those in the marriage procession, but rather the flower carriage where your daughter sits. Do you think the people of the Tian sect can protect your daughter?" Li Changsheng applied both pressure points and threats. In the dictionary of Old Go, there was never the word negotiation. It was absolute control over the situation. Is this really a multiple-choice question? I had no choice at all. Lu Xuyin thought to himself, then recalled the cold, unfeeling face of the Cold Moon Fairy. He had devoted half his life to the sect, yet he ended up with a fate of extinction. Even his daughter was forced to become someone else's furnace. Since Cold Moon was unkind, then don't blame me for being unjust. To put it another way, even if the plan fails, being able to create a terrifying enemy for that poison woman is something he would seek after. "Fine, I agree to your terms." Lu Xuyin's eyes flashed with resentment. He then took out a blank jade slip from his storage ring. His divine sense swiftly operated, recording everything he knew into it. In just a few breaths, it was completed. Lu Xuyin transmitted a voice asking, "I've recorded the information inside. How do I give it to you?" Li Changsheng watched the scene before him in surprise. Things were going smoothly. Lu Xuyin actually agreed so easily. However, upon a second thought, it seemed very reasonable. "Because this is human nature," the red paper doll replied. "Throw the jade slip into the crevice of the mountain to your left." Without any hesitation, Lu Xuyin flicked his fingers. The jade slip shot like a hidden weapon into the crevice. "I've given you what you wanted. I hope you keep your word. Create chaos with all your might." Lu Xuyin's calm voice transmitted to the paper doll. At that moment, a paper doll ambushed in the crevice saw Lu Xuyin throw down the jade slip and immediately swallowed it whole. It sank underground, disappearing from sight. Li Changsheng confirmed through the perspective of the paper doll that he had obtained the item, and his body trembled with excitement. Finally, there was news of Su Yaoyao. However, he did not let himself become complacent. The jade slip could be reviewed later, but the promise made to Lu Xuyin must be fulfilled. Although Li Changsheng was very selfish, he still kept his word. "Of course. Now I will let the red paper dolls and beasts hold back the people of the Tian sect with all their might. I wish you and your daughter good luck." After the red paper doll finished speaking the last sentence, in Lu Xuyin's mind it spontaneously combusted. Li Changsheng aimed to eliminate evidence of his manipulation from behind the scenes. After Li Changsheng handled everything, he ordered through the mother talisman for the red paper dolls and beasts to fight to the last drop of blood. In the next second, within the canyon, the countless red paper dolls seemed to have received some signal, all gathering together to form a gigantic red paper dragon pouncing towards the people below along with the rampaging beasts. This scene is extremely terrifying. Thousands of red paper figures resemble a blood-colored ocean completely submerging the canyon. Chaos reigns everywhere. The armored earth dragon charged recklessly with crimson eyes. Each swing of its tail smashed deep pits and cracks into the hard stone walls on both sides of the valley. The ground trembled. Debris fell like meteor showers. The bald priest of the Hahuan sect was forced to retreat step by step, and even the ghostly great axe suffered several dents. Are you out of your mind? Has this beast gone insane? This is a fight to the death. The bald priest shouted in anger, already covered in deep wounds that were visible to the bone. On the other side, the ghost-faced blood eagle unleashed a terrifying gale as it launched a fierce attack against the Iron Fan Scholar. The Iron Fan Scholar wielded his fan like a shield. Although he waved it meticulously, mistakes still occurred. The sharp claws of the blood eagle tore through the defensive barrier. His chest was clawed open, exposing several ribs. Damn it! This beast has clearly gained intelligence. Why doesn't it fear death? What on earth is happening? The Iron Fan Scholar retreated, while spitting blood, roaring in a mix of astonishment and fury. Even more overwhelming was the swarm of flying red paper figures. The number of red paper figures was dense and countless. Initially, 2 nascent soul cultivators from the Tianma sect had intended to assist in slaying the beast. Yet they were firmly entangled by these thousands of red paper figures, unable to break free. Meanwhile, 2 nascent soul cultivators guarding by the flower carriage were also on alert, scanning the surroundings inch by inch with their divine sense. Although they had never seen the attack methods of the red paper figures, certain knowledge in the realm of cultivation was universal, and these red paper figures were undoubtedly being controlled by someone behind the scenes. Their goal was to find that mastermind and kill them out of rage. Moments later, the 2 nascent soul cultivators seemed to sense something with their divine sense, their pupils suddenly widening, revealing expressions of joy. Finally found you. You sneaky rodent. How dare you target the Tianma sect's wedding procession? I will ensure you have no place to bury your remains. The 2 Tianma sect nascent soul cultivators were furious. What status did they hold? They were the nascent soul cultivators of the Tianma sect, the overlord of the central continent. Wherever they went, they were respected. Yet today they were ambushed in this remote, impoverished land of the eastern continent. It was a tremendous disgrace. If they did not kill the mastermind, their anger would remain unquenched. Boom, boom. The 2 nascent soul cultivators of the Tianma sect moved at an incredible speed, leaping from the ground, transforming into 2 pillars of black light, shooting skyward towards the red paper figure. They didn't even bother to protect Louis. Die. Both struck simultaneously without holding back. One summoned a white bone magic banner. The other unleashed a blood-colored magic hand. A terrifying, murderous intent locked down the entire space atop the mountain. The red paper figure looked at the incoming attacks with a faint smile, not even attempting to dodge. Because he knew he couldn't escape. The next moment, a deafening roar erupted. The entire mountain shook violently under the weight of their terrifying combined attack. The black-robed figure sitting cross-legged was instantly reduced to dust scattered across the sky. I thought you were something special. How dare you attack the wedding procession of the Tianma sect? Now it seems you are nothing remarkable. Humph, truly worthless. The 2 Tianma sect elders scoffed with satisfaction. In their view, the red paper figure was doomed to die. Their combined attack could not be withstood even by a peak nascent soul cultivator, let alone that rodent. However, as the 2 scanned the flattened ruins with their divine sense, their smiles froze instantly. Something is amiss. Why is there not a single trace of blood or flesh left? One of the nascent soul cultivators quickly moved to the center of the ruins. He began to investigate. In the next moment, he found several torn red paper scraps among the debris. On the paper figures was drawn an extremely comical smiling face. It seemed to mock their incompetence. Damn it. The 2 Tianma sect nascent soul cultivators were furious, their chests heaving. This was clearly just a decoy paper figure. Oh, you despicable thing, daring to toy with us. The 2 mighty nascent soul cultivators had wasted so long unleashing powerful attacks against a mere scrap of paper. They even thought they had killed the mastermind. This crushing humiliation in terms of intelligence felt far worse than being stabbed twice. Damn it. I am infuriated. I feel like killing someone. The 2 Tianma sect nascent soul cultivators roared in anger, terrifying demonic energy bubbling forth. At that moment, the Grand Elder Lu Shuyin, standing not far from the flower carriage, saw the 2 Tianma sect cultivators leave and immediately realized that an opportunity had arrived, his eyes bursting with light. What a great opportunity. Whether I can take my daughter away depends on now. Lu Shuyin took a deep breath and murmured to himself, "Dear, Father is here to save you." Then with a fierce push of his right foot, he crushed the rock beneath him and rushed towards the flower carriage heedlessly. Closer, closer, even closer. Almost there. Father, soon I will save you. Lu Xian's heart raced like a drum, beating faster as he got nearer. However, just as he reached the side of the flower carriage, he didn't even have time to lift the curtain before his body froze in place, as if under a binding spell. The reason was that he discovered the two Tianma sect nascent soul cultivators had returned, now flanking him on either side. Damn it! How could they be back so quickly? Lu Xuan was in despair. Only 2 breaths of time had passed since the 2 nascent souls left. How could they have returned? The return of the 2 Tianma sect nascent soul cultivators meant that his daughter could no longer escape. The moment he began to act, it was already over. How could he not feel despair? Here, it is father who is useless. I cannot save you. At this moment, Li Changsheng's main body within the cave confirmed that he had obtained the jade slip. He no longer hesitated, suddenly rising and turning to flee quickly, leaving this land of troubles. A true survivor never lingers on the battlefield. Having obtained what he desired, why stay here to watch the show? What if the Tianma sect nascent soul cultivators sensed a trace of something amiss? A gentleman does not stand beneath a collapsing wall. He would not even stand near it. Li Changsheng on his way not only used the highest level concealment talismans, but also specifically chose to traverse areas littered with demonic beast droppings or miasma. These places could mask his scent, making it impossible for even the keenest nose to detect him. After running nearly 100 kilometers and ensuring his safety, Li Changsheng finally stopped. He found a dark cave nearby, settling in. He set up soundproofing and alarm formations. Then he sat cross-legged and let out a sigh of relief. Although he had not revealed himself throughout the entire process, the act of stirring trouble beneath the noses of 7 nascent soul experts still caused his adrenaline to surge, beads of sweat forming in his palms. However, everything was worth it. He had obtained what he wanted. Li Changsheng focused his mind and opened his palm, revealing a black jade slip resting within. His gaze flickered as he flipped his palm, and a black jade slip emitting a faint ghostly glow rested in his hand. This was the jade slip thrown into the crack by Lu Xuan, brought back by the paper figures containing the whereabouts of Su Yaoyao and the defensive layout of the Hahuan sect. Li Changsheng pressed the jade slip to his forehead, his divine sense probing inside. The next moment, Lu Xuan's message began to resonate slowly in his mind. After Su Yaoyao returned to the Hahuan sect, she was originally to marry the Tianma sect, but the sect master discovered she was already pregnant. The sect master was furious, originally intending to terminate the pregnancy, but Su Yaoyao threatened with self-detonation of her soul, forcing the sect master to temporarily relent. Now Su Yaoyao is imprisoned in the lowest level of the extreme cold water prison. She is shackled with a 1,000-year-cold iron chain pierced through her peepa bone. Every day she is forced to consume soft bone powder. The sect master's plan is to preserve Su Yaoyao's life and the fetus, and once the child is born, immediately kill it, then use rare materials to forcibly restore Su Yaoyao's vitality and virgin body, erasing her memories, and a year later, send her back to the Tianma sect for marriage. Li Changsheng read every word without missing a single one, and after finishing he felt as if a burning knife was slowly grinding against his flesh. Su Yaoyao is pregnant. Without a doubt it is his child. Li Changsheng felt both joy and immense discomfort. The joy was that he now had a 4th offspring. The discomfort stemmed from the fact that Su Yaoyao along with him was caught in a much larger web of causality. Not to mention the Tianma sect of the central continent, even the Hahuan sect, was beyond Li Changsheng's current capabilities. But how could he remain indifferent when his woman was in trouble? Li Changsheng sat quietly with his eyes closed, remaining completely still. What a foolish girl. Usually even a small cut would make her act spoiled for half a day, yet now she bravely confronted the sect master of the Hahuan sect. Imprisoned in the water prison, pierced by iron chains, even forced to consume soft bone powder. She has never taken a step back. Su Yaoyao, you have worked hard. Leave the difficult challenges ahead to me. Li Changsheng murmured as the pure yang sword energy within him erupted, causing the entire cave to tremble. Li Changsheng opened his eyes. His originally clear and deep gaze had, unbeknownst to him, turned a shade of crimson. Everything will have its consequences. Li Changsheng murmured, then turned his gaze towards Lu Xuan, focusing on the other 2 items inscribed on the jade slip. One was the layout of the Hahuan sect's formations, and the other was the key to enter the core formation of the Hahuan sect. Li Changsheng examined these 2 items carefully. They were depicted in great detail. With these 2 items in hand, although he could not treat the Hahuan sect as his own backyard, at least coming and going freely would not be a problem. Li Changsheng sat for a while before resolutely making a decision that went against his survival instincts. That is to find an opportunity to infiltrate the Hahuan sect and take a look. He wanted to see how Su Yaoyao was doing and also check on the child in her womb. He possessed the skill of hidden survival, making it impossible for those 2 realms higher than him to see through his identity. The only danger of exposure came from the Hahuan sect's formations, but now that he had the layout, it was no longer a problem. Although this decision was extremely risky, Li Changsheng was not afraid. In the blink of an eye, a week had passed. The incident involving the red paper real person ambushing the marriage convoy had not calmed down, instead it spread like a storm, swiftly engulfing the entire realm of cultivation. The most enraged was Li Tianxing, the young master of the Tianma sect. Although the marriage convoy eventually returned safely, his subordinates were publicly humiliated by the red paper real person using a dummy. That was a slap to the face. A resounding slap. Li Tianxing was already someone who would retaliate for even the slightest grievance. Experiencing such an event was more unbearable than being killed. How could he swallow this bitter anger? Soon a decree of bloodshed sealed with the Tianma sect's master seal was plastered across major cities and markets in the eastern and central continents. Bounty target red paper real person. Regardless of life or death. The bounty amount was enough to make one's scalp tingle. 200,000 top-grade spirit stones. A lower-grade heavenly technique. Position of a guest elder in the Tianma sect. Once the bounty was issued, the cultivation world erupted. What kind of concept was this reward? 200,000 top-grade spirit stones were enough for a mid-level sect's expenses for 10 years. Not to mention the heavenly technique and the identity of a guest elder in the Tianma sect. This bounty was like a road to the heavens. Coupled with a previous bounty issued by the Central Continent's Great Sword Sect, the name of the red paper real person surged to the top of the bounty list in the cultivation world. Countless rogue cultivators, bounty hunters, and even elders from prestigious sects became wildly envious and began frantically searching for the whereabouts of the red paper real person across the eastern continent. However, the appearances of the red paper real person were exceedingly rare. The first time was when he severed the avatar of the Great Sword Sect during the divine transformation stage. The second time was when he ambushed the Tianma sect's marriage convoy. Clues were few and far between. There wasn't even anyone who knew what the red paper real person looked like. Moreover, the red paper real person had the protection of fortune. Heaven's secrets could not be glimpsed. For the time being, no one could find any news about the red paper real person. At this moment, within a bustling market less than 50 miles from the headquarters of the Hawan sect, in a tavern named Drunken Immortal Residence, cultivators from all walks of life gathered, spitting out saliva as they discussed the red paper real person. Have you heard? The Tianma sect has raised the bounty again. I heard it long ago. Who doesn't know the great name of the red paper real person now? My goodness, that involves both the Great Sword Sect and the Tianma sect, the top two behemoths of the central continent. The red paper real person managed to enrage both at the same time and still be alive. It's truly a miracle. Indeed, this red paper real person is extraordinary. I heard that in the one-line Sky Canyon, the red paper real person toyed with 4 nascent soul experts of the Tianma sect using just a few paper figures. If I had even half the ability of the red paper real person, those little junior sisters would have long been mine. Would I still need to sit here drinking alone every day, eh? While everyone was boasting, in a nondescript corner of the tavern's northeast sat a middle-aged rogue cultivator. This cultivator wore a tattered robe with a bamboo hat covering his gaunt face. He was leisurely peeling peanuts, occasionally chiming in with the others' discussions. Yes, indeed. That red paper real person is indeed powerful. Oh, I wonder which hidden monster it is. If I could find any news about him, I'd be rich. This person was none other than Li Changsheng, the instigator of the incident. As he cracked peanuts, he listened to others discussing and praising his alter ego. It felt quite comfortable. No matter how high the bounty, what's the use? You all don't even know what I really look like. Li Changsheng secretly reveled in this thought. Soon the topic of the tavern patrons shifted from the red paper real person to the Hawan sect. Speaking of which, the most unfortunate this time is still the Hawan sect. Although the marriage did not fail after this incident in the eastern continent, their faces are not looking good. I heard the sect leader of the Hawan sect was furious. Not only did they strengthen their vigilance, but they also placed a bounty on the red paper real person. With the Great Sword Sect and the Tianma sect leading the charge, what does the Hawan sect's bounty even amount to? I think Fairy Ling Yue is just putting on a show for the Tianma sect. But to be fair, the red paper real person actually made it to the top of the bounty list without being discovered. That is indeed remarkable. Upon hearing this, Li Changsheng was taken aback, his brow furrowing deeply. It was not surprising that the red paper real person topped the bounty list. After all, no one should be able to find him. But was the Hawan sect on high alert? That posed some minor troubles. It seemed that the infiltration plan would need to be executed with extra caution. Li Changsheng continued to listen for a while, and seeing that there was no useful information, he left a few pieces of silver and departed from the tavern. Returning to his guest room, he sat on the bed, carefully contemplating the upcoming infiltration plan. Although he had the defensive map and the secondary key for the water prison given by the Grand Elder Lu Shuin, plans can never keep up with changes. With the Hawan sect on high alert, entering would be quite difficult. Even if he could enter, the possibility of being discovered would greatly increase. The principle of survival and cultivation, when faced with uncertainty, first bide your time. Since entering from the outside was not an option, he could only think of ways from within. The strongest fortress is often breached from the inside. Li Changsheng's gaze passed through the inn's window, looking towards the direction of the Hahuan sect's mountain gate. He released a few specially crafted paper moths. These paper moths had no fluctuations of spiritual energy. They appeared to be ordinary insects. However, they were miraculous tools for close-range reconnaissance and eavesdropping. Go! Li Changsheng flicked his fingers. A few paper moths silently blended into the night, flying towards the direction of the Hahuan sect. 3 days later, through the intelligence gathered by the paper moths, Li Changsheng finally identified an excellent target for substitution. This person's name was Zhen Jian. He was in charge of the formation repairs and maintenance at the Hahuan sect, with cultivation at the late foundation establishment stage. Having spent years underground repairing formations, he had accumulated a heavy aura of yin energy and cold poison. Not only did he become a sickly shell of a person, but his personality also turned extremely reclusive and eccentric. Zhen Jian had very poor social connections within the sect, rarely interacted with others, and had no dual cultivation partners. Usually apart from working, he would descend the mountain to the market to buy medicinal alcohol to prolong his life. Zhen Jian. What a despicable name. A fitting name indeed. Zhen Jian's social interactions were simple. Moreover, he had the authority to repair the formations of the Hahuan sect. He was a perfect substitute. As Li Changsheng thought about this, a cold smile crept across his lips. The next evening, at the foot of the Hahuan sect's mountain, Zhen Jian coughed as he walked out of the pharmacy he frequented. Cough, cough, cough. This damned weather is getting colder and colder. Zhen Jian tightened his tattered robe, preparing to head back to the sect. He was completely unaware that not far behind him, a middle-aged rogue cultivator wearing a bamboo hat was quietly following like a ghost. When Zhen Jian reached an empty alley, he suddenly turned his head. Who? Having spent years mingling at the bottom, he still had some vigilance. But he soon saw a pair of eyes deep as an abyss. Before he could react, a yellow talisman was swiftly slapped onto his forehead. A 5th-grade special control talisman. Zhen Jian's body instantly stiffened and became immobile. Li Changsheng wasted no words and directly pressed his hand onto Zhen Jian's crown. His divine sense, like a sharp steel needle, pierced into Zhen Jian's sea of consciousness, beginning to search his soul. In just a few breaths, all of Zhen Jian's memories were copied, including his cultivation methods and the rules of the Hahuan sect. Even the way he walked, his speaking tone, and even his preferences for medicinal alcohol. All were thoroughly replicated. Li Changsheng took off Zhen Jian's identity token from his waist, and with a thought directly stored the deeply unconscious Zhen Jian into his storage ring. After completing all of this, the muscles on Li Changsheng's face began to twitch strangely, and his bones emitted faint cracking sounds. He donned a specially crafted human skin mask and changed into Zhen Jian's management attire. When he stepped out of the alley again, his sallow complexion and sunken eye sockets, and the slightly hunched back from years of exposure to yin energy, were identical to Zhen Jian. Cough, cough, cough. Li Changsheng imitated Zhen Jian's manner, coughed a few times, then swaggered towards the Hahuan sect. Half an hour later, in front of the Hahuan sect's mountain gate, the protective array of the Hahuan sect was fully activated, and inner disciples and stewards were on high alert, checking every person entering and exiting. Halt! What do you want? A golden core elder stopped Li Changsheng. Li Changsheng bent slightly submissively, handing over his token. Steward, cough, cough. I am the external management of formations, Zhen Jian. I'm on leave today. I came down to buy some medicinal alcohol to ward off the cold poison. The golden core steward took the token, scanned it with his divine sense, then glanced at the sickly Zhen Jian. A flash of undisguised disdain crossed his eyes. Useless, sickly wretch. You can go in. The sect leader has issued an order. The entire sect is on alert. If there's nothing important, it's best not to go in and out. Li Changsheng obediently replied, Understood, elder. Then the golden core elder seemed to think of something and spoke again. You are the formation maintenance master, right? Yes. The earth vein has been unstable lately, and the mysterious water array around the water prison in the back mountain frequently fluctuates. You should hurry and check it out. Upon hearing this, Li Changsheng felt no anger, but instead joy bubbled within him. It was as if someone had sent him a pillow while he was feeling sleepy. He had been worried about finding a reasonable excuse to go to the back mountain. Yes. I will go and check it out right away. Li Changsheng nodded and bowed, then walked in smoothly, passing through one of the Hahuan sect's checks. As soon as he entered the sect, everywhere he looked were patrolling disciples, and occasionally the divine sense of nascent soul elders would sweep over. Li Changsheng secretly rejoiced that he had used the identity of an insider. Otherwise, it would have been a lot more troublesome. Keeping his head down, he hunched his back. Following the route in his memory, he carried a tattered array toolbox and made his way towards the forbidden area of the back mountain. Soon he arrived at the back mountain. A chilling wind blew against him. Ahead stood a massive black stone fortress resembling a fierce beast with its mouth wide open, quietly lying in the darkness. This was the Hahuan sect's terrifying cold water prison. At the entrance of the prison, the guards were even more stringent than described in the Grand Elder's jade slip. Before him sat two elders at the late Golden Core stage. They were positioned at a stone table outside the door with a game of chess laid out before them. Yet it was clear that neither had the inclination to play. They were cursing and complaining. Damn it, what is this nonsense? Why are we held responsible for the attack on the marriage convoy? Why must we guard this place day and night? Another one softly spoke up. Shh, keep your voice down. Are you trying to get us killed? This is a strict order directly from the sect leader. We are just pawns in this game. No more complaints. The first elder replied, it's truly infuriating. If anything happens to that pregnant ancestor in the water prison, we'll be the ones to pay the price. Forget about being pawns at who would want to do this job. Listening to their complaints, Changsheng couldn't help but smirk coldly. Why put the working class in such a predicament? Sect Master Lin Yue was becoming increasingly cold-blooded. Changsheng carried a toolbox, head bowed, and back hunched slowly, making his way over. Ahem. Honorable elders. He intentionally coughed to draw their attention. Who? What do you want? It's me. The one in charge of formations, Zhenjian. Changsheng raised his identity token and continued, I am here on the orders of the steward. I came to inspect the nodes of the Xian Shui formation around the water prison. Upon recognizing the frail figure of Zhen Jian, the two Golden Core elders heaved a sigh of relief. Zhen Jian was known for his skills in repairing formations. They had heard of his reputation. Move quickly. You are only allowed to repair the outermost layer. Do not approach the inner door, understood? Yes, I understand. Changsheng nodded, submissive, a toolbox in hand, as he stepped into the water prison. Crossing through the grand door, an extreme chill penetrated to his bones. On either side of the corridor, ghostly green flames flickered, illuminating the dense array of formation runes on the walls. Changsheng pretended to crouch down, taking out materials to seemingly start repairing the formation, while his divine sense quietly extended like invisible tendrils. Silently, it penetrated the iron bars ahead, probing towards the deepest part of the water prison. As a nascent soul cultivator, making small moves before the two Golden Core elders was exceedingly easy. Closer, even closer. Passing through the long corridor, the core of the water prison was separated by a cold iron grate inscribed with sealing runes. Finally, Changsheng saw the woman. She was in a pool wrapped in a millennium of frost, with the water displaying an eerie dark red hue. Su Yaoyao was locked in a large X formation, suspended in the air by four thick chains made of ancient cold iron, with her shoulder blades pierced by soul-fixing nails. Blood dripped from her collarbone into the icy pool below, creating a gruesome sight. Drop, drop, drop. Originally, Su Yaoyao's simple white dress had been stained dark red with blood. Her once captivating eyes were tightly shut, long eyelashes covered in frost. Su Yaoyao trembled all over. Yet even in such torment, her hands still desperately protected her slightly bulging abdomen. Seeing this scene, a string in Changsheng's heart snapped. His heart felt as if someone were using a rusty dull knife to slice it apart. His eyes reddened instantly, veins bursting. The once beautiful and enchanting saintess Su Yaoyao was now locked here like a rag doll, enduring inhuman torture at all times. This scene truly could bring one to tears. Lin Yue, Changsheng was furious. The pure yang energy of the pure Yang Dao body nearly burst forth. He wanted to draw his sword. He wanted to save Su Yaoyao. He wanted to butcher those two Golden Core elders into pulp. He wanted to completely overturn the Hahuan sect. But the rationality engraved in his bones held him back. Changsheng bit down hard on his tongue. With a pop, blood spread in his mouth. The intense pain brought him a moment of clarity. But Changsheng dared not move nor make a sound. For through Lu Shiyan's jade slip, he knew that the soul-fixing nails on Su Yaoyao were inscribed with a mini-life warning formation connected to the soul of Fairy Lin Yue. As long as someone touched those chains or attempted to pull out the soul-fixing nails, the formation would instantly trigger an alarm. Moreover, the formation on the chains would directly crush Su Yaoyao's heart veins. Damn it. Even though you are Su Yaoyao's master, your actions are truly ruthless. How could you be so cruel to your own disciple? Changsheng couldn't understand. Yet, in the dictionary of survival, there was no such thing as charging in recklessly. It was impossible to risk a prison break. He couldn't gamble with the lives of his wife and child just because of impulsiveness. Changsheng suppressed his urge, pretending to continue repairing the formation. But his right hand swiftly formed a seal within his wide sleeve, retrieving a golden pill from his storage ring. This was the top-grade prenatal protection pill he had refined over the past few days, using countless rare herbs combined with the essence of the pure Yang Dao body. He then slid out a paper figure as small as a fingernail, wrapping the prenatal protection pill quietly, sending it towards Su Yaoyao. Though the depths of the water prison were filled with seals and formations, he had the formation diagram provided by Lu Shuyin, allowing the paper figure to navigate through the formations gaps without much difficulty. After a dozen minutes, the red paper figure with the protection pill arrived at a corner of Su Yaoyao's water prison. Li Changsheng pondered, worried about startling her. He extended his divine sense, gently touching Su Yaoyao's sea of consciousness. In her half-conscious state, Su Yaoyao seemed to sense something. Her body trembled violently. "Uncle, is that your aura? Did you come, uncle?" Su Yaoyao weakly opened her eyes, gazing at the empty water prison for a moment before unable to suppress a bitter smile. "I've truly been locked up for too long. I'm starting to hallucinate. How could uncle possibly appear here?" Su Yaoyao dared not hope for too much, preparing to close her eyes and continue recuperating. At this moment, from the corner of her eye, she suddenly spotted an extremely tiny paper figure. Or rather, this was Li Changsheng purposely controlling the paper figure to appear within her line of sight. In the next second, Su Yaoyao's dull eyes instantly sparkled with brightness. Moreover, it was an exceptionally bright kind of light. In her understanding, in the whole world, only uncle could create such a lively paper figure. So, uncle really came. It's not an illusion. The moment Su Yaoyao saw the paper figure, she felt as if she had come back to life. Uncle was like a light in the darkness, illuminating her. Through the paper figure, Li Changsheng sensed Su Yaoyao's emotional fluctuations and immediately understood what to do, giving commands to the paper figure. "Go." The paper figure flicked the prenatal protection pill with its fingers. Su Yaoyao, knowing uncle had arrived, did not resist, opening her mouth to cooperate. The prenatal protection pill entered Su Yaoyao's slightly parted lips. The pill dissolved instantly, transforming into a stream of pure yang energy. It flowed through Su Yaoyao's limbs and bones, integrating with her. It dispelled the cold poison, safeguarded her meridians, and protected the fetus. As Su Yaoyao felt the pure yang energy identical to uncle's, she finally confirmed it. Tears fell uncontrollably, dripping into the icy blood water. "Uncle, it really is you, uncle. Uncle, you shouldn't have come. For me, it's not worth risking your life." However, Su Yaoyao did not show any abnormality. Even her expression returned to a numb coldness. Since uncle has infiltrated and does not wish to reveal himself, there must be a plan. All she could do was try her best to cooperate with him. Su Yaoyao felt her currently broken body filled with boundless strength. As long as uncle was there, even if she were in the 18th level of hell, she wouldn't be afraid. Li Changsheng, watching Su Yaoyao through the paper figure, could not help but feel moisture in his eyes. What a foolish girl. He then forcefully restrained his urge, accelerating his movements to finish repairing the formation. After completing everything, he leisurely walked out. At the same time, he subtly issued a new command to the paper figure. The paper figure that had just transported the pill turned into a streak of light, floating into Su Yaoyao's skirt, sticking there. "The paper figure is left for you. Do not contact me unless necessary. But if there is danger, contact me through the paper figure at any time. I am always here." Li Changsheng communicated through the paper figure, his divine sense directly entering Su Yaoyao's sea of consciousness, feeling the paper figure hiding beneath her skirt. Su Yaoyao nodded heavily, her eyes once again moist. "Uncle, you have always been here. I will always be here too." Su Yaoyao felt moved. Finally, she hadn't misjudged a man. Back at Jinjian's residence, Li Changsheng closed the door and set up a soundproof formation. Hiding behind the door, he observed for a few minutes. After confirming safety, his compliant demeanor instantly vanished, replaced by an icy coldness. Though today's plan was very successful, and he saw Su Yaoyao, he couldn't feel any joy. Su Yaoyao was in the Hehuan sect. It was truly too tragic. So tragic that it pained everyone. Li Changsheng couldn't stand it at all. He was inherently a person who fiercely protected those he cared for. Sect Master Lin Yue actually dared to treat his wife and child this way. He had already crossed the line. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, Li Changsheng's mind was racing. How to rescue Su Yaoyao within 10 months. A heating confrontation was definitely not feasible. No matter how strong an individual was, they could not contend against a vast sect. Thus, it would be better to retreat and weave a net. As he thought, Li Changsheng's ideas in his mind gradually became clearer. He didn't rush to draw his sword. He needed to set a trap. He wanted to make Fairy Lin Yue watch as the Hehuan sect rotted little by little. A strange smile gradually appeared at the corner of Li Changsheng's mouth. As a person who practiced survival, his life creed had always been to survive, if possible avoid trouble, and not become entangled in cause and effect. One must learn to endure. He had never been this angry before. But now he decided to violate his life creed. If he couldn't even protect his wife and child, then what was the use of all this cultivation? Even survival practitioners had their principles. Li Changsheng will not only rescue Su Yaoyao, but also bring down the Hehuan sect. Li Changsheng pondered for a moment, then immediately made up his mind. First, he separated a wisp of his original divine soul, fused it with his blood, and once again created a high-level paper substitute. He assigned this substitute to continue playing the role of Zhen Jian, remaining within the Hehuan sect to set up formations and poison traps, quietly inscribing the spirit theft formation to exploit the sect's spiritual vein resources. Meanwhile, his main body took advantage of the night to return to the basement of the Qingyun city settlement. Upon returning to the basement, Li Changsheng immediately activated the explosive mode. He spent a fortune and cleared out the finest vermilion and spirit paper from several large markets around Qingyun city, tirelessly cutting paper figures day and night without rest. The scissors flew back and forth. Spiritual energy surged. Li Changsheng's current goal was to cut out 100,000 paper figures no matter what. Then he sealed a wisp of pure yang sword energy inside the belly of the paper figures, combining it with the array patterns of the 5th-level explosive talisman. Imprinted on the surface of the paper figures, they were no longer mere paper figures, but clearly a massive army of 100,000-level self-destructing pure yang miniature drones. These 100,000 paper figures were a crucial part of Li Changsheng's plan to overturn the Hehuan sect. In addition to cutting 100,000 paper figures, he also prepared to draw 100,000 spirit talismans, 100,000. Within half a month. In the blink of an eye in the basement, Li Changsheng, with a scruffy beard and bloodshot eyes, was in a state of extreme excitement. Phew. I finally cut out 1,000 paper figures. Though this was just a preliminary achievement, there was still a long way to go to reach the target of 100,000 paper figures. But he was very patient. Although Su Yaoyao was suffering in the water prison lung, you wouldn't let her die to send her to the Tianma sect. This was the perfect opportunity for Li Changsheng to accumulate strength. Just as Li Changsheng was deep in thought, there was a knock on the basement door. Knock, knock, knock. Husband, are you in there? The voice of Jiang Suiping came from outside. Hearing this, Li Changsheng stopped his actions, took a deep breath, and stored all the red paper figures into his storage ring. After tidying up his clothes, he arranged himself. In the instant he opened the door, he had transformed back into the elderly figure of a qi refining stage cultivator. Li Changsheng followed Jiang Suiping to the courtyard. At that moment, the sun shone brightly on the old tree, making it look particularly lush. Jiang Suiping and Jingzhe had long been waiting by the stone table. They had specially dressed up. Jiang Suiping wore an elegant red long dress, exuding the grace of a primary wife. Jingzhe wore a light green flowy dress, gentle and lovely. Jiang Suiping excitedly approached and grabbed Li Changsheng's arm. Husband, you finally came out. Quickly wash your face and change your clothes. Then we should hurry and set off. Set off? Where to? Li Changsheng was momentarily confused, left in a fog. Jiang Suiping shot him a glance, scolding. Have you gone silly staying in the basement? Didn't we agree half a month ago? Today is the day you are meeting the 9th young lady of the Fong family. The elder and the 9th young lady of the Fong family are already waiting in a private room at the Wangxian Tower. Upon hearing this, Li Changsheng finally reacted, suddenly enlightened. Damn, he almost forgot about this matter. However, fortunately, he didn't delay. Li Changsheng internally grumbled, seeing that Jiang Suiping and Jingzhe's faces showed no signs of jealousy, but rather expressions of anticipation. Li Changsheng's irritation immediately transformed into boundless tenderness. With such a wife, what more could he ask for? There truly was no other woman in this world who would proactively accept concubines for her husband. All right, I'll go change my clothes now. Li Changsheng replied with a smile. Half an hour later at Qingyun City, at Wangxian Tower. This luxurious restaurant, towering several tens of feet high, was the favorite place for various major cultivation families and sect leaders in Qingyun City to host guests. In the top floor's premium room, incense wafted through the air and ethereal music floated about. There were not many people from the Fong family, only two. One was Elder Fong Hai, who was at the peak of foundation establishment. The other was today's main character, the 9th daughter of the Fong family, Fong Qingxiu. Fong Qingxiu wore a blue dress, her figure graceful, with a thin veil covering her face. Though her full appearance was obscured, her exposed eyes conveyed an ethereal quality that seemed capable of seeing through everything. Just this aura alone was quite extraordinary. However, if one observed carefully, they would notice a hint of deep pride and unwillingness hidden within those ethereal eyes. Fong Qingxiu was born of a concubine, making her position in the Fong family awkward. Although her family had started to value her due to her display of heavenly intuition, they merely regarded her as a tool for seeking fortune and avoiding disaster. What the family did not know was that Fong Qingxiu was very clever and had long concealed a part of her talent. Otherwise, trouble would have likely arisen long ago. An ordinary person is innocent, but possessing treasures can lead to trouble. This time the family wanted to marry her off to an old man as a concubine to win over a high-level alchemist. Fong Qingxiu was naturally unwilling. So what if that old man had a son who was a direct disciple of Qingyun? In the cultivation world, one's own strength is the foundation. To make her serve as a concubine for an old man, she was 100 times unwilling. When this old man arrives, he'll reveal a bit of my talent to make him retreat in despair. Fang Qingxue resolved in her heart with a cold snort. At that moment, the door to the private room was pushed open. Creak. Li Changsheng entered with Jiang quipping and Jing wearing a smile. Master Li, I've long admired your name. Elder Fang immediately stood up, greeting him with a beaming smile, putting on a show of politeness. Elder Fang, you flatter me, Li Changsheng said with a slight bow, pulling out a chair to sit down. After exchanging a few pleasantries, they cut directly to the topic. Master Li, the Fang family's influence in Qingyun City is something you must be aware of. This girl Qingxue is the Fang family's treasured jewel. She will never be wronged. If you could form a marital bond with our Fang family, we would all be one family from then on. Master Li's alchemical skills are quite high, so you should take care of the Fang family's businesses. It's only right for you to provide a fixed number of premium pills for the family each month. This statement was quite clear. If you marry into the Fang family, you will be the exclusive alchemist for the Fang family, deeply binding yourself to them. After all, the pills from Li's pharmacy are notoriously good. The branches opened in Qingyun City have sold out completely. How could the Fang family not covet this profit? Li Changsheng held the teacup, smiling, without saying a word, barely raising his eyelids. Alchemy for the Fang family. Do you think you are worthy? Even the scraps of pills I casually throw out could buy the entire Fang family. However, he didn't care how the Fang family viewed him. His only purpose for coming today was to confirm whether Fang Qingxue truly had the talent for foresight. This talent was a bit special and could not be discerned with the naked eye. Li Changsheng was pondering what method to use to test this woman. Coincidentally, Fang Qingxue was also planning to test Li Changsheng at this moment. Let's see what abilities this old man has. Fang Qingxue coldly snorted in her heart, her gaze falling on Li Changsheng across the table, her hands forming a spell in her sleeve. The Eye of Destiny activate. This was her innate divine ability, the heavenly insight technique capable of seeing through a person's fortune, background, and even a hint of their future destiny. Fang Qingxue's intention was to see through Li Changsheng's background, then intimidate him with a few prophetic words to make him retreat. However, she never expected to see an invincible demon god sitting amidst the endless starry sky within the web of fate. The demon god's figure was towering to the extreme. It seemed to be as eternal as the heavens and earth, suppressing the ages. Behind the demon god were 100,000 red paper dragons. Further behind were mountains of 9th-grade spirit talismans and countless terrifying great demons the size of mountains. With a mere wave, the millennial demonic giant, the Hehuan sect, was instantly reduced to ashes, and countless nascent soul powerhouses fell like raindrops. At the end of the painting, Fang Qingxue saw the future of the Li family. That man would have countless offspring, each one a prodigy. His descendants would spread throughout the entire cultivation world. The Li family would become a long-lived family revered across all realms. Even the guard dog would exude an aura of terrifying prowess akin to an immortal emperor. How is this possible? Fang Qingxue looked at this scene, her soul trembling. This old man's future was of such a level. How could he be just an old man in the chi refining stage? Was he pretending to be weak? Just then, the majestic demon god suppressing the ages seemed to have sensed the probing. Slowly it turned its head, and through the endless web of fate and time its gaze fell upon Fang Qingxue. Fang Qingxue felt as if struck by a heavy hammer, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood that stained her pure, white veil crimson. Tears of blood streamed down her eyes. No, don't kill me. Fang Qingxue trembled, falling from her chair, curling backward until she retreated to the corner of the wall. Her whole body shook as if trembling through a sieve, her eyes filled with indescribable fear and despair. Elder Fang Hai stood frozen upon seeing this scene. Jiang Zuiping and Jingzhou were also dumbfounded, unsure of what to do. Qingxue, what's wrong with you? Elder Fang Hai attempted to help Fang Qingxue. Yet Fang Qingxue was agitated, screaming and waving her hands, resisting everyone's approach. Don't touch me. At this moment, only Li Changsheng remained seated like a mountain. Holding the teacup, he blew on the floating tea leaves and took a sip. His gaze calmly watched the woman before him. He naturally knew what Fang Qingxue had just done, attempting to pry into the fate of a person endowed with numerous contrary destinies. That her eyes did not go blind on the spot was already a testament to her exceptional talent. It seemed the legend that Fang Qingxue possessed the ability of foresight was true. Li Changsheng made a preliminary judgment in his heart, and his gaze towards Fang Qingxue gradually became fiery. Then he set down the teacup. He slowly stood up and walked towards Fang Qingxue. As Fang Qingxue watched Li Changsheng approach, it was as if she saw the demon god amidst a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, causing her breath to halt, her body trembling even more violently. Li Changsheng smiled and casually extended a finger, which landed on Fang Qingxue's forehead. The pure yang energy flowed from his fingertip into Fang Qingsu's collapsing sea of consciousness. In an instant, the backlash of the celestial mechanism's power was suppressed. Fang Qingxue felt a wave of fear and gasped for breath. There was indeed a moment just now. She thought she was going to die. That demonic god was simply too terrifying. At that moment, Li Changsheng's authoritative voice reached her mind through divine sense. Seeing what one should not see can lead to death. Do you understand? Fang Qingxue trembled at the words. She raised her head and looked at the seemingly harmless old man in front of her who wore a smile. It was as if she could sense the terrifying power deliberately concealed within the old man. At that moment, she understood. The scene she had just witnessed was undoubtedly real. The man before her was not simply at the chi refinement stage, but an unparalleled being hidden among mortals possessing boundless fortune. How could the Fang family ever hope to control Li Changsheng? It was simply like an ant shaking a tree. Absurd to the extreme. In the cultivation world, the principle has always been the survival of the fittest with the strong revered. Fang Qingxue naturally admired strength. All her previous resentment vanished. To be a concubine of such a supreme being was a blessing earned through several lifetimes. It was the Fang family that had overreached. I understand. Fang Qingxue trembled as she responded with her divine sense. Upon hearing this, Li Changsheng smiled even more broadly. This woman was quite obedient. Moreover, she possessed a special talent. Bringing her into his harem and training her would not be a bad idea. After Fang Qingxue responded, she did not hear Li Changsheng's reply and thought he was dissatisfied. With a thud, she knelt down, her forehead touching the floor. Qingxue, I did not know the heights of heaven and the depths of earth and have offended your esteemed presence. I wish to serve you for life, to be your humble servant, unwavering until death. I implore you to take me in. Fang Hai was momentarily taken aback upon hearing these words. He hurried over, ready to pull her up. Ninth. Niece. Are you crazy? Why are you kneeling? Fang Qingxue turned around and scolded sharply. Shut up. What I do is none of your business. If you dare disrespect my master, I, Fang Qingxue, will be the first to kill you. Fang Hai was utterly confused upon hearing this. Has the world gone mad? At first, didn't you refuse to marry this old man? How did your attitude change so quickly? Did something happen that I am unaware of? Li Changsheng paid no attention to Fang Hai. His eyes were fixed on the kneeling Fang Qingxue. He nodded slightly. Get up. He then turned to Jiang Cuiping and Jing Zhou with a smile and said, ladies, please accompany Elder Fang outside for some tea. Although Jiang Cuiping was full of doubts, she was extremely clever and understood that her husband had important matters to attend to. She immediately led Jing Zhe and the dazed Fang Hai out of the elegant room and closed the door. In the room, only Li Changsheng and Fang Qingxue remained. Li Changsheng wasted no time. After activating the shielding and silence talismans, he directly began testing. Qingxue, since you want me to take you in, then let me see your abilities. You can foresee the future, and you must tell me this ability in full, without reservation. Li Changsheng's voice was very firm. Fang Qingxue hesitated for a moment, and then revealed her abilities in front of this esteemed man. Even hesitating for a second would be disrespectful to herself. To report to you my ability is to calculate the celestial mechanism. The more important the celestial mechanism I calculate, the more my lifespan is consumed. I can see a person's background, future direction, and how to seek fortune and avoid calamity. Li Changsheng was momentarily stunned upon hearing this. It seemed that Fang Qingxue's abilities were even stronger than he had imagined. Calculating the celestial mechanism. Truly a remarkable gift. I have thought of 3 things in my heart. Use your talent to predict what they are and where they are. This was to prevent her from putting on an act. Li Changsheng deliberately increased the difficulty. He gave no hints, and only he knew what he was thinking. Fang Qingxue nodded. She endured the weakness left by the backlash of the celestial mechanism and closed her eyes again, with a trace of blood seeping from the corners of her eyes. After a moment, she opened her eyes. With a determined tone, she said, the first item is a hollow jade jar, sealing a nascent soul located in your basement's leftmost hidden compartment. The second item is a rusty iron sword hidden in your sleeve space. The third item is 100,000 red paper figures with smiling faces located in your storage ring. By the time she mentioned the last item, Fang Qingxue's voice was trembling. What the heck? 100,000 paper figures. This esteemed man is truly terrifying. Clap, clap, clap. All predictions are correct. Li Changsheng was momentarily stunned upon hearing this, and he couldn't help but applaud. His eyes were filled with joy. He had struck gold. Truly, he had struck gold. This was the ultimate cheat he had longed for. What is the greatest fear for a survivalist? It is not lacking in strength. Rather, it is unexpected events and variables. What if the enemy doesn't play by the rules, no matter how many schemes you come up with? But now with this wife who can foresee variables, he could seal off all loopholes and surprises before any action. Fang Qingxue joined the Li family, adding a crucial piece to its development. Fang Qingxue smiled and said, I have embarrassed myself before you, esteemed sir. You have passed. Now I will ask you the last question. If I plan to rescue the Holy Maiden of the Hegemony sect and overthrow the Hegemony sect, will I succeed? Fang Qingxue did not dare to delay. She burned her lifespan to push the eye of the celestial mechanism to its limit, recalculating the celestial mechanism. Blood seeped from the corners of her eyes once more. Her face turned pale as paper. But Fang Qingxue successfully glimpsed a thread of the celestial mechanism. You will fail now, but you will succeed in the future. Upon hearing this, Li Changsheng smiled. Great. I knew I would succeed. Li Changsheng smiled and asked, why will I fail now? Fang Qingxue replied, the foundation of the Hegemony sect is strong. You are currently too weak to compete with the sect. Li Changsheng. Goodness. Was she too direct? However, she was speaking the truth. If Li Changsheng were not too weak, how could Fang Qingxue have glimpsed the celestial mechanism? How could he still be so deferential? Li Changsheng pondered and asked again, you just said I will succeed in the future. How far into the future is that? Fang Qingxue shook her head. The celestial mechanism is obscure, and I cannot see the specific years. In that future vision, esteemed sir, you will no longer possess your current cultivation. Just your aura alone will be enough to suppress the transformation stage. Li Changsheng understood. Although what was predicted was trivial, it also pointed him in the right direction and provided him with psychological comfort and encouragement. I understand. You are good. From today on, you are part of the Li family. Fang Qingxue's eyes brightened slightly at these words, and she looked astonished. Thank you, esteemed sir. To serve you is a blessing I have earned over 3 lifetimes. Since he confirmed Fang Qingxue's immense value, Li Changsheng had no more words to waste. That very afternoon, he prepared a hefty betrothal gift with Jiang Cuiping and made a grand visit to the Fang family. Originally, the Fang family wanted to assert their position and demand a formal recognition. But Li Changsheng was too lazy to be verbose. He directly leaked a hint of his nascent soul pressure in the Fang family's main hall. The Fang family immediately knelt down. Kneeling was merely a superficial gesture. Even the ancestor of the Fang family, who was currently in seclusion and attempting to break through to the late golden core stage, was frightened into breaking his meditation. He crawled into the main hall and knelt down before Li Changsheng, bowing 3 times, begging for mercy. Li Changsheng's goal was to marry, so he naturally did not make things difficult for them. Then the ancestor of the Fang family personally escorted Fang Qingxue into the grand sedan chair of the Li family, even providing 3 spirit mines as dowry. A few days later, the Li family's courtyard was decorated festively. Although this was also a concubinage, Li Changsheng arranged it very grandly. He not only invited the neighbors from the resettlement area, but also invited Elder Lei Lai from the Qingyun sect and others. There was no helping it. The current Li family was different from the past. If they simply set up a few tables like before, they would be laughed at. Although Li Changsheng did not care, developing the family included maintaining the family's reputation. Now the Li family no longer needed to be overly cautious as long as they concealed their trump cards well. Otherwise, how could the old Li family develop? Originally, Li Dangping was out training, but he received a message from his father via paper figure. It said that his father was going to take a concubine. Li Dangping was stunned for a moment. How could his old father be so bold? How long has it been? And now he is going to take a concubine. His father was already so old, nearing the age to be buried. Could he handle it? Moreover, each one was a stunning beauty, captivating the nation. How did his old father manage to be so carefree? Li Dangping was very puzzled. But no matter what, his old father was taking a concubine. As a son, he certainly had to return. Li Dangping voluntarily ended his training and returned to the resettlement area. When he got home and saw his increasingly robust father, his feelings became even more complicated. Dad, your body is really getting stronger. Li Changsheng patted his son's shoulder and scolded with a smile, you little rascal, practice well. When you reach my age, you'll understand. If I can still move now, I might as well take in a few more concubines. How can our old Li family flourish? I am doing this for the sake of the family. That night in the bridal chamber within the red canopy, Fang Qingxue removed her blue dress, revealing skin as smooth as jade. Although Fang Qingxue was usually cold and proud in front of Li Changsheng, she was as obedient as a sheep. Only she knew what this man's future would be like. Li Changsheng did not indulge in any sentimental talk. He directly commenced the dual cultivation. The pure Yangdao body was brought to its utmost. The purest source energy not only helped Fang Qingxue cleanse her marrow and refine her bones, healing the injuries she had suffered due to probing the celestial mechanism days before, but also elevated her cultivation to the initial stage of the golden core. This unexpected joy made Fang Qingxue even more devoted to Li Changsheng. Who would have thought that dual cultivation with this old man would have such benefits? In the brief moment when Li Changsheng was resting, Fang Qingxue activated her heavenly inside eye. She did not spy on Li Changsheng, but instead checked her own destiny. Logically, after becoming Li Changsheng's partner, her future destiny should have changed. In the eyes of the heavenly insight, her destiny was clearly visible. Fang Qingxue saw her originally dim fate line, which represented her past destiny. On that original line, she would be stagnated at the foundation establishment stage due to the backlash of heavenly insight ultimately exhausting her lifespan and passing away in despair. In this life, she wouldn't even touch the threshold of the golden core, let alone the nascent soul. But now on the scroll, another destiny line is radiant as the galaxy appeared. On this new destiny line, Fang Qingxue saw herself adorned in a phoenix crown and a flowing robe revered by all. Not only had she broken through to the nascent soul, but even in the extremely distant future, she became the consort of the legendary Immortal Emperor. Although the Immortal Emperor had many women, but this is the Immortal Emperor, a transcendent being of this world, eternal and indestructible. Hiss! Fang Qingxue saw this. She couldn't help but take a sharp breath. Although the heavenly insight only predicted one possibility of the future, it was enough to make her tremble. This was a chance to ascend to greatness. It seemed she had grasped it. Fang Qingxue looked at the old man, lying beside her, her heart surging. She felt increasingly fortunate for her decision. Climbing high with the old man, Li Shi could become an imperial consort. Li Changsheng felt someone watching him and smiled, asking, "Qingxue, what are you looking at? Is my husband handsome?" "No, it's nothing." Upon hearing this, Fang Qingxue was like a startled rabbit, her face flushed. Then, as if she remembered something, she added, "I just feel that meeting my husband in this life is a blessing for Qingxue." Haha. Li Changsheng chuckled at her words, reaching out to gently pinch Fang Qingxue's nose. Fang Qingxue could calculate the heavenly insight. She must have calculated her own future and thus willingly chose to become his concubine. He could naturally see through Fang Qingxue's little thoughts. However, he didn't mind. Women, who doesn't have a few little thoughts? Similar to the materialistic women from his past life who loved wealth. As long as he trained her slowly, he could still mold her into the kind he liked. Li Changsheng shook his head, dismissing the thoughts in his mind. Then he opened the system prompt box. The long-lost notification sound soon rang out. Congratulations to the host for successfully taking a concubine family member. One moreover, Fang Qingxue possesses the special talent of the heavenly insight, an extremely rare special talent greatly benefiting the family. Congratulations to the host for triggering a critical reward. Reward 1, top grade magical treasure Great Fate Insight Disc. Reward 2, top tier killing formation of the 6th level 10,000 Immortals Extinction Formation Disc. Reward 3, lifespan 300 years. Reward 4, cultivation elevated to the peak of the nascent soul. Reward 5, fundamental nurturing pills 100. Reward 6, blind box 3. Hearing this series of notification sounds, Li Changsheng was thrilled, almost bouncing out of bed. This system is truly amazing. Now these 6 rewards, aside from the uncertainty of the blind box, all of them are good items. Li Changsheng rubbed his hands together. It was time for the most exciting part. To check each reward, system introduced the top-grade magical treasure Great Fate Insight Disc. Reporting to the host, the Great Fate Insight Disc is a fate defense magical treasure. It can actively cover and modify the causality of fate, unbreakable by those who do not master the laws. A fate